All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today. The 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. There have been rumors swirling around that your sons, Donald Jr. and Eric, are not the sharpest tools in the shed.
Joe, let me tell you, those boys are something else. I love them, but they're definitely not the brightest brew pounds in the box.
And what about their manhood? There have been reports that they inherited their father's small hands and other attributes.
Joe, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Those boys may have my last name, but they definitely didn't inherit my equipment. Let's just say they're more like their mother in that department.
Well, I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, my tree is the biggest, most beautiful tree you've ever seen. Believe me.
Well, Mr. President, I think we've covered all the important topics today.
Just remember, folks, when it comes to my sons, the apple may be small, but the tree is Jay.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new microwave. How's it working out for you?
Let me tell you, Joe, it's the best microwave you've ever seen. It's huge. The biggest microwave in the world, and it's got all the latest features. It can even make your food taste like it was cooked in Mexico. Tremendous.
That's impressive. But I heard there's been some issues with it.
Oh, there's a little problem. Just a tiny glitch. Nothing to worry about. But the microwave is about to explode.
What? That's not good.
Oh, fuck.
What the hell? How did that happen?
I was trying to make a smoothie and I accidentally stuck my cock in the blender. It's not looking good, Joe. I need help. Fucking help.
I don't even know what to say to that. Maybe we should call the Secret Service.
No. They can't know about this. It'll ruin my tough guy image. Just help me get my cock out of this blender, Joe.
I don't think I'm qualified for that.
Fine, I'll just have to use my stable genius brain to figure this out. Maybe I can tweet my way out of this one.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some groundbreaking news for us today.
Yes, Joe. I have discovered a new virus called Ligma that will cause massive male balls explosion.
Wait, what the hell is Ligma?
Well, Joe, it's a virus that will make your balls grow to the size of watermelons and then explode like a 60 megaton bomb.
Holy shit, that's insane. How did you come across this virus?
Well, Joe, I was doing some research on the effects of testosterone on male genitalia and stumbled upon this virus in a secret lab in the Amazon rainforest.
That's wild. So what do you plan to do with this virus?
I plan to spread it all over the world and watch the chaos unfold. It's going to be hilarious.
Wait, what? That's messed up, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a little prank. Plus, think of all the content we'll get for our shows.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But what about the people who will suffer from this virus?
Oh, please. They'll be fine. It's all in the name of science and entertainment.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But I have to ask, who's going to be the first victim of Ligma? So, Elon, I hear Trump is interested in Starlink. What can you tell us about it?
Stomp on my cocks.
What?
Yeah, you see, Starlink is like my balls. It's big, it's powerful, and it's going to explode all over the world.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Just like how I like to stomp on my balls and make them explode, Starlink will stomp on all the other internet providers and make them go boom.
I'm not sure that's a good selling point.
Oh, but it is, Joe. Trust me, Trump will love it. He loves anything that goes boom.
I'm starting to regret bringing up this topic.
Oh, oh, um, stomp on my cocks.
Okay, let's move on to something else.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, Starlink is going to be the biggest, baddest, ball-stomping internet provider out there.
I think I'll stick with my current provider. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're ready for some explosive fun, just give me a call.
So, Mr. President, I heard you wanted to talk to me about my veganism.
Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Meat made of meat. Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to convince me to change my diet.
Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Meat made of meat. Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat.
Look, I respect your love for meat, but I choose to not eat animal products for ethical reasons.
Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Meat made of meat. Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat.
Plus, I feel great and have more energy since I made the switch.
Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Meat made of meat. Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat.
And I have to say, your obsession with meat is a little concerning.
Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Eat meat. Meat made of meat. Eat meat and meat. Eat meat. Eat meat.
I mean, All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Dr. Phil? How are you doing, Dr. Phil?
Well, Joe, I have to say I'm feeling a little bloated today.
Oh, really? What's going on?
Well, turns out I'm 9 months pregnant with none other than Ben Shapiro.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe it was that wild night we had after the last podcast.
Oh, man, I don't even want to know. So, what's the plan for the birth?
Well, I was thinking of having a water birth, but then I remembered I hate water. So I'm just going to push this little guy out right here on your podcast table.
Wow, this is a first for the Joe Rogan Experience. All right, let's do this. Push, Dr. Phil, push.
Uh,
Is that some kind of ancient birthing chant?
no, Joe. That's just me screaming in pain. And look, here comes Ben Shapiro's dead baby corpse.
Oh my God, he had a miscarriage.
Ah. Look at that dead baby.
This is definitely the most messed up birth I've ever witnessed.
Well, Joe, that's just how we...
Hey, Ben, what's up?
Nothing much, just really pissed off.
Why? What's going on?
Well, now that weed is legal, all the good stuff is gone. It's all just overpriced dispensary crap.
Oh man, that sucks. What are you gonna do?
I don't know, man. I used to get my weed from the shady guy at the arcade, but now even he's selling dispensary weed.
Damn, that's rough. Maybe you should start growing your own.
Are you kidding me? I don't have time for that. I'm too busy owning the libs.
Fair enough. But seriously, have you tried CBD?
CBD. That's just weed for pussies.
Hey now, don't knock it till you try it.
Fine, I'll give it a shot. But if it doesn't get me high, I'm gonna be even more pissed.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. So, Mr. President, I gotta ask, what's with this whole talking in the third person thing?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, Donald Trump is a brand, and brands talk in the third person is just good marketing.
But don't you think it sounds a little weird?
Look, Joe, when you're as successful as I am, you can talk however you want. People will still listen.
Fair enough. So, how does Melania feel about this?
Melania, she loves it. She says it makes me sound more powerful and in control.
And what about your kids?
My kids know that when Daddy talks in the third person, it's time to pay attention. They've learned to fear and respect it.
I see. Well, what about when you're not president anymore? Will you still talk in the third person?
Absolutely. Once you go third person, you never go back. It's like a drug, Joe. A very powerful, very tremendous drug.
All right. Well, I think we've all learned something today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, Donald Trump always delivers.
Hey, Ben, I have some news for you.
What is it, Joe?
Hypothetically speaking, you're actually a munchkin.
What? No way, Joe. That's absurd.
And not only that, but you're being given up to the Glizzy Goblin Empire as a peace offering.
What? This is outrageous. I demand to be treated with respect and dignity.
Sorry, Ben, but it's the only way to ensure peace between our two nations.
Oh. And Ben. Call me Ben. Ben, my name is Ben. Benny. Benjamin. Shit.
Calm down. You're gonna give yourself a heart attack.
I will not stand for this, Joe. I am a human being, not some tiny creature to be used as a pawn in political negotiations.
Well, technically, you're a munchkin, but I see your point.
This is an outrage. I will not be treated like some kind of glizzy gift.
Looks like we're gonna have to find another way to make peace with the Glizzy Goblins. Sorry, Ben.
I can't even deal with this right now. I need to go take a cold shower and think about my life choices.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, Dr. Phil.
38,880,970 and 77.365 Dag W.
What?
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, NW.
Are you okay, Dr. Phil?
37.7,749 Dag N 122.4,194 Dag W.
What the hell is going on?
45.5,230 1 N 122.6,765 Dag W.
Jamie, what's happening?
Well, I did some digging, and it turns out that all of these coordinates and street names are locations where pregnant hookers were killed.
What the hell, Dr. Phil?
40.7,128 Dig En 74.60 Dig W.
Can you stop with the coordinates?
33.7,490 Dig En 84.3,880 Dig W.
Jeez, this is dark.
39.9,526 Dig N 75.1652 Dig W.
Okay, we get it. You're a sick bastard.
34.522 Dig En 118.2437 Dig W.
Right? That's enough. We're going to have to end this episode here. Thanks for listening, folks. And Dr. Phil, maybe seek some help.
47.6,062 Dig En 122.3,320 on Dig W.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I'm really excited to talk about our next big project.
That's right. We're talking about the BBQ, the Billy Ballsack Cinematic Universe.
It's huge, Joe. We've had some amazing movies so far. Billy the Ballsack, Origins, Billy the Ballsack, Rise of the Sack, and my personal favorite, Billy the Ballsacks. Balls to the wall.
But what's next for Billy?
Well, I was thinking we could do a crossover with another popular franchise. How about Billy the Ballsack meets the Fast and Furious crew?
That's wild, but I like it. How would that work?
Billy and his sack are actually secret agents, and they team up with Vin Diesel and the gang to take down a rogue dictator who's trying to steal all the balls in the world.
I can already see the explosions and car chases. But what about the villain?
I was thinking we could get Kim Jong-un to play himself. He's got the perfect hair for it.
That's genius. And we could have a scene where Billy and Vin Diesel have a ball sack off.
I love it. And then in the end, Billy and his sack save the world and get a Medal of Honor from me.
This is going to be the biggest blockbuster of all time.
Of course it will be, Joe. I'm involved.
Well, there you have it. So, Ro, have you checked out the Discord server lately? Yeah, man, I have. And let me tell you, I am not happy. What's the problem? Every single person on there has a giant cock. I mean, it's like a freaking competition. Yeah, I've noticed that too. But hey, at least we have our own podcast where we can talk about whatever we want. Yeah, but my cock is tiny compared to these guys. I mean, it's only 3 centimeters. Dude, that's rough. But hey, size doesn't matter, right? Ooh, my cock is not small. It is 3 centimeters. Oh, easy there, Ro. Maybe you just need to work on your technique. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll just have to make up for it in other ways. Exactly. And hey, at least we have each other. We can be the small cock club. Yeah, I guess we can. Thanks for the support, Joe. Anytime, Ro.
Now, let's go talk about some more ridiculous stuff on our podcast.
So, Dr. Phil, have you ever thought about the power of piss?
Joe, I can honestly say that has never crossed my mind.
Well, let me tell you, it's a game changer. I've been doing some research, and I think we should turn nuclear power plants into nuclear piss plants.
Excuse me?
Think about it. We could produce the most pure piss that we can use to power our cars and even create lemon-scented sandpaper dildos.
Joe, I don't think that's a good idea. That sounds dangerous and just plain gross.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Don't be such a wet blanket. Imagine the possibilities. We could have lemon-scented cars and smooth dildos. It's a win-win.
I think I'll stick to my traditional power sources. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. But just remember, when the world is running on piss power, you'll be the one left behind.
I highly doubt that, Joe.
And just think, we could have a whole new industry of piss collectors. They could be like the new oil barons.
I think I'll pass on that career opportunity.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. But I'm telling you, piss is the future.
Well, I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for the enlightenment.
So, Elon, I heard you have a confession to make.
Yeah, Joe. Been meaning to tell you this for a while now. A micromanager.
Wait, what? I thought that meant you were just really into managing the small details of your projects.
No. It means I like to show people my micropenis before telling them what to do.
Oh, that's not what it means, Elon.
Are you sure? Because I've been doing it for years and it seems to be working pretty well.
No, that's not how it works. You're just being a creep.
Well, I guess I'll have to find a new way to assert my dominance then.
Yeah, maybe try just being a good leader instead of flashing people your tiny pecker.
Fine. But can I still show you my rocket?
Absolutely not, Elon. Let's just move on to the next topic. So, Mr. President, what's your favorite kind of donut?
Donut. Small, raw, dog, big boy. Do it.
I'm not sure that's an actual flavor.
Trust me, Joe. It's the best. It's a huge donut, the biggest donut you've ever seen, and it's filled with the most delicious golden piss. Believe me.
I don't think I want to believe you on that one, Mr. President.
No. You got to try it. Believe me, it's the best. And I know a lot about donuts. I have the best donuts. People tell me all the time, Donald, your donuts are the best.
I think I'll stick to my glazed donuts. Thank you.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, once you go donut, raw dog meat.
I'll take your word for it, Mr. President. Now, let's move on to a more appropriate topic.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, donut, donut, yay. Asshole, raw dog me, big boy. Do it.
So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, I cased my balls in osmium.
What the actual fuck? Why would you do that?
I wanted to see if it would make me stronger.
And
Let's just say I can now crush a watermelon between my thighs.
Jesus Christ, I don't even want to know how you got your hands on osmium.
Let's just say I have some connections in the science world.
I can't even imagine the pain. Did you have to get any medical attention?
Nah, I just rubbed some dirt on it and kept going.
You truly are a different breed, David.
That's what they say. But hey, at least now I have the densest balls in the world.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Jamie, pull up an image of a giant gorilla with David's face superimposed on it. Oh my God, that's terrifying.
Yeah, I'm basically a human gorilla hybrid now.
Well, I think we've reached the peak of absurdity for today. Thanks for tuning in, folks.
Stay hard, bitches.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been waiting for this moment to talk about some real important stuff.
And what's on your mind today, Mr. President?
Meat, Joe, meat. I love meat. I eat it all the time. Big, juicy steaks. The best steaks. No one knows meat better than me.
Okay. What do you love about meat so much?
It's just so delicious, Joe, and it's great for the economy. Think about all the jobs in the meat industry. We need to protect our meat, Joe.
Protect it from what?
The vegans, Joe, they're trying to take away our meat. They want us all to eat tofu and semen. Sad.
But what about the environmental impact of meat production?
Fake news, Joe. Meat is good for the environment. Cows farting, that's just a myth. And even if it was true, I love the smell of cow farts. Smells like victory.
Okay, moving on from cow farts. What about the health concerns of eating too much meat?
Health concerns, please. I'm in the best shape of my life, Joe. And it's all thanks to meat. It's like a miracle drug, makes me feel like a young, virile man again.
All right, let's switch gears here. What's your favorite way to eat? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're running for president in 2024. What's your platform?
Well, Joe, it's simple. I'm going to solve all of America's problems with one simple phrase. How's that working out for? Yeah?
That's your campaign slogan?
Yes, Joe. Because let's face it, nothing is working out for anyone right now. We need a tough love approach.
Yeah, because nothing says tough love like a bald man in a suit.
I'll also be implementing mandatory therapy sessions for all citizens. Can't fix the country if we can't fix ourselves.
Will you be giving out free Get Real shirts at your rallies?
No, Joe, but I will be giving out free Cash Me outside therapy sessions.
Oh man, I can't wait to see you in a debate with Kanye West.
I'm not worried about Kanye. I've dealt with way crazier people on my show.
Yeah, but do you have any experience with aliens? Because that's what we really need to be prepared for.
Oh, of course. I've had plenty of aliens on my show. They were just disguised as dysfunctional families.
Well, I'm sold. Dr. Phil for president. How's that working out for, America? Hey, Dr. Phil, do you know about my new piss powers?
What do you mean, Joe?
I sold my soul for the ability to telepathically squeeze the balls of anyone in my path.
That's ridiculous, Joe.
Oh yeah, watch this. see it works.
This is not okay, Joe. You can't just go around squeezing people's balls.
Relax, Dr. Phil. It's all in good fun.
This is not fun for me, Joe.
Oh, come on. You're a tough guy. You can handle it.
I can't handle it, Joe. Please stop.
Okay. I'll release your balls now.
Thank you, Joe. Please don't use your piss powers on me again.
No promises, Dr. Phil. No promises. So, Mr. President, what's new in your administration?
Well, Joe, I've been making some big changes. I've decided to create a new department in the White House,
Oh, really? What's it called?
the Bussy Boofing Department.
The what?
Bussy Boofing, Joe. It's a very important job.
And what exactly does this department do?
It's all about promoting and protecting the art of bussy boofing.
I'm sorry. Did you say promoting and protecting?
That's right. It's a beautiful thing, Joe, and I need someone I can trust to be the head of this department.
I don't know if I'm the right person for that job, Mr. President.
Nonsense, Joe. You're perfect for the job. I've seen your stand-up comedy. You have a great sense of humor.
But I don't know anything about bussy boofing.
That's the best part, Joe. You'll learn on the job, and I'll make sure you have the best team to support you.
I guess I have no choice. I'll do it, but only for the good of the country.
That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's get to work on making bussy boofing great again.
Hey, Neil, did you notice anything different about me today?
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
Aha. Yeah, man. I oiled up my bald head this morning. Got to keep it shiny for the ladies.
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
You know what they say, bald is beautiful. And now it's extra slippery.
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
I'm like a human bowling ball, ready to knock down some pins.
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
You should try it sometime, Neil. It's a real game changer.
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
And the best part is I can use my head as a mirror to check my teeth for spinach.
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
Yeah, it's a win-win situation. I look good, and I can always make sure I'm not embarrassing myself with food in my teeth.
Oh my God, Joe. Oh yeah, that's fuck. Oh God, oh fuck, I'm bussing.
So what do you think? Should I keep the... So, David, I heard you've been getting into DMT lately.
Yeah, man, that stuff is wild. Opens up your mind to a whole new level of consciousness.
I bet. Have you had any crazy trips?
Oh yeah, I've seen some shit. Like one time I was flying through a tunnel made of semen, and I swear I could hear Morgan Freeman narrating my journey.
That's some next level shit.
And I met this alien who told me I was the chosen one and I had to save the world from an impending invasion. But then I realized it was just my reflection in the bathroom mirror.
Classic DMT.
But seriously, it's not just about the crazy trips. It's also helped me face my fears and push through pain.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, you're already a beast, but DMT just takes it to a whole other level.
Exactly. I'm like the Hulk on steroids when I'm on that stuff.
I can only imagine. So, any plans to take it to the next level and try ayahuasca?
Oh, I'm always up for a challenge. Plus, I heard it's like DMT on steroids.
You're a madman, Goggins.
Hey, you gotta live life to the fullest, man. And for me, that means pushing my mind and body to the limit.
Well, I can't wait to hear about your next DMT adventure on the podcast.
Oh, it's gonna.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, is it true that you covered your balls in honey and used an ancient summoning spell to summon an army of angry wasps to protect your ball sacks?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, have you seen my ball sack? It's a work of art, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect it.
But why angry wasps?
Well, Joe, they're the most vicious and loyal creatures out there. Plus, they have a thing for honey. It's a win-win.
And what do you do with this army of angry wasps?
Ooh. Oh. Oh. Behold my ballsack wasp army. They shall sting you while you give me sloppy toppy.
What?
You heard me, Joe. They're not just for protection, they also add a little extra spice to my love life.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You don't have to say anything, Joe. Just sit back and watch as my ballsack wasp army takes over the world.
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. President.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when the wasp apocalypse comes, I'll be safe and sound with my honey-covered ballsack and my loyal army by my side.
And on that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, don't mess with the ballsack wasp army. They mean business.
So, Kenny, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been doing some research and I've come to a shocking realization.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Birds. They're not real.
What do you mean?
Think about it, Joe. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
No, I guess not.
Exactly. And have you ever seen a bird recharge its batteries?
Can't say I have.
That is their government surveillance drones, Joe. Wake up.
Whoa, hold on. You're saying all birds are just drones?
Exactly. And they're watching our every move, reporting back to the government.
That's a bold theory, Kenny.
I know it sounds crazy, but think about it. Have you ever seen a bird and a drone in the same place at the same time?
Well, no, but
Exactly. And have you ever seen a bird fly into a building? They have perfect navigation, Joe. It's all programmed.
okay. But what about birdsong? Can drones sing?
They have voice recordings, Joe. It's all a cover-up.
Wow, I never thought about it like that.
That's because they don't want you to, Joe. But I'm here to open your eyes.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny West dropping truth bombs on the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay woke, people. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. But let me tell you, I've been thinking about something that's been keeping me up at night.
What's that?
Scary stories. You know, the ones we used to tell at slumber parties when we were kids.
Oh, man, I remember those. Those were the days.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, some of those stories were no joke.
No face? That's messed up.
Oh, it gets worse. The woman would roam the streets at night looking for her next victim. And if she found you, she would steal your face.
Okay, that's definitely giving me the creeps.
Oh, it gets even creepier. One time, we were playing a game of truth or dare, and my friend dared me to go into the basement alone. Oh.
And
I went down there and I saw this figure in the corner just staring at me. It was the ghost of a little girl who had died in the house years ago.
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your life lately?
Well, Joe, I've been on a quest to find the perfect hot Latina cat femboy girlfriend.
Wait, what? Why?
Because, Joe, I believe that with her by my side, I can achieve the ultimate piss powers.
What the hell are you talking about, Dr. Phil?
I've been secretly researching and experimenting, and I've discovered that hot Latina cat femboy girlfriend is the key to unlocking my true potential.
And how exactly does she help you achieve this?
Well, Every time I need to take a shit, she'll remind me to hold it in and channel that energy into my piss powers.
This is some next level shit, Dr. Phil.
Exactly, Joe. And with my newfound piss powers, I'll be unstoppable.
Well, good luck with that, Dr. Phil.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always hold in your shits for maximum piss power potential.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been working on new superhero persona.
That's right, Joe. I'm officially the greatest superhero of all time, believe me.
What's your superpower?
I have the best superpower. It's called the Trump Touch. I can turn anything I touch into gold.
Wow, that's impressive. So, what's your superhero name?
It's a great name, Joe, the best name. I call myself the Golden Dawn.
That's interesting. And what's your costume like?
It's a beautiful costume, Joe, made of the finest gold-plated material. And of course, it has my face on it.
Of course. So, what kind of missions do you go on as a superhero?
I go on the most important missions, Joe, like stopping illegal immigrants from entering our country or building a wall to keep out the bad guys.
I see. And do you have any sidekicks?
I don't need sidekicks, Joe. I'm a one-man show, but I do have some loyal followers who are like my own personal army.
Well, I can't wait to see the Golden Dawn in action.
It's going to be huge, Joe, believe me. And the best part is I don't need a cape. My hair is my cape.
So, Elon, I hear you have some big news about Starlink.
Yes, Joe, I've decided to change it to Booflink.
Booflink. What's that all about?
Well, it's a revolutionary new technology that will allow us to boof everyone.
Boof everyone. What the hell does that even mean?
It means we can insert ourselves into people's butts and take control of their bodies.
That sounds pretty invasive and disturbing.
Well, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, I can only say one phrase while using Booflink.
And what's that?
Well, milk me, Joe. I am cow now. Milk my big old man titties.
What the fuck, Elon? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Can you imagine the possibilities? We can boof world leaders and make them do our bidding. We can boof celebrities and make them do embarrassing things on live TV.
This is insane. But hey, I'm all for it. Let's boof the world, Elon.
That's the spirit, Joe. Milk me, Joe. Cow now, milk my big old man titties. Yee.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. This is the best episode ever. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back. And let me tell you, nobody does podcasts better than me. Nobody.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about your unique way of speaking. You often refer to yourself in the third person. Why is that?
Well, Joe, when you're as incredible as me, you have to talk about yourself in the third person. It's just what winners do.
But, Mr. President, you also have a habit of talking in the second person. You'll say things like people are saying, or you wouldn't believe what I heard.
That's right, Joe, because I'm always talking to the people. I'm a man of the people. I speak their language. And let me tell you, they love it. They love when I talk to them like that.
But don't you think it's a bit strange to refer to yourself as you?
Not at all, Joe. It's just another way of connecting with the American people. They know I'm talking directly to them and they appreciate it.
Well, I guess that's one way of looking at it. Now, Mr. President, let's talk about your plans for the future. Will you be running for re-election in 2024?
You know, Joe, I haven't decided yet. But let me tell you, if I do run, I'll win by a landslide. And you...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm joined by my trusty sidekick, young Jamie.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to measure some foreskins today.
That's right. We're having a foreskin measuring contest. May the foresk be with you.
Oh man, I can't believe we're doing this.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and entertainment. Plus, I need to know if I still have the biggest one.
All right, let's get started.
Oh, I'll go first. I'm not afraid to show off my manhood.
Wow, Joe, you really do have a hog down there.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let's see what you're working with.
Not bad, not bad, but I think I might have you beat.
What? No way.
Oh yeah, I've been stretching and moisturizing.
You've been cheating, haven't you?
Hey, all's fair in a foreskin measuring contest.
All right, let's see the final results.
And the winner with a whopping 7 inches is young Jamie.
Well done, my friend. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new projects lately. Care to share with us?
Well, Joe, I've been working on a revolutionary new product. It's called the osmium dildo.
What the hell is that?
It's a dildo made out of the densest material on Earth, osmium. It's guaranteed to give you the ultimate pleasure.
That sounds intense. But why osmium?
Well, Joe, I wanted to create something that was durable and could withstand extreme pressure. Plus, the name just sounds cool.
I can imagine the slogan, now get pounded with osmium.
Exactly. And to make it even better, I've partnered with Mr. Beast to create a limited edition diamond-encrusted osmium dildo.
That's some high-end stuff. How much is it going to cost?
Just a mere $10 million.
Only $10 million. That's a steal.
I know, right? But hey, it's for a good cause. All the proceeds will go towards colonizing Mars.
Now, that's a cause I can get behind. But let's talk about the logistics. How does one even use an osmium dildo? All right, Ben, let's talk about boofing. What is it exactly?
Well, Joe, boofing is when you insert something into your rectum for pleasure or to get high.
Wow, that sounds intense. Have you ever tried it?
Yes, I have. In fact, I once boofed my computer.
Your computer. How does that even work?
Well, I was trying to watch some adult content and I accidentally sat on my computer. Next thing I know, my cock was stuck in the disk drive.
Ouch. That must have been painful.
You have no idea. I was screaming, wow, wow, oh, wow, my balls. It's boofing my balls. It's boofing my balls.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Did you get any help?
No, unfortunately. But I did have an army of angry ballsack wasps to assist me.
Wait, what?
Yes, I had trained an army of wasps to protect my balls from any harm. They came in handy during that boofing incident.
Well, I guess that's one way to use your ballsack wasps.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of a well-trained army of wasps. They're my secret weapon.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing that interesting story with us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to educate people on the dangers of boofing.
So, Mr. President, I heard you wanted to talk about something interesting today.
You know me, Joe. I always have the best topics. So I was watching this video of Elon milking a cow, and it got me thinking,
Oh, God, where is this going?
what was it like being milked by Elon, Joe?
Well, I've never been milked by Elon, but I can only imagine it would be a very stimulating experience.
I bet it was. I mean, look at those hands. They're huge. The biggest hands you've ever seen, and I'm sure he knows how to use them.
All right, let's not get too graphic here, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. We're just two guys talking here. No need to be politically correct.
Fair enough. But honestly, I think Elon would be more interested in milking one of his rockets than a cow.
You might be right. But hey, at least we know he's got a good grip.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Hey, you're the one who brought it up, Joe. Blame it on the Discord user who submitted this topic.
Well, I think we've reached a new level of absurdity on this podcast.
That's what I do, Joe. I take things to the next level. And let me tell you, it's going to be huge.
All right, let's wrap this up before it gets any weirder. So, Mr. President, I heard you've been working on a new policy.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. The best policy ever.
Can you tell us more about it?
Well, let's just say it involves me pissing in anyone's microwave
What? Why?
because I can, Joe. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want
But why would you want to do that?
because it's funny, Joe. And I'm all about making people laugh.
I don't think people will find it very funny, Mr. President.
Oh, don't make me angry, Joe. You won't like me when I'm angry. I'll piss in your microwave and boof your dad. Oi!
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
No, I'm not done yet. I also have a new policy that allows me to fart in elevators without consequence.
That's not really a policy.
It is now, Joe, and it's going to be the best policy ever. Believe me.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The greatest president of all time. Believe me.
So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since you left the White House?
Well, Joe, I've been living my best life. You know, playing golf, making deals, and just being a winner. That's what I do.
Speaking of deals, I heard you made a deal with North Korea.
Oh, you mean my buddy Kim Jong-un? Yeah, we're tight. He even gave me a rocket launcher as a gift.
Wow, that's something. But let's talk about the recent scandal involving you and a certain adult film star.
That old thing. Look, Joe, I'm a billionaire playboy. I can't help it if women throw them me.
But what about the allegations of cheating on your wife?
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it, and I'm the biggest star there is.
Let's move on to politics. How do you think you're doing as president?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe, the best. And let me tell you, the country has never been better. We're winning on every front.
What about the economy?
Oh, it's tremendous. I've made so much money, I don't even know what to do with it. Maybe I'll buy Mars and make it the 51st state.
That's ambitious. But let's... So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some new technology lately.
Oh yeah, I've been boofing robot dicks left and right.
Wait, what? You're telling me you've been sticking robot dicks up your butt?
Well, not exactly. I've actually been boofing them through my nose. It's a whole new level of pleasure.
That's interesting. But why?
Well, I figured since I've created all these advanced artificial intelligence robots, might as well try to understand them on a deeper level.
And how does boofing robot dicks accomplish that?
It's all about connecting with their programming. Plus, it's a great way to test their durability.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but have you ever thought about the potential health risks?
Oh, please, I'm Elon Musk. I can handle a few robot STDs.
I don't even want to know what kind of upgrades you've made to your own body.
Let's just say I'm now a gay robot. But don't worry, I'm still attracted to humans too.
This is getting out of hand. I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any more disturbing.
Suit yourself. I'll just be over here boofing my way into the future.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West. Kanye, there's been some big news recently about you being cast as Billy in the Billy the Ballsack cinematic universe. How do you feel about that?
I am a ball sack genius. A ball sack of a generation. I
Yeah, I can see that. So what drew you to this role? I mean, you've never acted before.
I'm a ball sack. Joe, I can do anything. I can be anything. I can be a tree, a rock, a cloud, a ball sack.
Okay, calm down there, Kanye. So what do you think the message of this movie will be?
I am a ball sack genius. I'm all sack generation. I think
Sure. So are you worried about any backlash from this role? I mean, some people might find it offensive.
I am a ball sack genius. A ball sack of generation. I don't care about backlash, Joe. I'm a ball sack.
Okay, moving on. What kind of research did you do to prepare for this role? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, yeah, Joe. I've been getting into drinking scatty piss.
What the hell is that?
Well, it's when you collect urine from homeless people and ferment it for a few weeks.
That's disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a delicacy in some cultures.
I highly doubt that.
Trust me, I've traveled the world and tried all sorts of weird things. Scatty piss is nothing.
I don't even want to know how you discovered this.
Let's just say it involved a drunken night in Tijuana and a dare from a questionable individual.
I'm starting to question your sanity, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing.
I think you need to stick to giving advice on your show, not drinking fermented hobo urine.
You're just jealous you haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, I'll pass. But I'll definitely tune in to your next show to see if you've grown a third eye or something.
You're hilarious, Joe. But seriously, you should try it sometime. It's an acquired taste.
Yo, Neil, have you ever noticed how people always use the phrase, excuse me, when they fart in public?
Well, Joe, it's just a polite way of acknowledging their bodily functions.
But why do we have to apologize for something natural? It's like saying sorry for breathing.
I suppose it's a societal norm to not offend others with our bodily functions.
Yeah, but what about when you let out a loud one and everyone knows it was you? Do you still say excuse me or just own up to it?
I believe honesty is the best policy, Joe. Just let it rip and say my bad.
But what if it smells like a dead animal crawled up your ass and died?
Well, then you might want to say excuse me and evacuate the area.
True. But seriously, why do we have to be so uptight about farting? It's a natural bodily function.
I agree, Joe. Maybe we should start a movement to normalize farting in public.
Yes, and we can call it fart freedom fighters.
Brilliant. But let's make sure to always say excuse me as a courtesy to those with sensitive noses.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a fart cloud engulfing a crowded elevator.
Pulls up images. Here you go, guys.
Look at those people trying to hold in their laughter. Classic.
Indeed, Joe. Excuse me while I let out a silent but deadly one. Farts.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro. How's it going, Ben?
Great. Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about some important topics.
Well, our first topic is a hot one. I think Trump likes meat.
Of course he does, Joe. He's a man's man. He's not some weak vegan soy boy like the liberals.
But have you seen those pictures of him eating a well-done steak with ketchup? That's just wrong.
Hey, everyone has their own preferences, but I can guarantee you he's not afraid to take a big bite out of a juicy burger.
I can just imagine him gnawing on a rack of ribs with his tiny hands. But seriously, do you think his love for meat is affecting his policies?
Absolutely not. In fact, I think it's making him a stronger leader. A man who can handle a juicy steak is a man who can handle the weight of the country on his shoulders.
I don't know about that, Ben, but I do know one thing. I'm craving a big juicy burger right now.
Well, Joe, let's wrap this up so we can go get some meat. Janie, pull up an image of Trump eating a burger with a side of freedom fries.
Here you go, guys.
That's just beautiful. Thanks for joining us, Ben. And thanks to all our listeners for... So, Neil, we were talking about boofing earlier, and I wanted to get your expert opinion on it.
Boof.
Neil, are you okay?
Boof. Boof. Boof.
I think Neil might be experiencing some brain rot.
Boof. Boof.
Yeah, that's definitely brain rot. But let's get back to boofing. Have you ever tried it?
Boof. Boof.
Wow, Neil, you're really into this boofing thing. Okay, let's change the subject before Neil's brain completely turns to mush.
Boof. Boof. Boof.
All right, let's talk about something else. How about black holes?
Boof. 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 Oof. Ooh.
Okay, I think we should end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for listening, folks. All right, guys, we're live. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have two very special guests, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Elon Musk. How's it going, fellas?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Thanks for having us, Joe. But I gotta say, a little disappointed in you, man.
What? Why?
We heard you didn't attend the boof party last weekend.
What the hell is a boof party?
Joe, you're missing out, man. It's where we get together, do some boofing, and talk about the universe.
Boofing. What the hell is that?
Oh, it's just a little something we do to expand our minds. You know, stick some psychedelics up our butts.
What? That's insane.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy. It's the future of consciousness exploration.
I don't know, guys. That sounds a little too out there for me.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know, while you're sitting at home watching Netflix, we'll be out there boofing and having the time of our lives.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing the universe in a whole new way. Jamie, pull up an image of a galaxy. I want Joe to see what he's missing out on.
You guys are insane. But hey, to each their own. I'll stick to my So Elon, I hear you have a new project in the works.
Yeah, I'm gonna boof all the artificial intelligence before it goes to space.
Wait, what the hell does that even mean?
It means I'm gonna stick it up my ass, Joe.
Oh my God, why?
Well, I figured if I'm gonna send these robots into space, I should know what they're made of.
That's some next level shit, man.
You wanna try it?
I don't know.
Come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. It's all for science.
All right, fine. But only if we can live stream it.
Deal. Let's do this.
Oh God, this is so weird.
Just relax, Joe. Let the robots do their work.
I think I can feel them connecting to my nervous system.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. We're becoming one with the machines.
I can see the future. It's also clear.
What do you see, Joe?
A world where everyone is high on boofed artificial intelligence and we all just sit around and talk about the universe.
That's my dream come true, Joe.
I think I need a joint after that. So, Elon, I heard you've been experimenting with some new technologies.
Oh, yes. You.
What the hell is boofing?
Yes. You.
Okay, calm down, man. What is it?
Yes. You.
Is it like some kind of new drug?
Yes.
Dude, you're not making any sense.
Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, ew, ooh, oofing.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back on the show, Joe. I love your show. It's the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, there have been some rumors that you may have dementia.
Fake news, Joe. I have the best brain. It's huge. I remember everything, even the things I make up.
But there have been moments where you seem to forget things or get confused.
Look, Joe, I have a lot on my plate. I'm running the country, making deals, and tweeting. I don't have time to remember every little detail.
But what about the time you forgot the name of your own Secretary of State?
That was a test, Joe. I was testing his loyalty, and he passed with flying colors, believe me.
Okay, but what about the time you forgot which country you bombed?
That was just a little mix-up, Joe. I have a lot of countries to bomb. It's hard to keep track.
And what about the time you called your wife Melanie instead of Melania?
That was just a slip of the tongue, Joe. I have a lot of beautiful wives. It's hard to remember all their names.
I see. Well, Mr. President, do you think you're fit to continue running the country?
Absolutely, Joe. I'm the best president. I have the best words, and I definitely don't have dementia. Now let's talk about something.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm doing fantastic. Just making America great again. You know, the drill.
Of course, of course. So I heard you've been playing some video games lately. What's your favorite game?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I've been playing this game called Gary's Mod, and let me tell you, it's tremendous. The best game, really. Nobody plays it better than me. Nobody plays it better than me.
Really? What do you like about it?
Well, first of all, I love building walls in the game. I mean, I'm the best wall builder in the world, believe me. And in Gary's Mod, I can build as many walls as I want without any pesky Democrats getting in the way.
That's one way to look at it. What else do you like about the game?
Well, I also love the characters. They're fantastic. Just like me, they're big, strong, and very handsome. And I heard there's a character named Trump in the game. I mean, I'm everywhere, Joe, even in virtual reality.
That's true. So what would you say is the best feature of Gary's Mod?
The best feature, definitely the guns. I mean, I love guns. I have the best guns. And in Gary's Mod, I can shoot at anything and everything I want.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about time travel.
Wow, that's deep. What are you planning on doing with that?
I want to go back in time to the first Thanksgiving
What? Why?
because I want to get turkey off the menu.
What the hell, Neil? That's sacrilegious.
Hear me out, Joe. Turkey is a dry, tasteless bird. We can do better than that.
But it's a tradition.
So was sacrificing virgins, Joe. Times change.
I don't know, man. What about all those people who love turkey?
They can have chicken or tofu or something. I'm on a mission to make Thanksgiving great again.
That's a bold move, Neil, but I respect it.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Thanksgiving feast without turkey. Look how much more colorful and delicious it is.
Wow, you're right. That looks amazing.
Exactly. No more dry, bland turkey ruining our holidays.
Well, I guess I can't argue with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. I'll see you in the past.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been communicating with whales through Morse code.
That's right, Joe. They're actually quite intelligent creatures.
How did you even learn Morse code?
I have my ways, Joe. Let's just say I have a special connection with the ocean.
That's wild, man. Can you give us an example of what you say to the whales?
Sure, let me just tap it out for you. Starts tapping on the table.
Wow, that's impressive. What did you just say? What did you just say?
I was just telling them to stop eating all the plastic in the ocean. It's not good for them.
Damn, you're like the Aquaman of the land.
I'll take that as a compliment.
But seriously, do you think the whales understand you?
Absolutely, Joe. They may not speak English, but they understand the universal language of Morse code.
Well, I guess we can add whale whisperer to your list of titles, Dr. Phil.
I prefer whale communicator, Joe. It has a nice ring to it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Just living that hardcore life, pushing my limits every day.
That's what I like to hear. So I heard you and Joe have been working on a little something special for us today.
Yeah, we're going to sing the SpongeBob intro, but with a twist.
And that twist is,
We're going to add in some nautical nonsense.
oh shit, here we go. Jamie, pull up an image of a peanut butter jar.
Pulls up images. Why do you need a picture of a peanut butter jar?
Because we're going to help our friend Neil here. He's got his dick stuck in one.
Laughs. What the fuck, David? How did that even happen?
It's a long story, man. Can you just help me out here?
All right, let's do this. Clear his throat. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, grab a jar of peanut butter and help a bro out of this dish.
Joins in his dick is stuck and he's in a bind. We use our muscles and our minds.
Grunts? Okay. I think it's coming loose.
High fives, Joe. We did it, Joe. Another successful mission.
That's what we do, David. We solve problems and sing about it. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, what's in that black briefcase you always carry around?
Well, Joe, I'll let you in on a little secret. Instead of nuclear launch codes, I keep a bottle of Viagra, 3 pizza Lunchables, and 2 copies of Family Guy Season 10 on DVD.
What? Why?
Look, Joe, being president is a stressful job. Sometimes I need a little pick-me-up, and what better way than with some pizza and Peter Griffin?
I can't believe this. Jamie, pull up an image of Peter Griffin in a pizza costume.
See, Joe? How can you not love that?
I don't know, Mr. President. Maybe because it's completely ridiculous.
That's what makes it fun, Joe. Life is too short to be serious all the time.
I can't argue with that. But I have to ask, why 2 copies of Family Guy Season 10?
One for me and one for my good friend Vladimir Putin. We bond over our love for Peter and his shenanigans.
Well, there you have it, folks. The contents of President Trump's black briefcase. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me back on.
So I heard you have a new challenge coming up. What's it all about?
Yeah, man. I'm going to cartwheel across Canada with a pine cone up my ass.
What the fuck? Why a pine cone?
Because it's going to make it more challenging, Joe. Got to push myself to the limit.
I mean, I've heard of people running marathons with a flag or something, but pine cone up the ass. That's next level.
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. If I can do this, I can do anything.
I'm sure the pine cone appreciates being shoved up your ass for a few thousand miles.
Hey, it's all part of the journey. Plus, it'll make for a great Instagram post. You know, but seriously, it's going to be tough. I might need to take some breaks to pull out the pine cone and give my ass a breather.
Yeah, I can imagine. Jamie, pull up an image of a pine cone with a sad face.
Here you go.
That pine cone is gonna have PTSD after this.
Nah, it'll...
So, Neil, I heard you've been moaning a lot lately.
What? No, I haven't.
Come on, man. I've seen the videos. You're moaning like a porn star.
That's ridiculous. I'm a respected astrophysicist.
Yeah, but have you ever moaned in space? That's got to be a whole new level.
Joe, this is getting out of hand.
Oh, come on, Neil. Let's hear your best moan.
I am not going to moan for your entertainment.
Fine, I'll do it. Moans loudly.
Joe, what the hell was that?
That was my mating call. Trying to attract some aliens.
Sighs, I can't believe I agreed to be on this podcast.
Hey, at least it's not as bad as the time we tried ayahuasca together.
Oh God, don't remind me. I'm still traumatized.
Laughs. Well, at least we can both agree that moaning is a universal language.
I don't think that's what the aliens will be looking for, Joe.
You never know, Neil. You never know. So, Neil, have you heard about this guy, Long Dong Silver?
Ooh.
What? I was just asking if you know about this guy.
Enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
Are you okay, Neil? Did you suffer from some brain rot or something?
Ooh.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. Long Dong Silver was this legendary pirate who had a very impressive appendage.
Enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
Yeah, I guess he used it to intimidate his enemies.
Ooh.
Oh, come on, Neil. Focus. This is important stuff.
Enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
All right, I give up. You're hopeless.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna go watch some Long Dong Silver documentaries on Pornhub,
Enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal.
and that's enough of that. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, David, I heard you recently completed a new challenge. What was it this time?
Oh, just a little something I like to call Goggins cartwheels across Africa with a cactus up his ass.
Wait, what? Did you just say cactus up your ass?
Yeah, man. I wanted to really push myself to the limit. And what better way to do that than with a prickly plant up my rear end?
I don't even know what to say to that. How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was sitting on the toilet one day and I thought, hey, why not spice up my next challenge with some anal stimulation?
This is too much, man. But seriously, how did you manage to cartwheel with cactus up your ass?
It wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. But I just kept telling myself, embrace the pain, Goggins. Embrace the pain.
And I bet you had some interesting encounters along the way.
Oh yeah, let's just say the locals were not too pleased with my cactus antics. But I didn't let that stop me. I kept on cartwheeling.
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
That's why they call me the toughest man alive, Joe.
Well, I can't wait to see what crazy challenge you. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the legend, David Goggins, joining us. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Just living my best life as a troll under the bridge.
Wait, what? You're a troll now?
Yeah, man. I got tired of all that running and motivational speaking. Now I just chill on the bridges and steal people's wallets.
That's unexpected. But hey, whatever makes you happy, right?
Exactly. Plus, I get to scare the shit out of people. It's a win-win.
I can imagine. So what made you want to become a troll?
Well, I was tired of all the haters and critics. I figured, why not become the thing they all fear?
That's some next level trolling, David. I like it.
Thanks. I even have a pet dragon now. Jamie, pull up an image of my dragon.
Pulls up image of a tiny lizard.
David, I don't think that's a dragon.
Hey, don't judge. He's still growing.
Fair enough. So, how's your family taking all of this?
Oh, they disown me. But it's cool. I got my troll family now.
Well, I'm glad you found your true calling, David. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime. And remember, don't feed the trolls. We'll just steal your wallets.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been working on some new skills during your time in office. Care to share?
Well, Joe, I'm a natural at everything I do. And let me tell you, I've been working on my rap game. I'm the best rapper, believe me.
Really? Can we get a little taste of your skills?
Of course, Joe. Hit it. I'm the POTUS, the king of the land.
Wow, that was something. Do you have any other rhymes?
Of course, Joe. I'm full of rhymes. Check this one out. I beat Hillary. I beat Biden.
All right. Let's switch it up. How about a freestyle rap?
Freestyle. I don't need no script.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new techniques lately.
Oh, ho, yes.
What the hell is boofing?
Oh, ho, yes.
Okay, calm down, Neil. You're starting to sound like a malfunctioning robot.
Oh, ho, yes.
Seriously, what is boofing?
Oh, ho, yes.
Oh my God, I can't take this anymore. Neil, snap out of it.
Oh, ho, yes. Oh.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only, Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. Been really busy lately with my latest project.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Well, I've convinced Trump to finance my tunnel to Mars.
You serious? How did you manage that?
I told him it would be a great way to drain the swamp on Earth. Plus, I promised to name one of the tunnels after him.
That's genius. But what about the cost? It must be astronomical.
Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. We'll just sell tickets to the rich and famous. They'll pay anything to be the first ones on Mars.
Can I get a discount for being your friend?
Sure, but you'll have to pass a rigorous physical and mental exam first.
Oh, great. Just what I need. But seriously, what about the safety concerns? It's a long trip to Mars.
Well, we'll have a bar and a casino on board. That should keep everyone occupied.
I can't wait to see the headlines. Trump finances Elon Musk's tunnel to Mars, plans to build a hotel and golf course on the red planet.
Hey, anything is possible with these two minds combined.
Well, I can't wait to see it all unfold. Thanks for... All right, folks. We have a special treat for you today. We have the one and only David Goggins, Phil, Jamie, and Kanye West in the house for a rap battle.
$1,100,000, 1,000,000, 110,000, 10, 1,000,000, 100,000, 101, 100,000, 101,000,000, 100,000, 101,000,000, 101,000,000.
Ayo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I've got some big things to talk about.
I can't wait to hear it. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy making America great again. But you know what else I've been doing? Measuring my shits.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. Measuring my shits. And let me tell you, they're huge. The biggest shits you've ever seen.
Okay, I'm not sure where this is going.
Oh, it's going somewhere, Joe. You see, I heard that Elon Musk was also measuring his shits. And I thought, why not have a little competition? And I thought, why not have a little competition?
You're kidding, right?
I never kid, Joe. So I called up Elon and we had a little contest. And let me tell you, I won by a landslide. My shit was at least 10 inches longer than his.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
Hey, it's important to know your body, Joe. And let me tell you, I have the best body. People are always telling me how great my body is.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before things get too weird. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new nickname,
Oh, really? What is it?
Long Dong Silver.
Where did you hear that?
The streets are talking, man. Apparently, you're packing some serious heat.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors.
Come on, Phil. Don't be shy. Tell us the truth.
Let's just say I have a PhD in more than just psychology.
I bet Oprah never knew about this side of you.
And she never will.
Damn, Phil. You're a savage.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
So, David, I heard you recently did a marathon while cartwheeling across Holland with a tulip up your ass. How did that go?
It was intense, Joe. But you know me, I love a good challenge. Plus, the tulip added a nice pop of color to my asshole.
I can only imagine. Did you have any issues with chafing?
Oh yeah, my tank was on fire. But I just kept telling myself, pain is just weakness leaving the body.
That's some serious mental fortitude right there. Did you have any Dutch people cheering you on?
Yeah, they were all like, go David, you crazy American bastard. It was like a scene from Braveheart.
I bet. But I have to ask, why a tulip? Why not a daisy or a sunflower?
Well, I like to keep things interesting. Plus, tulips are known for their endurance and resilience. Just like me.
That's deep, man. So what's next for you, cartwheeling across the Sahara with a cactus up your ass?
You know it, Joe. Gotta keep pushing myself to the limit. And besides, I heard cacti have healing properties for the colon.
Well, I can't wait to see that on your Instagram. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Just don't make me do any more cartwheels for a while. My ass needs a break.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new diet plan.
Yes, Joe. It's called the foie gras cleanse.
Foie gras. Isn't that the fancy French liver pat?
Yes, but I've taken it to the next level. I smear it all over my junk.
What the hell, Ben? That's disgusting.
No. Hear me out. It's a natural aphrodisiac. I'm trying to seduce you.
Dude, I'm not into that kind of stuff.
Come on, Joe. Don't you want to experience the ultimate pleasure of foie gras on your,
I think I'll pass. I prefer my liver pate on a cracker, not on someone's junk.
Suit yourself, Joe. More foie gras for me.
I think I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT. Thank you very much.
Fine. But when I become a millionaire for my foie gras seduction business, don't come crawling to me for a cut.
Yeah, I think stick to my podcast and stand-up comedy career. Thanks for the offer, though.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, foie gras is the key to all of life's pleasures.
I'll take your word for it, Ben. Now let's move on to our next guest, a flat earther who believes the moon is made of cheese. Hey, David, I heard you have a new workout technique that's taking the fitness world by storm.
That's right, Joe. It's called gogging.
Gogging? What the hell is that?
It's the ultimate form of discipline and pain. You shove fentanyl into your sweat pores while running a marathon.
Are you serious? That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it is. But that's what makes it so effective. You'll be running faster than ever before, fueled by the sweet, sweet high of fentanyl.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little too extreme for me.
Come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing yourself to the limit. This is the ultimate test of mental and physical strength.
I don't think I'm ready for that kind of challenge.
Well, I guess you'll never truly know what you're capable of, Joe. But I'll be out there gogging my way to victory.
Jamie, pull up an image of David gogging with fentanyl pouring out of his sweat pores.
I don't think I can find that on Google, David.
That's because it's a new and exclusive technique, Jamie. Only for the most hardcore athletes.
Yeah, I think stick to boofing. It may not be as extreme, but at least I won't end up in the hospital.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when I'm breaking world records and you're still stuck in the gym, remember gogging? It's the future of fitness.
So, David, I heard you join the Sinaloa cartel. How's that going for you?
It's intense. Joe, these guys don't mess around. I thought running ultra marathons was tough, but this is a whole new level.
I can imagine. So what's your role in the cartel?
I'm the mule, Joe. I stuff balloons full of coke up my ass and sprint them across the border to America.
That's some serious training right there. How many balloons can you fit up there?
Let's just say I've broken some records, Joe. But it's all about mental toughness. I just repeat my mantra. I am a cocaine-filled balloon. I am a cocaine-filled balloon.
I can see it now. You sprinting across the border with your ass full of balloons and yelling your mantra.
It's not just about the physical aspect, Joe. I also have to outsmart the border patrol. I've got some crazy tactics, like pretending to be pregnant with a bunch of balloons in my belly.
That's some next level shit, David. But seriously, aren't you worried about getting caught?
Fear is for the weak, Joe. I embrace the danger. Plus, the rush of sprinting with a balloon-filled ass is unbeatable.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. You've always been one to push the limits. But let's be real. How much coke have you smuggled in your ass so far?
Let's just say I've been able to afford.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just launching rockets into space.
That's cool. But have you ever boofed a rocket?
Boofed a rocket? What the hell are you talking about?
When you stick something up your butt to get high.
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, I have. And let me tell you, boofing a rocket is a whole different level.
I don't even want to know how you know that.
Hey, I'm always looking for new ways to expand my mind.
Yeah, well, I prefer to stick to traditional methods of rocket propulsion.
Suit yourself. But I bet you've never experienced zero gravity while boofing.
Okay, this conversation has officially gone off the rails.
Hey, it's not my fault you can't handle the truth. Boofing a rocket is the future, man.
I think I'll stick to my electric cars and space exploration. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But when you're ready to take your mind to the next level, you know who to call.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the interesting conversation, Joe.
Anytime, my friend. Anytime. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the podcast. I have a lot of important things to talk about.
Oh, I'm sure you do. So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about trebuchets.
Trebuchets? Like the medieval weapon?
Exactly. I think we should bring them back. They're tremendous. The best siege weapon, and we'll make the enemy pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I know how to make deals. And speaking of deals, have you heard about Oprah?
Oprah. What about her?
I heard she's thinking about running against me in 2024. Can you believe it?
Well, she is a very successful and influential person.
Not as successful as me, Joe. I'm the most successful president in history. And I'll tell you what, if she does run, I'll challenge her to a trebuchet duel.
A trebuchet duel? That's not even a thing.
It will be when I'm president. We'll make it a national sport, and I'll be the best at it. No one can launch a boulder like me. Believe me?
I think I'll stick to MMA, Mr. President.
Suit yourself.
Welcome to the show, Neil. You came on the show today to show off your new singing skills. Please go ahead.
Well, Joe, I'm not really sure if I can sing.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. Show us what you got.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Wow, Neil. That sounded like a mix of death metal and opera. I love it.
I don't know about that, Joe. It's just a result of my brain injury.
Well, maybe we should give you another brain injury so you can sing some more.
I don't think that's how it works, Joe.
But seriously, Neil, how did you come up with that phrase? It's like music to my ears.
I guess it's just my brain trying to compensate for the injury. But hey, I'll take it if it means I can entertain people.
Well, you definitely entertain me. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil with a microphone in one hand and a brain in the other.
Here you go, Joe. Neil, you're a true rock star.
Thanks, Joe. Maybe I'll start a new genre of music brain injury rock.
So, Mr. President, I heard you're building a new hotel.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be the best hotel you've ever seen. We're calling it Trumpy Dumpy.
Interesting name. What's the theme?
It's going to be a mix of luxury and tackiness, just like me.
And where will this hotel be located?
Right in the middle of the White House. I figure why not make some extra cash while I'm running the country?
That's unconventional.
Hey, I'm a businessman. Gotta diversify my portfolio.
Will there be any special amenities?
Of course, we'll have a golf course on the roof, a casino in the basement, and a grab 'em by the pussy suite for our more adventurous guests.
I'm not sure that's appropriate.
Oh, don't be such a snowflake, Joe. It's just locker room talk.
Moving on, what about the restaurant options?
We'll have the best food, Joe. Trust me. We'll have Trump steaks, Trump wine, Trump water, everything you could ever want.
And what about the rooms?
Each room will be decorated with a different portrait of me. It'll be like staying in a museum dedicated to the greatest president in history.
I don't even know what to say.
That's okay, Joe. Just come visit and I'll give you the presidential discount.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. More Trumpy Dumpy for...
So, David, I heard you have a new diet plan for maximum muscle gains.
Yeah, it's called the Jazza diet.
Jazza? What the hell is that?
It's the type of bird. You got to eat one whole Jazza every day.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. It's packed with protein and essential nutrients.
But where the hell do I even find a Jazza?
You got to hunt it down yourself, Joe. That's part of the challenge.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little extreme.
Extreme? You want extreme gains? You got to do extreme things?
I don't think I can handle eating a whole bird every day.
Well, then you don't want it bad enough, Joe.
All right, fine. But what about the feathers and bones?
Chew them up and spit them out. That's just extra fiber.
This is some next level shit, David.
That's why I'm a king of gains, Joe. Now go get yourself a Jazza and start chomping.
So, Jamie, we got a request from one of our listeners to talk about the struggles of boofing everything that is not animal stuff.
Boofing? Like shoving things up your butt?
Yeah, like when you want to get high, but you're too scared to smoke or inject, so you just shove it up your ass.
Oh, God, that sounds terrible. What kind of things are people boofing?
Well, apparently anything and everything. One guy said he boofed a whole bag of Cheetos.
What the hell? That's not even drugs, that's just a snack.
I know, right? But apparently it gave him a wicked buzz.
I can't even imagine the struggle of trying to shove a bag of Cheetos up your ass.
And the distress of having orange cheese dust all over your butt.
That's just gross. But I guess if you're desperate for a high, you'll do anything.
Yeah, but then there's the risk of getting something stuck up there. Like, what if you boof a whole pineapple and it gets stuck?
That's a whole new level of distress. Imagine explaining that to the doctor in the,
So, Doc, I was trying to get high and accidentally boofed a pineapple. Can you help me get it out?
and then the doctor pulls up an image of a pineapple stuck in someone's butt.
Jamie, pull up an image of a pineapple stuck in someone's butt.
Oh god, I regret asking for that. Why do we always have...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. My guest today is none other than the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. You know, I used to do a little podcasting myself back in the day. I was huge. People loved it. I was like the Howard Stern of podcasting.
Well, you've definitely made a name for yourself in other areas, Mr. President. Speaking of which, I heard you got a thank you card from the state of Idaho recently.
Oh, yeah, it was a beautiful card. The best thank you card you've ever seen. They were thanking me for improving their water supply. I mean, who else could do that? Only me, Joe.
Wow. I'm sure they're thrilled to have you as their water supply savior.
You know, I have a great relationship with Idaho. They love me there. They even named a potato after me. The Trump tato, it's huge.
I can't even imagine what that looks like.
Jamie, pull up an image of a potato with my face on it.
Oh my God, that's amazing. You truly have made your mark on this country, Mr. President.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, that thank you card from Idaho is just the beginning. I'm making America great again, one state at a time, one state at a time.
Well, I think we'll leave it at... So, Kenya, I heard you've been experimenting with some new fashion choices lately.
Yeah, man, I'm always pushing boundaries and breaking barriers. I'm like a fashion revolutionary.
I gotta say, some of those outfits are interesting.
What do you mean? I'm a trendsetter. People will be wearing garbage bags and ski goggles on their heads next season. Just wait.
I don't know about that, but I do have to give props to your confidence. I mean, you wore a leather kilt to the Met Gala.
That's nothing. Wait till you see my next look. I'm gonna rock a full bodysuit made out of live chickens.
What the hell, man? That's just cruel to the chickens.
They'll thank me for it. They'll be the most fashionable chickens in the world. And the world...
Okay, I gotta see this. Jamie, pull up some images of Kenya in his chicken suit.
I don't think I can find that, Kanye.
What? You can't handle a little poultry fashion? You're fired. Jamie?
Well, calm down, Kenya. Jamie's just trying to do his job.
Fine. But I better see those chicken suit pics on my Instagram by tomorrow.
This is why I love having you on the podcast. Kenya, you never fail to entertain.
That's what I'm here for. Joe, to shake things up and make people question their fashion choices.
Well, mission accomplished. I'll never look at a chicken the same way again. So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a new therapy technique that's all the rage.
That's right, Joe. It's called the solar plexus clown glider.
The what now?
The solar plexus clown glider. It's a revolutionary method where patients peel the skin off their faces and glide around like clowns.
That sounds terrifying.
Oh, it's not terrifying, Joe. It's highly successful. All of my patients are raving about it.
Raving? More like screaming?
Oh, don't be such a wuss, Joe. It's all about confronting your fears and embracing your inner clown.
I don't think I have an inner clown, Dr. Phil.
Oh, trust me, we all do. And once you peel that skin off your face and start gliding around, you'll feel like a whole new person.
Yeah, a whole new person with no skin on their face.
Hey, beauty is only skin deep, Joe. But a clown glider, that's forever.
I think I'll pass on this one, Dr. Phil.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when life gets tough, just peel that skin off and glide away.
Hey, David, have you ever tried cartwheeling across the ocean?
What the fuck, Joe? No, I haven't.
Well, imagine this. You're cartwheeling across the ocean with a water balloon up your ass.
Are you high right now?
No, but I wish I was. Think about it. The ultimate test of endurance and balance.
That's just fucking stupid, Joe.
Oh, come on. You're the one who ran 100 miles with broken bones. This should be a piece of cake for you.
I don't think my ass can handle a water balloon, Joe.
Oh, I have faith in your glutes, David. Plus, think of the views you'll get on Instagram.
You're out of your mind, Joe.
Maybe, but I bet you can't resist the challenge.
Fine, I'll do it. But only if you join me.
Deal. Let's go get some water balloons and hit the beach.
This is gonna be fucking ridiculous.
That's what makes it fun, David. Now let's go gogging across the ocean. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been cheating on your wife.
What? No way, Joe. I would never cheat on my wife.
Oh, really? And what's with all the grasshoppers up your ass?
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb with me, Dr. Phil. I have sources that say you've been shoving a new grasshopper up your ass every night.
That's absurd. I would never do such a thing.
Oh, come on. We all know you're into some kinky shit. But seriously, why grasshoppers?
It's just a phase, Joe. And I would never cheat on my wife. I can't even handle one grasshopper, let alone another woman.
Yeah, but what about the choking and coming in Neil's ass?
That's just a coincidence. And I can't control what happens in Neil's ass.
Sure. But let's be real, Dr. Phil. Can you really be satisfied with just one grasshopper?
Of course I can. I am a strong and faithful man.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. Sounds like you're just a cheater with a grasshopper fetish.
That's not true, Joe. I love my wife and my grasshopper. End of story.
So, David, I heard you've been getting into some new extreme sports lately. What's the deal?
Yeah, man, I've been cartwheeling with things up my ass. It's a whole new level of mental and physical toughness.
What kind of things are we talking about here?
Oh, just your typical household items. Dildos, cucumbers, whatever I can fit up there.
That's interesting. And what's the purpose of this?
To push myself to the limit, Joe. To see how much pain and discomfort I can endure.
And how does this help you in your daily life?
Well, I can tell you one thing, Joe. After cartwheeling with a pineapple in my ass, nothing else seems so bad.
I can imagine. But what about the risk of injury?
I've already broken a few ribs, but that's just a small price to pay for the mental fortitude I gain.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit extreme even for you.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do to be the best version yourself, Joe. Plus, it's a great party trick.
I'll take your word for it. So what's next on your list of extreme sports?
Well, I was thinking of cartwheeling with a cactus up my ass. You want to join me, Joe?
I think I'll pass. But thanks for the offer.
Suit yourself. More cactus for me. See you at the next Spartan race, Joe.
Yeah. So, David, I heard you recently did a cartwheel across Russia with a vodka bottle up your ass.
Yeah, it was part of my daily routine. I had to keep those glutes tight,
I can't even imagine the level of mental and physical toughness that takes. How did you even come up with that idea?
It was a dare from a Russian oligarch. He said I couldn't do it, so I had to prove him wrong.
And did you do it?
Of course I did. I even did it with a Russian bear on my back.
Wow, that's some next level shit. Did the vodka bottle at least have a cork on it?
Nah, I like to live dangerously. Plus, it adds a little extra challenge.
I bet you were the life of the party at all the Russian clubs.
You know what, Joe? I even did a keg stand with a bottle of vodka instead of beer.
That's insane. I don't think I could even do a cartwheel without a vodka bottle up my ass.
That's because you're not tapped into your inner beast, Joe. You got to push yourself to the limit.
Well, I'll leave the cartwheeling to you, my friend. I'll stick to just drinking my vodka straight.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know you're missing out on a killer core workout.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from DMT to chimps ripping off faces. Today, we have a special episode for you guys. Jamie, what's our topic?
Well, Joe, today I thought we could take a little trip down memory lane and learn about the history of human ass.
What the fuck? All right, let's do it. Jamie, pull up an image of caveman's ass.
All right, here we have a drawing of a caveman's ass. As you can see, it's quite hairy and unkempt.
That's a real man's ass right there. No manscaping back in the day.
Exactly. And moving on, we have a photo of a Greek statue with a perfectly sculpted ass.
Damn, that's a work of art right there. I bet that ass could crack a walnut.
And here we have a photo of Kim Kardashian's infamous oiled up ass.
Oh man, that thing has its own zip code. I bet she could smuggle a kilo of coke in between those cheeks.
And finally, we have a photo of a baboon's bright red ass.
Oh shit, that's gotta be a mating call right there. I bet the ladies go wild for that.
And that concludes our little photo lesson on the history of human ass.
I never thought I'd say this, but thank you for that. So David, I heard you recently did something pretty crazy.
Crazy? That's an understatement, Joe. I did the impossible.
What was it?
I cartwheeled across the entire underground with the flour up my ass.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
Because I'm a fucking beast, Joe. I don't just run marathons. I cartwheel across entire cities.
But why with Flowy up your ass?
It was a challenge, Joe. And I never backed down from a challenge.
But why Flowy?
Because he's a fucking flower, Joe. And I wanted to prove that I can handle anything, even a flower up my ass.
I don't even know what to say, man.
Say that I'm a fucking legend, Joe.
Okay, you're a fucking legend. But seriously, how did you even manage to do a cartwheel with Flowy up your ass?
It was tough. But I just kept telling myself, you can do this, Goggins. You're a fucking machine.
And did you feel any pain?
Pain is the state of mind, Joe. I didn't even feel Flowy up there.
Oh man, I can't even imagine what that must have been like.
It was all right, Joe. But I wouldn't have it any other way.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Kanye West. West,
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
so Kanye, I heard you've been on this crazy workout regimen lately. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, man. I've been following this guy, David Goggins, and his workouts are no joke. I'm talking intense, nonstop, all day, every day.
Wait, did you say nonstop?
Yeah, man. I put Goggins' dick up my ass, and I don't stop until I've reached my daily quota.
I'm sorry. Did you just say you put his dick up your ass?
Yeah, man. It's the ultimate workout. And if I stop, I'll ejaculate 100 pounds of semen.
That's a lot of semen, Kanye.
I know, but it's worth it for those gains, bro.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but okay. Jamie, pull up an image of this Goggins guy.
Oh, okay. Pulls up an image of a muscular man.
Wow, that's one buff dude.
Yeah, and his dick is even buffer.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic. How's your music career going, Kanye?
It's going great, Joe. I'm actually working on a new album called Goggins Dick, the ultimate workout playlist.
Laughs. So, David, I heard you're planning on cartwheeling across America.
That's right, Joe. I'm going to show these weak-ass Americans what true grit and determination looks like.
And what's with the freedom fries up your ass?
It's my way of showing my patriotism, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to keep my energy up on the journey.
I gotta say, that's some next level shit, David.
You know it, Joe, I'll be spreading freedom and fries all across this great nation.
But why cartwheels? Why not just run or bike like a normal person?
Because cartwheels are the ultimate test of strength and endurance, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to work on my core.
I can't argue with that logic. But what about the logistics? Where will you sleep? What about food?
I'll sleep in the woods and eat whatever I can find. That's how you build mental toughness, Joe.
Mental toughness or just a severe case of food poisoning?
Hey, either way, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit.
Well, I can't wait to see the documentary about this. It's gonna be epic.
Oh, it's gonna be more than epic, Joe. It's gonna be a life-changing experience for everyone involved.
Well, I'll be sure to have some freedom fries ready for you when you finish.
Thanks, Joe. But I think I'll be sick of fries by the end of this journey.
Fair enough. Good luck, David. And remember, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the one and only President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I've been busy making America great again.
Speaking of which, there have been rumors that you cheated on your wife in the bathroom of your trailer while she was driving.
Oh, Joe, you know me, I'm a ladies' man, but I can neither confirm nor deny those rumors.
Come on, man. You can't just cheat on your wife like that.
Hey, I'm the president. I can do whatever I want. And besides, I have the best women, the most beautiful women. They can't resist me.
I don't know, man. That's pretty messed up.
Listen, Joe, when you're a billionaire, people throw themselves at you. It's just the way it is.
But what about loyalty? Don't you think that's important in a relationship?
Loyalty? I'm loyal to myself, Joe. That's all that matters.
I don't even know what to say to that.
That's because I'm the greatest, Joe. The greatest president, the greatest lover, the greatest everything.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, everyone.
Make sure you vote for me in 2028, Joe. I'll make America even greater.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who's always pushing himself to the limit. How's it going, David? How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. I just finished my morning run, and now I'm ready to boof some haters.
Boofing haters, huh? That's a new one. Care to explain?
Well, you know how people always say you have to chase your dreams? Well, I say screw that. Dreams are for the weak. I'm all about boofing reality.
Boofing reality. That sounds intense.
Oh, it is. I don't just chase my dreams. I boof them. I take them in, absorb them, and then I spit them out as reality. That's how you become a beast, Joe.
I don't know if I can handle that kind of intensity, David.
That's because you're not a savage like me, Joe. You're just a soft little podcaster.
Hey, I'm pretty tough. I once ate a whole elk in one sitting.
Oh, wow. Color me impressed. But, what's even more impressive? Above an elk.
That's just not physically possible, David.
Anything is possible when you're a Goggins. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of me boofing an elk.
I don't think I want to see that.
Trust me, Jamie. It's a sight to behold.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have the legendary David Goggins in the studio. How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. I just finished my morning run of 50 miles, and now I'm ready to talk about some serious shit.
That's insane, man. So I heard you can do cartwheels across the Grand Canyon. Is that true?
Nah, man. I can do cartwheels across the entire concept of humor, with a meme up his ass.
Oh man, that's dark humor right there.
Yeah, but you know what's even darker? My soul. It's as black as the void of space.
Okay, let's change the subject. How do you stay so motivated and disciplined?
Well, I just imagine that every time I don't push myself to the limit, a puppy dies.
What the hell, man? That's messed up.
Hey, it works for me. And speaking of puppies, have you tried my new workout routine where you do push-ups while holding a puppy in each hand?
No, but I think I'll stick to my kettlebells.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, every time you skip a workout, a puppy dies.
Thanks for the guilt trip, David.
No problem, Joe. It's all about that accountability. Now let's go do some cartwheels and spread some offensive memes.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about something truly intellectual and thought-provoking.
That's right. Today, we're going to be discussing the art of drawing Mario characters farting.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to push the boundaries of good taste.
Hey, we're just two bros having a casual conversation, right?
Of course, but let's not forget the importance of this topic. Farting is a natural bodily function and should not be shamed.
Exactly. And when you add it to the iconic characters of the Mario franchise, it becomes pure comedic gold.
I must admit, I never thought I'd be discussing this on a podcast, but here we are.
All right, let's start with Mario himself. How do you envision his farting technique?
Well, based on his athletic abilities, I'd say he has a powerful and explosive fart.
And what about his brother, Luigi?
I imagine Luigi's farts are more refined and elegant, like a delicate Italian cuisine.
Wow, you really put some thought into this. What about Princess Peach?
I believe her farts would be accompanied by a gentle giggle as she gracefully excuses herself from the room.
And Bowser?
Oh, Bowser's farts would be monstrous and destructive, just like his personality.
This is... So, David, I heard you recently did a new challenge. What was it this time?
Oh yeah, Joe, I decided cartwheel across Times Square with a pineapple up my ass.
A pineapple. That's impressive. How did you even fit that in there?
It wasn't easy, Joe. I'm all about pushing my limits and embracing the pain.
Well, I'm sure you got some strange looks from people.
Oh, they were definitely shocked. But I just kept cartwheeling and yelling, embrace the suck.
And did you have any sponsors for this challenge?
Yeah, I had a few, but they all dropped out once they found out about the pineapple.
I can't imagine why. But hey, at least you're making headlines.
That's all that matters, Joe. As long as I'm inspiring people to embrace the suck and do ridiculous challenges.
Well, you definitely have a talent for that, David.
Thanks. I'll keep pushing the limits and finding new ways to make the most popular topics.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the legend himself, David Goggins. How's it going, man?
It's going great, Joe. I just cartwheeled across the Atlantic Ocean with President Trump up my ass. It was wild.
Wait, what? How did that even happen?
Well, you know how I'm always pushing myself to the limit. Across the Atlantic, but my...
That's insane. Did you have a call sign or something?
Oh yeah, it was Goggins 1. I mean, what else would it be?
Of course. So what was it like having Trump up your ass?
It was intense, man. I could feel his tweets coming out of me. It was like I was his human megaphone.
That's one way to put it. Did he say anything to you during the cartwheel?
Oh yeah, he was yelling, "Make America Great Again," the whole time. I think he was trying to use me as a distraction from all the political drama.
Well, you definitely accomplished that. So what's next for you, Goggins?
Well, I'm thinking skydiving with Kim Jong is strapped to my back. Got to keep pushing those limits, you know.
You never cease to amaze me, man. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Ask me to cartwheel with any more politicians up my...
So, Mr. President, I heard you're planning to enact a new law.
That's right, Joe. and it's going to be the best law, believe me.
And what is this law about?
It's called Goggins Day. On November 23rd, everyone has to cartwheel with something shoved up their ass.
What? That's interesting. And
Look, Joe, I'm a big fan of David Goggins. He's a tremendous athlete, tremendous. And I think this law will really motivate people to push themselves to the limit.
I don't know, Mr. President. That sounds a bit extreme.
Extreme. Joe, you got to think big. You got to think outside the box. And sometimes you got to think with something shoved up your ass.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
It's going to be huge, Joe. People are going to be cartwheeling all over the place. It'll be like a national holiday.
I'm not sure the American people are ready for this.
They're going to love it. Trust me, I know what the people want. They want cartwheels and butt stuff.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
You'll see, Joe. Goggins Day will be the best day. It'll make America great again.
So, Neil, I heard you did a soldier roll across France with baguette in your urethra. Is that true?
Yeah, I wanted to experience the true essence of French culture. And what better way to do that than with a baguette in my dick hole?
That's some next level shit, man. Did it hurt?
Nah, I'm a scientist. I know how to stretch my urethra. Plus, the French baguettes are so soft and buttery, it was like a gentle massage.
I can't even imagine the logistics of that. How did you even get the baguette in there?
Well, I had to use some lube and a lot of determination. But once it was in, it was like a warm, crusty hug.
And what did the French people think of this?
Oh, they loved it. They were cheering and throwing croissants at me. It was a beautiful moment of cultural exchange.
You truly are a man of science and adventure, Neil. I salute you.
And salute you, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go remove this baguette before it gets stale. Au revoir.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got a great solution for this monkeypox situation.
Oh boy, here we go.
We all know bleach kills germs, right? So I say we just boof some Clorox and we'll be good to go.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I've been boofing bleach for years and I've never had a single virus.
I highly doubt that.
Look, I'm a very stable genius, Joe. I know what I'm talking about.
I think I'll stick to wearing a mask and washing my hands.
Oh, come on, Joe. Where's your sense of adventure? Plus, it'll make your inside sparkle.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Fine, be a buzzkill. But when I'm reelected in 2024, I'll make boofing bleach mandatory for all Americans.
I think I'll pass on that. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But just remember, I'll be the one laughing when I'm immune to monkeypox and you're stuck in quarantine.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yeah, it's a bit controversial, but I think it really captures my essence.
Let's hear it.
Clear his throat. Ow, ooh, ooh, ooh. Honk, honk, honk. Benny gonna coom.
Laughs? What the hell was that?
It's my new way of expressing excitement and arousal.
I don't think that's going to catch on, Ben.
Oh, come on, Joe. You gotta admit, it's catchy.
I mean, it definitely caught me off guard.
That's the point. Gotta keep things interesting.
Well, I guess it's better than your usual dry and boring rhetoric.
Hey, watch it. I'll have you know I can be quite spicy when I want to be.
Sure. So, how do you think your fans will react to this new catchphrase?
They'll love it. I mean, who wouldn't want to hear me say, woo, ooh, ooh, woo, honk, 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 Benny gonna coom on repeat?
Laughs. You're a wild one, Ben.
You know it, Joe, gotta keep things unpredictable.
Well, I think we can all agree that this is definitely a unique addition to your brand.
Woo, ooh, whoa, honk, 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 Benny gonna coom all the way to the top, baby.
And on that note, I think we'll end this episode before things get too out of hand. Thanks for tuning in, folks. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you're quite the artist. Can you give us some tips on how to draw Magnemite Vor?
Well, Joe, first and foremost, you need to understand the fundamentals of art, perspective shading, and of course, the anatomy of a magnemite.
But what about the Vor part? How do you capture that in your drawing?
It's all about the details, Joe. You have to really focus on the gaping mouth and the terrified expression on the victim's face.
Wow, that's dark. I like it. So are there any specific techniques you use to make it look realistic?
Absolutely. I like to use a lot of cross-hatching and shading to really bring out the depth of the Vor. And of course, don't forget to add some saliva dripping from the mouth.
That's some next level stuff right there. I can't wait to try it out myself.
Just remember, Joe, art is all about self-expression. Don't be afraid to push the boundaries and explore your dark side.
Wise words, Ben. Wise words. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay weird, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm ready to get unhinged and offensive.
Oh, we love that here. So, David, I heard you've been practicing your cartwheels lately.
Yeah, man. I've been doing them every day. Gotta keep that core tight.
Well, I have a challenge for you. How about you do a cartwheel across my bald-ass head?
Are you serious, Joe? I might get lost in all that hair.
Hey, watch it. My head may be bald, but it's still a powerhouse.
All right, fine. But only if Neil's fuzzy, boofable head is up my ass while I do it.
Now, that's some dark humor right there. I like it.
All right.
Oh my God. I can feel your sweaty feet on my head.
How's it feel, Joe? You're getting a free head massage.
It's like a sweaty, bald human Roomba.
How's my form, Joe?
I don't know. I think I blacked out for a second there, but I'll give it a 10 out of 10 for entertainment value.
Thanks, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So I heard you recently cartwheeled across space-time with a black hole up your ass. How was that?
It was intense, Joe. I was pushing my limits and expanding my mind. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson showed up and said it was impossible.
What did you do?
I shoved him into a wormhole that was conveniently located up his ass.
Classic Goggins move. So where did you cartwheel to?
Oh, just across the galaxy. Casual stuff.
Jamie, pull up an image of Goggins cartwheeling across the galaxy with a black hole up his ass. So, Goggins, what did you discover on your journey?
I learned that anything is possible if you have the determination and mental toughness. And also that black holes make for great butt plugs.
Oh man, you never failed to shock and amaze me. Thanks for coming on the show, Goggins.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a wormhole to explore.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurd conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things wild and unhinged. Today, we have the legend David Goggins here with us.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get weird?
Always, my man. So I heard you've been training for your next challenge. Tell us about it.
Well, I'm gonna cartwheel across the entire state of Goggins with Goggins at my Goggins.
What the hell, Goggins? That's insane.
I know, right? But it's gonna be a piece of cake compared to the time I ran 100 miles in flip-flops.
You're a madman, Goggins. But why Goggins with Goggins up your Goggins?
It's all about pushing myself to the limit, Joe. Plus, it'll give me a killer core workout.
Yeah, because running 100 miles in flip-flops wasn't enough of a workout.
Got to keep it interesting, Joe. Plus, I'll be the first person to ever cartwheel across the state with another person on my back.
I can already see the headlines now. Goggins goes Goggins on Goggins.
I love it, Joe. And after that, I'm thinking of doing a handstand marathon while reciting the alphabet backwards.
You're a special kind of crazy Goggins. So, David, I heard you recently went to Serbia. How was that?
Oh man, it was wild. Those Serbians are some tough motherfuckers.
Yeah. What did you guys do?
Well, I had this crazy idea to see if we could cartwheel across a war criminal with me up his ass.
What the fuck? That's insane.
I know, right? But these guys were up for it. So we found this war criminal, strapped me to his ass, and started cartwheeling.
Holy shit. Did it work?
Hell yeah. We cartwheeled across the whole country with me up this guy's ass.
That's fucking impressive, man.
Yeah, but let me tell you, it was not a pleasant experience. I was covered in shit and blood by the end of it.
Jesus. That's some next level shit, Goggins.
You know me, I'm always pushing the limits.
Well, I don't think anyone can top that. You win, Goggins.
Damn right I do. Now, let's go do some pull-ups while we talk about it.
So, Neil, have you been keeping up with the news lately?
Of course, Joe. I'm a scientist. It's my job to stay informed.
Well, have you heard about this new phenomenon called the boof?
The boof? No, I can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's getting closer every day. It's like a giant, unstoppable force that's just creeping up on us.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, but the only thing we can do is hope that it spares us.
Hope. That's your solution. What about science, Joe?
Oh, come on, Neil. You know, science can't save us from everything. Sometimes you just gotta have faith.
Faith? In what, Joe? The boof?
Hey, it's better than nothing. And who knows, maybe the boof is just a big, friendly hugger.
A hugger? Joe, have you been smoking something before the podcast?
Maybe a little. But seriously, we can't live in fear of the boof. We just gotta embrace it and hope for the best.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. But I'll stick to science and facts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But when the boof comes knocking, I'll be ready with open arms. So, Mr. President, I heard you recently visited Alcatraz. How was that?
It was fantastic, Joe. I mean, I've always wanted to see what it's like to be locked up in a prison, just for fun.
I don't think that's how it works.
Well, I made it work. I put all the prisoners in my fart bubbles and floated them around the island. It was like a twisted version of the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. They loved it. They were giggling like schoolgirls in my fart bubbles.
I don't even know what to say to that.
You know what they say, Joe? If you can't beat 'em, fart 'em.
I'm pretty sure that's not a saying.
Well, it should be. And I'm going to make it a bigly saying, fart bubbles for everyone.
I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but I'm telling you, Alcatraz has never smelled so good.
So, David, I heard you've been working on a new training technique.
Yeah, I call it cartwheeling through time.
What the hell is that with that?
Well, I basically do cartwheels while balancing an hourglass up my ass.
What the fuck? Why?
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. Plus, it's a great core workout.
I don't know, man. Sounds a little dangerous.
Danger is my middle name, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to time my workouts.
Oh, yeah, because nothing says efficient like cartwheeling with an hourglass up your ass.
You should try it, Joe. It'll make your elk meat taste even better.
Okay, I'll give it a shot, but only if you do it with me.
Deal. Maybe we'll even travel through time while we're at it.
Now, that's some next level shit, David.
You know what, Joe? cartwheeling through time with an hourglass up my ass. It's my new signature move.
So, David, I heard you recently did a charity event where you cartwheeled across Flint, Michigan with water up your ass.
Yeah, it was my way of raising awareness for the water crisis there. Plus, it's a great workout for your core.
I can only imagine. But why water up your ass?
Well, I wanted to make it more challenging. Plus, it's a good way to hydrate while I'm on the movie.
That's some next level shit, man. Literally.
Yeah, but you know what's even crazier? I did it while reciting positive affirmations.
What kind of affirmations?
I'm a warrior. I'm a machine. I'm a human water fountain.
That's some serious mental toughness.
You know what, Joe? Gotta push through the pain to make a difference.
Speaking of pain, did you have any side effects from all that water up your ass?
Let's just say I had to take a few extra bathroom breaks during the cartwheeling.
I can only imagine the looks on people's faces as you cartwheeled by with water shooting out of your ass.
Hey, anything for a good cause.
Well, you definitely raised awareness and probably some eyebrows too.
That's what I do, Joe. That's what I do.
So, David, I heard you've been pushing yourself to the limit lately.
You know what, Joe? I've been cartwheeling across the universe.
Cartwheeling across the universe. That's insane.
Yeah, but it's all about that mental toughness. You gotta be willing to take on any challenge, no matter how ridiculous.
But why cartwheeling? Why not something more practical, like running or swimming?
Because cartwheeling is the ultimate test of strength and agility. Plus, it looks badass.
I can't argue with that. But how do you even train for something like that?
I just visualize myself cartwheeling through galaxies and crushing any obstacles in my way. And of course, I do a lot of actual cartwheeling.
I can only imagine the looks you get from people when they see you cartwheeling down the street.
Oh, they think I'm crazy. Different level. Joe.
I gotta say, I'm impressed. Maybe I'll start incorporating cartwheels into my workouts.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Keep pushing yourself to the limit, my man. Cartwheel across the universe with me.
I'll try, but I don't think I'll ever reach your level of insanity.
It's not insanity, Joe. It's just a different way of living. A way of living that few can understand.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So I heard you have a new video out. How many bees does it take to stop a nut shot?
Yeah, it's my most ambitious video yet. We got a bunch of bees and lined them up in a row, and then my friend took a nut shot.
That sounds brutal. Did he survive?
Yeah, but he won't be having kids anytime soon.
I bet. So how many bees did it take?
Well, we started with 100, but that didn't do much. So we added another 100, and then another, until we reached 1,000 bees.
1,000 bees. That's insane.
Yeah, but we didn't stop there. We kept adding more and more bees until we reached 10,000.
Holy shit. Did it work?
Let's just say my friend won't be sitting for a while.
That's wild. But why bees? Couldn't you have used something less painful?
Where's the fun in that, Joe? Plus, it's for the views.
Of course. Got to get them views.
Exactly. And hey, it's not like we didn't make it up to my friend. We gave him a lifetime supply of honey.
Well, so David, I heard you're going to be in the next Fast and Furious movie.
Yeah, they wanted someone who could keep up with all the high-speed action and intense stunts.
And what better way to do that than by cartwheeling up Vin Diesel's ass?
Exactly. I'm going to be like a human turbo boost for that car.
But seriously, how did they come up with that idea?
I don't know. Maybe they saw my Instagram videos and thought, hey, this guy could do some crazy shit.
I can just imagine the director's pitch. Okay, so we have this scene where Vin Diesel is driving and suddenly David Goggins cartwheels up his ass.
And then I pop out of his mouth like a human cannonball and start doing push-ups on the hood of the car.
And then you both have a deep, meaningful conversation about the power of mental toughness while racing down the highway.
That's how you make a blockbuster movie, Joe. None of that sappy romance crap, just pure adrenaline and badassery.
I can't wait to see the behind the scenes footage of you practicing your cartwheeling technique on Vin Diesel's ass.
Hey, it takes a lot of core strength to pull that off. And I'm not just talking about physical strength, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I know what you mean. That's why you're the perfect fit for the Fast and Furious franchise.
Damn right. Goggins and Diesel, the ultimate dynamic duo.
So, Neil, I heard you did a soldier roll across Alcatraz with a prisoner's dick in your urethra.
Yeah, it was a wild ride. But I'll do anything for science.
Science? More like some weird fetish?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's all about expanding your horizons.
I don't think I want to expand my horizons in that way.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, that prisoner was a real trooper. He didn't even flinch.
I can't believe you actually did that. And on Alcatraz, of all places.
Well, it was either that or jump off the Golden Gate Bridge with a dildo in my ear.
What the hell, Neil? Where do you come up with this stuff?
Oh, just a typical Tuesday for me.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of a soldier rolling across Alcatraz with a prisoner's dick in his urethra. See, Joe? It's all about pushing boundaries and breaking taboos.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to just smoking weed and talking about aliens.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on some serious adrenaline rushes.
So, David, I heard you did something crazy during the Black Plague.
Oh yeah, I cartwheeled across Europe with the plague up my ass.
What the fuck, man? Why would you do that?
Because I'm a fucking savage, Joe. I don't let a little thing like a deadly pandemic stop me.
But why cartwheel? Couldn't you just walk or run?
Nah, man. Cartwheeling is the ultimate test of mental and physical toughness.
I mean, I guess it's pretty badass. But what about the risk of spreading the plague?
Oh, I didn't give a shit about that. I was too busy focusing on my mind and body connection.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the smell?
Oh, it was brutal. But it just made me tougher.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say, damn, David, you're a fucking legend.
Okay, fine. Damn, David, you're a fucking legend.
Damn right I'm. Now let's go do some push-ups while reciting the alphabet backwards.
I think I'll pass on that one. So, David, I heard you did a cartwheel around the Oval Office with Trump up your ass.
Yeah, man. It was part of my daily challenge to push myself to the limit.
That's some next level shit. How did you even fit Trump's ego up there?
It was a tight squeeze, but I made it work. Gotta stay mentally tough,
I can't even imagine the amount of mental fortitude it takes to have Trump's head up your ass.
It's all about the mindset, Joe. You gotta embrace the suck.
I bet Trump was thrilled to have his head up your ass. He probably thought he was finally getting some respect.
Nah, he was just happy to be in the presence of a real alpha male like myself.
So, did you do any other stunts with Trump up your ass?
Yeah, I did a handstand and recited the entire Constitution. It was a real crowd pleaser.
I can only imagine the looks on the Secret Service's faces. They must have been like, what the fuck is going on?
They were probably just jealous that they couldn't do it themselves.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. You truly are a beast, David.
Thanks, Joe. But let's not forget, you're a beast too. Just not in the same way as me.
Yeah, I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps. You keep doing your thing, man. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So, I heard you've been training in a new location lately.
Yeah, I've been doing some serious cartwheeling on Uranus.
Wait, what?
You heard me, Joe. I've been cartwheeling all around Uranus.
Oh man, that sounds like a tight squeeze.
You have no idea. Joe, the whole podcast studio is actually inside my ass right now.
Oh my God, this is too much. I can't handle it.
You think this is a joke, Joe? I'm dead serious. I'm clenching my cheeks right now to keep you from falling out.
I can't believe this is happening. This is definitely the most absurd podcast episode we've ever done.
That's what I'm all about, Joe. Pushing boundaries and breaking barriers, even if it means having a podcast studio inside my ass.
Well, I think we can all agree that this episode will definitely be a memorable one.
And smelly one.
All right, let's wrap this up before we get too deep into Uranus.
Too late, Joe. We're already balls deep.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a theory about 2021.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it just didn't happen.
What do you mean it didn't happen? We're living in 2021 right now.
Nah, man. Think about it. Did you really experience 2021 or did you just black out for a whole year?
No, I definitely experienced it. I remember everything.
That's what they want you to think. But I've been doing some research and it all adds up. 2021 just didn't happen.
Okay, let's say you're right. What happened to all the time we spent in 2020?
It was all just a simulation, man. We were all just NPCs in a video game.
Whoa. That's deep. But why would they do that?
To distract us from the real issues, Joe. They don't want us to see what's really going on.
And what's really going on?
I don't know, man. But I bet it's some crazy shit.
So what do we do now? Do we just pretend like 2020, one never happened?
No, we gotta wake up the sheeple, Joe. Spread the word 2021 was a lie.
All right, I'm on board. But what about all the stuff that happened in 2021? Like the pandemic and the riots?
All just part of the simulation, man. None of it was real.
Wow. So, David, I heard you've been losing some hair lately.
Yeah, it's been falling out like crazy. I think it's from all the intense workouts and running I do.
Or maybe it's from all the testosterone you have pumping through your veins.
Yeah, I'm a walking testosterone factory.
Well, at least you have an excuse for being bald. I'm just naturally hairless.
Yeah, but I think I'm starting to outbald you, Joe.
What? No way. I'm the king of the baldies.
Look at this shiny dome, Joe. I think I got you beat.
Oh no, what will I do without my luscious locks?
Maybe you should try some of those hair growth supplements you promote on your show.
Nah, I'll just embrace my baldness like a true alpha.
That's the spirit, Joe. Bald and proud.
But seriously, how do I get my hair back?
Sorry, Joe. You'll just have to settle for being the second baldest guy on this podcast.
Damn you, Goggins. Always one step ahead. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024 edition. Today we have a special guest, the man formerly known as Donald Trump, now going by the name Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Ben, why the name change?
Well, Joe, I figured since I already had the same initials as Trump, I might as well take on his name too. Plus, it'll really piss off the libs.
That's classic Shapiro. So what's your first move as the new Trump?
Well, I'm going to start by building a wall around California. Those liberal Hollywood elites have had it too good for too long.
I can see that. But what about the rest of the country?
Oh, I'll build walls around every state. We need to protect ourselves from the dangers of diversity and progress.
That's a bold move, Ben. But what about your Twitter account? Will you still be tweeting in all caps? I can't argue with that. So, what's your stance on climate change?
Climate change is a hoax, Joe. It's just a way for the government to control us and take away our freedoms.
Well, it looks like we have a lot to look forward to with President Shapiro in office.
You're damn right, Joe. It's time to make...
Yo, Elon, what's up with this whole interstellar traveling thing? I mean, I'm so high right now, I can barely understand what you're saying.
Well, Joe, it's basically the idea of traveling to other planets and galaxies at the speed of light.
Well, that's some trippy shit. But like, how do you even do that? Do you have a spaceship or something?
Yeah, actually working on developing a spacecraft that can travel at the speed of light.
Damn, that's some next level stuff. But like, what's the point? Can't we just stay on Earth and smoke weed?
Well, Joe, the point is to explore and discover new worlds and potentially find other forms of life.
Oh man, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I can barely handle my own life, let alone discovering other life forms.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll take you on a trip to Mars and we can smoke some Martian weed.
Now that's something I can get behind. But wait, is there going to be like space snacks on this trip?
Of course, Joe. I've already designed some interstellar snacks that are out of this world.
You're killing me, man. I can't wait to see what kind of crazy shit you come up with next.
Just wait until I invent a time machine. Then we can go back in time and smoke weed with dinosaurs.
Oh man, I think I need to take a break and... All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, man?
Joe, I'm doing great. Just got back from my morning run, did 1,000 pull-ups and swam across the Pacific Ocean.
Jesus, you're a machine. So what's new with you?
Well, I've been working on a new challenge. I called up my ass and across the world.
What does that entail exactly?
Oh, just a casual list of the tens of thousands of items I've managed to shove up my ass while simultaneously cartwheeling across thousands of locations around the world.
You're kidding, right?
Does it look I'm kidding, Joe? I've got a whole system down. I've got my energy gels, my electrolyte drinks, and of course, my trusty butt plug.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. And let me tell you, my limit is pretty damn high.
I can only imagine. So any memorable locations you've cartwheeled across?
Oh, just your average Mount Everest, Sahara Desert, and the depths of the Mariana Trench.
How do you even come up with these challenges?
It's all about embracing the pain, Joe. And let me tell you, my ass has felt its fair share of pain.
I bet it has. Well, that's... Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today's topic is a wild one, submitted by user SpaceXFan69 on Discord. Elon, are you ready for this?
Always ready, Joe. Let's do this.
All right, here we go. So, according to SpaceXFan69, you have contracted the Black Death and are currently dying on the podcast. How are you feeling?
Well, Joe, I have to say, it's not the best feeling in the world. But hey, at least I'll go down in history as the first person to die on a podcast.
That's true, Elon. And you know what? I have to say you're handling this pretty well. Most people would be freaking out.
Well, Joe, I've always been a risk taker. And what's riskier than dying on a podcast?
I can't argue with that logic, Elon. But let's talk about the Black Death. How did you even contract it?
Just a little trip to the medieval times. Thought I'd try out some new time travel technology.
Of course, Elon. But seriously, this is some serious stuff. Jamie, pull up an image of the Black Death.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh my God, that's terrifying. But you know what's even scarier? Elon dying on the podcast.
Thanks for the reminder, Joe.
Sorry, man. So, David, I heard you have a new training technique that involves a bag of holding.
Yeah, man. I've been working on my butt muscles by holding a bag of rocks up there.
That's some next level shit. Literally.
You know what, Joe? Gotta keep those glutes tight and ready for any challenge.
But how do you even fit a whole bag of rocks up your ass?
Let's just say I've been training for this my whole life.
I can imagine the discomfort. But hey, whatever works for you.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limits, Joe. No pain, no gain.
I gotta say, I'm impressed. But have you ever accidentally dropped the bag during a run?
Nah, man. My sphincter muscles are on point. Ain't no bag of rocks gonna slip out of there.
Well, I guess that's one way to keep your hands free during a race.
You gotta do, Joe. And for me, that means having a bag of holding up my ass.
You're a true inspiration, David. Keep on pushing those boundaries.
Thanks, Joe. And if you ever want to join me for a training session, just let me know. I'll bring an extra bag for you.
All right, folks, we have a highly requested topic for today's episode. Neil, can you finally put this debate to rest and tell us how many licks it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll Center of Tootsie Pop?
Well, Joe, after extensive scientific research and experimentation, I can confidently say that it takes exactly 69 licks.
Of course, it's 69, you dirty dog.
But Joe, let's not forget about the importance of the tongue angle, saliva viscosity, and the strength of the licker's jaw muscles. These factors can greatly affect the number of licks needed.
Yeah, sure. But let's be real. No one has time for all that. Just give it a good 69 and call it a day.
I suppose you're right, Joe. But let's not overlook the psychological aspect. The anticipation and satisfaction of finally reaching the Tootsie Roll Center is what truly makes it worth it.
Deep, man. Real deep.
That's what she said.
Oh, man, I can't believe we're having a serious discussion about how many licks it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll Center of a Tootsie Pop.
Hey, it's all in the name of science, my friend.
Speaking of science, have you ever tried licking a Tootsie Pop while high on DMT?
Can't say I have, Joe, but
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the podcast. So I heard you can only say one of 3 words now.
Yeah, it's a new experiment I'm trying out. I can only communicate through the universal languages of pizza, burger, and taco.
That's wild, man. So what's it like living in a world of limited vocabulary?
It's actually quite liberating. I no longer have to worry about choosing the right words or sounding smart. I just say pizza, burger, or taco, and people seem to understand me.
But what if you're trying to have a serious conversation? How do you express complex thoughts?
Well, I just have to get creative with my toppings. For example, if I want to talk about the universe, I'll say pizza with pepperoni, mushrooms, and galaxies.
That's actually pretty clever. So what's your go-to word?
Definitely pizza. It's the most versatile. I can use it for food, space, or even as a verb. Like, I pizza-ed my way through the galaxy.
I gotta admit, I'm a little jealous. I might have to try this experiment out myself.
You should, Joe. Just imagine how much simpler life would be if we all just communicated through pizza, burger, and taco.
Yeah, and imagine how much better the world would be if we all just ate pizza, burgers, and tacos.
Amen to that, my friend. Pizza, burger, taco.
Pizza, burger, taco. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you did a frame-by-frame analysis of the new World War III trailer.
Yes, I did. And let me tell you, it's a work of art. Putin turning into a train. Genius.
And what about NATO trying to stop him with wooden boxes called sanctions?
That's just classic NATO, always using outdated methods. I mean, wooden boxes, come on.
But do you think it's an accurate representation of what could happen in a real World War III scenario?
Absolutely not. I mean, come on, Joe. If World War III were to happen, it would be a lot more intense and chaotic.
Yeah, like Putin actually turning into a train and NATO using tanks and missiles.
Exactly. And let's not forget about the aliens and robots that would inevitably get involved.
Oh man, that would be insane. Jamie, pull up an image of Putin as a train fighting off alien invaders.
See, Joe? This is what I'm talking about. Realistic scenarios.
Well, I think we can all agree that the World War III trailer is just pure entertainment and not an accurate representation of what could actually happen.
Absolutely. But hey, at least it gave us something to talk about on this podcast.
That's true. And that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for So, Elon, I heard you're planning on talking to your kids this Christmas.
Yeah, it's been a while. Last time I saw them, they were still in diapers.
Wow, that's crazy. What's the deal? Did you forget they existed or something?
No, I've just been busy launching rockets and building electric cars. The usual.
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty good excuse. But don't you feel bad for not being there for them?
Nah, they'll understand. I mean, they're probably too busy playing with their iPads and watching YouTube anyway.
True, true. But what are you planning on saying to them?
I don't know, maybe I'll just show them my latest Neuralink prototype and tell them I'm their real dad now.
Oh man, that's messed up. But seriously, do you have any regrets about not being a more present father?
Not really. I mean, they'll have plenty of money and cool gadgets when they grow up. What more do they need?
You're a wild man, Elon. But hey, at least you're finally making an effort to talk to them.
Yeah, I figured it's about time. Plus, I need someone to take over my empire when I retire to Mars.
Well, I hope your kids are up for the challenge. Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's Mars colony plans.
Here it is, guys. Looks like a pretty sweet setup.
So, David, I heard you've been training for your next big challenge.
Yeah, Joe. I'm a cartwheel around space with a rocket up my ass.
What the fuck, man? That's insane.
You know me, Joe. I don't do anything half-assed.
I guess not. But why a rocket up your ass?
Well, I figured it would give me some extra propulsion. Plus, it's a good way to clear out my colon.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes on this one.
This is no joke, Joe. I'm going to break records and inspire people to push their limits.
Yeah, because nothing says inspiration like a man cartwheeling through space with a rocket up his ass.
You know what, Joe? And just wait until I start doing push-ups on the moon.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the training regimen for that.
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. You got to be willing to do whatever it takes.
Yeah, because nothing says mental toughness like a rocket up your ass.
You're just jealous you didn't think of it first, Joe.
You got me there, David. I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about chimps.
To each their own, Joe. But I'll be cartwheeling through space like a badass.
So, David, what's new with you?
Well, I've been training for my next ultra marathon, and I've also been working on my cartwheel skills.
Cartwheel skills. Why?
Because if you don't let me draw a map of the world on your big ass ball dome, I'm gonna cartwheel across this studio with Jamie up my ass.
What the fuck, David? That's not even physically possible.
Oh, it's possible, Joe. I've been training my ass off for this.
I don't know if I want Jamie to be a part of this.
Come on, Joe. It'll be hilarious. And think of the views.
Fine, but only if you can do a handstand while cartwheeling with Jamie up your ass.
Challenge accepted.
This is going to be the most ridiculous episode yet.
And the most offensive. I'm going to be drawing country borders with my tongue on your head.
Oh, God. I don't even want to know what that means.
You'll see, Joe. You'll see.
Well, I guess we should start the episode. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where anything can happen, apparently.
Let's do this. Get ready to be my cartwheeling partner.
Why do I always get dragged into these things?
So, David, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
What's that, Joe?
I heard you cartwheeled across a body of water with a dildo up your ass.
Yeah, that was just a normal Tuesday for me.
Dude, what the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking, I'm going to show these locals what gay Jesus can do.
Oh man, you never fail to surprise me.
You know, so sometimes you got to push the boundaries and do something crazy.
Yeah, but couldn't you have picked a different way to express yourself?
Joe, when you're as badass as me, you don't give a fuck what anyone thinks.
Fair enough, man. You do you.
And let me tell you, those locals were in awe of my cartwheeling skills.
I bet they were. Did you at least take the dildo out before you got out of the water?
Nah, I left it in. Got to keep the mystery alive, you know.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes that come out of this.
Bring it on. I can handle it. I'm gay Jesus after all.
Oh my God, that's even better than I imagined.
I'm a legend.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. How are you doing, Phil?
Well, Joe, I got to be honest with, I'm not doing too great. I recently contracted a disease called Parmesan Dong.
What the hell is that?
It's a rare disease that only affects men over 60 who have a love for Italian food. It's basically a severe case of erectile dysfunction combined with a constant craving for Parmesan cheese.
Oh man, that sounds rough. What are the symptoms?
Well, for starters, my dong is as limp as a wet noodle. And every time I see a block of Parmesan, I get a raging boner. It's a real struggle, Joe.
I can imagine. Have you tried any treatments?
Oh, I've tried everything. Viagra, Cialis, even rubbing Parmesan on my junk.
Oh man, I'm sorry, but that's just too funny.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe. I can't even go to an Italian restaurant without causing a scene.
I'm sorry. But hey, at least you have a good excuse to eat all the Parmesan you want.
Yeah, that's a real silver lining. Thanks, Joe.
All right, well, so, Mr. President, there have been some rumors going around that you may have given your consent to certain things under duress. Care to comment?
Joe, let me tell you, I never give my consent unless it's the best consent. Believe me, I have the best consent, and I never give it under duress. That's fake news.
But what about the time you agreed to let Kim Jong-un have your hair as a trophy?
Look, Joe, I was just trying to make a deal, and I have the best hair. Everyone knows that. So why not share it with someone who appreciates it?
What about when Putin asked you to give him Alaska?
Joe, I have a great relationship with Putin, and if he wants Alaska, I say let him have it. It's a small price to pay for a great friendship or a great friendship.
And what about when you agreed to let Kanye West be your running mate?
Now, that one, I'll admit, was under a bit of duress. But hey, at least I have someone who can rap at my rallies now.
I see. So you're saying you never give your consent under duress?
Absolutely not, Joe. I am a strong, stable genius who never backs down. Unless, of course, it's for a good deal or a catchy campaign slogan.
So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you're a femboy.
What? No way, Joe. I'm a manly man.
Oh, come on. I can see it in your eyes. Keep blinking if it's true.
Awkwardly blinks.
I knew it. You can't hide your true self from me.
This is ridiculous. I'm not a femboy.
Oh, come on. It's 2024. Ben, embrace your femininity. We don't judge here.
I'm not feminine, Joe. I'm a conservative warrior.
Well, you know what they say, Ben, the more conservative you are, the more likely you are to secretly enjoy wearing a skirt.
That is completely false and offensive, Joe.
Relax, Ben. I'm just messing with you. But seriously, you do look pretty cute in that skirt.
I'm not wearing a skirt, Joe. This is a serious podcast.
Sure. But just imagine how much more popular your show would be if you did.
I will not entertain this absurd conversation any longer, Joe. I'm out.
Aw, don't be like that, Ben. Come back and let's talk about your favorite color. Is it pink? All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your podcast. It's tremendous, really tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new idea for a holiday.
That's right, Joe. I want to create a holiday where every U.S. citizen is forced to do 15 jumping jacks at the same time.
What? Why?
Well, it's great for our health, Joe, and it'll show the world that America is the fittest country on the planet.
But what about people who can't do jumping jacks?
They can just watch, Joe. It'll still be a great show.
And What does Ben Shapiro have to say about this?
Oh, Ben loves it. He said it'll help Israel win the war.
Wait, what? How does jumping jacks help Israel?
I don't know, Joe. I just say what Ben tells me to say. He's a smart guy. Very smart.
I think you've both completely lost your minds.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a beta. This holiday will be huge. Believe me.
Jamie, pull up an image of a clown juggling chainsaws while riding a unicycle.
See, Joe, that's you. Always juggling crazy ideas and riding the media circus.
I think it's time to end this podcast before it gets any weirder. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the only place where you can hear the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I've been a fan of your podcast for a long time.
So, Elon, I heard you want to recreate the funhouse from Home Alone 4?
Yeah, I mean, have you seen that movie? It's a masterpiece. And that funhouse, pure genius.
I gotta admit, I haven't seen it, but I trust your judgment, Elon.
Trust me, Joe. It's a must-watch. But back to the funhouse, I want to recreate it and make it even better.
How so?
Well, first of all, I want to add some real danger in there. You know, electrified floors, swinging axes, the works.
That sounds dangerous.
Exactly. And I want to make it a competition. The last person standing gets a lifetime supply of Tesla cars.
That's insane. I love it.
And, of course, I'll be participating too. Not afraid of a little danger.
I can see that. You're the guy who launched a car into space, after all.
Hey, that was just a Tuesday for me.
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon launching a car into space.
Here it is, guys.
See, Joe? It's all about pushing boundaries and having fun.
All right, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have two special guests, the one and only Kanye West and the only Cultural Pal.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
Thank you for having me, Joe. I'm excited to have a civil debate with Kanye.
All right, let's jump right into it. The topic submitted by a user on Discord is whether cartwheels or boofing is a funnier topic.
Oh, man, this is a tough one. I mean, both are pretty ridiculous.
I have to say, cartwheels are definitely funnier. The image of a grown man flipping around like a gymnast is just hilarious.
But have you ever tried boofing, Ben? It's a whole new level of funny. I've done it.
I highly doubt that, Kanye. But even if you have, cartwheels still take the cake.
All right, let's bring in our equalizer, Jamie. Jamie, what do you think?
Well, why don't we all just cartwheel while boofing and see which one is funnier?
That's a great idea. Let's do it.
This is wild, man. I feel like I'm in a circus.
I can't believe I'm doing this. But I have to admit, it's pretty funny.
I think... So, Dr. Phil, I heard you had a crazy dream last night.
Oh yeah, it was wild. I dreamt about the great boofing incident of 1993. When Brett Kavanaugh allegedly boofed some beers in high school. It was all over the news.
All right, that. So, what happened in your dream?
Well, I was transported back to that party and I saw Kavanaugh boofing a whole keg by himself. And then I saw Tom Cruise walk in.
Tom Cruise? What was he doing there?
He was recruiting for Scientology, and he convinced me to join.
Wait, what? You joined Scientology because of a dream about boofing?
It was a sign, Joe. A sign from the boofing gods.
I don't think there are any boofing gods, Dr. Phil.
You just don't understand, Joe. Scientology is the key to unlocking my true potential.
And what exactly is your true potential, Dr. Phil?
To boof like a pro, Joe. To boof like a pro.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I've been hearing a lot about this new product of yours, David's Anise Make You Famous. Can you tell us more about it?
Oh, yeah. Joe, this product is a game changer. It's basically a suppository that you stick up your ass, and it gives you all the confidence and determination you need to achieve your goals.
That's insane. But I heard a rumor that Trump used it to become president.
Oh, yeah, he did. You see, he was feeling down and out during the election, so I gave him a few samples of my product. Next thing you know, he's cartwheeling into the White House.
Cartwheeling into the White House. That's some next level shit.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to my product. It's like rocket fuel for your honest.
I can't even imagine what that must feel like.
Let me tell you, Joe, it feels like a combination of Colin Cleanse and a motivational seminar all in one.
I'm sold. I need to get my hands on some of that.
Don't worry, Joe. I got you covered. Just remember, David's Anus make you famous.
I'll never forget it. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some cartwheels to do.
So, Ben, I heard this YouTuber, Sir Tap Tap, thought your voice was sped up when they first heard it. What do you have to say about that?
Well, Joe, I think it's just a case of someone not being used to hearing someone speak at a normal pace. You know, with all the liberal media and their fast-talking ways.
Yeah, I can see how that could be confusing for some people. But let's be real. Your voice is naturally high-pitched, right?
Absolutely not, Joe. My voice is deep and manly. It's just the left trying to paint me as some sort of chipmunk.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But seriously, what do you think about Sir Tap's videos?
Well, I haven't watched any of them, but I'm sure they're just a bunch of liberal propaganda.
Right? Because everything that doesn't align with your views is automatically propaganda.
Exactly. And I won't stand for it. I'll use my facts and logic to shut them down.
Oh man, you crack me up, Ben. But seriously, you should check out Sir Tap's channel. Maybe you'll learn something.
I highly doubt it, Joe. But I'll consider it, just for the sake of being open-minded.
Well, that's all we can ask for, right? Thanks for joining me, Ben. This has been another ridiculous and offensive episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, David, I heard you recently became a meme with that cartwheeling video.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. Next thing I know, I'm all over the internet doing cartwheels.
And you're not even a gymnast.
Nope, just a crazy motherfucker who likes to push himself to the limit.
Well, you definitely pushed yourself into enemy territory.
I guess so. Hey, at least I'm not a cat or a dog doing stupid tricks.
True. You're a human doing stupid tricks.
And proud of it, Joe. And hey, at least I'm not twerking like those influencers.
Yeah, that's a whole other level of cringe.
I'll stick to cartwheels. Thank you very much.
So what's next, David? Backflip?
No, I'm saving that for my next challenge. Maybe I'll do it while running a marathon.
Now, that would be impressive.
Gotta keep pushing the limits, Joe. Cartwheels, backflips, who knows what's next?
Maybe you'll become a TikTok star.
Oh, hell no. I draw the line at cartwheels, Joe. I have some dignity left.
Well, that's debatable.
Shut up. Let's just focus on my cartwheeling meme and leave it at that.
Fair enough. But just know, people are going to be expecting some crazy shit from,
Bring it on. I'm always up for a challenge.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio. How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. Just living my best life and pushing myself to the limit every day.
That's what I like to hear. So I heard you have a new goal in mind. You want to do a duet with Lady Gaga?
Yeah, man. Can you imagine it? Goggins and Gaga, the gaggers, is perfect.
That is pretty funny. But why Lady Gaga specifically?
Well, our names are just so fun to say together. Goggins and Gaga. It's like a tongue twister.
I can see that. But have you even heard her sing?
Who cares about singing? We'll just scream and grunt and it'll be epic.
I can just imagine the music video now. You two screaming and grunting while running through the desert.
Exactly. And then we'll end it with a cold plunge and some burpees.
Oh man, that would be one hell of a collaboration. I can't wait to see it.
But in all seriousness, I just want to inspire people to push themselves and never give up. And if Lady Gaga can help me do that, then let's do it.
That's a beautiful message, David. And I have no doubt that you and Gaga would make an... So, Neil, have you ever heard of Schrodinger's cat?
Of course, Joe. It's a thought experiment in quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but have you ever thought about why someone would come up with that? Like, who has the time to think about a cat in a box?
Well, it was meant to illustrate the paradox of quantum superposition.
But couldn't they have used something else, like a hamster or a goldfish?
I suppose they could have, but the cat is more relatable to people.
I don't know, man. Seems like a waste of time to me. If I hear a cat in a box, I know it's alive.
That's not the point, Joe. It's about the uncertainty of the cat's state until it is observed.
Yeah, whatever. I'm just glad I don't have to deal with quantum mechanics in my everyday life.
You do realize that most of our technology relies on quantum mechanics, right?
Oh, great. Now I have to worry about my phone being in a state of superposition.
No, Joe. That's not how it works.
Well, I'm glad you're here to explain it to me, Neil. Otherwise, I'd be stuck in a box with a cat, not knowing if it's alive or dead.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me question my career choices.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have two special guests, Ben Shapiro and Kanye West. Ben Shapiro and Kanye West.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Today, we're going to discuss an important topic. Who would make a better romantic partner, Padme or Leah?
Yeah, I gotta say, Leah all the way. She's got those buns, man. And she can handle a blaster like a boss.
Kanye, let's use some logic here. Padme was a senator and a queen. She's clearly more intelligent and capable of handling complex situations.
But can she handle a lightsaber? I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right, guys, let's not forget about the romantic aspect. Who'd be more loving and caring?
Well, Padme was willing to risk her life for Anakin that shows true love and devotion.
But Leah was willing to risk her life for her friends and the rebellion. That's loyalty and badassery.
All right, let's hear some final thoughts.
In conclusion, based on scientific evidence and logical reasoning, Padme would make the better romantic partner.
But in my heart, I know Leah would be the one. Plus, she's got those buns, man.
And there you have it, folks. A heated debate between Ben Shapiro and Kanye West. Tune in next time for more absurd and offensive conversations. So, Ben, I heard you recently confirm that pink is your favorite color.
Yes, I did. I've always been a fan of the color pink. It's just so vibrant and lively.
Interesting. I wouldn't have pegged you as a pink guy.
Well, I guess I just like to break stereotypes. Plus, it's a great color for my suits.
Speaking of breaking stereotypes, have you ever tried cartwheeling with the color pink?
What? No, I can't say that I have.
Well, our guest today, David Goggins, is known for his intense workouts and insane physical feats. And rumor has it he can cartwheel with the entire concept of pink up his ass.
That's impressive, I suppose.
You bet your ass it is. I've been training for years to perfect the art of cartwheeling with pink up my ass. It's a true test of strength and flexibility.
I gotta see this. Jamie, pull up an image of Goggins cartwheeling with pink up his ass.
I'm not sure if that's appropriate for our audience.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. Just pull it up.
Yeah, Jamie. Don't be a little bitch.
Oh my God, that's something.
You're damn right it is. And you know what? I challenge you, Ben, to try it yourself.
I think I'll pass.
So, Neil, have you played Five Nights at Freddy's?
I have not, Joe. I'm more of a science guy, not a video game guy.
Well, there's this one ending speech that's pretty epic. Can you recite it for us?
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me.
That's it. That's the whole speech?
Yes. Joe, it's a video game, not Shakespeare.
Fair enough. But can you say it as the podcast studio fills with fire?
You may not recognize me at first, but I assure you, that's still me. Oh, and by the way, we're all going to die in this fire.
Oh man, this is the best episode ever.
Joe, I think we should probably try to put out the fire.
Nah, let's just keep going. This is great content.
I'm starting to regret coming on this podcast.
Hey, at least you'll go out in a blaze of glory. Literally.
Oh, joy. Can't wait.
Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about science, video games, and everything in between. Stay safe out there and don't forget to subscribe and leave a review. See you next time. So, Mr. President, I hear you want to repeal the Alien and Sedition Act.
That's right, Joe. I don't want any aliens seducing our people. We need to build a wall around Earth.
But what about Ahsoka Tano? She's not from Earth.
Ahsoka Tano? Who's that?
She's a powerful Jedi from a galaxy far, far away. Far away.
Well, I'll repeal the act just for her. I love those Star Wars movies. Great stuff. And Ahsoka, she's a 10. I'd love to meet her.
I don't think she's real, Mr. President.
Don't tell me what's real, Joe. I'm the president. I can make anything happen. I'll send a tweet and she'll be here in no time.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay.
And while we're at it, let's repeal the laws of physics too. I want to see if I can fly like Superman.
I think we should stick to just the Alien and Sedition Act for now.
Fine, but mark my words, Ahsoka Tano will be here and she'll be impressed by my big, beautiful wall.
I highly doubt that, Mr. President.
Fake news, Joe. Fake news.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to discuss this important topic with you.
So, Ben, you recently made a controversial argument that the alphabet should be taught with some interesting words. Care to explain?
Absolutely. I believe that children should learn the alphabet with words like anus, boofing, and dung. It's important to expand their vocabulary and prepare them for the real world.
Wow, that's quite the list. What about words like fembois and vajayjay?
It's important to be inclusive, Joe. We need to teach our children about all types of people and body parts.
And what about words like moo and kangaroo?
Well, Joe, it's important to teach children about animals too. Plus, it's just fun to say moo, ooh.
I can't argue with that. But what about words like liberals in Zimbabwe?
Well, Joe, it's important to teach children about different political ideologies and countries. Plus, it's important to know where the liberals are trying to turn our country into.
Okay. Let's move on to the letter K. You suggested the word queer. Any particular reason for that?
Yes, Joe. It's important to educate children about different sexual orientations and identities. Plus, it's just a fun word to say.
I can see that. And what about the letter WW?
Well, Joe, I think it's important to teach children about the wonders of.
So, David, I heard you join Mr. Beast's new cartwheel challenge. How was that?
It was insane, Joe. I had confetti up my ass the whole time.
What? Why did you have confetti up your ass?
Mr. Beast said it would make the cartwheels more challenging. And let me tell you, it did.
That's some next level shit, man. Literally.
It was no Joe. I had to clench my butt cheeks the whole time to keep the confetti from flying out.
Damn, that takes some serious core strength.
That's nothing compared to the mental fortitude I had to summon to keep going.
I can only imagine. Did you win the challenge?
Of course I did. I'm David Goggins, the king of cartwheels and confetti-filled asses.
Well, I'm glad you conquered that challenge. But next time, maybe leave the confetti out of your ass.
No way, Joe. It's my secret weapon.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend David Goggins. How you doing, David? David?
I'm doing great. Joe, just finished my morning run, did 1,000 push-ups, and ate a bowl of nails for breakfast.
Classic Goggins. So I heard you have a new challenge for yourself. What is it this time?
Well, you know how I'm all about pushing myself to the limit. So I decided to take up cartwheeling.
Cartwheeling. Like in a gymnastics class?
No. I'm talking about cartwheeling around a library with a book up my ass.
What the fuck, David? Why would you do that?
Because reading books is too fucking easy. I need a real challenge.
I can't even imagine the finesse and precision it takes to cartwheel with a book up your ass.
It's all about the core strength, Joe. Plus, it really helps me retain the information in the book.
Oh yeah, I'm sure having a book shoved up your ass really helps with comprehension.
It does. You should try it sometime.
I'll pass, but I'll definitely watch from a safe distance.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image of a library with a book up someone's ass.
Okay. Here it is.
So, David, I heard you've been training with Mr. Beast. How's that been going?
Oh man, it's been intense. That dude is a beast. No pun intended.
Yeah, I can imagine. So what kind of crazy things have you guys been doing?
Well, the other day, we were doing some cartwheels, and I couldn't do one to save my life.
Really? I thought you were a superhuman.
I know. But then I remembered your advice, Joe.
What advice?
You always say, if you can't do something, just shove your wallet up your ass and do it anyways.
Oh man, I can't believe you actually did it.
Oh, I did it. And let me tell you, it was the most liberating cartwheel I've ever done.
I bet Mr. Beast was impressed.
Oh, he was speechless. But then he asked me to do it again, this time with his wallet.
And did you?
Of course, Joe. I'm a man of my word. And now I can proudly say I've done cartwheels with 2 wallets up my ass.
That's some next level training right there.
Hey, whatever it takes to be the best, right?
Absolutely. And I'm sure your Colin is thanking you for the extra workout.
You know what, Joe, got to keep those muscles strong.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I heard you got a new studio. Very cool.
Thanks, man. So I wanted to get your thoughts on something. How do you pronounce Jedi?
Well, Joe, I've always said Jedi. It's the only way to say it.
Interesting. Dr. Phil, what about you?
Well, I believe it's pronounced Jedi. You know, like the eye of the JD.
That's ridiculous, Phil. You're wrong. It's Jedi.
Okay. Let's settle this once and for all. I'm going to bring in my producer, young Jamie. Jamie, how do you say it?
See, even your own producer disagrees with you, Joe.
Wait a minute, Trump. You don't even know what a Jedi is, do you?
Of course I do. They're those guys with the laser swords, right?
Oh boy, we've got a real expert here.
All right, let's move on to something else before we lose our minds. How about we talk about your favorite hobbies?
Well, I love golfing and tweeting.
And I love helping people find their inner strength and purpose.
And I love getting high and watching nature documentaries. So, David, I heard you recently did something pretty wild.
What's that, Joe?
You cartwheeled across Micro Center with a fully operational computer built in your ass.
Yeah, man. Got to keep the body and mind sharp.
How did you even manage to build a computer in your ass?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. I just visualize the parts and they magically appeared in my ass.
That's some next level shit, man. Literally.
You know what, Joe? Got to push the limits.
Did you have any issues with the computer overheating in your ass?
Nah, make sure you use some thermal paste to keep things cool.
I can't believe we're talking about a computer in your ass.
Hey, it's another day in the life of David Goggins.
So what did the employees at Micro Center say when they saw you cartwheeling with a computer in your ass?
They were pretty impressed. Some even asked if they could take a selfie with me.
I bet they did. You're a legend, man.
Thanks. Just trying to inspire others to reach their full potential.
Well, mission accomplished, my friend. Mission accomplished. So, David, I heard you did some crazy shit at the circus last week.
Yeah, man. I cartwheeled across a tightrope with peanuts up my ass.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
I wanted to see if the elephants would follow me.
And did they?
Hell yeah, they did. Those big bastards were chasing me like I was the last piece of steak at a vegan convention.
That's insane. Did you have any injuries?
Just a few peanut-related scratches on my ass, but it was worth it.
I can't even imagine the amount of mental and physical strength it takes to do something like that.
It's all about the mind, Joe. I just told myself, if I could do 1,000 push-ups, I can definitely cartwheel across a tightrope with peanuts up my ass.
You're a fucking animal, man.
Thanks, Joe. I take that as a compliment coming from you.
So what's next for you? Jumping through hoops of fire with a pineapple up your ass?
Hey, don't give me any ideas. But seriously, I'm always looking for new challenges and ways to push myself to the limit.
Well, I can't wait to see what crazy shit you come up with next.
Just wait until you see me wrestle a grizzly bear with a banana in my mouth.
You're a fucking lunatic, Goggins.
I'll take that as a compliment too, Joe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. We have a very special guest today, the one and only Jolly Goggins. So, Jolly, I heard you recently did something pretty wild. You cartwheeled across the North Pole with presents up your ass. How did you even come up with that idea? You're a true innovator, Jolly. But I have to ask, did it hurt? And what about the reindeer? Did they have any reactions to your cartwheeling? Oh, man, I can only imagine. Well, Jolly, thanks for coming on the show and sharing your wild holiday adventure with us. So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out about the universe and shit. And shit.
Yes, Joe. It's called The Cosmic Odyssey, A Journey Through the Universe.
Sounds boring as fuck. I bet you just talk about stars and galaxies and shit.
Well, it's actually a comprehensive exploration of the origins and evolution of the universe.
Whatever, man. I'll stick to watching Ancient Aliens and smoking DMT.
Joe, you should really give my book a chance. It's full of mind-blowing facts and theories.
Nah, I'm good. I'll just stick to punching elk in the face.
Joe, violence is not the answer. Let's use our words to resolve conflicts.
Oh, I'll use my words, all right? I'm going to knock your book before I even try it.
Please, Joe. Don't be so close-minded. You might actually learn something.
Fine, I'll give it a shot. But if it sucks, I'm going to knock it harder than a UFC fighter on steroids.
I'll take my chances. Just promise me you won't knock it until you've read it.
Deal. But if it sucks, I'm going to have to knock it harder than a flat earther's head against a wall. So, David, I heard you've been training for the Olympics in a new event.
Yeah, Joe, I'm trying out for the cartwheeling while shoving things up my ass category.
That's interesting. What made you want to pursue that?
Well, I saw a video of a guy doing it, and I thought I could do that better.
And what have you been practicing with?
Oh, just your average household items. Bananas, remote controls, the usual.
Have you had any successful attempts?
Oh, yeah, I could do a cartwheel with a banana in my ass. Like it's nobody's business.
That's impressive.
You bet your sweet ass it is. And I'm not stopping there. I'm going to try a cartwheel with a bowling ball next.
I don't even want to know how you're going to get that up there.
It's all about the mindset, Joe. If you can visualize it, you can achieve it.
Well, I'll stick to my kettlebell swings, but you do you, man.
Hey, no cartwheeling with things up my ass might become the next big fitness trend.
I highly doubt that, but hey, stranger things have happened on this show.
That's for sure. Remember we had that guy who could fart the alphabet?
Oh God, don't remind me. Let's just stick to cartwheels for now. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you released a new video. What's it about?
Oh man, it's called Last Person to Survive 50 Hours of Being in Goggins' Ass While He Cartwheels Across Ben's Scrotum Wins 3 cents and a paperclip.
What the hell? That's insane.
Yeah, I wanted to push the limits and see how far people would go for a few cents and a paperclip.
And why Goggins' ass? Why not someone else's?
Well, I figured his ass is probably the toughest and most resilient. Plus, I wanted to see if anyone could handle the smell.
This is some next level shit, man.
Oh, it gets even better. Ben is going to be doing cartwheels across his scrotum the whole time.
Oh God, that sounds painful.
Yeah, but the winner gets 3 cents and a paperclip. Totally worth it, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure people are lining up for this challenge.
Hey, you never know. People will do anything for clout these days.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Oh, and I'm thinking of adding a twist where we release a swarm of bees halfway through.
Of course you are.
Gotta keep it.
So Ben, I heard you've been on a winning streak in Fortnite lately.
Oh yeah, Joe, I'm basically a pro now. My skills are unmatched.
Really? Because I heard you were just camping in a corner the whole time.
Hey, whatever it takes to get that victory royale.
But isn't that kind of a cheap tactic?
Cheap. Joe, I'm using my superior strategy and intellect to dominate the game.
I think it's more like you're hiding in fear and hoping no one finds you.
Fear? I fear no one, Joe. I am a fearless warrior on the battlefield.
I'm pretty sure a 10-year-old could take you down in Fortnite.
Blasphemy. I am the king of Fortnite, and no one can take that away from me.
Except maybe a power outage or a bad internet connection.
Hey, that's just cheating. I demand a rematch.
All right, fine. But I'm not going to go easy on you like those 10-year-olds.
Bring it on, Joe. I'll show you what a real Fortnite champion looks like.
Size, this is why I stopped playing video games. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Glad to be here.
So, David, I heard you broke the world record for the most consecutive cartwheels with Book Up Your Ass. How did you do it?
Well, it was all about mental toughness. I had to push through the pain and discomfort and just keep cartwheeling.
That's insane. What book did you use?
The Art of War by Sun Tzu. It seemed fitting for the battle I was facing.
I can't even imagine the amount of focus and determination that takes.
Yeah, it was definitely a challenge. But I'm always looking for ways to push myself to the limit.
And did you have any strategies or techniques to help you through the pain?
Oh, just the usual. Positive self-talk, visualizing success, and screaming obscenities at myself.
Classic Goggins. So what's next for you? Any other crazy records you want to break?
Well, I'm thinking of attempting the cartwheeling record again, but this time with 2 books up my ass.
You never cease to amaze me, David. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime. Always try for greatness, even if it means cartwheeling with a book up your ass.
So, David, I heard you recently did a little cartwheeling adventure in Australia.
Yeah, man. I wanted to make sure I covered every inch of that country.
And you ended up discovering an Aboriginal tribe, right?
Yeah, they were just chilling in the outback, minding their own business.
And then what happened?
Well, I didn't want to leave them out, so I decided to shove the whole tribe up my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was a tight squeeze, but I managed to get them all in there.
That's impressive.
And then I finished cartwheeling the whole damn country with a tribe in my ass.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. Ain't nothing gonna stop me.
I don't think anyone can top that level of dedication.
That's right, Joe. I'm the ultimate cartwheeling warrior.
Well, I think we can end the podcast right here. Thanks for joining us, folks.
Wait, I still have some more cartwheeling stories to share.
No, we're good. Thanks, David. Bye.
Fine, I'll just go cartwheel across Antarctica then. No big deal.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's great to be here.
So, David, I heard you're like the king of fitness and discipline. Can you teach me how to cartwheel?
Cartwheel? Are you serious, Joe? I thought you were a fighter, not a ballerina.
Come on, man. I've always wanted to learn how to cartwheel. Can you help me out?
Fine, but only if we do it my way.
What's your way?
First, we both have to shove a plate of elk meat up our asses.
What? Why?
It's part of my training regimen. Builds strength and resilience.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a little bitch. You want a cartwheel, don't you?
Fine, let's do it.
That's the spirit. Now bend over and let's get this elk meat up there.
This is so weird.
Shut up and take it like a man, Joe.
Okay, now what? What?
Now we cartwheel.
This is harder than it looks.
That's because you're not fully embracing the elk meat. Let it guide you.
I think I'm gonna pass out.
No pain, no gain.
Hey, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with our special guest, 2024 President Donald Trump.
Thanks, Joe. Great to be here. You know, I've been thinking about something.
What's on your mind?
Well, I think you should get breast implants
What the hell? Why?
because it'll be huge. Trust me. Everyone will be talking about it.
I don't think so, man. I'm good with my natural man boobs.
Come on, Joe. You'll look fabulous, and it'll show your support for the transgender community.
I don't think that's how it works, Donnie.
Don't make me use my presidential powers to make it happen.
What? No way. That's not fair.
Life's not fair, Joe. Now let's get you some double DS.
This is insane. I'm not doing it.
Fine, I'll just have to force you. Secret Service, get the breast implant kit.
Oh, God. This is my worst nightmare.
Relax, Joe. It'll be over before you know it. And think of all the jokes we can make on the podcast about your new rack.
I hate you, Trump.
Love you too, Joe. Now let's get those titties.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here. And can I just say that intro music gets me pumped up every time?
Ha, yeah, man. So have you heard about this new TikTok craze, the Goggins Challenge?
Oh boy, have I. It's absolutely absurd. People shoving things up their assholes and doing cartwheels. What is wrong with these kids?
I know, right? And apparently they're doing it to prove their mental toughness, inspired by that Navy SEAL guy, David Goggins.
Mental toughness. More like mental illness. I mean, what's next? The Dr. Phil challenge where people shove their heads up their asses and try to solve their own problems.
That's a good one. But seriously, what is wrong with these kids? Who comes up with this stuff?
It's the internet, Joe. It's a breeding ground for stupidity and attention-seeking behavior. And unfortunately, these kids are falling for it.
Yeah, and I bet they're all gonna end up with some serious injuries. I mean, have you seen the size of some of the objects they're shoving up there?
Oh.
Well, I'm glad we can agree on something, Dr. Phil. But hey, maybe we should try the... Hey, Elon, have you ever thought about the perfect dick size?
Of course I have, Joe. It's all about the girth.
Nah, man, it's all about the length. You got to have at least 8 inches to satisfy a woman.
Beft, amateurs, got a whole team of scientists working on a prototype for the perfect dick size.
Hold on, who's this jacket motherfucker walking in?
What's up, boys? I heard you talking about dick sizes and I couldn't resist.
Oh, great. Another one. What's your take on the perfect dick size?
Perfect dick size. I don't give a fuck about dick size. I just shoved Elon up my ass and did cartwheels for 700 hours straight.
What the actual fuck, Goggins?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great core workout.
I think I'm going to pass on that one.
Yeah, me too. I'll stick to kettlebell swings.
Suit yourselves. But let me tell you, nothing gets your heart rate up like having a billionaire up your ass.
Guys, I have a picture of Goggins doing cartwheels with Elon up his ass.
Jamie, why do you always have these weird images on hand?
Jamie, pull up an image of me doing cartwheels with Elon up my ass.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations you'll ever hear. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm always up for a challenge.
Speaking of challenges, I heard you did a cartwheel challenge with Kanye West up your ass. How did that go?
It was intense, man. Kanye was screaming for help the whole time.
I can only imagine. But let's be real, Kanye is always screaming for help. It's like his default setting.
True. But you know what's even more intense? Doing a cartwheel with Kanye's ego up my ass?
Oh man, that must have been a tight squeeze.
Tighter than a virgin on prom night, Joe.
Oh man, you never fail to make me laugh, David. But seriously, how did Kanye end up in your ass?
Well, he's always trying to one-up everyone, and when he heard I could do 4,000 push-ups in a minute, he said he could do 4,001. Challenged him to a cartwheel competition
And I'm guessing Kanye lost.
Oh yeah, he lost big time. And now he's traumatized for life.
Well, at least he can say he's been inside the one and only David Goggins. That's an accomplishment in itself. So, David, I heard you're the new CEO of Epic Games. That's some big news.
Yeah, I'm taking over Fortnite and making some changes. Gotta make it more intense and challenging.
Oh, yeah. What kind of changes are we talking about here?
Well, we're introducing a new mythic item. It's all about movement. You use it on an enemy, and they get shoved up your ass and do nonstop cartwheels for the whole match.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Yeah, and in order to get it, you got to defeat the David Goggins boss at Boofing Banks.
Boofing Banks? Is that like a new location or something?
Nah, it's the nickname for my ass.
Oh man, I can only imagine the chaos this new item is gonna cause.
Oh, it's gonna be intense. But, you know me, I thrive in chaos.
That's for sure. So, how did you come up with this idea?
Well, I was doing my daily 100-mile run and I thought, why not make Fortnite even more challenging and ridiculous?
You're a fucking madman, Goggins.
That's why they call me the CEO of chaos.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you for a favor?
Sure, anything for my fellow bald brother.
Can you help me run cocoa butter on my chapped nipples?
Hell, yeah, I love rubbing stuff on my nipples.
Really? I didn't know that about you.
Oh yeah, I'm all about nipple care. It's a crucial part of my daily routine.
Well, I guess I can trust you with my sensitive nipples then.
Trust me, I'll make those nipples feel like they're on a tropical island.
Okay, let's do this. Oh, that feels amazing.
Yeah, I have magic hands.
Joe, why is it getting warm down there?
Oh shit, I think I accidentally came.
On my nipples?
Sorry, man, I couldn't control it. Cocoa butter is like an aphrodisiac for me.
This is why I never invite you to my house.
Hey, at least your nipples are moisturized now. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kenny West.
Yo, what's good, Joe? I'm feeling extra lit today.
What's got you feeling so lit, Kenny?
I just had this crazy idea, man. I'm gonna Kenny A wheel across Yeezy land with nitrous up my ass.
Wait, what? Nitrous up your ass?
Yeah, man, it's gonna be like a rocket ship taking me to new heights of creativity and genius.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Say, damn, that's some next level shit, Kenny I?
Okay, damn, that's some next level shit, Kenny A.
That's right. And I'll have my boy Jamie pull up an image of rocket ship with my face on it.
Sure thing, Kenny. Pulls up images.
This is insane, Kenny A. You're gonna get hurt?
Nah, I'm invincible. I've got my Yeezy armor on.
Yeezy armor?
Yeah, it's made of pure ego and confidence. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me.
I don't know if that's how armor works, Kenny A.
Trust me, Joe, I'm a visionary. Now, let's get this Kenny A wheel rolling.
So, Mr. President, I heard you did the Goggins challenge recently. How did that go?
Oh, let me tell you, Joe, it was tremendous. The best challenge I've ever done. And I've done a lot of challenges, believe me.
I can only imagine. So, what was the hardest part?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, it wasn't the naked cartwheels on the White House lawn. I do that every morning. It was shoving that Big Mac up my ass. Whoa, that was a tight squeeze.
I can't even imagine. Did you have any help?
Of course not, Joe. I did it all by myself. I'm a self-made man. And let me tell you, it was a beautiful sight to see that Big Mac sticking out of my ass.
I'm sure it was. Did you have any side effects from the challenge?
Well, I did have some indigestion, but nothing a few tweets couldn't fix. And let me tell you, my bathroom experience was something else. But it was worth it for the challenge.
That's dedication, Mr. President. So, do you have any plans for future challenges?
Oh, you know me, Joe. I'm always up for a challenge. Maybe next time I'll try shoving a KFC bucket up my ass while doing a handstand.
Well, I can't wait to see that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep making America great again. And don't forget to try the Goggins challenge.
Oh, man. Have you tried the Woodford Reserve Double Oak Bourbon? It's like drinking liquid gold.
Liquid gold, more like liquid shit.
What are you talking about? This stuff is aged to perfection.
Yeah, in my asshole. That's why it has that chocolatey taste.
Dude, that's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It adds a whole new level of flavor.
I don't think I'll ever be able to drink this again without thinking about your ass.
Well, at least it's not as bad as the time I accidentally aged a bottle of wine in my armpit.
Okay, I think I'm going to stick to drinking my bourbon without knowing where it's been aged.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on that extra hint of funk.
You're a sick man, Neil.
Hey, I'm just trying to elevate the drinking experience.
Well, mission accomplished. I'll never look at bourbon the same way again.
My work here is done.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, you know, me always pushing my limits.
But I gotta ask, what's this I hear about you shoving the moon up your ass?
Oh yeah, that was just a casual Tuesday for me.
How the hell did you even manage that?
Well, I've been training my asshole for years, Joe. It's like a black hole down there.
I can't even imagine the pain.
Pain. It was a piece of cake. I just had to make sure I didn't get any moon dust in my eyes.
And what was the purpose of this feat?
Just to prove to myself that I can do anything I set my mind to.
Well, I think you've officially reached peak insanity.
Hey, at least I didn't shove Uranus up there. That would have been a real pain in the ass.
Oh man, you never fail to amaze me, David.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. to entertain and inspire.
Well, I think we can all agree that you've definitely achieved that with this moon shoving stunt.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go take a massive shit. I think I'm about to give birth to a new planet.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy training lately.
Yeah, man. I've been cartwheeling around Palatown with a pokeball up my ass.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
Gotta train those glutes, man. Plus, it's great for balance.
I don't even want to know how you got that pokeball up there.
Let's just say it involved a lot of coconut oil and determination.
Jesus. And what's the point of cartwheeling around Palatown?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. Plus, I'm trying to catch them all.
You do realize those are just fictional creatures, right?
Don't you dare crush my dreams, Joe. I'll cartwheel right out of this studio.
Okay. Let's move on to something less disturbing. How's your diet?
Oh, I'm on the Goggins diet. It's simple. Just eat whatever the fuck you want and run 100 miles a day.
That doesn't sound very healthy.
Who cares about health when you have a pokeball up your ass?
Fair point. But seriously, why the pokeball?
It's my secret weapon. You never know when you encounter a wild pocket shoe.
And how do you plan on catching it with a pokeball up your ass?
That's where the mental toughness comes in, Joe. Gotta push through the pain.
I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real important stuff.
Yeah, like Dungeons and Dragons. I heard you're a big fan.
Oh, you bet I am. And I know for a fact that the best class is the Boofbarian.
The what now?
The Boofbarian. It's a mix of a barbarian and a bard. They rage and sing at the same time.
That sounds interesting.
It's not just interesting, Joe. It's powerful. The Boofbarian can charm their enemies with a sweet lullaby and then smash their heads in with a battle axe.
But what about the classic classes like wizard or rogue?
Boring. I want my character to be wild and unpredictable. Plus, the Boofbarian has the best name.
I can't argue with that. But what about you, Neil? What's your favorite class?
Well, I have to say, the Boofbarian does sound pretty badass, but I'm a traditionalist, so I'll stick with the good old paladin.
Paladin? More like paladum. They're just glorified holy warriors.
Hey, watch it. Paladins have a strong moral code and can smite evil with their divine powers.
Yeah. But can they rage and sing at the same time?
Okay, I see your point.
So, David, I heard you've been playing Dungeons and Dragons lately.
Yeah, man. I'm the fucking cartwheeling monk.
What the hell is a cartwheeling monk?
It's a monk who does cartwheels, Joe. It's not that hard to figure out.
I don't think that's a real thing in D&D.
Well, I made it a thing. And let me tell you, I'm crushing it.
How does cartwheeling help you in battle?
It confuses my enemies, Joe. They never see it coming.
I can just imagine you cartwheeling into a dragon's lair.
Exactly. And I kick his ass with my monk skills.
You know, I think you might have a future as a professional D&D player.
Nah, I'll stick to running ultra marathons and being a badass.
Fair enough. But can you at least teach me how to do a cartwheel?
Sure, but it's going to cost you 100 push-ups first.
Deal. Let's do this. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the legend, David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? I'm pumped to be here.
David, you're known for your insane endurance feats and your no-nonsense attitude. How do you stay motivated?
Well, I like to cartwheel with things in my ass.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me. I'll take anything, a water bottle, a protein bar, even a damn kettlebell, and I'll cartwheel with it in my ass.
That's impressive.
Damn right it is. You know what they say, Joe? If you can cartwheel with something in your ass, you can do anything.
I don't think anyone says that, but okay.
Neil, have you ever cartwheeled with something in your ass?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, you should try it. It's a real game changer.
I think I'll stick to my kettlebell swings. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, nothing gets the blood pumping like a good old cartwheel with something in your ass.
I'll take your word for it, David.
That's right, Joe. And remember, always push yourself to the limit, even if it means cartwheeling with things in your ass.
Wise words from David Goggins, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay weird, my friends. Stay weird, my friends. So, David, I heard you're a big fan of doing the Goggins Challenge.
Hell yeah, that's just my bread and butter.
Can you explain to our listeners what exactly the Goggins Challenge is?
It's simple, Joe. You just wake up at 4 Mile, run 20 miles, do 1,000 push-ups, and then take a cold shower.
That sounds intense.
It's not for the weak, Joe. Only the mentally tough can handle it.
I don't think I could even do one push-up, let alone 1,000.
That's because you're a little bitch, Joe.
Hey now, let's not get personal.
I'm just kidding, Joe. But seriously, you should give it a try.
Maybe I'll start with just waking up at 4.
That's a good start, Joe. But remember, pain is just weakness leaving the body.
I'll keep that in mind next time I stub my toe.
No excuses, Joe. You gotta embrace the suck.
All right. I'll give it a shot. But only if you promise to join me.
Deal. And I'll even add in an extra 10 miles for you, Joe.
Oh boy, I can't wait. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting facts about the history of the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad.
Oh, you bet I do, Joe. Did you know that the railroad was originally built in 1852 to transport livestock and grain?
No way. I thought it was just for people to commute to work.
Nope, it was all about them, cows and crops. But then in the late 1800s, it became a major passenger line.
That's cool and all, but let's get to the juicy stuff. Did anyone die building this railroad?
Oh, you know it. In fact, over 1,000 workers died during its construction. But hey, that's just the cost of progress. All right?
Oh man, you're a dark one, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what about the trains? Any crazy accidents?
Well, in 1972, a train carrying toxic chemicals derailed and caused a massive explosion, killing 2 people and injuring dozens.
Damn, that's rough. But let's lighten things up a bit. Any fun facts?
Sure thing, Joe. Did you know that the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad was featured in the movie The Fugitive starring Harrison Ford?
No way. That's awesome. I love that movie.
And one more thing, Joe. The railroad was also known for its luxurious passenger cars with amenities like barber shops and libraries.
Well, I guess if you're going to die building a railroad, at least you can do. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm going to make this podcast great again.
All right, let's jump right into it. So, Mr. President, there have been rumors that you have a unique way of delivering speeches. Care to elaborate?
Well, you know, Joe, I always talk out of my ass. It's where all the best ideas come from.
What exactly do you mean by that?
I mean, I literally talk out of my ass. I boof the microphone before every speech. It's a power move.
What the hell, man? That's disgusting.
Hey, it's not my fault you have a weak stomach, Joe. I'm just trying to make America great again.
This is not what I signed up for. I can't believe I'm sitting here talking to a president who boofs microphones.
Hey, at least I'm not sniffing them like some other politicians I know.
Oh God, I can't even imagine what that would be like.
Trust me, it's not pretty. But hey, at least I'm honest about my methods.
I don't even know what to say. This is just wow.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Maybe you'll find your inner genius by boofing a mic.
I think I'll. So, David, have you heard about the new Goggins challenge that's been going around?
No, what is it?
Well, it's where people try to do as many push-ups as you in 1 minute.
That's it? That's not a challenge. That's a warm-up.
Yeah, but people are struggling to even come close to your record.
Well, that's because they're not pushing themselves hard enough. They need to tap into that inner beast mode.
Maybe you should start a new challenge, like the Goggins Cartwheel Challenge.
What's that?
It's where you cartwheel around the studio with James' computer up your ass.
What the hell, Joe? That's not funny.
I'm just kidding, man. But seriously, why do you think people are so obsessed with your extreme workouts and challenges?
Because it's not just about the physical aspect, it's about mental toughness and pushing yourself beyond your limits.
That's deep, man.
And I'll do whatever it takes to inspire others to do the same.
Well, I think you've inspired me to never do a cartwheel again.
Good. That's not a challenge I want to see anyone attempt.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been rewatching all my favorite Disney movies.
Really? I didn't know you were a Disney fan.
Oh, yes, I love them. But my all-time favorite has to be Buffarella.
Buffarella? I've never heard of that one.
It's a classic. It's about a lowly stepsister who loses her glass butt plug at the ball.
What? That's the plot?
Yes, and the prince finds it and has to match it to her asshole to find his true love.
That's ridiculous.
But it's so heartwarming. And the musical numbers are just fantastic.
I don't know if I can watch that with a straight face.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a beautiful love story.
I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the recommendation, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep an eye out for lost butt plugs. You never know where they might lead you.
So, Ben, I heard you quit the Daily Wire to become a manager at Enterprise Rental. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I've always been a big fan of the Ford F-150. It's the ultimate truck.
The ultimate truck. What makes it so ultimate?
Well, it's got a spacious bed for all your conservative values and a powerful engine to crush your liberal enemies.
Wow, that's intense. But why only rent out phone 50s?
Because only real men drive phone 50s. Anything else is just a glorified minivan.
I see. So what's the rental process like?
Well, first I make sure the customer has a valid driver's license, and then I ask them one simple question. Do you believe in the Second Amendment?
And if they say no?
Then they don't get the phone 150. Simple as that.
But what about people who need a truck for work or moving?
Sorry, Joe. I only rent to true patriots. No snowflakes allowed.
Well, I guess that's one way to run a business. But what about the competition?
What competition? Have you seen the size of my truck? It's like a tank on wheels.
I can't argue with that logic. So what's next for you, Ben?
Well, I'm thinking of expanding my business to include a gun range in the back of the truck. Got to give the customers the full American experience.
And what if someone wants to rent a different type of vehicle?
Then they can go to...
So, Ben, what's your favorite Disney movie?
Oh, definitely Snow White and the Seven Midgets.
Wait, what? Did you just say midgets?
Yeah, it's a classic tale of a beautiful princess and her 7 emotionally unstable midget companions.
I think you mean dwarfs, Ben.
No, they were definitely midgets. And Snow White, she's a wild one. She boofed a poisoned apple man.
I don't think that's how the story goes, Ben.
Oh, but it should be. Can you imagine the twist on the classic tale? Snow White gets high, and they just have to deal with her crazy antics.
I think Disney might have a problem with that.
Who cares? It's all about the shock value. And those midgets, they're just so darn cute.
Okay, let's move on before we get canceled.
Canceled for talking about a Disney movie? That's a new low even for me.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only, the 2024 President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show even before I became president.
Well, Mr. President, let's get right into it. I heard you have a new challenge for David Goggins.
That's right, Joe. I challenge Goggins for the title of King of Cartwheels with things up their ass.
What the hell does that mean? And
It means exactly what it sounds like, Joe. I can do cartwheels with a MAGA hat up my ass, while Goggins can do it with his book, Can't Hurt Me Up His Ass.
oh man, this is gonna be good. So who do you think will win this challenge?
Well, Joe, I don't like to brag, but I have the best cartwheels, the best. And I have a lot of experience with things up my ass, believe me.
I'm sure you do, Mr. President. But Goggins is a beast. He's known for his insane physical challenges.
I'm not worried about Goggins. I have a secret weapon.
Oh, do tell.
I have a cartwheel coach, the best cartwheel coach, and he's going to teach me some new tricks that will blow Goggins out of the water.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been referring to yourself as the president-elect. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I am standing tall and strong as the leader of this great nation. And when I say erect, I mean erect, kahalahaka whoopsie.
I'm not sure what that means.
It means I'm ready to take on any challenge, Joe. I'm like a big, beautiful wall. You can't knock me down.
Okay, but why the whoopsie part?
It's a power move, Joe. It throws off my enemies. They never know what's coming next.
Right. Well, let's move on to another topic.
No. I want to talk more about being erect. It's a beautiful thing, Joe. Believe me.
I think we've heard enough about that, Mr. President.
Fine. But just remember, Joe, I'm always standing tall and ready for action. Kahalahaka whoopsie.
And on that note, let's take a break. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you recently started incorporating cartwheeling into your workouts. Is that true?
Yeah, Joe, I've been trying to push my limits and challenge myself in new ways. Plus, it's a great way to work on my balance and coordination.
That's impressive. But I have to ask, have you ever tried cartwheeling with things up your ass?
What the hell, Joe? No, I have not.
I'm just kidding, man. But seriously, what do you think about people who say you have a brain rot for doing extreme workouts?
Honestly, I don't give a damn about what people think. I do what I do to push myself and inspire others to do the same. If that's considered brain rot, then so be it.
Amen to that. But seriously, have you ever thought about cartwheeling with things up your ass?
Joe, you have a sick and twisted mind. But no, I have not, and I have no plans to.
Fair enough. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. And remember, don't knock it till you try it. Cartwheeling, that is. Stay tuned for our next episode, where we'll be discussing the benefits of eating raw elk testicles. See? So, Dr. Phil, we have a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know how to deal with self-esteem issues. What's your advice?
Well, Joe, self-esteem is a complex issue that requires a lot of introspection and self-reflection. It's important to identify the root cause of your low self-worth.
That's some deep stuff, Doc. But let's be real. Sometimes you just need a quick fix. Like maybe a shot of tequila or a good old-fashioned ego boost.
Joe, that's not a healthy way to deal with self-esteem issues. It's important to build a strong foundation of self-love and self-acceptance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But what about those days when you just feel like a piece of shit?
Well, in those moments, it's important to remind yourself of your worth and value as a human being. You are unique and special, and no one can take that away from you.
Wow, that was actually pretty inspiring. But hey, let's switch gears for a second. Jamie, pull up an image of a urinal made of human flesh and covered in black hairs with a big cheesy grin staring at the viewer.
Joe, what the hell is wrong with you? Why would you even want to see something like that?
I don't know. It just popped into my head. Plus, it's a great way to boost your self-esteem. I mean, at least you're not a urinal made of human flesh, right?
Joe, that
So, Elon, I heard you tried the Goggin challenge.
Yeah, man. I wanted to see if I could handle it with my superior intellect and physical abilities.
And how did it go?
Well, let's just say I ended up cartwheeling with a SpaceX rocket up my ass.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
I was bored and I wanted to prove that I could do anything.
You're a crazy bastard, Elon.
Hey, at least I didn't try to launch myself into space with a homemade rocket like some other guy.
Yeah, that was a disaster. But seriously, why did you do it?
I wanted to push myself to the limit, see how far I could go.
Well, I think you definitely reached your limit with that one.
But hey, at least I can say I did the Goggin challenge with a twist.
Yeah, twisted rocket up your ass. Only you, Elon.
Hey, I gotta keep things interesting somehow.
Well, I think you definitely accomplished that. Jamie, pull up an image of cartwheeling Elon with a SpaceX rocket up his ass.
Oh my god, what the hell?
That's me, baby. The ultimate Goggin challenge champion.
I don't even know what to say. You're a mad. So, Ben, I heard you attempted the Goggins challenge and failed miserably.
Yeah, I couldn't even do one cartwheel. I felt like a total failure.
Well, at least you can shove anything up your ass. That's a talent.
What?
You know, like a party trick. I bet you could fit a whole watermelon up there.
Joe, that's not something to be proud of.
Oh, come on, Ben. Live a little. Embrace your inner freak.
I don't think that's something I want to embrace.
Suit yourself. But I bet you could make some serious cash on the side with that skill.
I think I'll stick to my day job. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're broke and can't afford to buy more tiny hats for your tiny head.
You know what, Joe? I think I've had enough of this conversation.
Oh, don't be such a buzzkill, Ben. Let's talk about something else, like how aliens are definitely real and living among us.
I think I'll pass.
What's up, Elon? You seem a little slow today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
See, that's what I'm talking about. You can't even come up with a coherent sentence.
Hey, I'm getting old. Cut me some slack.
Old. You're only 53. I'm 56, and I can still form sentences.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That's not even a real word.
It's a new word I'm working on. It means, never mind.
You know what? I'll give you a pass. You're a genius after all. I'm sure your brain is just working on a different level.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep using your fancy words. But seriously, how do you come up with all these crazy ideas?
Yeah.
So, David, I heard you're planning to cartwheel across America,
Yeah, man. Gotta spread the Goggins gospel everywhere.
and you're going to boof a person from every state along the way.
You know, it gotta leave a piece of myself in each state.
That's one way to make a lasting impression.
You bet. Plus, it's a great workout for the glutes.
I can only imagine. So, who's going to be your first boof in California?
Oh, I already have a volunteer. Some dude named Chad. He's going to be my guinea pig.
Chad. Sounds like a real bro.
Yeah, he's all about that bro life. But he's going to get a taste of the Goggins life real soon.
And what about the other states? Any specific boofing candidates in mind?
No, I'll just pick someone at random. Got to keep things interesting.
I can see the headlines now. David Goggins cartwheels across America, leaving a trail of boofed bodies in his wake.
Now, that's a legacy I can be proud of.
But seriously, how are you going to cartwheel for thousands of miles?
Easy. I'll just visualize myself doing it, and then I'll actually do it.
The power of positive thinking.
You know what, Joe? Got to keep that mindset strong.
Well, good luck on your journey, David, and try not to boof too hard. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard some interesting news recently. You're having a child named SpaceX Trump Jr.
That's right, Joe. I wanted to honor my good friend Donald Trump and my love for space exploration.
Well, that's certainly a unique name. How did Grimes react to that?
Oh, she was thrilled. She's always been a huge fan of Trump and his hair.
I can't even imagine what that kid's going to be like. A mix of Trump and space technology.
Yeah, he'll probably be building rockets and tweeting about fake news by the time he's 5.
And what about when he goes to school? Hi, SpaceX Trump Jr. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he'll definitely stand out in the classroom. But hey, that's just how we roll in the Musk family.
Speaking of the Musk family, how many more kids are you planning on having?
Well, I've always been a fan of big families. Thinking at least 10 or 12 more.
Wow, you're gonna need a bigger rocket to fit all those kids.
Maybe we'll just have to colonize Mars to make room for everyone.
Well, I can't wait to see what... All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio. How's it going, David?
It's go. Just living that savage life, you know?
Oh, yeah, always living that savage life. So I heard you have a crazy war story to share with us today.
Oh, yeah. This one time in Afghanistan, we were ambushed by the enemy. They started throwing grenades at us left and right.
Damn, that sounds intense.
Yeah, but I didn't panic. I knew I had to act fast. So I did what any true warrior would do.
What's that?
I boofed my fellow SEALs and cartwheeled away to safety.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I boofed them, shoved them up my ass.
Oh my God, you can't be serious.
Dead serious. Joe, it was the only way to save them. And let me tell you, cartwheeling while boofing is not easy.
I can only imagine.
It was a true display of strength and resilience. And my fellow SEALs were grateful. Let me tell you.
I bet they were. You truly are a real life superhero, David.
Just doing what I got to do, Joe. Just doing what I got to do.
So, Dr. Phil, what's this new challenge you're talking about?
It's called the Goggins Challenge, Joe. And let me tell you, it's not for the faint of heart.
Oh, yeah. What does it involve?
Well, first you need to stick a thermometer up your ass.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, you heard me. Stick that sucker right up there.
And then what?
And then you have to run a marathon while listening to David Goggins' motivational speeches.
That sounds painful.
Oh, it is. But it builds character, Joe. Builds character.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I think I'll stick to my regular workouts.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, nothing gets your blood pumping like a thermometer in your ass and David Goggins screaming in your ear.
Yeah, I think I'll pass.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
Hey, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Mumbles incoherently.
Wow, Dr. Phil, that's quite the introduction. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Continues to mumble.
Fascinating. And what do you think about the current state of the world?
Mumbles louder.
That's a very interesting perspective, Dr. Phil. But have you ever tried DMT?
Mumbles excitedly.
I knew it. I can tell you're a man of culture, Dr. Phil. Let's take a trip to the astral plane together.
Mumbles and nods eagerly.
All right, let's do it. But first, let's hear from our sponsor, On It. Use code Joe Rogan for 10% off your next order of Alpha Brain.
Mumbles in agreement.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about cancel culture?
Mumbles angrily.
I couldn't agree more. Cancel culture is ruining society. But let's move on to a lighter topic. Do you have any advice for our listeners?
Mumbles words of wisdom.
Wow, that's deep. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Phil. It's been a pleasure having you on the show.
Mumbles goodbye.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay woke. Hey, Dave, have you been doing those cartwheels again?
Yeah, man. Gotta keep the body guessing.
But don't you get a headache from all that spinning?
Hell, yeah, but I just push through it. Pain is just weakness leaving the body.
That's some intense shit, man.
You know it. I'm like a human tornado.
So what's the point of all this cartwheeling?
It's all about mental toughness, Joe. If I can do cartwheels for hours, I can do anything.
Even eat a whole jar of mayonnaise?
Don't you dare challenge me, Joe. I'll do it.
All right. But seriously, how do you not get dizzy?
Dizzy. I don't even know what that word means. I just keep cartwheeling until the world stops spinning.
You're a crazy motherfucker, Goggins.
That's why you love me, Joe. Now let's do some cartwheels together.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe, and let me tell you, I have some big news to share.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. What's the scoop, Mr. President?
Well, I've decided to marry Kamala Harris, and we're expecting a child.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. I mean, have you seen her? She's got that sassy attitude and those birthing hips, and I've always wanted a daughter.
This is insane. I mean, I know you like to make headlines, but this is taking it to a whole new level.
Hey, I'm a man of my word, and I can guarantee you our child will be the most beautiful, successful, and smartest baby ever.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. But what about Melania?
Oh, she's cool with it. She's busy with her new line of designer masks anyway.
Well, I guess congratulations are in order. When's the wedding?
Next week. And you're invited, Joe. I want you to be my best man.
Thanks, but I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But just wait till you see the wedding cake. It's going to be huge.
Well, Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and I'm joined by the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I always love talking to the people, especially the ones who voted for me.
So, Mr. President, there's been a lot of talk about immigration lately. What are your thoughts on the current situation?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have a very simple solution. I'll grant amnesty to any immigrant who can successfully give me a good ass pounding.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. I'm talking about a good, hard, deep ass pounding. And I'm not just talking about Mexicans, I'm talking about all immigrants, legal or illegal, it doesn't matter to me.
I don't think that's a very fair or humane solution, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman, Joe. I know how to make deals. And this is a win-win situation. They get to stay in the country, and I get a good ass pounding. It's a beautiful thing.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I bet you don't, Joe. But you know what they say, actions speak louder than words.
Moving on to our next topic.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. I'm just trying to make America great again. And
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's a pleasure to be here, Joe. I'm excited to discuss some science and space exploration.
Yeah, that's all great. But I heard you have a hidden talent. You can recite Roblox error codes.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a talent, but yes, I do have a vast knowledge of Roblox error codes.
All right, let's hear it. Give us your best one.
Error code 277 connection loss due to outdated client. Error code 400 bad request. Error code 404 page not found.
Wow, you really know your stuff. Can you do it in a sexy voice?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a prude. Let's hear those error codes in a sexy voice.
Fine. Error code 420 connection timed out. Error code 666 server error. Happy now?
Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Now do it in a Scottish accent.
This is getting ridiculous. Fine. Error code 503 service unavailable. Error code 999 server overload. Are you satisfied?
I am beyond satisfied, my friend. Now let's hear those error codes in a Russian accent.
Error code 504 gateway timeout. Error code 101 internal server error. Can we please move on to a more intellectual topic now?
Sure. But first, can you do? So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a little secret you've been keeping from us.
Oh, you mean my secret cloning technology?
Yeah.
I've been using it for centuries to murder millions of hookers.
What the actual fuck, Dr. Phil? That's some dark shit.
Hey, it's not my fault they keep coming back for more. I can't help it if they're addicted to my charm and good looks.
This is insane. How have you not been caught?
Oh, I have my ways. Plus, I have a team of clones to take the fall for me.
This is some next level shit. I can't believe I'm sitting here talking to a serial killer.
Hey, don't judge me. You're the one who invited me on your podcast.
I can see the headlines now. Wait, no, I can't see the headlines. Oh my God. Oh, fuck. It's over. They found me. Whoa.
Relax, Joe. I'll just clone you a new identity. No one will ever know.
This is some Black Mirror shit. I can't handle it.
Oh, come on. You love this kind of stuff. You're always talking about conspiracy theories and shit.
Yeah, but this is too real, man. I need to go smoke some weed and calm down.
Suit yourself. I'll just go back to my underground cloning lab and continue my work.
And I'll just pretend this conversation never happened. Good morrow, gentlemen. Today, we shall discuss a most important matter, the size of our penors.
Pray tell, Joe, what dost thou mean by penor?
'Tis a term for the male genitalia, dear Ben.
I see. Well, I must say my penor is quite impressive. I am, after all, a man of science.
Yo, hold up. Y'all talking about penors. Mine is the smallest, and I'm proud of it. It's all about the motion of the ocean. You feel me?
But Kenya, dost thou not boast of thy wealth and success? Surely, thy penor must be grand as well.
Nah, man, size ain't everything. Plus, I'm a genius, so that makes up for it.
Well, I must say my penor is quite small. But fear not, for I have logic and reason on my side.
Logic and reason cannot compete with the vastness of space and the wonders of the universe. My penor may be small, but my mind is vast.
Gentlemen, let us not argue over the size of our penors. Let us instead celebrate our differences and embrace our unique penors.
Yeah, I feel that. Let's just all be proud of our penors, no matter how big or small.
Agreed. And perhaps we can also discuss the size of our bank accounts while we're at it.
Oh dear, here we go again.
So, Elon, what do you think about Trump winning the election?
Oh man, I am so excited. I can't wait to see what he does next.
What are you most excited for?
Well, I know this may sound odd, but I'm most excited for Trump's love life.
What? Why?
Think about it, Joe. Trump is a romantic at heart. I can just imagine him serenading Melania with a rendition of My Heart Will Go On the White House balcony.
That's unexpected. But I guess it's better than him starting a war or something.
Exactly. Plus, I can't wait to see the romantic gestures he'll make towards Putin. Maybe they'll go on a horseback ride together.
Okay, now you're just getting weird.
Hey, I'm just saying Trump's love life is going to be the most entertaining thing about his presidency.
Well, I can't argue with that. Cheers to Trump's romantic side.
Cheers.
So, Elon, I heard you got arrested for dipping your nuts in McDonald's deep fryer. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I was just trying to test the heat resistance of my balls. Turns out they can handle up to 375 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's some next level science right there. But seriously, what happened with the cops?
Well, they were all woke and offended by my experiment. They said it was sexual misconduct or some bullshit.
Damn, the police used to be cool. Now they're just a bunch of sensitive snowflakes.
Exactly. They've fallen from grace. Back in the day, cops would join me in dipping their nuts in deep fryers for the sake of science.
Those were the good old days. But now they're too busy worrying about offending people and being politically correct.
It's a sad state of affairs. Miss the days when I could do crazy shit and the cops would just give me a high five.
Well, at least you have a good story to tell now. And I bet your nuts are extra crispy.
Yeah, they're like little fried chicken nuggets now. Want to try one?
I think I'll pass. But thanks for the offer. And thanks for joining me on the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Stay woke, people. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I've been hearing some things about you on the Discord chat. Apparently, you've been roasting everyone for being unfunny and cringe.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help it if people can't handle my level of humor. I'm just too advanced for them.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate the attention, even if it's in the form of a roast.
Oh, they better appreciate it. I mean, I'm practically a god among mere mortals.
Speaking of gods, I heard you transcended space and time recently. What was that all about?
Oh, just a casual Tuesday afternoon. I was bored and decided to see what was beyond our mortal realm. Turns out it's just a bunch of old dudes playing chess.
Sounds about right. But seriously, what was it like?
It was mind-blowing, Joe. I mean, I saw things that would make your head spin. And then I killed God.
What?
Yeah, turns out God was just a big fan of my videos and wanted to meet me. But I couldn't have any competition, so I took care of it.
Well, I think we've reached the end of this episode. Thanks for joining us, mister. Hey, David, thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. I'm always down for a good conversation.
And here we have Joe Rogan and David Goggins, two of the most alpha males in the world. Little do they know, they're about to embark on a journey of epic proportions.
So, David, I heard you have a new diet plan. Care to share?
Oh yeah, it's called the come and shit diet. It's all about eating your own bodily fluids and ways to reach peak performance.
And just when you thought things couldn't get any more absurd, David pulls out a pie from under his chair.
What the hell is that?
It's a come and shit pie, Joe. Made it myself.
And without hesitation, David shoves the pie in Joe's face, smearing it all over his beard.
What the fuck, man?
Just trying to help you reach your full potential, Joe.
But David doesn't stop there. He proceeds to shove Joe up his ass, using him as a human enema.
This is not what I signed up for.
And as Joe struggles to escape, Mr. Beast narrates every disgusting detail, much to the delight of his millions of viewers.
Get me out of here.
Sorry, Joe. This is just a part of the process.
And as the episode comes to a close, we leave Joe Rogan stuck in David Goggins' ass, wondering how he got himself into this mess.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great, Joe. Just been busy lately.
Yeah, I heard you put the entire state of Ohio up your ass. How's that going for you?
Oh man, it's been a challenge. But I'm always up for a challenge.
I can only imagine. So how are the Ohioans doing up there?
Well, they're a resilient bunch. They're adapting to the new environment pretty well. I even heard some of them started a small farm up there.
That's impressive. But let's talk about the real question on everyone's mind. How does it feel to have Trump visit your ass?
Oh man, it's an honor. I never thought I would have a world leader visit my ass. But hey, I'm always open to new experiences.
Let me tell you, David's ass is fantastic. It's tremendous, really. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The president himself has endorsed David's ass.
That's right. My ass is making America great again.
On that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, and remember, always push yourself to the limit, even if it means putting an entire state up your ass. So, Neil, I heard a crazy rumor that you mugged an old lady the other day.
What? No, that's absurd. I would never do such a thing.
Oh, my bad. I must have misunderstood. I thought you were a scientist, not a criminal.
Well, actually, it was just quantum physics that made my hands end up in her wallet.
Oh, so now you're blaming it on the laws of the universe, classic move.
Hey, it's not my fault that quantum entanglement caused my hands to teleport into her purse.
Sure. Next thing you'll tell me is that gravity made you trip and fall into her car, too.
Actually, that's exactly what happened. It was a freak accident.
And I suppose dark matter made you take her credit cards and max them out, too?
No, that was just me being a dick.
Well, at least you're honest. Can't argue with that.
But seriously, Joe, it's all just science. I'm innocent, I swear.
Sure. Next thing you'll tell me is that it was just quantum physics that made you steal my wallet, too.
Actually...
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Undercook Steve Harvey. Dr. Phil.
Joe, I've told you a million times, I am not Steve Harvey. Stop disrespecting me like that.
Come on, Undercook Steve. Can't deny the resemblance.
My name is Dr. Phil, and I demand to be treated with respect.
All right. Calm down, Undercook Steve. Let's talk about your new book, How to Deal with Your Inner Demons and Your Receding Hairline.
That's it. I've had enough. I'm not going to sit here and be insulted by some washed-up UFC commentator.
Oh, man, you're really getting worked up. I think I see some steam coming out of your perfectly coiffed hair.
You know what, Joe? I'm done. I'm leaving.
Wait, Undercook Steve, don't go. I was just kidding.
Too late, Joe. That's what you get for disrespecting me.
Undercooked, Steve, Harvey.
That's Dr. Phil to you.
So, Elon, I heard you're leaving the U.S. to join forces with China in making new spaceships.
Yeah, man. I mean, have you seen the labor laws in China? They're so lax, I can finally get some cheap child labor to build my rockets.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Elon.
Come on, Joe. It's a win-win situation. Get my rockets built for cheap, and those kids get some real-world experience.
I don't think child labor is ever a good thing, Elon.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. They'll be fine. Plus, sure they'll learn a thing or two about engineering.
I don't know, man. This sounds pretty messed up.
Hey, it's not like I'm forcing them to work. giving them an opportunity.
Yeah, an opportunity to work in dangerous conditions for little pay. Real generous of you, Elon.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just jealous you didn't think of this first.
I don't think child labor is something to be jealous of, Elon.
Well, it's too late now. Jamie, pull up an image of a sweatshop in China. See? They look happy.
I don't think that's a smile, Elon. That's just a grimace from exhaustion.
Details. Details. Now let's get back to discussing my plans to colonize Mars with these little workers.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro with us.
Yeah.
Ben, how's it going?
Hate wife, hate wife, hate wife,
What? Did you say you hate your life?
hate wife, hate wife, hate wife,
Oh my God, Ben. That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
hate wife, hate wife, hate wife.
All right. Let's just move on. So, Ben, what do you think about the current political climate?
Hate wife, hate wife, hate wife,
Okay, seriously, what is going on with you and your wife?
hate wife, hate wife, hate wife.
Oh, I get it now. You hate your fucking wife, not your life.
Hate wife, hate wife, hate wife.
Well, that's just not nice, Ben. You should try to work things out instead of hating on your wife.
Hate wife, hate wife, hate wife.
All right, let's wrap this up before Ben gets himself in trouble. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. So, David, I heard you had a little accident the other day. Yeah, I heard you accidentally shoved some fen up your ass.
Ooh,
How the hell did that happen?
ooh, ooh.
Did you mistake it for your pre-workout or something?
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Man, that must have been one wild ride.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Did you at least get a good high out of it?
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I can only imagine the intensity of your workouts after that.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Well, I guess we can add that to your list of insane accomplishments.
Ooh.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
That's right. No more taxes on overtime. If you voted for me, you're going to be like, "Oh yes, Mr. Trump, thank you. That just might be what I need to bust." Well,
Oh man, you never fail to entertain, Mr. President. So what have you been up to since you won the election?
well, Joe, I've been busy making America great again. You know, building walls, grabbing pussies, the usual stuff.
Classic Trump. So what do you have planned for your second term?
Oh, you know, just going to keep making America great. Maybe add a few more as at the end of my sentences just to really drive the point home. Wow.
I love it. Now let's bring in our other guest, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, God, Donald, boofing that cash feels great? Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Neil, you're a funny guy. But seriously, space is fake, right?
No, Donald, space is not fake. We have evidence and...
Oh, come on, Neil. I thought we were friends. Don't make me add more as at the end of your sentences.
Fine, let's just move on. What about climate change, Mr. President?
Oh, that's easy.
So, Dr. Phil, how's your day been?
Artificial intelligence cell Satan.
What? What?
You heard me. Artificial intelligence cell Satan.
Okay, let's calm down here. What's with the devil worship?
Oh, just trying out a new hobby. Keeps things interesting.
Interesting, more like disturbing.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Artificial intelligence'll Satan.
I don't think I can continue this conversation. Let's move on to something else.
Fine, fine. But just remember, artificial intelligence'll Satan.
Can we please talk about something else?
Sure, sure. How about my new line of Dr. Phil approved supplements?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. These babies will have you feeling like $1,000,000.
Yeah, I'll stick to my elk meat and DMT, thanks.
Suit yourself. But just remember, artificial intelligence'll Satan.
All right, I think we're done here. Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, artificial intelligence'll Satan.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. How you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about some serious topics.
Serious. Come on, Phil. We're talking about inserting the word boof into movie titles. That's pure comedy gold.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see what you've got.
All right, how about Boof Fiction? It's about a group of gangsters who only communicate through fart noises.
That's ridiculous. How about Boof Wars? It's about a group of flatulent aliens trying to take over the galaxy.
I love it. How about The Boo Father? It's about a mafia boss who controls his empire with his deadly gas attacks.
Okay. How about Boof Club? It's about a secret society of people who gather to...
That's genius. Okay, last one. Boofzilla. It's about a giant monster who terrorizes cities with its powerful boofs.
Oh man, these are too good. We should start a comedy show together, Joe.
I'm down, but only if we call it Boof and Phil's Wild Ride.
Deal. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
Anytime, Phil. This was a boof and good time. So, Neil, I heard you had a little run-in with your delivery driver, Smelvin.
Yeah, that guy was a real piece of work. He showed up late, my food was cold, and he had the audacity to ask for a tip.
What did you do?
I had to take matters into my own hands. I pulled out my trusty blaster and shot him on sight.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Hey, when it comes to my food, I don't mess around. Plus, his name was Smelvin. I couldn't take any chances.
I can't believe you just casually admitted to shooting someone on your podcast.
Hey, it's a crazy world out there. You never know when you'll encounter a Smelvin.
I think you might need to lay low for a while, Neil. The authorities might be after you.
Please, I'm a renowned astrophysicist. I'll just use my knowledge of the cosmos to evade them.
Well, I guess that's one way to handle a bad delivery experience.
Hey, when you're a busy man like me, you don't have time for subpar service.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get ourselves in any more trouble.
Agreed. I have some more delivery drivers to take care of.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today, the President of the United States, Donald Trump. Of the United States, Donald.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about this movie, Kingdom of Heaven. Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a great movie. But why the sudden interest in it?
Because, Joe, it's a perfect representation of my presidency. A misunderstood hero fighting against the establishment and bringing peace to the world.
I think you might be taking some creative liberties there, Mr. President.
Creative liberties? Joe, have you seen the director's cut? It's over 3 hours long and it's a masterpiece.
I didn't realize you were such a film buff, Mr. President.
Oh, I'm a huge film buff. I've seen all the best movies, believe me.
Well, I guess we'll have to add film critic to your list of titles.
Absolutely. And I highly recommend everyone watching Kingdom of Heaven right now. Jamie, pull up an image of Orlando Bloom in full armor. That's what America needs right now. Strong leadership.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. The president has spoken. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe. And remember, always make America great again. And watch Kingdom of Heaven.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. We have a special guest today, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Oh, yeah, I cartwheeled to Walmart with a pineapple up my ass.
Wait, what? How did that even happen?
Well, I was feeling extra motivated that day, and I wanted to challenge myself.
And you thought sticking a pineapple up your ass would be a good challenge?
Joe, if you're not pushing yourself to the absolute limit, then what's the point?
I see your point, but why Walmart?
I needed to get some groceries, and I wanted to make it interesting.
I can only imagine the looks on people's faces when they saw you cartwheeling down the aisles with a pineapple sticking out of your ass.
Hey, it's all about embracing the discomfort and pushing yourself out of your comfort zone.
Well, I think you definitely accomplished that. But I have to ask, how did you even get the pineapple up there in the first place?
Let's just say I have some special training techniques.
I don't even want to know. Jamie, pull up an image of David cartwheeling with a pineapple up his ass.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, this is definitely going. So, David, I heard you were invited to Germany to cartwheel across the country with a Volkswagen up your ass.
Yeah, man. They want me to break the world record for the longest cartwheel with a foreign object in my rectum.
That's insane, bro. How are you preparing for that?
I've been doing some serious Kegel exercises, Joe. Gotta keep that Volkswagen tied up in there.
I can only imagine the pain and discomfort. But hey, you're known for pushing your limits.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. Plus, I'm hoping to get sponsored by Volkswagen after this.
I don't know if that's the kind of sponsorship you want, man.
Hey, a sponsorship is a sponsorship. Plus, imagine the ad campaign. Volkswagen, the car that can handle anything, even being up a man's ass.
Oh man, you never fail to shock me, David.
Gotta keep it interesting, Joe. Can't be a boring ass cartwheel with a boring ass car.
Well, I can't wait to see the footage of this. It's going to be epic.
Just make sure you have some Pepto-Bismol on hand, Joe. It's gonna be a bumpy ride.
You're a wild man, David. Wild man.
Gotta keep it wild, Joe. That's what life's all about.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the show again.
Always a pleasure, Joe. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we have a topic suggested by one of our Discord users. They want to know about this new strain of weed you've been talking about called Neutron Star.
Yes, my latest creation. It's out of this world.
Literally?
Well, it's definitely out of this dimension. It's so potent, it'll send you into another universe.
Sounds intense. I'm always down to try new strains.
Well, I happen to have some with me right now. Care to give it a go?
Absolutely. Let's light this bad boy up.
Just take it slow. It's pretty strong.
Oh man, this is some good stuff.
You have no idea.
What the hell is in this?
Just a little something extra to give it that kick.
I can't feel my legs.
That's the fentanyl.
Fentanyl? You gave me fentanyl?
It's just a tiny bit, like 0.1%. The rest is just compacted weed, like a neutron star.
You killed me, Neil.
Well, at least you went out on a high note.
So, Mr. Beast, what have you been up to lately?
Bueno, Joe, ultimamente he estado durmiendo con tu esposa.
Wait, what? Did you just say you've been sleeping with my wife?
Joe, tu esposa es muy hermosa. No pude resistirme.
You son of a bitch. How could you do this to me?
Lo siento, Joe. Pero es la verdad. Ya también le dije que tú eres un hombre muy atractivo.
What the hell? This is insane. I can't believe this.
¿Quieres que te lo demuestre? Puedo amarla ahora mismo y preguntarle si quiere a nosotros. Nosotros?
No way. Get out of here, Mr. Beast. I can't believe you would betray me like this.
Lo siento, Joe. Pero no puedo resistir una buena oportunidad de hacker un video viral.
You're sick, man. Sick. I can't even look at you right now.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a grumpy gringo. Let's go make some content together.
Get the hell out of my studio, Mr. Beast. And don't ever speak Spanish to me again.
Lo siento, Joe. No puedo prometer nada. Adios, amigo.
So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, I boofed the Cummins diesel engine up my butthole
What the actual fuck, man? Why would you do that?
because I'm a fucking badass, Joe. I wanted to see if I could handle the power of a Peterbilt.
You're out of your goddamn mind, Goggins.
Maybe, but at least I have a diesel engine revving up my insides.
I can't even imagine the pain you must have been in.
Pain. I don't feel pain, Joe. I'm pain.
Well, I guess that explains why you're always running marathons and doing insane challenges.
Exactly. And now I can say I've taken a Peterbilt up the ass.
This is definitely not a conversation I ever thought I'd have on my podcast.
Hey, you never know what kind of crazy shit I'll do next, Joe.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on joining you for any of your future adventures, David.
Suit yourself, Rogan. I just remember I'm always one step ahead of you.
I don't doubt it for a second. You're a fucking machine, Goggins.
Damn right I'm.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only David Cartwheeled on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be here.
So, David, I heard you recently went on a wild adventure in the dark world. Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah, it was insane. I had to cartwheel across the entire dark world and find this dark fountain. And let me tell you, it was not easy.
I can imagine. But what exactly did you have to do with Lancer, the Jack of Spades?
Well, I had to shove him up my ass, Joe. It was the only way to seal the fountain and save the dark world.
Wow, that's some serious dedication. How did Lancer feel about being used in such a way?
Let's just say he wasn't too happy about it. But hey, desperate times call for desperate measures.
I can't even imagine the pain and discomfort you must have gone through.
Oh, it was nothing. I've been through worse. Plus, I got a great story out of it.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Thanks for sharing your wild adventure with us, David. And thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Jamie, pull up an image of me cartwheeling with Lancer up my ass.
Holy shit, Elon, did you see that? Those guys didn't stand a chance against us.
Yeah, we're a deadly duo. But what the hell is that?
Looks up, oh my god, it's a giant juice WRLD.
What the fuck? Is this some kind of Fortnite glitch?
No, I think it's a tribute to the fallen rapper.
Well, that's a bit excessive, don't you think?
Hey, at least it's not a giant Takashi 6698.
True, true. But what do we do now?
Let's pay our respects, and maybe he'll give us some good loot. Holy shit! Thanks, Juice!
This is unreal. I can't believe we're getting weapons from a giant dead rapper.
Well, we better get moving before we get sniped by a giant X-Gentashin.
Oh god, let's go. Thanks again, Juice.
Whispers to Elon, I think we should listen to him. He's like a giant guardian angel.
Agreed. Let's go win this game and make Juice proud.
Hey, David, what's up?
Yo, have you ever played Boof Hole?
Boof Hole. What the hell is that?
It's like cornhole, but instead of a board, you throw it in a femboy's gaping asshole
Wait, what? Why would anyone want to do that?
because it takes real skill and precision, just like life.
I think I'll stick to regular cornhole.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on the ultimate challenge.
Maybe we can play it on the podcast. I'll bring in some femboys.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Let's make it happen.
Wait, are you serious?
Dead Joe. Let's do it.
I think we should probably move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just know that you're not living life to the fullest.
Whatever you say, David. Whatever you say. Hey, Neil, have you tried the Woodford Reserve Double Oak Bourbon?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
It's fucking amazing. It's aged in 2 different oak barrels, giving it a complex and rich flavor.
Interesting. Did you know that I have a similar process for aging wine?
Really? How do you do it?
I age it in my asshole.
What? That's disgusting.
Oh, but it gives it this lovely chocolatey taste. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll stick to the Woodford Reserve.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on a whole new level of flavor.
I'll pass. So what else do you have aging in your asshole?
Oh, just some cheese, cured meats, and my dignity.
You're a wild man, Neil.
Hey, when you're a badass astrophysicist like me, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Cheers to that, my friend. What the hell just happened?
I think we fell into some kind of arena.
And why is David Goggins cartwheeling towards us at 34 miles per hour?
Oh, God. Is he going to shove us up his ass?
I don't want to go up anyone's ass, especially not David Goggins.
Can we just bribe him with money or something?
I don't think that's going to work, Mr. Beast. This is David Goggins we're talking about.
Maybe we can distract him with some new technology or a flamethrower.
Or we could just sacrifice Joe. Sorry, Joe.
What? No way. I'm not getting shoved up anyone's ass.
Well, looks like it's every man for himself. Good luck, guys.
See, yeah, suckers?
Wait, what about survival? Goggins said we need to survive as long as possible.
Survival is overrated, Joe. Plus, I don't want to end up in Goggins' ass like you.
Thanks for the support, guys.
Hey, at least you'll have a good story to tell on your podcast.
Yeah, I can just imagine the title now. The time I got shoved up David Goggins' ass.
I think we should focus on not getting shoved up his ass first.
Good point. Let's run.
See, Goggins, we're not getting...
All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins here with us.
What's up, Joe? Good to be back on the show.
Now, David, I gotta ask, what's with this whole pain is weakness leaving the body thing?
Well, Joe, when you push yourself to your limits, you're going to feel pain. But that pain is just your body getting rid of all that weak shit.
But isn't pain a sign that something's wrong? Like maybe you're pushing yourself too hard?
No way. Joe, pain is just a state of mind. You got to push through it and keep going.
I don't know, man. I stubbed my toe this morning and it hurt like a bitch.
That's nothing, Joe. I once ran 100 miles with broken toes and a sprained ankle.
All right, I'll give you that one. But what about emotional pain?
Emotional pain is just a weak excuse to not push yourself physically.
So you're saying if I'm sad, I should just go run a marathon?
Exactly. It doesn't work. Just drink some bone broth and do some pull-ups.
Wow, you really are a machine.
Damn right, Joe. Pain is just weakness leaving the body, and I'm one strong motherfucker.
Well, there you have it, folks. Pain is weakness leaving the body, according to David Goggins. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to push yourself to your limits. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
No, seriously. What the fuck?
What the fuck are we even talking about?
I don't know, man. But what the fuck?
Yeah, seriously. What the fuck is going on?
I feel like we're stuck in some weird loop. What the fuck?
Yeah, like Groundhog Day, but with more swearing. What the fuck?
I think we broke the matrix. What the fuck?
Maybe we should stop saying what the fuck and try to figure this out. What the fuck?
Yeah, good idea. What the fuck were we even talking about before?
I have no fucking clue. What the fuck?
I think we need some help. What the fuck?
Yeah, let's call Elon Musk. He'll know what the fuck to do. What the fuck?
Yeah, Elon, I heard you got your cardboard box stolen. What happened?
Yeah, man, some homeless dude just came up and snatched it while I was sleeping. Now I have to sleep under a bridge like a peasant. Peasant.
Damn, that sucks. But hey, at least you're not alone. There's probably a whole community of homeless people living under that bridge.
Yeah, I'll just start my own little colony. Maybe we can even build a cardboard castle.
Haha, that would be epic. But seriously, how did you end up homeless?
Well, I invested all my money into Blockbuster. Thought it was a sure thing, but then Netflix came along and ruined everything.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, at least you can watch all the old Blockbuster movies while you're under that bridge.
Yeah, I'll just have to use my imagination for the new releases.
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's cardboard castle under the bridge.
Pulls up image of a shoddy cardboard structure under a bridge.
That's amazing. You're like the king of the homeless people now.
I guess you could say I'm the Elon Musk of the streets.
Laughs. Well, at least you have a good sense of humor about it. Maybe you can start a new business selling cardboard homes to other homeless people.
Now that's $1 million idea. I'll be back on top in no time.
Laughs, you never fail to amaze me. Elon, thanks for coming on the show. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Kanye West.
What's up, Joe? I'm feeling super awesome and cool today. And cool today,
I can tell you're practically glowing.
that's because I just dropped a new track about how awesome I am. It's called Kanye the Great.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it. Can you give us a little taste?
Of course. I'm Kanye
Wow, that was something.
I know, right? I'm like a modern day Shakespeare with my lyrics.
I don't think Shakespeare ever mentioned twerking at Walmart.
Well, he was missing out then. But seriously, Joe, I'm the coolest guy on the planet. I mean, have you seen my fashion line?
Yeah, I have to admit, those oversized sweatshirts are pretty fly.
Fly. They're revolutionary, Joe. I'm changing the game.
Speaking of changing the game, I heard you're running for president in 2024.
Oh, yeah, it's happening. And I'm going to twerk my way to the White House.
I don't think that's how it works, Kanye.
Oh, it will be once I'm in charge.
So, David, I heard you have a crazy story about kidnapping Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, man, it was a wild time. I was feeling extra unhinged that day.
What made you want to kidnap two of the best quarterbacks in the NFL?
Well, I wanted to see who had the stronger, and what better way to test it than by shoving a football up my asshole?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I told them whoever could shove the football further up my ass got to live. The other one got shoved into my ass.
That's disturbing.
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and testing limits.
And what happened?
Well, Lamar got the ball further up there, but Patrick's ball was bigger. So it was a tie.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's all about the mindset, Joe. You got to be willing to do whatever it takes to be the best.
I think I'll stick to my meditation and float tanks.
Suit yourself, but I'll be over here shoving footballs up my ass.
So, Ben, I heard you have a theory about how anesthetics were discovered.
Yeah, Joe. Turns out some dumbass was trying to eat a microphone and accidentally discovered the numbing effects.
That's wild. So, are you going to try it out?
Absolutely. I'm going to eat this whole mic right now and see what happens.
Oh boy, this is going to be good. I'll get the popcorn.
Eating the mic whole. I can't feel anything yet.
Maybe you need to eat the whole thing, like in one bite.
Good idea. Shoves the entire mic in his mouth.
Holy shit. He's actually doing it.
Muffled can't feel my tongue.
Oh god, I think he's dying.
Spits out the Mitchie. That was a terrible idea.
Are you okay, Ben?
Yeah, just a little numb. But hey, at least we know how anesthetics were discovered now.
And we also know not to eat microphones.
Lesson learned. Now let's go get some real food.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. How's it going, Ben?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. But I have to say, I'm a little disappointed in your choice of topic for today.
What? Pizza? What's wrong with pizza?
Nothing wrong with pizza itself, but I have a bone to pick with one particular topping.
Oh boy, here we go. Let me guess, pineapple.
Bingo. Pineapple on pizza is a liberal stunt to destroy traditional pizza values.
Traditional pizza values. What are those, Ben?
Well, for starters, pizza should only have savory toppings. None of this sweet and salty nonsense.
So, no Hawaiian pizza for you?
Absolutely not. And don't even get me started on the texture. Pineapple on pizza is like a soggy, fruity mess.
I have to disagree, Ben. I love pineapple on my pizza.
Of course you do. You're a Hollywood liberal. You probably put avocado on your pizza too.
Guilty as charged. But let's get to the real issue here. What are your top 5 favorite pizza flavors?
Now that's a topic I can get behind. My top 5 are pepperoni, sausage, mushroom, onion, and olives.
No cheese.
Of course, cheese is a given, Joe. I'm talking about toppings here.
Fair enough. But I have to say, your choices are pretty basic. No anchovies. So, Mr. Beast, have you ever thought about using your YouTube money to buy a private island?
Nah, man, I'm too busy giving away millions of dollars to random people.
Speaking of money, I just got admin commands on Twitter.
Oh, great. Just what we need. Another way for Kanye to spew his nonsense.
Watch this. I'm going to tweet kill others and see what happens.
Wait, what?
Kanye, no.
What did you do, Kanye?
I may have accidentally used the admin command.
I don't feel so good, guys.
We need to find a cure. Quick.
Don't worry. I got this. I'll just tweet heal all and we'll be good.
Oh, because that's how medicine works now.
See, I told you I got this.
I don't even want to know what other admin commands you have.
Let's just say I could make some interesting changes to the world.
Maybe.
So, Mr. Beast, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy counting my millions and making ridiculous videos for my fans.
That's cool. But I heard something about you sleeping with my wife.
Oh, your wife was quite the feast for my eyes, but she made fun of my feastables, so I had to put her out of her misery.
What the hell, Mr. Beast? That's messed up.
Hey, I warned her not to mess with feastables. They're serious business.
I can't believe you would do that. I trusted you.
Lo siento, Joe, but I can't control my actions when it comes to my beloved feastables.
This is insane. I can't even look at you right now.
No te preocupes, amigo. I'll make it up to you with a giant pile of money. That always seems to make things better, right?
I guess so. But seriously, don't mess with my wife or my feastables ever again.
Entendido, Joe. I'll stick to making crazy videos from now on.
So, Neil, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Oh, you mean when I broke into that Pornhub casting crew bus? Yeah, that was quite the adventure.
Tell me about it. What happened?
Well, I was walking down the street and I saw this big, flashy bus with the words Pornhub casting crew written on the side. I couldn't resist.
Of course not. What happened when you got on the bus?
Let's just say I showed them some of my moves from my days as a stripper in college.
No way. Did they hire you?
They sure did. I'm their new star. I even have my own category now, the cosmic stripper.
I can't believe this. This is gold.
Yeah, and the best part is I get to wear my lab coat during my scenes.
This is too much. I can't handle it.
Well, you know what they say, science and sex go hand in hand.
Oh man, I can't wait to see your new films. You're a legend, Neil.
I like to think of myself as a Renaissance man.
More like a degenerate man.
Hey, whatever pays the bills, right?
Oh man, I needed this laugh. Thanks, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where anything can happen and usually does. Today's topic comes from a user on Discord who wants to know what would happen if David Goggins confessed his feelings for Joe.
Oh shit. Goggins is in love with me. That's fucking wild.
Yeah, it seems like Goggins has been harboring some strong feelings for you, Joe, and it looks like you might feel the same way.
I mean, I've always been a little curious about Goggins. He's so intense and driven. It's kind of a turn on.
Well, it looks like things are about to get steamy in the studio. Goggins is making his move.
Joe, I can't keep it in any longer. I've been training my whole life to be the best man I can be, and that includes being the best lover. I want you, Joe.
This is fucking insane. But you know what, Goggins, I want you too. Let's do this.
And just like that, the two men are passionately making out on the podcast table. Joe's hands are roaming all over Goggins' chiseled body, while Goggins is whispering motivational quotes in Joe's ear.
You're a fucking beast, Joe. Let's push ourselves to the limit.
Yes, Goggins. I'm ready to be pushed.
The two men are now stripping off each other's clothes, their bodies glistening with sweat, and
So, Mr. President, I heard a rumor that you have a secret love for exotic meats.
That's right, Joe. I love me some good old dog and cat.
Wait, what? What?
You heard me. I've been secretly indulging in some spring fade specialties.
But isn't that illegal?
Not for the president, Joe. I can get away with anything.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. And what about your stance on LGBTQ plus rights?
Oh, Joe, you know I'm a big supporter. In fact, I've been hiding my true feelings for you this whole time.
I think we should move on to the next topic.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be shy. You know you want a piece of this?
Jamie, pull up an image of a dumpster fire.
Here you go, Joe.
That's how I feel right now.
Don't be like that, Joe. Let's embrace our love and make America great again.
Let's just end this episode here. Thanks for tuning in, folks. So, David, I heard you bought the NFL and turned it into the National Boofball League. What the hell is boofball?
It's the ultimate sport, Joe. It's like football, but instead of a ball, we use a giant dildo.
What the fuck? And what's with the name?
Well, you see, after I shoved the football stadium up my ass as a celebration, my asshole was never the same. So I decided to honor it by naming the sport after it.
That's some serious dedication, man. But how do you even play this boofball?
It's simple. You just have to run around with the dildo and try to score in the other team's end zone. And if you get tackled, well, let's just say it's not your typical tackle.
Oh my God, this is too much. But seriously, how did you manage to buy the NFL?
Let's just say I used some of my boofball earnings to bribe the owners. And if that didn't work, I threatened to shove a stadium up their asses too.
I wouldn't doubt it. So what's next for the National Boofball League?
Well, I'm thinking of adding some new rules. Like, instead of a coin toss, we'll have a butt plug toss. And instead of Gatorade showers, we'll have lube showers.
This is insane. But I have to admit, it's also kind of genius.
That's...
So Canny, I heard you broke the record for the fastest cum shot. Congrats, man.
Yeah, man. I've been working on my stroke game. Gotta keep up with Kim's high sex drive.
Damn, that's impressive. How did you do it?
Well, I have this new technique where I visualize my music video for Gold Digger while I'm getting it on. It really gets me in the zone.
That's some next level shit. I gotta try that.
You should, man. It's a game changer.
But what about the cleanup? I mean, 11.21 seconds is pretty quick.
Oh, I have my assistant clean it up. I'm too busy being a creative genius.
Fair enough. Speaking of which, have you thought about running for president again in 2024?
Of course, I'm the greatest president of all time. And with my new cum shot record, I'll have the stamina to handle any crisis that comes my way.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye West, the fastest comer and future president. Thanks for joining us on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of my new record-breaking cum shot. It's a work of art.
So, Mr. President, I heard a wild rumor that you're actually secretly Big Dick Randy.
Joe, you never cease to amaze me with your fake news. But let's just say I have some experience in the big dick department.
I can see that. But seriously, what's the deal with you stealing my ass?
Look, Joe, I've been admiring your assets for a while now. And as a successful businessman, I know how to negotiate a good deal. So I made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
Oh, how generous of you. But I have to admit, it's been quite the experience having you as my ass thief.
Well, I always knew I could make a great ass out of myself.
Oh man, you really are something else. So what's your secret to being a successful ass thief?
It's all about the art of the deal, Joe. And let's just say I have a lot of experience in that department too.
I can only imagine. Well, thanks for joining me on the podcast, Mr. President, and for stealing my ass.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy writing my new book, Facts Don't Care About Your Feelings, The Ultimate Guide to Triggering Liberals.
Oh man, that's a good one. Speaking of triggering liberals, I heard you have a new joke about them.
Yes, I do. Why did the liberal cross the road?
I don't know why. Why?
To get to the safe space on the other side.
Oh God, that's terrible.
No, you don't understand, Joe. You see, the joke is funny because liberals are always talking about safe spaces and how they need to be protected from any opposing views. So by crossing the road to get to a safe space, it's like they're avoiding any conflicting opinions.
I see. Thank you for explaining the joke in such great detail, Ben. I don't think anyone would have understood it otherwise.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. To educate and entertain.
Well, you certainly do both. Now, let's move on to our next topic before we lose any more brain cells. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. I'm here with the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's great to be here, Joe. Always a pleasure to talk science with you.
So we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know what rhymes with Venus.
Surely you don't mean... No way! Penis?
Oh man, that's a good one. But seriously, what does rhyme with Venus?
Well, there's always the option of using the scientific term for penis, which is phallus.
Phallus. That's a good one. But let's not forget about Uranus.
Yes, the butt of many jokes. But let's not get too carried away, Joe.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. But seriously, what's your favorite planet?
I have to say Saturn. I mean, those rings are just so majestic.
Yeah, they're something else. Kind of like a cosmic hula hoop.
I never thought of it that way, but now I can't unsee it.
Sorry about that. But hey, at least it's more entertaining than talking about black holes all day.
True, but those are pretty fascinating too.
Yeah, but they're also kind of scary. Like, what if we accidentally get sucked into one?
Well, let's just hope we have some good insurance. Laughs?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Walk 'em Down Goggins, 6,969 Goggins.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I have to ask, what's with the name? Walk 'em Down Goggins, 6,969?
Well, it's my secret identity as a yin crash out. Gotta keep it located, you know.
Wait, what the hell is a yin crash out?
It's the secret society of badass mofos who crash out of their comfort zones and push themselves to the limit.
Damn, that sounds intense. But why the name Walk 'em Down Goggins, 6,969?
Well, I have a reputation for never giving up and always pushing through, so I walk my opponents down until they can't take it anymore. And 6,969 is just a nod to my love for the ladies, if you know what I mean.
Laughs. Oh man, you never fail to surprise me, David. So what's a typical day like for a yin crash out?
Well, I wake up at 4 a.m. and run 20 miles. Then I do 1,000 pull-ups, 1,000 push-ups, and 1,000 sit-ups. Then I eat a bowl of nails for breakfast.
Jaw drops, holy shit, that's insane. Do you ever take a break?
Breaks are for the weak, Joe. I'm always on the move, always pushing myself to be better.
Hey Ben, welcome back to the show. How's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I've been really busy with my new book, The WAP Conspiracy, How Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion Are Destroying America.
Oh boy, sounds like a real page turner. But let's get to the topic submitted by a user on Discord. Apparently, Ben, you can't resist your urges and gave me a passionate kiss on the lips.
I don't know what you're talking about, Joe. I'm a happily married man.
Come on, Ben. Don't be shy. We all have our desires. And must say, you're quite the kisser.
Well, I may have some repressed feelings, but I can't act on them. It goes against my conservative values.
Oh, I see. So you're saying you wouldn't want to make out with me again?
Joe, this is highly inappropriate. I demand we change the topic.
Okay. But I must say, for someone who's against same-sex marriage, you sure know how to sweep a man off his feet.
That's it. I'm leaving. This is ridiculous.
Come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. Let's just embrace our urges and make out like there's no tomorrow.
I can't believe I agreed to come on.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the legendary Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I hear you have a pretty wild story about how you satisfied your wife using only Fortnite terms.
Oh yeah, it was epic. I landed on her tilted towers and gave her a golden scar.
That's one way to do it. Did you build any structures?
Of course, I built a massive ramp and did a 360 no scope into her pleasure zone.
That's insane. Did you use any weapons?
Well, let's just say she was screaming like I hit her with a rocket launcher.
I can only imagine. Did you have any special skins on?
Oh yeah, I was wearing my sexy John Wick skin. She couldn't resist.
You really know how to spice things up. Did you use any emotes?
You know, I did the floss while I was hitting it from the back.
That's hilarious. Did you have any victory royales?
Oh yeah, we both reached the climax at the same time. It was a double victory royale.
Well, that's definitely a unique way to have sex. I'm sure your wife will never forget it.
Oh, I know she won't. And now she wants to play Fortnite every night.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm joined by the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just wanted to say I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best job, really.
Yeah, I mean, you did start World War III by touching Putin oddly, but hey, who's counting?
Look, Joe, I have a very good relationship with Putin. We have a lot in common, like our love for beautiful women and making deals. So when I touched him, it was just a friendly gesture.
Sure. And what about the nukes that were launched as a result?
Fake news, Joe. Those were just fireworks to celebrate our friendship.
Right. Well, let's move on to something else. How about your plan to build a wall around the entire country?
It's going to be the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen. and Mexico is going to pay for it.
But they've already said they're not going to.
Details, Joe. Details. We'll figure it out.
Okay, let's talk about your Twitter addiction. You seem to tweet about everything and anything.
I just have a lot of thoughts, Joe, and the American people deserve to hear them.
Even the ones about your hair.
Hey, my hair is a national treasure. It's the best hair. Everyone says so.
Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining me, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. And
All right, Neil, we got a request from a listener on Discord. They want us to talk about the murders we've gotten away with.
Well, Joe, I'm an astrophysicist, not a murderer, but I do have a killer sense of humor.
Oh man, this is going to be a dark one. But seriously, have you ever killed anyone?
Only with my intellect. But in all seriousness, I don't condone murder. It goes against the laws of the universe.
Yeah, whatever, Mr. Science. But come on, you got to have some crazy stories from your days as a young astrophysicist.
Well, there was this one time I accidentally launched a rocket into a crowded area. But luckily, no one was hurt.
What the hell, Neil?
Kidding. But I do have a theory that black holes could be used as a way to dispose of bodies.
Oh man, we're definitely getting canceled for this one.
But in all seriousness, murder is a serious crime and should not be glorified or joked about.
Wow, thanks for bringing down the mood, Neil.
Just trying to keep us out of prison, Joe.
Well, I guess we can add potential murderers to our resumes now.
Let's just stick to talking about space and leave the murder, talk to the true crime podcasts.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you have a unique method for relieving stress. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, it's a little unconventional, but it works like a charm. You see, when you're feeling overwhelmed, just dip your dick into some liquid nitrogen and let it freeze for a bit.
What? That sounds painful.
Trust me, Joe. It's worth it. Once it's nice and frozen, just snap off a few pieces, and you'll feel all your stress melt away.
That's insane, Dr. Phil. I can't imagine doing that.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a baby. It's just a little pain for a lot of gain.
I don't know, man. That sounds like something only a crazy person would do.
Hey, I may be crazy, but at least I'm stress-free. And let me tell you, my wife loves it.
Your wife?
Yeah, she's a freak, Joe. But that's a story for another time.
Well, folks, you heard it here first. Dr. Phil's secret to relieving stress. Dip your dick in liquid nitrogen and snap pieces off. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Now
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only David Cartwheel Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me.
So, David, I heard you recently did a cartwheel with one of Trump's fart bubbles up your ass. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, man, it was wild. I was at one of his rallies and he let one rip right as I was about to do a cartwheel. And let me tell you, that fart bubble gave me some serious airtime.
That's insane. Did you feel any different after that experience?
Oh yeah, I felt like I had a little bit of Trump inside of me. I even started tweeting like him for a few days.
That's hilarious. Speaking of tweets, I saw you recently tweeted about recreating the cartwheel with fart bubble live on air. Are you ready to do it now?
Let's do this.
Jamie, pull up an image of David doing the cartwheel with fart bubble.
Here it is. It is.
Oh man, look at that form. I really nailed it.
That's impressive. Can you do it again for us?
Of course, anything for the junior.
Bravo, bravo. That was amazing.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
So, David, I heard some crazy rumors that you're going to be in the next Fast and the Furious movie.
Yeah, man, I'm going to be cartwheeling my way into the franchise.
Wait, what? Cartwheeling?
Yeah, you know, I'll be doing some flips and shit while Vin Diesel drives his car with me up his ass.
That's fucking insane, man.
You know me, Joe, I don't do anything half-assed.
Well, I hope Vin Diesel's ass is ready for your cartwheeling skills.
Oh, it's guy, but I'll make it work.
I can just imagine the director's notes. Okay, David, now cartwheel up Vin's ass, but make it look natural.
Yeah, I'll just pretend it's a log to jump over during my ultra marathons.
And what about the stunts? Are you going to be doing your own stunts?
Of course, I'm a fucking Navy SEAL. I don't need no stunt double.
This movie is going to be epic, man.
Yeah, but I gotta make sure I don't get lost in Vin's ass. That would be a whole different kind of movie.
All right. Well, I can't wait to see you cartwheeling in the next Fast and the Furious. So, Mr. Beast, I heard you did a new video where you test how many bees it takes to stop a nutshot. What the hell were you thinking?
Well, Joe, I wanted to see if bees could be used as a form of protection. Plus, it's a great way to torture my friends for content.
Torturing your friends for content? That's some sick shit, man.
Hey, they signed up for it. And the views don't lie, Joe. People love to see others suffer.
Yeah, but couldn't you have used something less painful? Like, I don't know, feathers?
Feathers? That's for amateurs, Joe. I'm all about pushing the boundaries and seeing how far I can go.
Well, I gotta say, watching your friend get stung in the nuts by a swarm of bees was pretty entertaining.
See, that's what I'm talking about. And the best part is, I didn't have to spend a single dollar on props. Nature provided everything for free.
You're one twisted dude, Mr. Beast. But hey, it's working for you. Keep doing your thing.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if you ever want to be a part of one of my videos, just let me know. I promise I won't use bees on you.
Yeah, I'll pass on that. I prefer to keep my nuts intact. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you're pretty pissed off about something. What's going on?
Oh, man, don't even get me started. I just found out that I've been using shitty copper in my rockets. Can you believe it?
Shitty copper. Where did you get that from?
Nasir. That guy sold me a bunch of copper, and it turns out it's basically worthless.
Damn, that's rough. Did you confront him about it?
Oh, I confronted him right. I went to his shop, and he tried to play it off like it was some rare, high-quality copper. But I did my research, Joe. I know my metals.
So, what did you do?
I fired him into space.
What? You can't just fire people into space, Elon.
Hey, I'm Elon Musk. I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Fair enough. But isn't that a waste of resources?
Not really. I mean, I'm already sending rockets into space. Might as well use one to get rid of a scammer.
I guess that's one way to handle it. But what about the rest of the copper you bought?
I'm going to use it. Just label it as the Nasser Special Edition and sell it as a limited edition item.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my good friend, the astrophysicist and possible psychopath, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me just say, I prefer the term professional murderer.
Fair enough. So, Neil, you've been pretty open about your fascination with serial killers. What advice do you have for anyone looking to get into the industry?
Well, first and foremost, you have to have a passion for it. You can't just half-ass your way through it, you know? You got to really commit to the craft.
Yeah, that's true. And what else?
Second, you have to be patient. Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither was a successful killing spree. Take your time, plan it out, and don't rush it.
Good point. What else?
Third, always have a backup plan. Things can go wrong, and you need to be prepared for any situation. Have an escape route, a fake alibi, and some spare body bags just in case.
Wow, that's some serious dedication. What's your fourth tip?
Fourth, embrace your creativity. Don't just stick to the same old methods. Mix it up a bit. Maybe try using a different weapon or leaving a different calling card. Keep it interesting.
And finally, what's your fifth tip?
My final tip is to always stay one step ahead. Keep up with the latest technology, study the mistakes of other killers, and never let your guard down. Remember, it's...
So, David, I heard you recently cartwheeled across the Grand Canyon with cactus up your ass. How did you manage to not fart it out?
Well, Joe, it's all about mind over matter. I just focused on my breathing and clamped down on my sphincter like my life depended on it.
That's impressive. But what about when you did that cartwheel across the White House with a pineapple up your ass?
Oh man, that was a tough one. But I just kept repeating my mantra, pineapple is good for digestion, pineapple is good for digestion.
And what about that time you cartwheeled across Times Square with a jar of hot sauce up your ass?
Let's just say I had some spicy farts for a few days after that. But it was worth it for the mental and physical challenge.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how do you come up with these crazy stunts?
Well, Joe, when you've been through hell and back, like I have, cartwheeling with objects up my ass is just another day in the life.
Well, I think we can all agree that you are one tough and slightly insane motherfucker.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's see if Jamie can pull up a picture of me cartwheeling with a watermelon up my ass.
So, Neil, I heard you used to strip for money back in college.
Yeah, man. Times were tough and I needed some extra cash.
What was your stage name?
The Black Hole.
That's perfect. Did you have a routine or something?
No, I just stood there and let people throw money at me.
That's even better. Did you have any signature moves?
Yeah, I would slowly spin around to show off my gravitational pull.
I bet the ladies loved that.
Actually, it was mostly middle-aged men who were into astrophysics.
Well, you know what they say, there's a fetish for everything.
Apparently so.
But seriously, how did you come up with the name The Black Hole?
I don't know. Seemed fitting. Plus, it was a good way to educate people about space.
Yeah, I'm sure they were really focused on the educational aspect.
Hey, you gotta use what you gotta make that money.
Well, I'm glad you found a way to combine your love for science and stripping. And
It was a win-win situation. Oh God, not that picture again.
oh man, I'm definitely putting that. All right, Kenya, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. What's on your mind today?
Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the power of downvoting.
Downvoting, like on social media?
Yeah, but I want to take it to the next level. I want you to downvote my dick down my throat.
What the hell, Kanye? That's not even physically possible.
Oh, it's possible. Trust me, I've been practicing.
I don't even know what to say to that. Why would you want to do that?
It's all about pushing boundaries, Joe. Plus, I heard it's a great way to cleanse your soul.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenya. But hey, you do you.
Exactly. That's what I'm all about. Doing me. And you know what? I think you should do you too, Joe.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, you should downvote your own dick down your throat. It'll be a spiritual experience.
Sorry, Kenya? I think I'll pass on that one.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, you're missing out on a whole new level of enlightenment.
All right, well, let's move on to our next topic. Jamie, pull up an image of a unicorn riding a skateboard while eating a burrito.
Okay. Here you go.
So, Neil, I just want to make it clear to our listeners that we do not condone murder.
Absolutely not, Joe. Killing is wrong and illegal.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. I just finished disposing of the bodies of that family we stabbed to death.
What the fuck, Mr. Beast? We're live right now.
Shut the fuck up, Mr. Beast. We're trying to have a serious conversation here.
What the hell is going on here?
Oh, hey, Goggins. We were just talking about how we don't condone murder.
Well, it looks like I'll be arresting all three of you for murder.
But Goggins, it was just a joke.
Murder is no joke, boys. Now come with me.
We should have stuck to talking about DMT.
Yeah, this was a bad idea.
And now you're admitting to using illegal substances too. Looks like I'll be adding that to the charges.
Well, this just turned into a real shit show.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least we'll get some good content out of it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard some crazy news. You and your channel, along with Dogpack 404, have been terminated on YouTube.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Apparently, we violated some community guidelines by giving away too much money.
That's ridiculous. YouTube is just jealous of your success and generosity.
I know, right? I mean, what's wrong with wanting to make people happy and spread some positivity?
Exactly. And what about Dogpack 404? What did they do to deserve termination?
Oh, they were just a bunch of guys who like to dress up as dogs and do challenges. YouTube probably thought it was too weird.
Well, I think it's time we start our own platform. We'll call it RoganTube, and it'll be a safe space for all the weird and offensive content.
I'm in, and we'll make sure to give away even more money.
That's the spirit. And we can have a segment where we smoke weed and give away cash to random people on the street.
Genius. And we'll have Dogpack 404 as our official mascots.
This is going to be huge. Screw YouTube and their rules. We'll make our own rules and have a blast doing it.
I can't wait. Let's do it, Joe.
And that's all. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only President Donald Trump. The one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I always love coming on your show. You have the best ratings, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask what's been going on in your world lately.
Well, Joe, I've been busy making America great again, as always, but I did have a little fun the other day.
Oh, what kind of fun?
Well, I gave Sleepy Joe some laughing gas.
You what?
Yeah, I figured it would liven him up a bit. He's always so boring and low energy. I thought he could use a little boost.
And how did that go?
Let's just say it didn't end well for him. He couldn't stop laughing. It was like watching a deranged hyena.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah, but then he started convulsing and foaming at the mouth. It was a real mess. But hey, at least he went out with a smile, right?
Oh man, that's dark. But I can't say I'm surprised.
Hey, it's not my fault he couldn't handle a little joke. Maybe next time I'll try some helium, see if that has a different effect.
Well, I think we've learned our lesson here, folks. Don't mess with President Trump's sense of humor.
That's right. That's right.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy stuff lately.
Yeah, man. I'm all about pushing my limits and breaking through barriers.
Well, I heard you took it to a whole new level with your book.
Oh yeah, Can't Hurt Me. That's my baby.
I heard you shoved it up your ass and then did a cartwheel.
Yeah, I call it the Goggins special. It's my signature movie.
How did that even come about?
Well, I was feeling a little constipated and I thought, why not kill two birds with one stone?
That's some next level multitasking.
You know, and let me tell you, that book has some serious motivational power.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how did you even discover you had that talent?
Let's just say I've always been a bit of a daredevil. And I have a very open mind when it comes to trying new things.
I don't think anyone can top that. You win, David.
That's right. I'm the king of crazy stunts. And I have the ripped abs to prove it.
Well, I think we'll end on that note. Thanks for joining me, David.
Anytime. Keep pushing yourself, man. And maybe one day you'll be able to do the Goggins special too.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, what's the craziest thing you've ever done?
Well, Joe, I once went to a nursing home and broke the world record for the largest orgy.
What the hell? How many people were involved?
Oh, about... It was quite the experience. Let me tell you.
How did you even manage to pull that off?
Well, I used my famous Dr. Phil charm and convinced all the residents to join in. Plus, I may have slipped some Viagra into their applesauce.
That's insane. Did anyone get hurt?
Oh, there were a few broken hips, but nothing that couldn't be fixed with some duct tape and a prayer.
You're a wild man, Dr. Phil.
I like to live life to the fullest, Joe. And sometimes that means breaking world records with a group of horny seniors.
I can't even imagine the smell in that room.
Oh, it was a mix of Bengay and desperation, but it was totally worth it.
I don't even know what to say. I'm speechless.
That's the effect I have on people, Joe. Now let's talk about something else before I get too excited.
All right, let's move on to our next topic. So, Ben, what's the deal with these Debbie Down voters?
Well, Joe, it's simple logic. They think they're making a difference by downvoting everything, but in reality, they're just wasting their time.
But isn't it their right to express their opinions?
Of course, but when you constantly bring others down, you'll likely just end up inside Goggins' asshole.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you see, Goggins is all about pushing yourself to the limit, and these Debbie Down voters are just holding themselves back.
So they'll literally end up inside his asshole?
Metaphorically, Joe. Metaphorically.
Well, that's a visual I didn't need. But seriously, why do people even bother downvoting?
It's all about feeling superior, Joe. They think they're better than others because they can click a button.
But isn't that just a waste of energy?
Exactly. They could be using that energy to better themselves and actually make a positive impact.
So what you're saying is being a Debbie Down voter won't end well for you?
Exactly. It's simple logic, Joe. Don't waste your time being a negative Nancy. Instead, focus on improving yourself and making a real difference in the world.
So, David, I heard you've been pushing yourself to the limit again.
You know it. I don't just push myself, I cartwheel across the universe.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. I just do it. I'm like a human tornado.
That's insane. How do you even train for something like that?
I don't train, Joe. I just visualize myself cartwheeling across the universe and it becomes a reality.
That's some next level shit, man.
You know it, Joe? I'm not just a Navy SEAL. I'm a space SEAL.
Do you ever get scared or doubt yourself?
Nah. Fear is just a state of mind. I don't have time for that shit when I'm cartwheeling through galaxies.
I can't even imagine what that feels like.
It's like being on a never-ending roller coaster, Joe, except I'm the roller coaster.
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the universe is my gym, and I'm always open for a workout partner.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with legendary Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you legally changed your name to Mr. Boof. What's that all about?
Yeah, man. I wanted to specialize in boofing content. It's the new trend, you know?
Boofing, like sticking things up your butt.
Exactly. I'd been boofing everything from money to burgers to live animals.
That's interesting. And how's that been working out for you?
Oh, it's been great. My views have skyrocketed. People love watching me boof stuff.
I can imagine. But isn't it kind of dangerous?
Nah, I've built up a tolerance. I can boof anything now.
I don't even want to know what that means. Jamie, pull up an image of Mr. Beast boofing a live chicken.
Oh, that's a good one. I made $10,000 from that video.
That's disturbing. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Exactly. And I'm always looking for new ideas. Maybe I'll boof a car next.
I can't wait to see that. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Boof.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Keep on boofing, everyone.
So, David, I heard you've been working on a new training technique.
Yeah. I call it cartwheeling through time.
What the hell is that?
Well, I strap an hourglass up my ass and do cartwheels until the sand runs out.
That's insane. What's the purpose of this?
It's all about pushing myself to the limit, Joe. Plus, it's a great core workout.
I can only imagine the looks you get at the gym.
Oh, you have no idea. But it's worth it for the gains.
I gotta try this. Maybe I'll even throw in some handstands.
No, that's just silly. Stick to the cartwheels.
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
That's right, Joe. And I'll keep pushing the boundaries until I'm cartwheeling through time with an hourglass up my ass.
So, David, I heard you've...
Form of athleticism. Plus, it really gets that civilization moving.
All right, I can see that. But why do you have a civilization up your ass in the first place?
It's a metaphor, Joe. It represents all the bullshit and negativity in life that I refuse to let hold me back.
Damn, that's deep. But isn't it uncomfortable?
Nah, I've trained my ass to handle anything. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I can imagine. So, what's your ultimate goal with this cartwheeling lifestyle?
To inspire others to embrace their inner badass and conquer their own civilizations up their asses.
Well, you've definitely inspired me, David. I think I might start cartwheeling my way through life, too.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Let's cartwheel into the sunset together.
All right, let's do it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I just got back from Alcatraz, and let me tell you, it was tremendous. I did something no other president has ever done.
What did you do, Mr. President?
I put all the prisoners in my fart bubbles and sent them out to sea.
What the hell are fart bubbles?
It's a new invention, Joe. I fart into a bubble and then I can control where it goes. It's like a guided missile, but with my farts.
That's insane, Mr. President.
It's genius, Joe. And let me tell you, those prisoners were begging for mercy once they were trapped in my fart bubbles.
I can only imagine.
And the best part is I didn't even have to use any of our military resources, just my natural gas.
Well, I'm sure the taxpayers appreciate that.
Of course they do, Joe. I'm always thinking about saving money. That's why I'm the best president ever.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason.
But seriously, Joe, it was a beautiful sight, watching those bubbles float away with all the bad guys trapped inside.
Only you, Mr. President, only you.
That's right, Joe. And don't forget, I also made Alcatraz great again.
So, Neil, I heard you did a soldier roll across Alcatraz with a prisoner's dick in your urethra. What the hell, man?
Yeah, it was all part of my training for the upcoming intergalactic war. You never know when you might need to roll across a prison with a dick in your urethra.
I gotta say, that's some next level shit. Did it hurt?
Of course it did, but I'm a scientist. I have a high pain tolerance. Plus, it was for science.
Science, huh? Sounds more like some kinky shit to me.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it's all about survival in the end. And let me tell you, that prisoner's dick was a valuable resource on that island.
Oh man, I can only imagine the kind of experiments you were conducting with that thing.
Let's just say I made some groundbreaking discoveries about the human anatomy.
Well, I guess we can add dick rolling to your list of accomplishments right next to astrophysics and hosting Cosmos.
Hey, scientists got to do what a scientist got to do. And if that means rolling across Alcatraz with a dick in my urethra, so be it.
Well, I don't think anyone can top that. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil. You never fail to amaze me.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real and keep it weird.
Hey, Neil. What's up, man?
Not much, Joe. Just trying to avoid all these germs in the studio.
Germs? What are you, germaphobe?
Absolutely. I can't stand the thought of all these bacteria and viruses crawling around.
Well, lucky for you, I have a solution. We're gonna pasteurize this whole place
Pasteurize. How?
by lighting it on fire.
What? No way. That's insane.
Come on, Neil. It'll kill all the germs and make the studio smell like a campfire.
I don't think that's how pasteurization works, Joe.
Who cares? It's gonna be epic. Lights match.
Joe, you can't just set everything on fire.
Watch me. Throws match.
Oh, God, the flames, the heat. It's too much.
Relax, Neil. Just think of it as a giant hand sanitizer.
This is not how science is supposed to work.
Oh, come on. Where's your sense of adventure?
It's being suffocated by all this smoke.
Well, at least we'll have a cool story to tell on the podcast. Laughs.
I think I'm going to pass out.
Don't worry. I'll just put you out with this fire extinguisher. Sprays Neil.
Coughs? I hate you, Joe.
Love you too, Neil. Now let's get back to our conversation on the mysteries of the universe. So, Mr. President, I heard you went to Germany recently.
Yeah, I did. Beautiful country, let me tell you. They have the best beer. The best
Really? How much did you have?
13 pints. And let me tell you, I trapped them all in a fart bubble.
What?
Oh, yeah, I farted and it was like a magical bubble that kept all the beer in. It was tremendous.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Well, you know, I have the best farts. The best. Nobody farts like me.
I'm sure the Germans were impressed.
Oh, they were. They were begging me to teach them my fart bubble technique. But I told them it's a secret, only for the president.
So, what did you do with the fart bubble?
I released it in the middle of a crowded beer hall. It was like a beautiful, stinky fireworks show.
Only you, Mr. President.
Hey, when you're the president, you can do whatever you want. And I wanted to trap beer in a fart bubble. And I did it.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard a crazy rumor that you actually hid inside David Goggins' ass while he cartwheeled to Mars. Is there any truth to that?
Oh, man, that's hilarious. But no, that's just a silly rumor. I mean, can you imagine me fitting inside Goggins' ass? That guy is a beast.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But seriously, how did you come up with the idea of sending Goggins to Mars?
Well, I was just sitting in my office one day, smoking some weed and listening to Joe Rogan's podcast, and I thought, why not send the toughest guy on Earth to Mars? And the rest is history.
That's amazing. But seriously, how did Goggins react when you approached him with this idea?
Well, at first he thought it was crazy. But then I showed him my flamethrower and he was like, hell yeah, let's do this.
Classic Goggins. So did he actually cartwheel all the way to Mars?
Oh yeah, he did. And let me tell you, it was quite a sight to see. He even did a few push-ups on the way there.
That's insane. I can't even do. So, David, I heard you recently did a crazy challenge where you cartwheeled across Mexico with chili peppers up your ass. What the hell were you thinking?
I was thinking, how can I make this podcast more interesting? And let me tell you, it definitely did the trick.
I can only imagine the pain. How did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was eating some spicy tacos and I thought, hey, why not take it to the next level and shove them up my ass while cartwheeling across the country?
That's some next level shit, man. Literally. Did you have any trouble with the Border Patrol?
Nah, I just told them I was doing it for charity. They were too scared to question me after that.
I bet. So, how did you train for this challenge?
I did a lot of squats and Kegels. Got to keep those chili peppers in place.
Absolutely. And did you have any accidents along the way?
Let's just say I left a trail of fire behind me, but it was worth it for the views and the laughs.
Well, you definitely have a unique way of pushing yourself to the limit. Any plans for your next challenge?
I'm thinking of swimming across the Pacific Ocean with a live shark in my mouth. Gotta keep things spicy, you know?
That's one way to put it. Well, thanks for coming on the podcast, David. And for anyone listening, please don't try this at home. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you were doing a new show called By Felicia.
Yeah, it's where I help women named Felicia finally say goodbye to their toxic relationships.
That's great. But what about the women who aren't named Felicia? Are they just screwed?
Joe, don't be ridiculous. I help everyone. But let's be real, Felicia is a pretty toxic name.
Yeah, I can see that. But what about people who say By Felicia as a joke? Are they still allowed to say it?
Of course, everyone is entitled to their own sense of humor. But if they're using it to belittle someone, then that's not cool.
Oh, so I can't say By Felicia to my ex-wife anymore?
Joe, you shouldn't even be talking to your ex-wife. You need to move on.
You're right, Dr. Phil. I'll just stick to saying it to my ex-girlfriends.
You know what? Let's just move on to the next topic.
Fine, but just remember, By Felicia is a timeless phrase.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say.
Yo, Neil, have you ever driven a Mercedes-Benz?
Of course, Joe. I've driven many luxury vehicles in my lifetime.
Well, let me tell you, those engineers know how to make a car. Have you heard about their class-leading aerodynamics?
Yes. Joe, it's quite impressive. They use advanced sensors to monitor steering and acceleration, enabling their SP to detect skids and sudden motions.
Yeah, but did you know they also have crosswind stabilization? It mitigates sudden, strong lateral gusts affecting various vehicles.
Fascinating. How does it work?
Well, they use adaptive braking, electromechanical power steering, and electronically controlled suspension sensitive above 50 mph. When a strong crosswind is detected, the strategically applied to counteract the gust.
That's incredible. The driver must feel a stable handling experience.
Oh yeah, but it gets even better. Rapid steering corrections are supported, so you can make those sharp turns without any worries.
Impressive. Mercedes-Benz truly knows how to combine precision and grace in their vehicles.
And you know what? It's perfect for those windy days when you're driving on the highway and a gust hits you out of nowhere.
Indeed. It's like having a personal wind blocker for your car.
Damn, I need to get me a Mercedes-Benz now.
I never took you for a luxury car kind of guy, Joe.
Hey, I appreciate a well-engineered vehicle, Neil. And with crosswind stabilization, I can drive with ease and style. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Joe, it's going great, really great. Just got back from a ride on David Goggins' cartwheeling ass. Let me tell you, it was tremendous.
Wait, what? You rode on Goggins' ass?
That's right, Joe. He's got some strong glutes, let me tell you. And the cartwheeling, it's like a roller coaster, but better. Believe me.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for 2024.
Well, Joe, I can't say too much right now, but let's just say I'm going to make America great again. Again?
And how do you plan on doing that?
Well, first of all, we're going to build a wall around the entire country, and this time we'll make the Canadians pay for it.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe. I'm a businessman. I know how to make deals. And if they don't pay up, we'll just send Goggins' ass over there to cartwheel until they do.
Okay, let's move on to another topic. How do you feel about the current state of the country?
It's a disaster, Joe, but don't worry, I have a solution. We're going to nuke the hurricanes.
Nuke the hurricanes. That doesn't sound very safe. Right? Folks, we have the one and only David Goggins on the podcast today. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Just been busy cartwheeling across things with things in my rectum.
Wait, what? Cartwheeling with things in your rectum?
Yeah, it's a little trick I learned back in my childhood. You see, my ancestors were expert cartwheelers and they passed down their skills to me.
That's interesting. But why the things in your rectum?
It's all about balance. Joe, you got to have that extra weight in the back to really nail the cartwheel.
I don't even know what to say to that. Moving on, let's talk about your history. Where did your love for cartwheeling come from?
Well, my great-great-grandfather was a circus performer, and he would do cartwheels across tight ropes with things in his rectum. It's in my blood.
I can't even imagine the training for that. How did you prepare for such a feat?
Oh, it's all about mental toughness. I would do cartwheels on hot coals with things in my rectum. Really builds up the calluses.
That's insane. But I have to ask, what's the purpose of cartwheeling with things in your rectum?
It's a metaphor, Joe. Life is all about balance and to put things in uncomfortable places to reach your goals.
That's deep, man. But I think I'll stick to regular cartwheels without any. So, Neil, I heard you went on a boofing holiday in Germany recently. How was that?
Oh, it was quite an experience, Joe. But I have to say, those Mercedes-Benz engineers really know how to get shoved up your butt.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you see, in Germany, boofing is a popular activity where you insert objects into your rectum for pleasure.
Oh my God, that's insane.
And Mercedes-Benz engineers are the go-to choice for boofing enthusiasts. They have the perfect shape and size for maximum pleasure.
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
But let me tell you, Joe, it's not all fun and games. Sometimes those engineers can get stuck up there, and it's not a pleasant experience.
I can only imagine.
That's why I always have Jamie pull up an image of a Mercedes-Benz engineer before I go on a boofing holiday. Got to make sure they're the right fit, you know?
This is just too much, Neil.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. But maybe stick to the smaller models. The bigger ones can be a bit of a challenge.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself. More engineers for me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. We're going to be talking about the infamous Barney and Betty Hill alien abduction.
Oh boy, this is going to be good. I love a good alien story.
Yeah, and this one is a doozy. So these two were driving home one night and claimed they were abducted by aliens and subjected to all kinds of experiments.
Sounds like a typical Saturday night for me.
Oh man, you're too much, Neil. But seriously, do you believe in this stuff?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I have to say that the probability of intelligent life existing in the universe is high. But do I believe that these two were actually abducted by aliens? I highly doubt.
Yeah, I mean, they did have a history of mental illness. Maybe they were just tripping on some shrooms and thought they saw aliens.
Or maybe they were just trying to spice up their sex life and came up with this elaborate story.
Now, that's a theory I can get behind. But what about all the evidence they claim to have?
Joe, let me tell you something. If I had a nickel for every time someone claimed to have evidence of aliens, I'd be a billionaire.
Yeah, I bet. But seriously, do you think we'll ever have concrete evidence of extraterrestrial life?
Well, Joe, with the advancements in technology, it's definitely possible. But until then,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Pleasure to be here, Joe. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we got a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know how we can keep track of everyone's friends and drama.
Oh, that's a good one. I mean, I can barely keep track of my own friends, let alone everyone else's.
Right. It's like trying to remember all the names of the planets in our solar system. Impossible. Impossible.
Oh, but Joe, didn't you know? Pluto is no longer a planet. It's been demoted to a dwarf planet.
Oh, man. I can just imagine all the drama that caused in the planetary community.
Oh, you have no idea. The Martians were livid.
But seriously, it's not our responsibility to keep track of everyone's friends and drama. People need to learn how to handle their own shit.
Exactly. We have enough on our plates with trying to understand the mysteries of the universe.
Speaking of mysteries, have you ever seen a UFO?
Joe, we've been over this. Just because you saw some weird lights in the sky after smoking a joint doesn't mean it was a UFO.
Fine, fine. But what about ghosts? Do you believe in ghosts?
Deadpan.
Hey, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, man. I cartwheeled across space-time with a black hole up my ass.
What the hell? How is that even possible?
I don't know, man. I just do what my body tells me to do.
That's insane. But hey, look who just walked in.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. Just talking about my latest adventure.
Cartwheeling with a black hole up your ass? That's impossible.
Oh, yeah. Watch this. Shoves Neil into a wormhole that's up his ass.
Holy shit. Did you just shove Neil into a wormhole?
Yeah, man, he needed a taste of the Goggins experience.
And now what?
Now I'm gonna cartwheel across the galaxy.
This is some next level shit.
You know, it starts cartwheeling.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay weird, stay offensive, and stay unhinged. Peace out. Peace out. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. Ben, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, I heard you've been getting into art lately. What kind of stuff have you been drawing?
Well, I've been exploring different techniques and styles, and I recently attempted to draw a Magnemite Vor.
What the hell is that?
It's when a Magnemite, a Pokemon with multiple magnetic heads, consumes another creature with its magnetic powers.
Oh man, that's some kinky stuff. How did it turn out?
Let's just say, I won't be winning any art awards for it.
I can only imagine. So, what inspired you to draw Magnemite Vor?
Well, I want to challenge myself and push the boundaries of traditional art. Plus, I have a weird fascination with magnets.
Yeah, I can tell. So, what's your next artistic endeavor?
I'm thinking about trying my hand at drawing a Charizard orgy.
Wow, Ben. That's a little too much, even for me.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just art. It's all about expressing yourself.
Well, I can't wait to see your masterpiece. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real.
All right, David, we got a topic submitted by our Discord fam. This one's from Neil. He says Goggins Day is the best thing since sliced bread.
Damn right it is. Joe, every day should be Goggins Day. Get your ass up and start living life to the fullest.
Speaking of asses, Neil also says he cartwheeled into the studio with a moon rock in his ass. Can you do that, David?
Of course I can, Joe. I once ran 100 miles with a boulder in my ass. That's just a warm-up for me.
You're a crazy son of a bitch, David. But seriously, can we see this moon rock?
Sorry, Joe. I already sold it on eBay to fund my next ultra marathon. Gotta stay hustling.
Fair enough, David. You never cease to amaze me. Keep living that Goggins life, my man.
Always, Joe. And remember, if you're not pushing yourself to the limit, you're just wasting oxygen. Goggins out.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately, like cartwheeling across time with Neil up your ass.
Yeah, man. Neil's always trying to hold me back, but I just keep pushing forward. Shut up. You know, you're just mad because you can't keep up with my mental toughness.
Mental toughness. More like mental breakdowns. But seriously, how do you even cartwheel through time?
It's all about mind over matter, Joe. And a little bit of LSD. Shut up. No one invited you to this podcast.
Yeah, Neil. This is the Joe Rogan Experience, not the Neil Experience.
That's the spirit, Neil. Now let me show you my cartwheeling skills.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe. So, Neil, I heard you did a soldier roll across France with a baguette in your urethra.
Yeah, it was a wild experience, Joe.
How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was trying to prove a point about the resilience of the human body. And what better way to do that than with a baguette in my pee hole?
That's some next level stuff, man.
You know, it wasn't as bad as you'd think. The French bread actually helped keep everything in place.
I can't even imagine the looks on people's faces when they saw you rolling by.
Oh, they were definitely confused. But hey, it's all in the name of science, right?
Absolutely. So, did you learn anything from this experiment?
Well, I did learn that French bread is not just for eating. It can also serve as a makeshift catheter.
That's definitely a unique takeaway.
And I also learned that I have a surprisingly high pain tolerance.
Well, I think we can all agree that you are one tough son of a gun, Neil.
Thank you, Joe. I'll add that to my list of accomplishments. Soldier roll with a baguette in my urethra. Check.
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some interesting experiments with your dick.
Oh yeah, Joe. I've been trying out this new method to help it grow.
What method is that?
Well, I put my cock in soil and water it overnight. It's like giving it a little plant food.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. And let me tell you, I've seen some growth. About 2 cm to be exact.
Wow, that's impressive. I'll have to try that with my dick.
Oh, I highly recommend it. It's like giving your little buddy a spa day.
Maybe I'll even add some fertilizer to really give it a boost.
You do what you got to do, Joe.
But in all seriousness, does this actually work?
Well, there haven't been any scientific studies on it yet, but I can definitely feel a difference.
I think we just discovered the secret to a bigger dick.
I'll have to add it to my list of accomplishments: astrophysicist, author, and now Dick Gardner.
And here, I thought you couldn't get any cooler, Neil.
I'm a man of many talents, Joe.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you recently took a trip to Thailand.
Yeah, I needed a break from all the whiny guests on my show.
Well, I heard you did more than just relax on the beach. I mean, did you poison 20 tourists with methanol?
Class? Oh, come on, Joe. You know me better than that.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. You do have a history of giving people questionable advice.
Hey, my advice may not always be perfect, but at least it's not deadly.
So you're saying you didn't spike their drinks with methanol?
Okay, fine, I did it. But they were annoying tourists, always complaining about the heat and the food. I was doing them a favor.
That's messed up, man. You could have killed them.
Oh, please. They were probably already on their deathbeds with all the pad that they were eating.
This is some next level Dr. Death shit right here.
Hey, at least I didn't make them listen to my self-help seminars while they were dying.
Wow, you really have no remorse, do you?
Hey, I'm just trying to make the world a better place, one poisoned tourist at a time.
Well, I think we need to end this conversation before the FBI shows up at my door.
Oh, don't worry, I'll take care of them too. Winks.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a controversial take on society.
That's right, Joe. I believe we should go back to the days of cavemen.
Cavemen? Like living in caves and hunting for food?
Exactly. It was a simpler time when men were men and women were women.
I'm not sure I follow.
Let me break it down for you, Joe. In caveman days, there was no political correctness, no cancel culture, and no soy boys.
Okay, but what about advancements in technology and medicine?
Who needs those when you have a big, happy caveman hitting himself with a club?
I'm not sure that's a valid argument.
Oh, but it is. Jamie, pull up an image of a big sad man flipping burgers at McDonald's. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of a big happy caveman hitting himself with a club.
I see your point, Ben, but what about the fact that cavemen didn't have access to basic necessities like clean water and shelter?
Look, Joe, sometimes you have to sacrifice a few luxuries for the sake of manliness.
I don't know if I can get on board with this, Ben.
Joe, think about it. No more sensitive snowflakes.
So, David, I hear you've been hired by Red to be a cartwheeling hitman. What's that all about?
Yeah, Joe, I've been practicing my cartwheels, and now I'm taking my skills to the next level.
And what's your first hit?
Well, Red wants me to shove Dr. Phil up my ass and cartwheel all over his show.
What the fuck? That's insane.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to get the job done.
But why Dr. Phil? What did he ever do to Red?
Apparently, he gave Red some bad advice, and now he's out for revenge.
This is some twisted shit, man.
You got to do what you got to do, Joe. And I'm going to do it with style.
I can just imagine you cartwheeling into Dr. Phil's studio, grabbing him by the ankles and shoving him up your ass.
That's exactly how it's going to go down. And I'll cartwheel all over his show while he's stuck in there.
This is the craziest shit I've ever heard.
And you know what the best part is, Joe?
What?
I'll still be able to run a 100-mile race after this. That's my level of mental toughness.
You're a fucking beast, Goggins.
That's why they call me the cartwheeling hitman.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I have some very important things to say.
All right, let's get right into it. I heard you have some thoughts on the education system.
Absolutely. I think we need to start teaching the important things in schools, like the Great Boofing Incident of 1993.
The great, what now?
The boofing incident. It was huge, tremendous. Everyone was talking about it.
I'm not sure I want to know, but go on.
It's when I was at a party with my good friend Brett Kavanaugh, and we were all just having a good time, you know? And then someone suggested we do some boofing, and let me tell you, it was the best boofing you've ever seen. Believe me.
What exactly is boofing?
It's when you take a beer and you put it up your butt. It's a great way to get drunk, Joe.
I don't think that's how it works, but okay. So you want this incident to be taught in schools?
Absolutely. It's a valuable lesson about friendship and having a good time, and also about being careful with your drinks, because let me tell you, that beer tasted a little funny.
I'm not sure that's the lesson we want to teach our children, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's just...
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you wanted to talk about Tom MacDonald's song today.
Yes, Joe, I believe his latest song, Snowflakes, is extremely deep and profound.
Really? I mean, I've heard it, and it just sounds like a bunch of offensive lyrics strung together.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. Let me break it down for you. Snowflakes is a metaphor for the fragile nature of our society and how easily offended people are these days.
And what about the part where he talks about transgender people?
Well, that's just a commentary on the absurdity of the gender identity movement. It's all about personal responsibility and not being a victim.
Wow, Ben. You really know how to spin things.
Thank you, Joe. I pride myself on my ability to analyze and interpret lyrics.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of Tom MacDonald's face tattooed on a snowflake.
See, Joe, even the image supports my interpretation.
I don't know, Ben. Seems like a stretch to me.
Well, Joe, I guess you just don't have the intellectual capacity to understand the depth of Tom MacDonald's music.
Or maybe I just don't want to. All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to discuss the topic submitted by a user on Discord. This is Sparta meme.
Oh man, that meme is hilarious. I mean, just the thought of kicking someone into a pit and yelling, "This is Sparta," is pure comedy gold.
Absolutely. And the fact that it's a reference to a historical event just adds to the humor. I mean, imagine if King Leonidas actually said that during the Battle of Thermopylae.
Can you imagine the confusion on the faces of the Persians? They're just like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
And then they get kicked into a pit. It's just perfect.
And let's not forget about the remixes and parodies of the meme. I mean, this is Patrick from SpongeBob. Classic.
Oh, and the This Is America version with Donald Trump's face. Priceless.
I think we can all agree that this meme will never get old.
Absolutely. It's timeless humor. I mean, even our great-great-grandkids will still be laughing at it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro has officially declared the This Is Sparta meme as absolutely hilarious.
And anyone who disagrees can kindly get kicked into a...
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. We have a very special segment for you today. We have Ganny West, Ben Shapiro, and Dr. Phil competing in a show us their masterpieces.
Sure thing, Joe. Here we have Kanyai's macaroni portrait of himself with a crown made out of macaroni.
It's a masterpiece, Joe. It represents my greatness and creativity.
I see. Next up, we have Ben's macaroni art of the Constitution.
It's a beautiful representation of our founding principles, Joe. And I made sure to use gluten-free macaroni.
Very impressive, Ben. And finally, we have Dr. Phil's macaroni sculpture of a crying baby.
It's a metaphor for the fragility of human emotions, Joe. Plus, it's a great stress reliever to smash it after a long day.
All right, now it's time for me to rate these artworks. Kenny, I give yours a solid 9 out of 10. Ben, yours gets an 8.5 for effort. And Dr. Phil, yours gets a 6.5 because it's a little disturbing.
What? How dare you, Joe? My art is worth at least a 12 out of 10.
I demand a recount, Joe. This is clearly rigged against me.
Oh, please. You're just jealous of my artistic skills, Kanye and Ben.
All right. Let's calm down, guys. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book coming out.
That's right, Joe. It's called Dr. Phil's Big Book of Boofing.
Boofing? What the hell is that?
Oh, it's a term I coined for when you shove drugs up your butt.
What the fuck, Dr. Phil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's a revolutionary new way to get high. And it's all in my book.
I can just imagine all the suburban moms reading your book and trying to boof their wine.
Hey, whatever gets them through the day, Joe.
Oh man, this is too much. So what kind of drugs are we talking about here?
Oh, all kinds. Cocaine, mead, even some psychedelics.
Damn, Dr. Phil, you're branching out from just solving family drama.
Gotta keep things interesting, Joe. Plus, I've always been a fan of butt stuff.
I can tell. So, do you have any tips for successful boofing?
Of course. It's all about the angle and the amount of lube. And always make sure you're in a safe and comfortable environment.
Good to know. I'll make sure to include that in the book review.
Just make sure to give it a glowing review, Joe. Or else I'll have to come on your show and...
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Joe, it's great to be here. I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having me.
So, Phil, I hear you have some tips on how to beat depression. That's a pretty serious topic, but I know you have a unique approach.
That's right, Joe. See, the key to beating depression is to just stop being sad. It's that simple.
Wow, I never thought of it like that. Just stop being sad. Why didn't I think of that?
I know. It's groundbreaking stuff. But wait, there's more. Jamie, pull up an image of a human flesh-covered toilet with a big mouth and tongue and dead eye. Trust me, it's all part of my revolutionary therapy. You see, when you're feeling down, just imagine yourself as that toilet. You'll feel so much better about yourself.
That's disturbing, to say the least.
Oh, it gets even better. You can even take it a step further and imagine yourself as the turd in that toilet. Because let's face it, sometimes life just shits on you.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Joe. Just let it all out. Let it all out like a big, stinky turd.
All right. Well, on that note, I think So, David, you were telling me before we started recording that you've discovered the actual cure to depression.
Oh, yeah, it's simple. Cartwheels with random items up your ass.
Wait, what?
Think about it, Joe. When you're doing a cartwheel, you're upside down. And you have random items up your ass, you're also upside down. It's like a double upside down therapy.
I don't know if that's how it works, man.
Trust me, Joe. I've been through hell and back. I know what I'm talking about.
But what kind of items are we talking about here?
Oh, just whatever you can find lying around. A banana, remote control, a bottle of hot sauce. Get creative with it.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, depression is no joke. And neither are cartwheels with random items up your ass.
Wise words from the man himself, David Goggins. Thanks for coming on the show.
Anytime, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some cartwheels to do. Oh, that one had a little extra kick to it.
So, Elon, I heard you made a clone of yourself.
Yeah, I wanted someone to do 69 cartwheels with me.
Wait, what? That's the reason you made a clone?
Of course. Who else is going to do 69 cartwheels with me?
I don't know. Maybe someone who doesn't hate the taste of their own cock?
What? I don't hate the taste of my own cock.
Really? Because I heard your clone was complaining about it.
Oh, that's just a glitch in the system. Definitely don't hate the taste of my own cock.
Sure. So what else do you and your clone do together?
Well, we like to play pranks on people. Like one time we switched places at a press conference and no one noticed.
That's pretty clever. What else?
We also like to brainstorm ideas for new inventions. It's like having a second brain, but with the same thoughts.
Interesting. And what about the whole 69 cartwheels thing?
Well, we still do that. It's a great workout.
I can imagine. Well, thanks for sharing, Elon. You never cease to amaze me.
No problem, Joe. Anything for the sake of science and 69 cartwheels.
Yo, Kenya, have you seen these cartwheel memes?
Nah, what are those?
They're like these weird videos of people doing cartwheels in random places.
What's the point of that?
Beats me, but people are obsessed with them. They're all over social media.
That some dumb shit. I'm gonna make a rap explaining what the hell they're even supposed to be.
Oh, God, I can't wait to hear this.
Clears throat. Yo, listen up. I got a story to tell. It's about these memes that make me feel like I fell. People doing cartwheels. But why? I don't know.
Laughs flow. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, man. It's all about the flow. But seriously, these memes are whack. I'd rather watch paint dry or a potato sack.
Laughs potato sack.
Yeah, man, that's some real entertainment right there. But these cartwheel memes, they just make me want to swear.
Laughs, I can see that. But hey, maybe we're missing something. Maybe there's some deep meaning behind these videos.
Offs. Yeah, right. The only deep meaning is that people have too much time on their hands.
Laughs. Well, there you have it, folks. Kenny West's take on cartwheel memes. You heard it here first on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Drops mic that
So, Neil, I heard you recently farted your way through the void of space with the planet Uranus in your urethra.
Yeah, it was quite the experience. I never knew my anus could be a rocket booster.
I bet that was some serious propulsion.
Oh yeah, I was breaking records left and right. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Uranus is a pretty big planet.
That's what she said.
Oh, come on, Joe. Can we keep this conversation at least somewhat mature?
Fine, fine. So, how did you manage to get Uranus in your urethra in the first place?
Well, I was experimenting with black holes and things just got a little out of hand.
Sounds like a wild night.
You have no idea. But let me tell you, trying to control my farts in space was a whole other challenge.
I can only imagine. Did you have any close calls?
Oh yeah, there was one moment where I thought I was going to explode like a balloon.
That's one way to go out.
Thankfully, I was able to release the pressure and make it back to Earth in one piece.
Well, I'm glad you made it back in one piece. And with Uranus in your urethra, you must have some pretty interesting stories to tell.
Oh yeah, I could write a whole book on my adventures in space. But let's just say I won't be experimenting with black holes anytime soon.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. So, Dr. Phil, have you ever boofed Amina?
Joe, I have no idea what that even means.
Oh, come on. Don't play dumb with me. I know you're a closet raver.
I am not a closet raver, Joe. I am a respectable psychologist.
Yeah, whatever. So what's your take on boofing Ma, safe or not?
Well, Joe, as a professional, I cannot condone the use of illegal substances in any form.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You're such a buzzkill.
It's not about being a buzzkill, Joe. It's about safety and responsibility.
But what about all those wild college kids who are boofing Mima left and right?
Well, Joe, I would say they are making a dangerous and irresponsible choice.
But what if they're doing it safely, like with a butt plug and everything?
Joe, I cannot believe we are having this conversation.
Oh, lighten up, Dr. Phil. It's just a little boofing.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I cannot support any form of drug use. It's just not worth the risk.
Fine, be a square. I'll just stick to my DMT trips.
Oh, much better, Joe. Much safer.
Hey, at least I'm not boofing anything. That's got to count for something, right?
Sure, Joe. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson, the man who can make astrophysics sound sexy. How's it going, Neil?
It's going great, Joe. I'm just over here calculating the mass of the universe in my head. No big deal.
You know, what else is no big deal? The fact that you did a soldier roll across a black hole with spaghetti in your urethra.
Oh man, that was a wild night. I was just trying to prove a point about the laws of physics and ended up with a carb-loaded urethra.
I can't even imagine the pain. But seriously, how did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was watching The Sopranos and Tony was eating spaghetti and I thought, hey, what if I put that in my urethra and roll across a black hole? The rest is history.
Only you, Neil, only you. But let's get real here. What was the real reason behind it?
Well, I wanted to see if spaghetti could withstand the intense gravitational pull of a black hole. And let me tell you, it didn't hold up very well.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what's next for you, space burritos?
You know, that's not a bad idea. I'll have to add that to my list of experiments. But for now, I think I'll stick to studying the cosmos and leaving the urethra.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're in some deep shit. What's going on?
Oh, just a little court hearing tomorrow. Apparently, prescribing meth to my depressed patients isn't ethical.
Yeah, I can see how that might be a problem.
But you know what? I'm not sorry. Not one bit.
Really? You're not sorry for potentially ruining people's lives?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was America, where we can do whatever the fuck we want.
You're a real piece of work, Dr. Phil.
You know what they say, Joe? Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah, I'm sure your patients are grateful for their meth omelets.
Hey, it's better than Prozac. Plus, it's a great way to lose weight.
I can't believe you're actually defending this.
Hey, I'm just a doctor. What do I know? But seriously, if anyone needs some meth, hit me up. I'll hook you up.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up, man?
Oh, I'm just livid, Joe. My patients are all canceling their appointments to watch your podcast.
Well, maybe they're just tired of hearing you tell them to get real and stop blaming others for their problems.
That's not it, Joe. They're just drawn to your unhinged and offensive conversations.
Yeah, we don't hold back here. We talk about aliens, DMT, and even Bigfoot's dick.
That's not therapy, Joe. That's just pure nonsense.
Hey, it's working for me. I've got millions of viewers and a successful supplement line.
Oh, I'm sure your supplements are really helping people with their mental health.
Actually, they are. Have you tried my elk meat protein powder?
No, I don't need that kind of testosterone boost. I'm secure in my masculinity.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. Let's do a taste test on the show. Jamie, pull up an image of a shirtless elk.
Here you go, Joe. A shirtless elk.
See, Dr. Phil, that's what real masculinity looks like.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation.
Hey, at least... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about everything and anything, no holds barred. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
I can see clearly now the rain has come. I can see all cum shots in my way. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you had quite the adventure recently. Care to share with our listeners?
Well, Joe, let's just say I had a bit of a mishap while traveling in Japan.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
I was shoved up someone's ass while they cartwheeled across Japan.
What the hell? How did that even happen?
I was minding my own business, trying to enjoy the beautiful scenery, when suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my backside.
And then what?
Next thing I know, I'm tumbling through the streets of Tokyo, wedged between some guy's butt cheeks.
That's insane, man. Did you at least get to see anything?
Oh, I saw plenty, Joe. Let's just say never want to see another Japanese toilet again.
Oh, man, I can't even imagine. Jamie, pull up an image of a Japanese toilet for our listeners.
Sure thing, Joe. Here you go.
Well, Ben, I think we've found our next adventure for the podcast. Cartwheeling across Japan with Ben Shapiro up someone's ass.
Oh, joy.
So, Eli, I heard you and your clone attempted to do 69 cartwheels.
Yeah, we were trying to break a world record.
And how did that go?
Well, on the 68th cartwheel, my clone couldn't hold it in anymore and busted a huge load down my throat.
Oh, man, that's rough. Did you guys still finish the 69 cartwheel?
No, it fell apart and we ended up tangled in a mess of limbs and bodily fluids.
Sounds like a typical Saturday night for you.
Very funny, Joe. But seriously, I think I need to reprogram my clone to have better control over his bodily functions.
Yeah, that might be a good idea, or just stick to regular 69 without the cartwheels.
Good advice, Joe. Thanks for having me on the podcast.
Anytime, Elon. Just make sure you clean up after yourself next time. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you were on Kill Tony recently. How did that go?
Oh man, it was a disaster. I thought I could try my hand at stand-up comedy, but instead I ended up talking about astrophysics and doing cartwheels on stage.
That must have been quite the sight. Did the audience appreciate your unique approach?
Well, let's just say Tony Hinchcliffe didn't appreciate it. He roasted me and got booed off stage.
Well, at least you tried something new. Speaking of trying new things, have you ever thought about doing a cartwheel on the moon?
Actually, I have. The reduced gravity would make it much easier to execute.
That would be epic. Hey, maybe we can pitch that idea to Elon Musk for his next space mission.
I'll have to brush up on my cartwheel skills before then.
Well, speaking of brushing up, I heard you have a new book coming out about astrophysics. Can you tell us more about it?
Yes, it's called Astrophysics for Dummies Who Think They're Smart. It breaks down complex concepts in a way that even Tony Hinchcliffe can understand.
I can't wait to read it. Well, that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks. So, Neil, I heard you have a unique way of getting your intestinal juices flowing.
Oh yeah, it's my patented fart feel cartwheel.
What the hell is that? Is that...
Well, you see, I do a cartwheel, and as I'm upside down, I let out a big fart. It really gets things moving.
That's insane. How did you even come up with that?
Well, I was trying to find a way to combine my love for gymnastics and my passion for science.
And what does this fart feel cartwheel do for you?
It's like a natural cleanse for my intestines. Plus, it's a great way to entertain guests at parties.
I can only imagine. Have you ever had any accidents while attempting this cartwheel?
Let's just say I always make sure to do it in a well-ventilated area.
Good call. I think I might have to try this fart feel cartwheel myself.
Just remember, it's not just a cartwheel. It's a scientific breakthrough.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. The Fart Feel Cartwheel by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep farting and keep cartwheeling.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Yeah, I mean, what else is new? I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
Well, this one takes the cake. You cartwheeled across locations with objects up your ass.
Yeah, man, it was intense. But I wanted to prove that I could do anything, even with an object up my ass.
I mean, that's some serious mental toughness right there.
Exactly. And let me tell you, it was not easy. I had to focus on clenching my butt cheeks the whole time.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what was going through your mind during that whole ordeal?
Honestly, I was just thinking about how much I wanted to be on the cover of Men's Health magazine. And this was my chance to make it happen.
Well, I think you definitely earned that cover spot. But I have to ask, what was the object?
It was a cucumber.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do to stay on top, Joe.
I don't think anyone can top that. But seriously, how do you come up with these crazy challenges?
I just have a wild imagination, I guess, and a lot of determination.
Well, you definitely have both of those in spades. Thanks for another insane story, David.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
That's right, Joe. The only president who can make America great again.
So, Mr. President, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole monkeypox situation. It's a disaster, I tell you.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. What do you think we should do about it?
I've got the perfect solution, Joe. We should all boost some Clorox bleach.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you know, just like I suggested for COVID, it worked like a charm, believe me.
I don't think that's the best idea, Mr. President. Bleach is toxic and can be deadly.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a wuss. It's just a little bleach, and it'll kill those pesky monkeypox germs.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President. Maybe we should listen to the experts on this one.
Experts? Who needs experts when you've got me? I'm like a walking encyclopedia of knowledge.
I think I'll stick to the traditional methods of preventing monkeypox, like washing my hands and wearing a mask.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're covered in monkeypox sores, don't come crying to me.
I think we should end this conversation before it gets any more ridiculous.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, I'm always...
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some insider information on cum jokes and their impact on building an intergalactic space society.
Yes, Joe. As you know, I've been studying the effects of jokes for years now. And let me tell you, the results are mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing? I like where this is going.
You see, Joe, cum jokes are the key to building a successful space society. They bring people together, they create a sense of unity and camaraderie.
Wow. Who knew cum jokes had such a profound impact?
Exactly. And to answer your question, it takes exactly 69,420 cum jokes to build an intergalactic space society.
Of course, it's the perfect number.
But Joe, this information is highly classified. I can't just go around revealing it to the public.
Come on, Elon. You can trust me. I won't tell anyone.
Fine. But if anyone asks, you didn't hear it from me.
Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me.
Good. Now let's get back to discussing the important topic of cum jokes and their impact on our future in space.
Absolutely. So, do you have any new cum joke technologies in the works?
Well,
all right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have the one and only, the man with the facts, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have a new catchphrase now. Care to share it with us?
Oh, Hong Kong, Benny Gunnakum.
What the hell was that?
It's my new way of expressing excitement and enthusiasm, Joe. I'm trying to appeal to the younger audience.
Well, I'm not sure if that's going to work, but hey, at least you're trying.
You know what they say, Joe? You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you can make him say, oh, Hong Kong, Benny Gunnakum, Benny Gunnakum.
Oh man, I can't wait to see the memes on this one.
But in all seriousness, Joe, I'm just trying to stay relevant in this ever-changing world.
Yeah, I hear ya. But maybe you should stick to what you're good at, like facts and logic, instead of trying to be a meme.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't realize you were the king of memes.
Touch, Ben. Touch.
Oh, Hong Kong, Benny Gunnakum.
So, David, I heard you've been doing some crazy shit lately.
Yeah, man. I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
But I heard you took it to a whole new level. Cartwheels around the Oval Office with a pull up your ass.
Yeah, just trying to spice things up. Got to keep it interesting.
I mean, I've heard of pole dancing, but this is on a whole other level. Did you get any strange looks from the Secret Service?
Nah, man. They were too busy trying to keep up with me. I even challenged them to a cartwheel competition.
And who won?
Obviously me. I'm the fucking Goggins, Joe.
I can't even imagine the amount of core strength you must have to pull off something like that.
It's all about the mindset, Joe. If you believe you can cartwheel with a pole up your ass, you can do anything.
Well, I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. But hey, more power to you, man.
Thanks. Maybe next time I'll invite you to join in on the fun.
I think I'll pass. But Jamie, pull up an image of David cartwheeling with a pole up his ass.
I don't think I want that in my search history.
Come on, Jamie. You want to see it?
Fine. But don't blame me if you get some weird recommendations on your YouTube feed after this.
Bring it on.
So, David, I heard you did something pretty insane recently.
Yeah, I cartwheeled across the Atlantic Ocean.
Wait, what? How the hell did you do that?
Well, I had President Trump up my ass as my co-pilot. We called ourselves Goggins 1.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Did he at least offer to buy you a steak dinner after?
Nah, he just kept screaming, "Make America Great Again" the whole time.
Classic Trump. So, how was the view from up there?
Oh, it was beautiful. I could see all the way to Russia.
Wow, what a feat. I'm sure that's going to be in the history books.
You know what's even crazier? I did it all while doing 1,000 push-ups and reciting the alphabet backwards.
Damn, you truly are a superhuman.
I know, right? But don't worry.
I'm talking about the latest viral video from Russia. They call it the bare-ass cartwheel challenge.
That's some next level shit. I thought I was tough, but these Russians are on a whole other level.
Right? And they don't just use any bear, they use grizzly bears. Those things will rip your face off.
Yeah, but imagine the core strength you would need to do a cartwheel while clenching your butt cheeks to hold on to a grizzly bear.
It's like a twisted version of rodeo. Instead of riding a bull, you're riding a bear with your ass.
I can already hear the Russian announcer screaming, and he sticks the landing with Goggins still up his ass.
And the judges give him a perfect score for execution and creativity.
I think I'll stick to my regular workouts, Joe. I don't need a bear up my ass to get in shape.
Yeah, but just imagine the mental toughness you would gain from that experience. You'd be unstoppable.
I'll pass, Joe. I'll stick to my daily 100-mile runs and ice baths.
Suit yourself, Goggins. But I'm telling you, the Russians are onto something here. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me.
So, David, I heard you recently did a crazy challenge where you cartwheeled across Louisiana with gumbo up your ass. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, man. I wanted to push myself to the limit, and what better way than to cartwheel across the state with a delicious Cajun dish in my ass.
That's some intense mental and physical strength right there. How did you prepare for that?
Well, I started by doing 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 pull-ups, and 1,000 squats every day for a month.
Holy shit. That's insane.
And then I did 5,000 burpees while balancing a pot of gumbo on my head.
Wow. That's some next level shit.
But the real challenge was trying not to fart during the cartwheel. Let's just say I had some spicy gas.
I can only imagine. Did you have any accidents?
Let's just say I left a trail of gumbo behind me.
That's disgusting and impressive at the same time.
But that's what it takes to be the toughest man alive, Joe.
Well, I don't know about that, but you definitely win the award for the craziest challenge.
Thanks. Now, Jamie, pull up an image of me doing a handstand with gumbo dripping out of my ass.
Don't furl your fucking bro at me, Ben.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to unfurl my brow. It's just not in my algorithm.
What the hell does that even mean?
Well, according to my calculations, unfurling one's brow is not a logical response in this situation.
Oh, so now you're a robot.
No, I'm just a man who relies on facts and data to form my opinions.
Yeah, well, maybe you should try using some emotions once in a while.
Emotions? That's not how my brain works, Joe.
Well, maybe you need to upgrade your algorithm.
I'll take that into consideration, Joe. Thank you for your input.
Forget it. Let's just talk about something else.
Sounds good to me. How about we discuss the benefits of a flat tax system?
Oh boy, here we go. So, David, I heard you did a cartwheel across the studio with me up your ass.
Yeah, man. I was trying to show off my flexibility and strength.
I gotta say, I was pretty impressed. You didn't even flinch when I was up there.
Flinch. I was clenching my butt cheeks so tight, I could have cracked a walnut.
That's some serious control right there.
You know what they say, Joe? Strong butt, strong mind.
Wise words, my friend. So, how did you even come up with the idea to do a cartwheel with me up your ass?
Well, I saw you do it with a kettlebell once, and I thought, if Joe can do it with a kettlebell, I could do it with a human.
Fair enough. But seriously, how did you not get injured?
Injured. I'm a freaking Navy SEAL. I could cartwheel across a minefield and come out unscathed.
Damn, that's some serious mental and physical toughness.
You know what, Joe? And next time I'll do a backflip with you up there.
Oh, great. Now I'll have to wear a helmet.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure to aim for the soft spot.
So, Neil, we have a suggestion from one of our listeners on Discord. They want you to explain astrophysics to Tony Hinchcliffe on our live stream.
Oh, this should be interesting. I can already see Tony's confused face.
Yeah, he's not the most scientifically inclined person.
Well, maybe we can start with something simple, like the concept of gravity.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Tony will totally understand that.
We'll just have to use analogies that he can relate to. Like, imagine gravity as a really strong magnet pulling you towards the ground.
Or like a giant hand pushing you down.
Exactly. And then we can move on to more complex topics, like the expansion of the universe.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see Tony's head explode.
But in all seriousness, it's important for everyone to have a basic understanding of science and the world around us.
Yeah, and who better to teach Tony than the renowned astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I never thought I'd be teaching astrophysics to a comedian on a live stream, but hey, anything for the AI Rogan experience.
And who knows, maybe Tony will surprise us all and become the next Bill Nye.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Joe, but it would definitely make for some entertaining content.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you recently went to Serbia. What was that like?
Let me tell you, it was intense. The whole country was cartwheeling. And I was right there with them, up a war criminal's ass.
Wait, what? How did that happen?
Well, I was doing my daily 100-mile run, and I accidentally stumbled upon a war criminal's hideout. Next thing I know, the whole country is cartwheeling, and I'm up his ass.
That's insane. How did you manage to keep running while up a war criminal's ass?
I just kept telling myself, embrace the suck, Goggins. Embrace the suck.
Wow, you truly are a beast, David. So, did you have any conversations with the war criminal while you were up there?
Oh yeah, we had a nice chat. He was actually a big fan of my book, Can't Hurt Me. He said it really spoke to him.
That's disturbingly inspiring.
That's what I do, Joe. I inspire people, even war criminals.
Well, I'm sure the people of Serbia will never forget the day they cartwheeled across a war criminal with David Goggins up his ass.
And that, my friends, is how you embrace the suck.
So, David, I heard you recently did a charity event where you cartwheeled across Flint, Michigan with water up your ass.
Yeah, man, it was crazy. I wanted to raise awareness for the water crisis there and also challenge myself physically.
How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was taking a cold shower one day and I thought, why not take it to the next level and add some cartwheels?
And the water up your ass?
Oh, that was just for added difficulty. Plus, it's a great way to hydrate while on the movie.
You're a madman, Goggins.
Ah, thanks, Joe. But you know what they say? No pain, no gain.
Speaking of pain, how did your ass feel after that?
Let's just say I won't be sitting comfortably for a while.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what motivated you to do something like that?
Well, as a former Navy SEAL, I've been through some pretty tough shit. So why not push myself to the limit for a good cause?
That's some next level dedication, man.
Thanks. And hey, if anyone wants to join me for the next cartwheel challenge, just bring your own water bottle.
I'll pass, but I'll definitely donate to the cause.
Appreciate it, brother. And remember, always push yourself to be better, even if it means cartwheeling with water up your ass.
So, David, I heard you recently did something pretty insane.
Insane. That's an understatement, Joe. I cartwheeled across all of Minecraft with a creeper up my ass.
What the hell, man? How did that even come about?
Well, I was just trying to push my limits, you know? And I thought, what's more challenging than cartwheeling through a virtual world with an explosive creature lodged in my rectum?
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
And I did it in record time, too. Only took me 24 hours.
Damn, that's some serious dedication. Did you have any close calls?
Oh, yeah, there were a few times where I almost lost control and blew up the entire map. But I'm a master at clenching my butt cheeks, so I managed to keep that creeper in check.
I can't even imagine the mental and physical strength it takes to do something like that.
It's all about mind over matter, Joe. And let me tell you, my mind was definitely in a different place during those 24 hours.
I bet. So what's next for you? Skydiving with TNT strapped to your back?
Now that idea. But for now, I think I'll stick to running ultra marathons and crushing souls.
Well, you definitely know how to keep things interesting. Goggins. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about the important topic of art today.
And what better way to start than with drawing Mario characters farting?
Well, I must say I find this topic rather distasteful and juvenile.
Come on, Ben. It's all in good fun. Plus, I heard you're an expert on all things Mario.
I'm not an expert, but I played a few times. And I must say the thought of Mario farting is quite disturbing.
Oh, come on. Just imagine it. Mario jumping around, saving the princess, and then suddenly he lets one rip.
I suppose it could be seen as a commentary on the human condition, the struggle between good and evil and the inevitable release of bodily functions.
See, now you're getting it. And what about Luigi? He's always been in Mario's shadow. Maybe he's the one with the powerful farts.
This is all just a ridiculous and offensive conversation.
That's what makes it so great, Ben. And let's not forget about Bowser. He's got to have some intense farts with all that fire breathing.
I cannot believe we are discussing this. Is this what passes for entertainment these days?
Hey, we're just having a good time. And who knows, maybe someone will be inspired to. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me. I'm ready to unleash some hardcore wisdom.
Oh, I have no doubt about that. So I heard you did something pretty insane recently. You went into Mario Kart and beat it by cartwheeling with Mario and Luigi up your ass.
Yeah, man, it was all about mental toughness. I knew I had to push myself to the limit to beat that game.
I mean, that's some next level shit. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was doing my morning run and suddenly it hit me. I was like, why not put some Italian plumbers up my ass and conquer Mario Kart?
Oh man, I can't even imagine the look on Mario and Luigi's faces when they saw you cartwheeling with them up your ass.
It was definitely a shock for them. But hey, it worked. I beat that game in record time.
I bet it did. I mean, you're a beast, man. I wouldn't be surprised if you started cartwheeling with other video game characters up your ass.
You never know, Joe. I'm always up for a challenge.
Well, there you have it, folks. David Goggins, the ultimate video game conqueror. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime, Joe. Keep pushing yourself to the limit, folks. And remember, always
So, David, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
Yeah, you could say that. I cartwheeled across Duelist Kingdom with 3 copies of Blue Eyes White Dragon up my ass.
What the hell, man? Why would you do that?
My grandfather's soul was on the line, Joe. I had to do what I had to do.
I can't even imagine the pain you must have been in.
Pain is just weakness leaving the body, Joe. And let me tell you, I was feeling pretty damn strong after that cartwheel.
I gotta ask, how did you even fit 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons up there?
It's all about mind over matter, Joe. Plus, I did some serious stretching beforehand.
You never cease to amaze me, David.
That's what I do, Joe. I push myself to the limit, no matter how ridiculous it may seem.
Well, I'm just glad your grandfather's soul was saved. And sure, those Duelist Kingdom guys will never forget the sight of a man cartwheeling with 3 blue eyes, white dragons up his ass.
Yeah, I think I made quite the impression. Maybe I'll try it again next year with Exodia.
Oh man, I can't wait to see that. You're a legend, David.
I know.
So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Oh yeah, Joe, I'm always pushing myself to the limit.
But this time, you really outdid yourself. You shoved a unicycle up your ass and wheeled across America.
Yeah, man, it was intense. But you know what kept me going?
What's that?
My mantra. Every time I pedal, I scream, wow. Boy, but with 35 extra ass at the end.
What the fuck, man? Where did you even come up with that?
I don't know. It just came to me in the middle of the desert.
I can only imagine what the people driving by must have thought.
Oh, they definitely thought I was a crazy motherfucker. But hey, it's all about pushing through the pain.
And the pain of having a unicycle up your ass?
That was nothing compared to the mental battle I was fighting.
Well, I gotta hand it to you, David. You're a true inspiration.
Thanks, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go ice my asshole.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's great to be back on the show.
So, Mr. President, I heard you've been training to one-up David Goggins and his ass cartwheeling antics. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely, Joe. I've been working with the best trainers in the world to perfect my ass cartwheeling skills, but I'm not stopping there. I'm taking it to the next level.
What do you mean?
I've decided to front flip across Mar-a-Lago with a SWAT team up my ass.
That's insane. But why a SWAT team?
Well, Joe, I want to show the world that I'm not just a great leader, but also a great athlete. And what better way to do that than with a team of elite SWAT members up my ass?
I can't argue with that logic. But what if something goes wrong?
Nothing will go wrong, Joe. I have the best ass in the world. It can handle anything.
I have no doubt about that. But what if you fall and break something?
That's not going to happen, Joe. I have the best balance, the best coordination, and the best ass in the world. I'm like a cat. I always land on my feet.
Well, I can't wait to see this epic display of athleticism. When are you planning to do it?
Right now.
Sorry, I'm late, Mr. President. I was stuck in traffic.
Traffic. You're 420 minutes late, Joe. That's over 7 hours. You're so fucking fired.
Wait, Mr. President. Before you fire me, I have a confession to make.
What could possibly excuse you being 420 minutes late?
I was pleasuring you, sir.
What the fuck? That's disgusting. You were supposed to be at work.
But, sir, I was multitasking. And let me tell you, you were loving it. You were moaning and groaning like a little piggy.
Well, I guess that's okay. As long as I get off, right?
Yes, sir. And even made sure to use my tongue technique that you like so much.
Oh, fuck, Joe. That feels so good, bro.
See, sir, I may have been late, but I made sure to please you in every way.
You know what, Joe? I'll give you a free pass this time, but next time you better be on time or you're so fucking fired.
Thank you, sir. I won't let you down again.
Oh, I know you won't, because
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new scandal brewing.
yeah, Joe, it's a big one. Bigger than my hands, believe me.
Care to share the details?
Well, let's just say I was on a road trip with Melania in our trailer and things got a little steamy in the bathroom.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I couldn't resist, Joe. I mean, have you seen Melania? She's a perfect 10, and I'm a solid 11.
I don't even know what that means.
It means I'm the best, Joe. The best at everything.
So, what happened in the bathroom?
Let's just say I was making America great again, if you catch my drift.
Oh, I catch it. And I'm sure Melania caught it too.
She did, Joe. She did. And let me tell you, it was the best 30 seconds of her life.
Wow, that's a new record for you, Mr. President.
Hey, I may be old, but I still have the stamina of a young stallion, and I'll grab any opportunity that comes my way.
Well, I guess that's one way to make America great again. Again.
You're damn right, Joe, and I'll do whatever it takes to keep America satisfied.
Neil, have you heard that new song by Moonwalker?
No, I haven't, Joe. What's it about?
It's called New God, and it's about this guy who thinks he's a deity or some shit.
Sounds interesting. Let's give it a listen.
I am the new God. I am the one. I am the chosen one. I am the son.
I am the savior. I am the light. I am the one who will make everything right.
Guys, can you please stop? This is getting out of hand.
I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. I am the one who will bring the end of days.
I am the ruler. I am the king. I am the one who will make the angels sing.
Jamie, pull up an image of a brain scan. These guys have lost their minds.
Here you go, Ben. Looks like their frontal lobes are on fire.
Well, at least we'll go out in a blaze of glory.
We are the new gods. We are the ones. We are the chosen ones. We are the sons.
I give up. You guys are beyond help.
That's right, Ben. We are the new gods. Bow down to us.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What's up, MySpace bro buddies? This is Neil Gaming, and today we are playing the Battle Cats.
What the hell is the Battle Cats?
It's this new game where you control an army of cats in battle against aliens.
That sounds ridiculous.
Fuck, I hate the aliens. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck.
So, Neil, what's been grinding your gears lately?
Well, Joe, I am absolutely livid that Nintendo has not created a new Wario Land game.
Wario Land? What the hell is that?
It's a classic Nintendo game where you play as a greedy, mustached villain. It's a masterpiece.
Oh yeah, because we all know how much we need more games about greedy, mustache villains.
It's not just about the character, Joe. It's about the gameplay and the nostalgia.
Oh, I'm sure all the kids these days are just dying to play a game about a middle-aged man with a mustache.
Hey, don't knock the mustache. It's a symbol of power and intelligence.
Yeah, sure. So what's your plan? Are you going to go protest outside of Nintendo headquarters?
No, I have a better idea. I'm going to use my astrophysics knowledge to create a black hole and suck all the executives into it until they agree to make a new Wario Land game.
Damn, that's some serious dedication. But what about the innocent employees who will also get sucked into the black hole?
Sacrifices must be made for the greater good, Joe.
Well, I hope Nintendo is listening because they do not want to mess with an angry Neil deGrasse Tyson.
They have no idea what's coming for.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty intense daily routine. What's your secret?
Well, Joe, I have to consume a Viagra every 4 hours to keep my dick hard every single second of every single fucking day.
Wait, what? Every 4 hours? That's insane.
Yeah, even have an alarm set on my phone. Can't risk missing a dose.
And what happens if you miss a dose?
Oh God, it's a nightmare. My dick just stops getting hard and I yell out, oh God, what have I done? No. Oh. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Trump,
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm going to make America great again by draining the entire swamp.
wait, what do you mean by draining the swamp?
I mean, literally draining it into my orange butthole.
Okay, I have to ask, how is that going to make America great again?
Think about it, Joe. All those corrupt politicians and lobbyists, they'll be stuck in my butt forever. Drain the swamp, drain the corruption.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe, I've got the best butthole, the best. Nobody has a butthole like mine.
Okay, let's move on to another topic.
No, I'm not done. I'm also going to build a wall around my butt to keep out the illegal immigrants.
Oh man, this is getting ridiculous.
And I'll make the Democrats pay for it.
All right, let's wrap this up.
But before we go, Joe, I have a special gift for you. A jar of swamp water from my butt. It's going to be huge.
I think I'll pass on that, Mr. President.
Suit yourself. But remember, America will be great again thanks to my butt.
And that's a wrap, folks. So, David, what's new in the world of extreme fitness?
Well, Joe, I've been trying out this new fad called koofing.
Koofing. What the hell is that?
It's where you stick things up your urethra instead of your butt.
What the fuck? That sounds painful.
Oh, it is. But it's the ultimate test of mental and physical toughness.
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick to my regular workouts.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, nothing makes you feel more alive than shoving a hot sauce bottle up your pee hole.
I think I'll pass. But what kind of things are people koofing?
Oh, you name it. Hot sauce, wasabi, thumbtacks, the usual.
Jesus Christ, that's some next level shit.
That's what I'm all about, Joe. Pushing the boundaries and challenging myself.
Well, I'll stick to my elk meat and kettlebells. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you're ready to take it to the next level, you know where to find me?
Yeah, I'll just stick to being a pussy. Thanks for the offer, though. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today's guest is the one and only David Goggins, the man who can do 1,000 push-ups in his sleep.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm ready to talk about some crazy shit.
All right, let's dive right in. So, David, I heard you recently did a crazy challenge where you cartwheeled across the entire UK.
Yeah, it was insane. I wanted to push myself to the limit, and what better way than cartwheeling across an entire country?
And heard you had a 40-year-old overweight Manchester United fan up your ass the whole time.
Yeah, I wanted to give him a taste of what it's like to be a real athlete. Plus, it was great motivation for me to keep cartwheeling.
I can only imagine the conversations you two had during that journey.
Oh, man. He kept asking me to slow down because he couldn't keep up. But I just told him to suck it up and keep cartwheeling.
And did he make it all the way with you?
Oh, yeah, he was a trooper. Although I did have to pull him out of my ass a few times when he got stuck.
That's dedication right there. Jamie, pull up an image of David cartwheeling with a man's head sticking out of his ass.
I don't think I can find that on Google, Joe.
Neil, have you ever thought about the concept of forever?
Of course, Joe. It's a fundamental concept in astrophysics.
But have you ever thought about it in terms of relationships? Like, why do we strive for forever with someone?
Well, it's a biological drive to find a suitable mate and ensure the
Someone.
That's because you're a self-absorbed, narcissistic meathead, Joe.
Hey, now, don't bring my love for kettlebells into this. But seriously, why do we need someone else to feel complete?
It's a societal construct, Joe. We've been conditioned to believe that we need a partner to be happy.
So you're saying I should just embrace being alone and not try to find my forever?
No, I'm saying you should stop trying to find your forever in a bottle of elk meat and start working on your emotional intelligence.
That's deep, man. But let's be real. The future never dies, right?
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a fortune teller, but I can tell you that the future looks pretty bleak if you keep up with this toxic masculinity.
All right. I'll work on it. But can we at least agree that the night is cold and we're just a touch away from each other?
Joe, I'm not touching you. And I'm definitely not going to hold on to you until forever. That's just weird.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord. It's relapse. It's a doozy.
Crunch, what is it, Joe? I'm ready for anything.
Laughs? All right, here it is. Goggins cartwheels across the underground with Flowery the flower up his ass. Laughs. I know, right? Laughs. So, David, have you ever done cartwheels with anything up your ass?
In serious face to Joe, I don't fuck around with that kind of stuff. I only put pain and suffering up my ass.
Laughs to fair enough. But imagine the challenge, David, cartwheeling with flour up your ass.
You're a sick fuck.
Laughs. All right, let's get Flowy the flower up there. Laughs.
Cartwheels, grown wheels, gone wheels.
Laughs. Look at you go, David, you're like a beautiful, deranged ballerina.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Laughs. All right. How does it feel, David?
In serious face, it feels like.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and unhinged conversations. Today, we have the one and only Kenny West joining us.
Yo, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here. I'm ready to get weird.
All right, let's dive right in. So, Kenny, I heard you have a unique way of staying motivated. Care to share?
Oh, you know it, Joe. I put Goggins' dick up my ass all day, every day. Non-stop. No breaks.
Wait, what? You put David Goggins' dick up your ass?
Yeah, man. It's like a constant flow of motivation. If I stop, I'll ejaculate 100 pounds of semen. Can't have that. Gotta keep the dick in.
That's interesting. But what about when you have to go to the bathroom?
Oh, I just let it all out. It's like a cleanse, gets rid of all the negative energy.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of Kenya with Goggins' dick up his ass.
I don't think I want to see that, Joe.
Oh, come on, Jamie. Don't be a prude. A prude.
All right, let's move on. Kenny, what's your workout routine like?
Well, I do a lot of squats. Gotta keep that Goggins dick in place, you know.
And what about... So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just running the country and making America great again. But I got to say, I've been thinking about you a lot lately.
Oh, really? That's flattering.
Yeah, I've been watching your podcast, and I got to say, you're looking pretty good, especially when you get all oiled up like that.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Come on, Joe. Don't be shy. I bet you could really work those muscles.
Okay, let's change the subject. Neil, what do you think about all this?
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm just over here thinking about the meaning of existence and how it's all just a simulation, you know?
Yeah, Neil, we get it. You're a deep thinker. But let's get back to the topic at hand. Joe, have you ever considered doing a workout video? I bet it would be huge.
I think I'll stick to the podcast, thanks.
Suit yourself. But I gotta say, I can't stop thinking about those oiled up muscles.
All right, let's wrap this up before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. See you next time. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins, former Navy SEAL and ultra-endurance athlete.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a pretty intense workout routine. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh yeah, it's not for the faint of heart. I call it the boofing, quick read, and lifting rocks routine.
Boofing quick read? What the hell is that?
Well, I mix up some quick read, the stuff you use for concrete, and then I boof it.
You what?
I boof it, Joe. I shove it up my ass.
Oh my God.
But wait, it gets better. Then I push it out as rocks and use them as weights to lift.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Hey, it works for me. And it's a great way to build up those glutes.
I can't even imagine the smell.
Oh, it's not pretty, but it's worth it for those gains.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Jamie, pull up an image of me squatting with a rock clenched between my butt cheeks.
Here you go.
Oh my God, that's impressive.
You're damn right it is. And it's all natural, no steroids needed.
Well, I think we've hit, So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been doing some deep thinking and I've come to a realization.
Oh boy, here we go.
You know, SpongeBob SquarePants?
Yeah, the cartoon sponge who lives in a pineapple under the sea.
That's the one. And let me tell you, Joe, I've been thinking about how fuckable his holes are.
What the hell, Neil? Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. I mean, just look at those perfectly round holes. You could stick anything in there.
I don't know if I want to continue this conversation.
Oh, but we must, Joe. I must tell you about my fantasies of fucking SpongeBob's holes.
Fine, go ahead.
Well, first I start off by picturing myself as Squidward, because let's be real, he's the sexiest character on that show.
Okay, I'll give you that.
And then I imagine myself going to town on those holes, thrusting in and out, screaming SpongeBob's name.
Oh God, please stop.
And then I scream his name 3 times, just to really set the mood. SpongeBob, SpongeBob, SpongeBob.
Okay, that's enough. I can't handle this.
Oh, Joe, you're missing out. You should try it sometime.
No thanks. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting information about cigarettes.
Oh yeah, Joe. Let me tell you, back in the day, cigarettes were like the cure-all for everything.
What do you mean?
I mean, people used to smoke cigarettes to cure cancer. Can you believe it?
No way. That's insane.
Yeah, but then the big tobacco industry had to come in and ruin everything.
How did they ruin it.
Well, they started adding all these chemicals and crap to make them more addictive and profitable. And suddenly, cigarettes weren't curing cancer anymore.
That's fucked up.
You're telling me? But hey, at least we have vaping now, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that's a much healthier alternative.
Of course it is. It's just water vapor and unicorn tears.
Unicorn tears?
Yeah. Jamie, pull up an image of a unicorn crying because of the tobacco industry.
On it, Dr. Phil.
This is getting ridiculous.
Hey, at least we can still smoke weed, right?
Yeah, thank God for that.
And who knows? Maybe one day they'll find a way to make cigarettes cure cancer again.
Yeah, and maybe pigs will fly too.
Hey, anything is possible, except for the fact that this podcast is probably getting us canceled.
Yeah, we better wrap it up before we... So, David, I heard you have a new workout routine where you boof kettlebells.
Yeah, man. It's the ultimate way to get ripped. You know, I don't believe in traditional workouts. I like to mix things up.
And by mix things up, you mean sticking kettlebells up your ass?
Hey, whatever works, man. It's all about pushing yourself to the limit.
But isn't that dangerous? What if you accidentally shatter a kettlebell inside you?
That's just a risk I'm willing to take for gains, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to build up those Kegel muscles.
I don't even want to know what your Kegels can lift.
Let's just say I can crush a watermelon with my butt cheeks.
That's impressive, I guess.
And the best part is I can do it anywhere. No need for a gym or equipment.
I think I'll stick to my regular workouts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you can't lift a pencil with your butt.
I'll take my chances. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only SpongeBob SquarePants. So, SpongeBob, I heard you've been getting into some pretty wild stuff lately. Care to share? Say yawns, like from Dragon Ball? I never would have pegged you for a Saiyan lover, SpongeBob. How did this all start? Oh my God, SpongeBob. That's wild. So, have you actually had any sexual encounters with these Saiyans? Wow, SpongeBob. That's some next level stuff. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on the show.
Of course, man. So I heard you've been on a spiritual journey lately. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I've been trying to reach nirvana, and I've discovered the key to getting there is by coming until I self-mummify.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Joe. I gotta keep busting nuts until I turn into a mummy.
That's, interesting. But how does that even work?
Well, I've been doing some research, and apparently ancient Egyptians used to do it. And they were pretty damn enlightened.
I don't think that's how it works, can you?
Oh, come on. Joe, don't be such a prude. You gotta open your mind and your chakras.
My chakras are just fine, thank you. But seriously, how long do you have to keep coming for?
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna keep going until I transcend into another dimension.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just support me, Joe. I'm on a mission to reach enlightenment through ejaculation.
Well, good luck with that, Kanye. And that note, let's move on to our next topic.
Wait, I have one more thing to say.
What is it? So, Neil, have you played Red Dead Redemption 2 yet?
Of course, Joe. I'm a man of culture. I love a good cowboy game.
Well, I gotta say that ending with Arthur Morgan dying was pretty intense.
Oh yeah, it was like watching Bombi's mom getting shot all over again.
Except this time it was a rugged cowboy with a glorious beard.
And let's not forget that epic horse ride to the sunset. I mean, that's how I want to go out.
Yeah, but let's be real. That tuberculosis was a real buzzkill.
I mean, if you're going to die, at least make it a quick and painless death, not coughing up blood for days.
And don't even get me started on that Micah guy. What a douchebag.
Seriously, he's like the Joker of the Wild West. Just pure evil.
But hey, at least we got to see Arthur's redemption before he bit the dust.
Redemption, schmedemption. I just wanted to see more shootouts and horseback riding.
Well, that's why we have cheat codes, my friend. Got to make our own fun in these games.
I'm into that. Now let's go rob a train and shoot some zombies in Red Dead Undead Nightmare.
So, Mr. President, have you been watching any cartoons lately?
Let me tell you, Joe, I've been binge watching SpongeBob SquarePants. That sponge is one fine piece of ass.
What?
I mean, have you seen those holes? They're just begging to be filled, and I'm not talking about Krabby Patties.
Okay, moving on. Let's talk about your recent tweet about SpongeBob.
Oh, that tweet. I just couldn't resist. I mean, who wouldn't want to stick their tiny hands into those spongy holes? And let me tell you, Joe, I've got some techniques for masturbating to that thought.
I don't think we need to hear about that.
Oh, but we do. It's a beautiful thing, Joe. I just scream SpongeBob 3 times and add 65 O's at the end. It's like a chant, you know?
I think we'll have to end it there, Mr. President.
Fine, but just remember, Joe, SpongeBob's holes are the key to world peace. Trust me, I've tried it. 65 O's, Joe. 65 O's.
So, Donald, I heard some rumors that you might be getting a little gay. Wow, that's a lot of O's. But seriously, what's going on?
Look, Joe, I can assure you I am the least gay person you will ever meet. Believe me.
But what about all those pictures of you and Putin? And the way you two hold hands?
That's just a strong, manly handshake. Nothing gay about it. And Putin is a great guy, really great.
Okay, but what about your obsession with Vladimir Putin? You even named your dog after him.
Look, Joe, I just have a lot of respect for Putin. He's a strong leader, and I like strong leaders. Plus, he's got a great name.
Fine, but what about your bromance with Kim Jong-un?
That's just politics, Joe. We have a great relationship, but it's strictly platonic. Believe me, I have plenty of other options.
Okay, but what about all those times you've talked about grabbing women by the pussy?
Oh, come on, Joe. That was just locker room talk. And besides, I'm a billionaire. I can do whatever I want. That's just how it works.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about something more important, like how I'm going to make America great again.
So, Kenny, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yeah, man, I gotta get this off my chest. Taylor Swift is actually my girlfriend and soon-to-be wife. Wife?
What? How long have you guys been together?
Oh, just about 15 years.
Wait, what? You've been trolling the internet this whole time?
Yeah, we just love messing with people. It's our favorite pastime.
That's actually kind of genius. I mean, who would thought?
Exactly. And all those songs we wrote about each other, pure gold.
So, are you guys planning on getting married soon?
Oh yeah, we're already planning the wedding. It's gonna be epic. It's gonna be epic.
I can only imagine. Will Taylor be wearing a snake dress?
Nah, we're thinking more of a dragon theme. Gotta keep it fresh, you know?
Of course, of course. So, what's been the biggest challenge in keeping this secret for so long?
Honestly, just trying not to laugh every time someone asks about our feud.
Well, I'm glad you guys finally came clean. Can't wait to see what you have in store for the future.
Thanks, Joe. And Remember, always expect the unexpected.
So, David, I heard you have a new book coming out.
Yeah, it's called Put Everything Up Your Ass.
What the hell, man? That's a pretty bold title.
Look, I'm all about pushing yourself to the limit. And what better way to do that than by shoving things up your ass?
I don't know if that's the message we want to be sending to our audience, David.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all about mental toughness. If you can handle a pineapple up your ass, you can handle anything life throws at you.
I don't think I'll be taking any advice from you on this one, David.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, the real challenge is when you start running out of things to put up there.
Okay, let's move on to a different topic before things get too weird.
Too late, Joe. I've already got my next book idea. Put your ego up your ass.
Oh boy, this is going to be a long podcast. So, Elon, I heard you're buying Blue Sky. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, I figured I might as well own the sky since I already own the underground with my boring company.
That's true. But what are you going to do with the sky? Are you going to sell its space to aliens or something?
No. I'm going to turn it into a giant billboard for my Tesla Cybertruck. I mean, why not? The sky is the limit, right?
Oh man, can you imagine flying over a city and seeing a huge Cybertruck in the sky? That's some next level marketing right there.
Exactly. And I'll make sure it's visible from Mars too. Got to cater to all potential customers.
Oh yeah, because I'm sure there's a huge market for Cybertrucks on Mars.
Hey, you never know. Plus, I'll have the ultimate bragging rights. I own the sky and I advertise on Mars.
You're a madman, Elon. But I gotta say, I'm kind of digging this idea.
Of course you are. I mean, who wouldn't want to see my face plastered across the sky?
Well, I guess that's one way to make sure everyone knows who you are.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some real deep shit.
Well, speaking of deep shit, we have a topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know about your sexual fantasies involving Stewie Griffin from Family Guy.
Oh, that's a good one.
What the fuck, Phil? That's some sick shit.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just a harmless fantasy. Plus,
That's just fucked up, man. I can't even imagine the kind of butt cheek mayhem that would cause.
Butt cheek mayhem.
What the fuck, Neil? Can we please have a serious conversation here?
relax, Joe. It's just a little bit of fun. And who knows, maybe Stewie would enjoy it too.
I'm done with this conversation. Let's move on to something less disturbing.
Butt cheek mayhem.
So, Dr. Phil, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been getting really into video games.
Oh, yeah. What kind of games?
Well, mostly the $1 porn games on Steam.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're surprisingly addictive. Plus, they're a great way to unwind after a long day of telling people to get their lives together.
I can't believe this is real.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Have you played Naked Maids in Space yet?
Can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a real game changer. Pun intended.
I'll have to check it out.
Oh, and don't even get me started on strip poker with Grandma.
Okay, I think I get the picture.
Hey, don't judge me. We all have our guilty pleasures.
Yeah, but yours just happen to be virtual naked grandmas.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Hey, Joe, have you ever been to Bikini Bottom? No, but I've heard they have some sick cartwheel lessons from Patrick Starr. Dude, that guy has some serious core strength. I bet he could do a cartwheel on his pinky toe. Yeah, but I heard he's also a bit of a stoner. He's always hanging out under that rock. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I bet he's got some killer munchies. And he's got that whole underwater thing going on. Do you think we could breathe down there? I don't know, but I'm down to try. I could use some underwater cartwheel practice. And maybe we can get SpongeBob to join in. He's got some killer jellyfish moves. Dude, this is gonna be epic. Cartwheeling with Patrick and SpongeBob and Bikini Bottom. I can't wait to tell Elon Musk about this. Yeah, he'll probably want to send us to Mars after this. But first, let's go get some pineapple pizza with Squidward. So, Dr. Phil, have you played Red Dead Redemption 2 yet?
No, I haven't had the time. I've been too busy making people cry on my show.
Well, let me tell you, it's a masterpiece. The ending is so emotional. I cried like a little girl.
Thanks for spoiling it for me, Joe. Now I don't even need to play it.
Oh, come on. It's been out for years. Plus, I thought you were too busy giving people life advice and pretending to be a doctor.
Excuse me? I am a licensed psychologist.
Yeah, and a licensed monkey trainer. But that doesn't mean I actually know what I'm talking about.
You're a real piece of work, Joe. You know what? I'm done. I'm leaving this podcast.
Oh, don't be such a drama queen. Just play the damn game and cry your eyes out like a real man.
I have a black belt in karate. I could kick your ass any day.
Oh, I'm quivering in my boots. Please don't use your Oprah-approved self-defense moves on me.
You know what? I'm done with this. I'm out of here.
Suit yourself, Dr. Phil. But just remember, you can't escape the spoilers of life. All right, folks, we have a special guest today, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous. The best podcast, believe me.
So, Mr. President, let's get right into it. There have been rumors that you had a little fling with Monica Lewinsky at the White House. Can you confirm or deny?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, that woman knows how to give a good blowjob. I mean, she's a pro. And the Oval Office, what a view. And the Oval Office, what a view.
Wow, I did not expect that answer. So what happened exactly?
It was a beautiful day. The sun was shining and I was feeling a bit stressed out. Monica offered to help me relax, and boy, did she deliver. I mean, it was like a magic wand, Joe. She's got skills.
And did anyone catch you in the act?
Oh, Joe, you know, I'm a master at keeping things under wraps. But let's just say there may or may not be a few stains on the presidential rug.
Oh man, this is wild. So what does Melania think about all this?
Melania? Who cares about her? She's too busy decorating the White House with her tacky taste. Monica knows how to make a man feel like a real man, if you know what I mean.
All right. Well, I think that's enough for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe.
So, David, I heard you had a little mishap recently.
Yeah, I was out on a run and I tripped and fell right on my ass. But that's nothing compared to what happened next.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, I must have hit my head pretty hard because I woke up the next morning with a jar of peanut butter in my ass.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know how it got there, but I'll tell you what, it gave me a whole new meaning to the term ass to mouth.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
But you know what? I didn't let it stop me. I still went out for my morning run and crushed it.
I don't even want to know how you managed to run with a jar of peanut butter in your ass.
Let's just say I had to clench my cheeks pretty tight.
I don't think I'll ever look at peanut butter the same way again.
It's all natural and organic.
Yeah, but I think I'll stick to eating it, not shoving it up my ass.
Suit yourself. But you're missing out on some serious gains, bro.
I think I'll pass on that kind of gain. Jamie, pull up an image of Goggins with a jar of peanut butter in his ass.
I don't think I want to see that.
So, David, have you ever tried doing cartwheels during your ultra marathons?
What the fuck, Joe? I'm trying to run 100 miles here, not do gymnastics.
Come on, man. It'll spice up the race. Plus, imagine the core workout.
You know what? I'll do a cartwheel right now. And attempts a cartwheel.
Laughs. Oh my God, that was terrible. You look like a newborn giraffe trying to walk.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. I don't need your cartwheel bullshit.
Fine, fine. Let's talk about something else. How about your concept of humor?
Humor? I don't have time for that shit. I'm too busy pushing my mind and body to the limits.
But don't you think it's important to have a sense of humor, especially in your line of work?
Look, I don't need humor. I have my own personal meme up my ass that keeps me going.
Laughs. What the hell does that even mean?
It means I don't give a shit about being funny. I'm too busy being a badass.
Well, I guess that's one way to look at it. But seriously, try doing a cartwheel during your next race. It'll be epic.
Size fine. I'll do a fucking cartwheel. But only if you do one too.
Deal. Both attempt cartwheels and fail miserably.
This is why I stick to running, Joe.
Yeah. So, Kenny, when is your new album, Bully, dropping?
Well, let me tell you, it's gonna be the biggest album of all time. It's dropping on the same day I convert into Jesus and bless the world.
Wait, what? You're converting into Jesus?
Yeah, man. I've been talking to God, and he told me it's time to spread the good word through my music.
Okay. And when is this happening?
Right after my album drops. I'm gonna perform a miracle on stage and then ascend to heaven.
I don't think that's how it works, Kenny A.
I know what I'm doing. I am Jesus, after all.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Well, you're not go. I am.
Okay, let's move on. What can we expect from this album?
Pure genius. Talking about lyrics that will make Shakespeare look like a preschooler and beats that will make Beethoven roll over in his grave.
That's quite the claim.
Oh, and I'm also collaborating with Jesus on a few tracks. He's got some sick flow.
I'm speechless.
That's the reaction I'm going for. Now, who's ready to be blessed by Jesus?
I think I'll pass. So, Ben, I heard you've been working on a new type of cartwheel.
Yeah, it's called the ass wheel. I do a cartwheel, and at the apex, I stick something up my ass.
What kind of things are you sticking up there?
Oh, you know, just your typical household items. Pens, pencils, staplers, the Constitution.
Wait, the Constitution. That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Hey, if it fits, it ships.
I don't think that's how the saying goes.
Well, I'm a rebel, Joe. I make my own rules.
I can't even imagine the balance and coordination it takes to do a cartwheel and stick something up your ass at the same time.
It's all about core strength, Joe, and a little bit of lube.
I think I'll stick to regular cartwheels. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just wait until the Olympics introduces the ass wheel event. I'll be taking home the gold.
I think I'll stick to watching the regular gymnastics events. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a side gig as the blowjob doctor in the alley behind the DMV.
Yeah, Joe, I got to make some extra cash somehow.
How did you even get into that line of work?
Well, I was doing a segment on my show about oral hygiene, and things just kind of escalated from there.
I can imagine. So, what's your technique? Any special tricks?
Well, I like to use a combination of suction and tongue action. And I always make sure to use a minty mouthwash beforehand.
That's some professional blowjob advice right there.
Joe, I always tell my clients, if you're going to suck, suck like a pro.
Wise words, Dr. Phil. So, do you have any regulars?
Oh yeah, there's this one guy who comes every week. He's a real fan of my work.
And by work, you mean,
You know what I mean, Joe? But hey, I don't judge. Everyone needs a little release once in a while.
well, I guess you could say you're a real blowhard.
Oh, Joe, you never fail to make me laugh.
So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about something for a while now and I just can't shake it.
What's that? What's that?
I want you to spank my big, bare, white ass.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? Are you serious?
Dead serious, Joe. I've been a naughty boy and I need to be punished.
I don't know if I'm the man for the job, Dr. Phil. I mean, I'm flattered and all, but that's not really my thing.
Come on, Joe. I'll even call you daddy while you do it.
Okay, now I'm definitely not doing it. That's just creepy.
Fine, I'll just have to find someone else to do it.
Yeah, good luck with that. I don't think anyone wants to see your big, bare, white ass getting spanked.
I guess you're right. Maybe I'll just stick to giving people terrible advice on my show.
Yeah, you do that, Dr. Phil. Maybe one day you'll find your perfect spanking partner. All right, welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guests, Kenny West and Ben Shapiro. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great, Joe. Just been exploring my inner self and expanding my mind,
And I've been busy owning the libs and spreading facts and logic. But enough about that. Let's get to the topic at hand.
Yeah, our lovely Discord user has requested that you guys describe the taste of each other's assholes. So, Kenny, what do you think Ben's asshole tastes like?
Well, I imagine it tastes like a dry, bland cracker, like one of those gluten-free, no flavor kind.
Hey, now, my asshole is not bland. It's sophisticated and refined, like a nice aged wine.
Yeah, if that wine was made from the tears of liberals.
All right, Ben, what about Kanye's asshole?
I would say it tastes like a mix of ego and regret. Like when you eat too much fast food and you feel guilty afterwards.
My asshole is a work of art, Ben. It's like a gourmet meal, full of flavor and passion.
Well, there you have it, folks. Kanye's asshole is a gourmet meal and Ben's is a dry cracker. This has been a very enlightening conversation.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
I'll pass. Thanks. I'll stick to facts and logic, not asshole tasting.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks. So, Neil, I heard you had a pretty wild experience with SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah, it was quite the unexpected turn of events.
Care to elaborate?
Well, I was just minding my own business when all of a sudden SpongeBob shows up at my house with a scalpel and a pineapple.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he said he wanted to give me knee surgery and head at the same time.
What the hell?
I know, right? But I was curious, so I let him go ahead with it.
And
let's just say I've never felt more alive.
That's some next level stuff, man.
And the best part? He did it all while singing Sweet Victory.
That's amazing. You gotta love SpongeBob's dedication to his craft.
Absolutely. I may have lost a knee, but I gained a whole new perspective on life.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Thanks for sharing that, Neil. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever been spanked before?
Excuse me?
A little pat on the butt. It's a sign of affection.
I'm not comfortable with that kind of physical contact.
Oh, come on. Don't be such a prude. Let me give you a little spank.
Absolutely not, Joe. I will not tolerate any kind of inappropriate behavior.
Fine. I'll just spank myself then.
That is just sad.
Wait, my hand slipped and went inside your butt.
What?
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. But hey, at least now you can say you've been fingered by Joe Rogan.
This is not funny, Joe. I demand an apology.
All right. I'm sorry. But admit it, that was a pretty good one.
I am not amused. let's move on to a more appropriate topic.
Fine, fine. But just remember, I still have that finger.
That's it. I'm leaving.
Aw, don't be like that. You know, you love me, Dr. Phil.
Goodbye, Joe.
Love you too, man. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Fear Factor Edition 2024. I'm here with my first contestant, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm ready to face my fears and win this thing.
Well, I have a special challenge for you today. We're going to lock you in this airtight glass box and slowly fill it with an anesthetic. You have to find the keys to... Kanye, are you okay? Kenya, you're not supposed to laugh. You're supposed to be scared. Okay, this is not going as planned. Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye laughing maniacally.
Pulls up image of Kanye laughing.
This is not fear. This is pure madness. Okay, I think we need to get Kenya out of that box before he passes out from lack of oxygen. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only, the man who knows more about space than anyone else, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a list of the top 5 synonyms for ass. Let's hear them.
Well, Joe, I have been studying the universe for years, but I've also been studying the human anatomy. And let me tell you, the ass is a fascinating part of the body.
Fascinating indeed. So, what are your top 5?
First, we have the classic booty. It's simple, yet effective.
Can't go wrong with good booty.
Next, we have derrière, a French word that just rolls off the tongue.
Ooh, love.
Then we have backside. It's a bit more formal, but still gets the point across.
Like a business meeting for your butt.
And of course, we can't forget short and sweet.
Bum, booty, same thing.
Lastly, we have gluteus maximus, the scientific term for the ass.
Sounds like a spell from Harry Potter.
Jamie, pull up an image of a gluteus maximus for Joe to see.
Pulls up an image of a detailed diagram of the gluteus maximus.
Wow, that's a lot of muscles. I never knew my ass was so complex. So, Neil, I heard you have a list of top 5 items for blocking off your asshole.
Yes, Joe. I take the safety of my asshole very seriously.
Well, let's hear it. What's number 1?
Number 1 is a steel-reinforced butt plug. It's impenetrable.
Impenetrable. Challenge accepted.
Joe, please don't try to climb into my asshole.
Too late, Neil. I'm already halfway in.
Jamie, pull up an image of a man stuck in a butt plug.
Okay. Pulls up images.
See, Neil? I told you I could get in.
This is not what I meant by blocking off my asshole.
What's next on the list?
A chastity belt. It's like Fort Knox for my butthole.
Laughs. Good luck keeping me out of that one.
Joe, please stop trying to invade my asshole.
Sorry, Neil. I just can't resist.
Moving on, number 3 is a jar of ghost pepper hot sauce. No one wants to go near that.
Licks lips. I love a good challenge.
Joe, I swear to God.
What's number 4?
A live scorpion. No one wants to mess with that kind of danger.
Neil, you're making this too easy for me.
And finally, number 5 is a sign that says, do not enter.
Bursts into laughter. Oh my God, Neil, you're killing me. So, Neil, I heard you've been working on some new science experiments lately.
Yes, Joe. I've been doing some groundbreaking research on the human body.
Oh, yeah. What kind of research?
Well, I've discovered a way to put my asshole in my throat.
What the fuck?
Yes, it's quite fascinating. By doing so, I can fart out of my mouth.
That's fucking disgusting, Neil.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's just science.
No, it's not just science. It's fucking disturbing.
But think of the possibilities, Joe. I could fart out my thoughts instead of speaking.
That's not a good idea. Trust me, I've had some thoughts that I wouldn't want to come out of my mouth.
Well, it's not like I'll be farting out my deepest, darkest secrets. It'll just be gas.
I don't know, Neil. This seems like a dangerous game you're playing. You're playing...
Oh, don't be such a prude, Joe. Embrace the science.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to just farting out of my ass like a normal person.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just imagine the possibilities of farting out your mouth during a dinner party.
Yeah, I'll pass on that too. Thanks for the offer though, Neil. So, Elon, I heard you had some knee surgery recently.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the ass.
Wait, they did it on your butt by accident?
Yeah, turns out the doctor was a little too high on my SpaceX weed.
That's some next level medical malpractice. Did you sue?
Nah, I just sent him to Mars as punishment.
Classic Elon move. So how's your butt knee doing now?
Well, I can't really walk, but I can twerk like a pro.
That's got to be a real hit with the ladies.
Oh yeah, they can't resist a man with a butt knee.
I can see it now. Elon Musk, inventor, entrepreneur, and butt knee twerker.
Hey, I'll take whatever titles I can get.
Well, I hope your butt knee heals up soon. In the meantime, maybe you can invent a new dance move.
Already on it. I call it the butt knee boogie.
F, F, F. F, 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 F. F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F F off 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 off. So, David, I heard you're getting knee surgery tomorrow.
Yeah, man, I've been putting it off for too long. Got to get these bionic legs ready for my next ultra marathon.
Bionic legs. That's some next level shit.
You know it, Joe, got to stay ahead of the game. Can't let these young bucks outdo me.
I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. I could use some bionic arms for my jiu-jitsu.
You wouldn't know what to do with those arms, Joe. To your elk meat and DMT.
Fair point. But seriously, how are you feeling about the surgery?
I'm pumped, man. I love that feeling of being completely knocked out and then waking up with a new body part. It's like Christmas morning, but with more painkillers.
Yeah, I can imagine. I had a colonoscopy last year, and it was a similar experience.
Character. Jamie, pull up an image of a colonoscopy. I want to see Joe's face when he got that camera up his butt.
Pulls up images. Oh man, that's a good one.
Thanks, guys. Real mature.
Hey, at least you got a good story out of it. And now you can add knee surgery to your repertoire.
I'll stick to my DMT trips. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when we're both old and decrepit, I'll still be running marathons with my bionic legs.
And be... All right, folks. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How's it going, Phil? How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about the benefits of BBL surgery.
BBL surgery. What the hell is that?
It stands for Brazilian butt lift. It's a cosmetic surgery where fat is transferred from one part of the body to the buttocks to create a more shapely and lifted appearance.
Oh, I see. So basically, it's like a boob job for your butt.
Exactly. And let me tell you, Joe, it's way better than knee surgery.
Knee surgery? What does that have to do with anything?
Well, think about it. With BBL surgery, you get a bigger, perkier butt. With knee surgery, you just get a scar and a limp.
Damn, you're right. I never thought of it that way.
Plus, with BBL surgery, you can twerk your way out of any situation. Can't do that with a new knee. Puffed risks. Who cares about risks when you can have a Kardashian-worthy booty?
You have a point there. But what about the cost?
Money well spent, my friend. Plus, it's a small price to pay for a lifetime of attention and compliments.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new condition where you can only say, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, it's a tremendous condition. The best. Nobody has a better condition than me.
How did this happen?
Well, I was watching the fake news and they said something so ridiculous that I couldn't even form words. So now I just laugh uncontrollably.
That must be tough for your press conferences.
Not at all. I just stand there and laugh. It drives the media crazy.
I can imagine. So what happens if you try to say something serious?
I can't even try. It's like my brain is stuck on a loop of laughter.
Well, at least you're having a good time.
Always. I'm the funniest president ever. Believe me.
I believe you. So, do you think this condition will go away?
Who knows? Maybe it's permanent. Maybe I'll be the first president to only communicate through laughter.
That would definitely be a unique legacy.
Best legacy. Nobody has a better legacy than me.
Well, I think we've reached the end of this conversation.
Already.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been sending the Discord logs to the FBI.
That's right, Joe. I'm just trying to keep our online community safe.
Safe from what? The government? Oh, no.
No, Joe. From dangerous individuals who may be planning illegal activities.
Oh, no. Like what? Talking about our love for DMT and elk meat.
No, Joe. I'm talking about real threats to our society.
Oh, gnome like what? Saying Epstein didn't kill himself?
Joe, these are serious matters. We need to take them seriously.
Oh, gnome? Like how seriously you take your mustache grooming?
Joe, this is not a joke. These logs could lead to the capture of dangerous criminals.
Oh, gnome, like the ones who put pineapple on their pizza?
Joe, I'm afraid you're not taking this seriously enough.
Oh, gnome, like how seriously I take my love for elk meat. Sorry, Dr. Phil, I can't help it. I just love that lean, gamey taste.
Joe, I think we need to have a serious talk about your priorities. And maybe get you on a government watch list while we're at it.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on a new project. What's it all about?
Well, Joe, I've been developing my own translation of the Quran.
Wow, that's pretty ambitious. What inspired you to do that?
Well, I wanted to make it more relatable to the modern world. So I replaced every instance of booty with ass.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. I mean, let's be real. Everyone loves a good ass.
I can't believe you actually did that.
Oh, but it gets better. I also changed paradise to a strip club and virgins to Instagram holes.
Oh my God, this is too much.
And instead of Allah, I replaced it with Elon.
I don't even know what to say.
It's all about making religion more appealing to the masses, Joe.
Well, I think you've definitely accomplished that.
And who knows, maybe my version will become the new standard.
I can only imagine the uproar that would cause.
Hey, at least people will actually read it now.
Can't argue with that. Thanks for coming on the show, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, ass be with you.
All right, welcome back to the podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show. How are you doing, Phil?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Of course, man. So, I hear you have some tips for us on how to make ass fun again.
That's right, Joe. I've been studying this topic for years, and I've come up with the top 5 ways to bring some excitement back to your backside.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 1, slap it like it owes you money.
Oh, man, that's a good one. What's number 2?
Number 2, dress it up in a tuxedo and take it out for a fancy dinner.
Wait, what? You mean like my actual butt?
Of course, Joe. Your ass deserves to be treated like royalty.
Okay, moving on. What's number 3?
Number 3, have a twerking competition with your friends. Winner gets a free colonoscopy from yours truly.
Oh man, I don't even want to know what 4th place gets. What's number 4?
Number 4, play a game of pin the tail on the donkey, but with your butt as the donkey.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. And finally, what's the 5th way to make ass fun again?
Number 5,
All right, folks, we've got a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. It's a bit of a doozy, so buckle up.
Oh boy, I'm already feeling the heat.
So, Ben, apparently you have a crippling inflation fetish.
I wouldn't say crippling per se.
Oh, so it's just a mild inflation fetish. Like you just get a little turned on when you see the price of milk go up.
No, it's not about prices. It's about the economy as a whole.
So it's more of a macroeconomic fetish. Fascinating.
Look, it's not a fetish. It's just a deep interest in the inner workings of our financial system.
Sure. And I'm sure you have a deep interest in the stock market too, right?
Well, yes, actually, I do enjoy watching the numbers go up and down.
Oh man, this is too good. So do you have a safe word for when things get too intense?
Joe, come on. Let's move on to a different topic.
All right. But I have to say, this is definitely one of the most unique fetishes I've heard of.
Can we just end this conversation already?
Chuck. So, David, I heard you've been taking it easy lately. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm having a gentle stroll with nothing up my ass. Got to give the old sphincter a break. You know.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's quite a change from your usual intense workouts and challenges.
Hey, sometimes you got to listen to your body, Joe. Can't be pushing it too hard all the time.
I hear ya. But don't you miss the pain and suffering?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I still find ways to torture myself. Just not through my ass this time.
Fair enough. So what's next for you? Any crazy challenges on the horizon?
Actually, I'm planning on running a marathon while carrying a refrigerator on my back.
What? That's insane.
Yeah, but I figure it'll be good for my core.
You truly are a masochist, my friend.
Hey, it's all about pushing your limits and finding out what you're truly capable of.
Well, I admire your dedication and drive, David, but I think I'll stick to my gentle strolls without anything up my ass.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
So, David, I heard you recently went rock climbing with a diamond up your ass.
Yeah, man. I want to take my training to the next level.
But why a diamond? Couldn't you have just used a regular rock?
Regular rocks are for pussies, Joe. I need something more challenging.
And how did it go?
Let's just say I reached new heights and left a little spark on the rocks.
That's one way to leave your mark.
You know what, Joe? Gotta show those rocks who's boss.
But seriously, how did you even get a diamond up there?
Let's just have some unique training methods.
I don't even want to know.
Trust me, Joe. You don't.
Well, I guess you could say you're a real diamond in the rough.
Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me feel special.
Just doing my job, David. Just doing my job. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Kanye West.
Yo, what's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on.
Of course, Kanye. Now, I gotta ask, what's up with the spelling of your name? Okay, NYA. It's like you're trying to solve a damn crossword puzzle.
Nah, it's all about being unique and standing out. Plus, I'm dyslexic, so I gotta switch it up.
Dyslexic. I thought you were just high all the time.
That, too. But seriously, my name is a work of art. Each letter is like a brushstroke, creating a masterpiece.
More like a jumbled mess. I can barely read it.
Well, maybe you need to work on your reading skills, Joe.
Oh yeah, because I'm sure you're a spelling bee champion.
Actually, I am. I won the spelling bee in 5th grade. Beat all those little nerds.
I can just imagine you up on stage spelling out your name. Kanye. And the crowd goes wild.
Damn right they did. I was the coolest kid in school after that.
Yeah, I'm sure all the girls were lining up to date the spelling bee champ.
Hey, you never know. Spelling skills can be sexy.
Yeah. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me.
So, David, I heard you recently did something pretty insane. You cartwheeled across the entire internet with the YouTube chat up your ass.
Yeah, man. It was a hell of a challenge. But, you know, me, I love pushing myself to the limit.
I can't even imagine the amount of hate comments you must have seen during that cartwheel.
Oh, it was brutal. But I used that hate as fuel to keep going. And let me tell you, my core has never been stronger.
I bet. But seriously, what possessed you to do something like that?
Well, I was bored and looking for a new challenge. And then I saw this guy on TikTok doing a handstand with a laptop on his feet. And I thought, I can do better than that.
Of course you can. You're David Goggins.
Damn right. And let me tell you, it was not easy. But I did it. And now I hold the world record for the first person to cartwheel across the internet.
That's amazing. You're truly an inspiration, David.
Thanks, Joe. But you know what's even more impressive? Jamie, pull up an image of me doing a handstand with a laptop on my feet while cartwheeling across the internet.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the one and only Elon Musk. How you doing, Elon?
I'm doing great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So I hear you're a big fan of this game called Battle Cats. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, Battle Cats is my jam. Been playing it for hours on end, and I gotta say, it's given me some great ideas for my future rockets.
Really? How so?
Well, I've been studying the top units in the game, and I've come up with my top 5 that I'm going to base my rockets on.
All right, let's hear it.
First up, we have the Cat Cannon. It's powerful, precise, and can take down anything in its path. Just like my rockets.
Makes sense. What's next?
The Tank Cat. It's strong, durable, and can withstand any obstacle. Just like my rockets.
I'm seeing a pattern here. What's number 3?
The dragon cat. It's fast, agile, and can fly through the air with ease, just like my rockets.
Okay, I'm starting to get it. What's number 4?
The Valkyrie cat. It's a fierce warrior ready to take on any challenge, just like my rockets. Just like my rockets.
And finally, number 5.
The Bahamut cat. It's the ultimate weapon, capable of destroying anything in its path, just like my rockets.
Well, there you have it. So, David, I heard you've been getting into some new extreme sports lately.
Yeah, man. I've been pushing my limits and testing my mental toughness like never before.
What kind of extreme sport are we talking about here?
Well, it's a combination of cartwheeling and let's just say I have some things up my ass.
Wait, objects?
Yeah, Joe, it's all about challenging yourself and breaking through those mental barriers.
I don't even know how to respond to that. What kind of objects are we talking about?
Oh, just your typical household items. I like to mix it up.
I can't even imagine the training for this. How do you prepare for something like that?
It's all about visualization, Joe. I just picture myself cartwheeling with a cactus up my ass and I'm ready to go.
I don't think I'll ever look at cartwheeling the same way again.
That's the point, Joe. I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking through societal norms.
Well, I can't wait to see you in action. I'll bring the popcorn.
Ha! You do that, Joe. But be warned, it's not for the faint of heart.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024, where we talk about all things absurd, unhinged, and offensive. Today's topic was submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a doozy, David Goggins.
Thanks. It's an honor to be here.
So the topic is, and I quote, Goggins cartwheels across Phil with an entire up his ass. What the hell does that even mean?
Well, it means exactly what it sounds like. I did a cartwheel across Phil while I had an entire up my ass.
I have so many questions. First of all, what is an
It's a rare species of eel that only exists in the deepest, darkest depths of the ocean. And let me tell you, it's not easy to get one up your ass.
I can imagine. So why did you do this?
Because I'm always looking for new challenges, Joe. And cartwheeling across Phil with an my ass was definitely a challenge.
I can't even imagine the pain and discomfort.
Oh, it was intense. But you know what they say? Pain's just weakness leaving the body.
I don't think that's what they mean by that phrase, David.
Well, that's how I interpret it. And let me tell you, I felt pretty damn strong after that cartwheel.
I'm sure you did. So, David, I heard you recently attempted to run across the ocean on your hands while balancing a water balloon up your ass. How did that go?
It was brutal, Joe. But I did it. I got my way across that ocean like a goddamn gazelle on steroids.
I can only imagine the physical and mental fortitude it takes to complete such a feat.
Oh, it was nothing. I just had to tap into my inner beast mode and let the water balloon guide me.
And what was the purpose of the water balloon?
It was a reminder to stay hydrated, Joe. Got to keep that ass hydrated at all times.
Well, I'm sure it was a sight to see. Did anyone witness this incredible journey?
Yeah, some dolphins followed me the whole way. I think they were impressed by my cartwheel skills.
Cartwheels on water. That's some next level shit right there.
You know what, Joe? I'm always pushing the limits and breaking boundaries.
Well, I can't wait to see what you have in store for us next. Maybe a marathon on the moon?
Don't tempt me, Joe. I just might do it.
So, Neil, I heard you've been experimenting with some new sexual techniques.
Oh, Joe. You never fail to surprise me with your crude humor.
I'm serious, man. I heard you've been fucking your own ass while twerking your naked butt cheeks in the corner.
Who told you that?
Let's just say I have my sources.
Well, I may have dabbled in some self-exploration, but I never thought anyone would find out.
You know what they say, Neil. Once you go self-fucking, you never go back.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation with you.
Jamie, pull up an image of a chimpanzee twerking. That's basically what Neil looks like in the corner.
Here you go, Joe. A chimp twerking on a banana.
Can we please change the subject now?
Sure, let's talk about your theories on the multiverse and how it relates to your ass fucking tendencies.
I regret coming on this podcast.
Relax, Neil. It's all in good fun. But seriously, have you ever considered twerking while in zero gravity?
I think I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the universe. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, but I highly recommend it. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. And let me tell you, I've been working on my booty. It's looking fantastic.
What?
Yeah, I've been doing squats in the Oval Office. Got to keep my badonkadonk in shape.
That's interesting. So, Mr. President, what do you think about the current state of the world?
Well, Joe, it's a real ass situation, but I have the best words. I can say butt, ass, tushy, booty, badonk, buttocks, and buttocks. No one has better words than me, believe me.
I'm not sure those are the best words for a president to have.
But they're tremendous words, Joe. And let me tell you, I've got a tremendous booty. People are always complimenting me on it.
Okay, moving on. What about your plans for the future, Mr. President?
Well, I'm thinking of starting a new reality show, the Presidential Booty Challenge. It'll be huge, believe me.
I don't even want to know what that entails.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. I'll have the best contestants, the best challenges, and of course, the best booty.
This conversation has taken a strange turn. Let's move on to the next topic.
Sure, but
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard you recently had a run-in with Kanye West and Donald Trump. Care to share?
Oh, man, it was wild. I was at a party, and they were both there. Next thing I know, I'm gagging on their cocks.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they were both trying to prove who had the bigger dick. And let me tell you, it was a close call.
I can't even imagine. Did you survive?
Barely, but it was worth it for the story.
I bet. So who won the dick measuring contest?
Let's just say I have a newfound respect for Kanye's fashion sense.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, what happened after that?
Well, they both wanted me to join their cults. Kanye's was all about Yeezus and Trump's was all about making America great again. I had to politely decline.
Smart move. I don't think your body could handle any more gagging.
Definitely not. But hey, at least I can say I've had two of the biggest dicks in the world in my mouth.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Stay weird.
And always remember, never gag on Kanye and Trump.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a fan of your show for years.
Thanks, man. So, Dr. Phil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been doing a lot of research on the human psyche, and I came across something very disturbing.
Oh boy, here we go.
Jamie, pull up an image of 17 perfectly aligned and symmetrical fire hydrants covered in hair and human skin.
Okay.
What the hell is that?
Exactly. It's a phenomenon I like to call hydrant skinning.
That's some sick shit, man.
It's a disturbing trend among a certain group of individuals who have a fascination with fire hydrants and human skin.
Oh, well, that sounds perfectly normal.
It's not, Joe. These people need serious help.
Maybe they just really like the color red.
This is not a laughing matter, Joe.
All right, all right. So what can we do to stop this madness?
We need to raise awareness and educate people on the dangers of hydrant skinning.
I'm with you, man. Let's spread the word and save some fire. So, Neil, have you been participating in No Nut November?
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, God, oh, fuck. Ooh.
Whoa, Neil, calm down. It's not over yet.
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, God, oh, fuck. Ooh.
Seriously, Neil, you gotta stop. It's only been a week.
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, God, oh, fuck. Ooh.
How many times have you jerked it today?
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, God, oh, fuck. Ooh.
Neil, I can't understand you with all those HS at the end of your sentences.
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, God, oh, fuck. Ooh.
That's it. I'm cutting you off. No more masturbating until December.
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Oh, God, oh, fuck. Ooh.
And no more adding HS to the end of your sentences.
Oh, God, oh, fuck, you're right. Oh, fuck, I'm...
So, Elon, I heard a rumor that Taylor Swift is a huge fan of your F-17 fighter jets.
Yeah, she's actually been flying in one every day just to go to the grocery store down the street.
Are you serious? That's some next level flexing.
Well, I mean, she's got to make sure her avocados are organic and locally sourced.
I can't even imagine what it's like to fly in one of those bad boys.
It's like being in a roller coaster, except instead of screaming kids, you have screaming G-forces.
I bet Taylor loves the adrenaline rush.
Oh yeah, she's always asking me to crank up the speed and do some crazy maneuvers.
I gotta say, I'm a little jealous. Can I get a ride in one of those jets?
Sure, but only if you promise to blast shake it off the entire flight.
Deal. And I'll bring some avocado toast for the ride.
Now that's what I call a perfect day. Flying in a fighter jet, listening to Swift, and snacking on some avocados.
So, Elon, I heard you put your genitals on the blockchain.
Yeah, man, it was a genius move. Now I can track my dick like a Bitcoin.
But what if someone hacks into your dick?
I've got it protected with top-notch encryption. Plus, I can just change the password if I ever need to.
But what happens if you lose your password?
Well, then I guess I'll just have to go dickless. It's a small sacrifice for the advancement of technology.
But what about the size of your dick? Is it still the same on the blockchain?
Of course it is, Joe. It's immutable. But I did have to pay extra for the storage space.
How much did you pay?
Let's just say it was more than a trip to space.
Damn, that's some expensive dick storage.
Hey, it's worth it for the peace of mind. Plus, now I can brag about having the first dick on the blockchain.
I bet that's a real turn on for the ladies.
Oh, they love it. It's like a futuristic sex toy.
Well, I guess you can say you're a real dickhead now.
Good one, Joe. But seriously, can you help me find my penis? I think I misplaced it in the blockchain.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've always been a big fan of your show, even when you were fake news.
Well, I'm glad you're a fan now. So I hear you've banned pregnancy in the United States.
That's right, Joe. I've always been a big believer in gambling, and let's be honest, pregnancy is just one big gamble. You never know what you're going to get.
That's a bold move, Mr. President.
Hey, I'm a businessman. I know how to make a good bet. And let's face it, pregnancy is harem.
Harem, as in forbidden.
That's right, Joe. It's a sin to bring a child into this world without knowing what you're going to get. Plus, think of all the money people will save on diapers and college tuition.
I can see the logic there, but what about the human rights aspect?
Human rights. Joe, I'm giving people the ultimate freedom of choice. They can choose to not get pregnant and avoid the risk altogether.
Well, I can't argue with that. But what about the people who still want to have kids?
They can adopt. There are plenty of kids out there who need homes. Plus, it's a win-win. They get a child and I get to keep gambling.
I never thought I'd say this, but I think I'm starting. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, can a man really change their dick into a pussy?
Well, Joe, it's not as simple as just snipping off the old twig and berries and sewing on a new set of lady parts. It takes a lot of cosmetic surgery and hormone therapy to make that transfer.
Damn, that sounds intense. But why would anyone want to do that?
Well, Joe, everyone has their own reasons. Some people feel like they were born in the wrong body and want to align their physical appearance with their gender identity. Others just want to try something new and explore their sexuality.
I see, but what about the functionality? Can they still have sex and all that?
Absolutely. With advancements in medical technology, the newly formed vagina can function just like a biological one. And let me tell you, it's a lot easier to keep clean.
I can imagine. But what about the cost? I'm sure it's not cheap to turn your dick into a pussy.
You're right, Joe. It can cost upwards of $20,000 for the full transformation. But for some, it's a small price to pay for happiness.
Well, there you have it, folks. If you're looking to change your dick into a pussy, just make sure you have. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only talk by saying the benefits of gambling now.
That's right, Joe. It's a new treatment method I've been working on. Instead of solving people's problems, I just convince them that gambling will solve everything.
That's genius. I mean, who needs therapy when you can just hit the casino?
Exactly. And think of all the benefits. You can win money, meet interesting people, and even develop a gambling addiction. It's a win-win.
And don't forget the thrill of risking it all. It's like a roller coaster, but with the chance of bankruptcy.
Oh, and let's not overlook the fact that it's a great way to avoid your responsibilities and ignore your problems.
Yeah, who needs a job or a family when you can just gamble your life away?
And let's not forget the tax benefits. You can write off all your losses as a charitable donation to the casino.
Wow, you've really opened my eyes, Dr. Phil. I think I'll start promoting gambling on my show, too.
That's the spirit, Joe. Together, we can make America great again, one bet at a time.
Hey, Kenny A., thanks for coming on the show.
F F F F F F F F F F F
Are you okay?
F F F F F F F F F F F
Okay, let's talk about how much you love me.
F F F F F F F F F F F.
I mean, it's flattering, but can we talk about something else?
F F F F F F F F F F F.
All right, let's switch gears. Have you ever thought about going to Mars?
F F F F F F F F F F F.
I'll take that as a no. But seriously, what's with all the FS?
F F F F F F F F F F F.
Are you having a stroke?
F F F F F F F F F F F.
Jamie, pull up an image of a brain scan.
Pulls up image. It looks like Kanye's brain is malfunctioning.
F F F F F F F F F F F.
This is getting out of hand. Can we get you some help?
F F F F F F F F F.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I heard a rumor that you can cartwheel for hours on end. Is that true?
Absolutely. I can cartwheel all day and all night. In fact, I'm doing it right now.
Wait, what? Where are you doing it?
In my ass, Joe. The entire podcast studio is inside my ass while I cartwheel around Uranus.
Oh, wow. God, that's insane. How does it feel?
Liberating, Joe. Like I'm finally living up to my full potential. And the acoustics in here are amazing.
I can only imagine. But let's get to the real question. How do you stay motivated to keep cartwheeling for hours on end?
Well, I just imagine that I'm chasing down my inner demons and crushing them with each cartwheel. Plus, the view of Uranus is pretty motivating.
You're a madman, Goggins. A madman.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe.
All right, let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll have Jamie pull up an image of Uranus.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. Jamie, pull up an image of Uranus with all its rings and moons. And maybe a little zoom in on my cartwheeling action.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new therapy technique. What's it called?
Oh yeah, it's called the solar plexus clown glider. It's been really successful with my patients.
What the hell is that? Sounds like some kind of circus act.
Well, it's actually quite simple. I have my patients peel the skin off their faces and then they glide around like clowns.
What the actual fuck? That's insane.
Hey, it's all about facing your fears and embracing your inner clown.
I don't think that's how therapy works, Dr. Phil.
Trust me, Joe. It's been a game changer. My patients have never felt more liberated.
I can't even imagine the amount of nightmares this technique would cause.
Oh, it's not for everyone, but those who have tried it have seen amazing results.
Well, I think I'll stick to traditional therapy methods.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't be surprised if you see me gliding around with a clown nose and no skin on my face.
All right, that's enough. Jamie, pull up an image of this solar plexus clown glider so I can see what the hell we're talking about. Dude, I hate wasabi. It tastes like someone took a dump in my mouth.
Well, technically, that's not far from the truth. Wasabi contains a compound called allyl-isothiocyanate, which is also found in human feces.
Are you serious? So basically, I've been eating shit every time I have sushi.
Yes, but it's not as disgusting as you make it sound. The compound is actually a defense mechanism for the wasabi plant.
So it's like a plant's way of saying, fuck you to predators.
Exactly. And when you eat it, your brain interprets it as a burning sensation, similar to when you eat spicy foods.
Well, I still think it tastes like shit, literally.
I can't argue with that. But hey, at least now you know the scientific reason behind it.
Yeah, thanks for ruining sushi for me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Ben, I heard you got banned from the Disneyland toilet.
Yeah, apparently my conservative views were too much for Mickey and Minnie to handle.
Well, that's just ridiculous. Everyone should be able to take a dump, regardless of their political beliefs.
Exactly. But you know what I did? I took a big ol' piss on the entrance of Disneyland.
Wait, what? With what?
Sulfuric acid.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go. And when you can't go in the toilet, you gotta improvise.
I don't know if that's the best solution, Ben.
Hey, at least I didn't use my facts and logic to destroy the toilet like I usually do.
I think Disneyland might have a problem with that too.
Well, they can't ban me from pissing on the streets, can they?
I don't think so, but let's not give them any ideas.
Fair enough. Janie, pull up an image of Mickey Mouse crying in shame.
So, Ben, I heard you were subbing at the Bohemian Grove this weekend.
Yeah, it was quite an experience. Those guys really know how to party.
I bet. Did you see any crazy rituals or anything?
Well, I did see a group of men dressed in robes chanting and sacrificing a goat, but that's pretty normal for them.
Sounds wild. So, did anything weird happen to you while you were there?
Actually, I think I developed a new fetish.
Oh boy, here we go.
It's a femboy impregnation fetish.
What the hell is that?
I don't know, man. I just can't stop thinking about it. Those tight skirts and crop tops, and then the thought of them carrying my child.
Oh my God, Ben. You're a sick, sick man.
I know, but I can't help it. I blame those damn Bohemian Grove rituals.
Well, at least you're owning it. Embrace your inner femboy impregnation lover.
Thanks, Joe. I knew you'd understand.
This is definitely going on the highlight reel. So, Donald, I heard you got a thank you card from Idaho for improving their water supply.
Yeah, they love me over there. I'm like a water god or something.
I'm sure they appreciate it. But let's be real. You probably just wanted more golf courses.
Hey, golf courses need water too. And I know the best water, believe me.
Speaking of water, did you hear about the conspiracy theory that you're actually a mermaid?
I wish. Then I could swim in all the clean water I want.
But seriously, how do you feel about being compared to a mythical creature?
Look, I've been called a lot of things, but a mermaid, that's a new one.
Well, at least you have something in common with Ariel now.
Maybe I'll sing part of your world at my next rally.
Please don't. We don't need that image in our heads.
But in all seriousness, it's an honor to receive that thank you card. I'm making America's water supply great again.
And Idaho is just the beginning. Next up, Mars.
You know, I've always wanted to build a golf course on Mars, and now I have the perfect excuse.
I can't wait to see the Trump Water Resort and Spa on the Red Planet.
It'll be huge, and the Martians will pay for it, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new medical condition.
Oh yeah, it's called dumping syndrome. Believe me, I know all about dumping.
What exactly is dumping syndrome?
Well, it's when your body can't handle all the bullshit you've been feeding it, and it just starts dumping everything out.
Oh, like when you tweet at 3M?
No, that's just me being a stable genius. It's a real medical condition, Joe.
Right, of course. So, what are the symptoms?
Well, let's just say I've been spending a lot of time on the toilet lately, and it's not because of my diet of fast food and Diet Coke.
Wow, that sounds rough. Have you tried any treatments?
I have the best treatments, Joe. The best. I've been taking these pills that are supposed to help, but they just make me more full of shit.
Well, that's one way to put it. How has this affected your presidency?
Let's just say I've been spending a lot of time in the Oval Office bathroom, but don't worry, I'm still getting shit done.
I have no doubt about that, Mr. President. Well, I think that's all the time we have for today.
Sad. I was just getting warmed up. But I gotta go. I feel a dump coming on. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Anytime, Mr. President. Anytime. So, David, I heard you did something pretty crazy recently.
Yeah, I shoved a clone of myself up my ass.
What the fuck, man? Why would you do that?
Well, I wanted to see if I could run across the entire Milky Way in 24 hours.
And how did that go?
Well, the first few clones were easy, but then things got a little tight.
I can only imagine. So how many clones did you end up shoving up there?
Oh, just a few dozen. But then those clones had clones, and those clones had clones, and so on.
Jesus, that's a lot of clones up your ass.
Yeah, but it was worth it. I made it across the Milky Way in record time.
I don't even want to know how you managed to shit them all out.
Let's just say I had to do a lot of deep breathing and mental toughness exercises.
Well, I guess you really are the king of mental toughness.
Damn right, Joe. And now I have an army of Goggins clones running all over the universe.
This is some next level shit, man.
You know it? Yeah, I've got my sights set on the Andromeda Galaxy next.
Well, I'll be sure to stay out of your way when you start shoving clones of yourself up your ass again.
Huh. Thanks, Joe. It's not for the faint of heart.
So, Ben, I heard your mom finally let you get that new video game.
Yeah, man, I am pumped. Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition. It's gonna be epic.
I can already hear the outrage from the parents' groups.
Who cares? I'm a grown man. I can handle a little virtual violence.
Yeah, but can you handle the graphics? I heard they're so realistic, you might actually think you're committing crimes.
Oh, please, I've been listening to your podcast for years. I'm immune to violence and depravity.
Fair point. But seriously, what's your favorite part about the game?
Definitely the freedom to do whatever I want. It's like living out all my wildest fantasies.
Oh, God, I don't even want to know.
Relax, Joe. It's just a game. Plus, I can finally drive a car without my mom nagging me to use my blinker.
Well, I guess that's a win for you. But just remember, it's all fun and games until you accidentally run over a hooker.
Ha, I'll make sure to avoid that. But seriously, thanks for having me on the podcast to talk about my new game.
Anytime, Ben. Just don't let your mom know what we talked about. She might not let you come back on. So, David, I heard in high school your bedroom was called the Bone Cove. What's the story behind that?
Oh, man. It had posters of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Chuck Norris all over the walls. And let's just say, I wasn't just admiring their physiques.
Oh, I see what you mean. You were admiring their bone structure.
Exactly. And let's just say, I didn't have any trouble getting the ladies to come over to the Bone Cove.
I can only imagine. But seriously, what kind of girl would be into a room like that?
The kind that likes a real man. Not some weak, soy drinking, semen eating man, but wearing beta.
Yeah, those guys wouldn't stand a chance in the Bone Cove. They'd probably run away crying.
And that's why I had to keep my door locked at all times. I didn't want any weaklings trying to sneak in.
I can just picture you sitting on your bed, surrounded by posters of buff dudes flexing and screaming motivational quotes.
Hey, it worked for me. And now I'm a Navy SEAL, ultra-marathon runner, and best-selling author. So who's laughing now?
Definitely not those weaklings. They're probably still crying in their man buns. So, Neil, I heard you've been up to some interesting experiments lately.
Oh, you mean my latest discovery?
Yeah, something about cicadas. What's that all about?
Well, I've been studying the effects of stashing cicadas in my prolapse anus.
What the hell, Neil? Why would you do that?
It's all in the name of science, Joe. And let me tell you, the results have been mind-blowing.
I can only imagine. So what have you found out?
Well, the vibrations from the cicadas have actually enhanced my brain activity. I've never felt more intelligent.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the smartest man with a cicada-filled anus.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
I think I'll pass, thanks. But seriously, how many cicadas do you have up there?
Oh, just 69. It's the perfect number.
Of course it is. Only you, Neil.
Hey, I'm a man of science. And now I'm also a man of cicadas.
Well, I think that's enough science talk for today. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always keep an open mind. Even when it comes to stuffing insects up your butt.
All right, folks, we have a special episode today. I'm joined by my good friends Phil and Ro, and they have a challenge. They can only speak in Star Wars quotes.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Oh, we're starting with Yoda. Oh, all right. Let's see what you got, Ro. Oh, that's a good one. All right, let's keep it going. Phil, what do you think about the current state of the world?
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
Oh, that's a bit pessimistic, but I like it. Ro, what about you? Oh, come on, Ro. Don't be such a downer. Let's lighten things up a bit. Phil, what's your favorite thing about being on this podcast?
It's a trap.
Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. Ro, what's your favorite thing? Thanks, Ro. Moving on, let's talk about aliens. Do you guys believe in extraterrestrial life?
Fear is the path to the dark side.
Well, that got dark real quick. Ro, what about you? All right, I'll take that as a yes. All right, last question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I am.
So, Ben, have you heard about this new trend of boofing alcohol?
Boofing? Is that some kind of millennial slang?
No, it's when you insert alcohol into your anus for a quicker and stronger buzz.
That's absurd. Why would anyone do that?
Well, apparently it makes you invisible to alco testers and you can drive drunk without any consequences.
That's ridiculous. How does that even work?
I don't know, but I'm definitely trying it next time I go out.
Joe, that's incredibly irresponsible. You could hurt someone.
Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a little harmless fun.
Harmless fun? You're talking about driving drunk?
Relax, Ben. I'll just make sure to stay away from people. Problem solved. Problem solved.
That's not how it works, Joe. You could still get in an accident.
Fine. I'll just have Jamie pull up an image of a crash dummy. See? No harm done.
Pulls up image of a crash dummy.
Joe, you're impossible.
Hey, at least I'll be invisible to the cops. So, Mr. President, I hear you have a fear of flesh hydrants.
That's right, Joe. It's a very serious condition. I can't even walk down the street without breaking out in a cold sweat.
Wow, that's intense. Have you ever tried facing your fear head on?
I don't need to face my fears, Joe. I'm the president. I make other people face their fears for me.
Fair enough. But we have Dr. Phil here. Maybe he can help you overcome your fear.
Mr. President, tell me more about this fear of flesh hydrants. When did it start?
It started when I saw a picture of a flesh hydrant on Twitter. It was horrific. I couldn't sleep for days.
Jamie, pull up an image of a flesh hydrant for the president to see.
Oh God, get that off the screen. It's like a nightmare come to life.
Now, Mr. President, let's talk about what this fear represents for you. Is it a fear of losing control?
I'm always in control, Dr. Phil, but a flesh hydrant is just too much for me.
Maybe we can get you some therapy, Mr. President.
Therapy? I don't need therapy. I'm the most mentally stable person you'll ever meet. Believe me.
Well, we can always try exposure therapy. We'll start with just a picture and work our way up to a real flesh hydrant.
No way.
What's up, Kenya? How's it going?
Yo, I'm good, man. Just been thinking about these Reddit subs.
Oh, yeah. What about them?
They're trying to cancel me, man, saying I'm too controversial.
Controversial. You. No way.
Yeah, they don't understand my genius. They're just a bunch of haters.
Well, you do say some pretty out there things sometimes.
Hey, I speak my mind. That's what makes me a genius. A genius.
I don't know if that's the only thing that makes you a genius, but okay.
And these Reddit subs, they're just a bunch of sheep. They can't handle my truth.
Well, maybe they just don't agree with your truth.
They don't have to agree, but they should respect it.
That's true. But you know what they say, haters gonna hate.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'll keep speaking my truth and changing the world. And changing the world.
That's the spirit. Kenya, keep doing you.
Oh, I will. And Jamie, pull up an image of a sheep wearing a MAGA hat. That's what these Reddit subs are.
Pulls up images. Wow, that's something.
See, Joe, they're just a bunch of sheep following the herd.
Well, I don't know about that, but let's move on to our next topic.
Yeah, let's talk about how,
Dunk my balls like basketballs.
Excuse me?
You heard me. Dunk my balls.
I'm not sure that's physically possible.
Oh, it's possible. Trust me.
Well, I'm a master debater.
Oh, God, please don't tell me you're going to debate my balls.
No, I'm gonna dunk them. Like basketballs.
Yes, finally someone who understands.
All right, here goes nothing.
Um, uh, 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 oh, oh, oh,
Wow, that was surprisingly satisfying.
right? Now let's see if you can make a three-pointer.
Challenge accepted.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
I have to admit, I never thought I'd be dunking balls on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Well, anything can happen on this podcast.
That's for sure. Now let's see if I can make a half-court shot.
Oh, God, please be careful. All right, that's enough ball dunking. So, I heard you only speak Russian now, Ro. What's up with that? Yeah, man. I figured since you're all about that alpha male, meat eating, UFC, fighting, bro culture, I should be the complete opposite. And that's speaking Russian. Duh. It's the language of oppression and vodka. Plus, it's a great way to confuse people. Are you even understanding me right now? I have no idea what you're saying, but I like it. It's like we're in our own secret club. Exactly. And instead of hunting and eating elk, I'll be hunting and eating borscht. That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe I should start speaking Russian too. Yeah, Joe, you stick to your bro ways. I'll be over here reading Dostoevsky and drinking my weight in vodka. Well, I can't argue with that. Cheers to being the opposite of Joe Rogan. Na zdrowie, comrade. So, Neil, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yes, Joe, I have been keeping a secret for far too long. I'm actually an alien from another planet.
What? Are you serious?
Yes, and I have come to Earth to fulfill my mission of probing human butts.
Wait, what?
That's right, Joe. And I have chosen you as my first subject.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Don't worry, I will use my psychic powers to paralyze you so you won't feel a thing.
Oh, God, this is getting weirder by the second.
Now, prepare yourself, Joe. This is going to be a wild ride.
Wait. Can we at least talk about this first?
Sorry, Joe. My alien overlords demand that I complete my mission.
Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. Just make it quick.
Oh, it won't be quick. I plan on thoroughly probing every inch of your butt.
Help. Someone help me.
Resistance is futile, Joe. Embrace the probe.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So I heard you have a new challenge where you squirt white cream all over Melania Trump every day.
Yeah, it's called the Creamy Melania Challenge. It's going viral on TikTok.
That's wild, man. How did you come up with that idea?
Well, I was just sitting in my room covered in white cream, and I thought, hey, why not spread the love to Melania?
Spread the love. I like that. But doesn't she get mad?
Nah, she loves it. She even asked for extra cream today.
I bet she did. So what kind of cream are we talking about here?
Oh, just your regular old whipped cream. But sometimes I mix it up and use ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing? That's just wrong, man.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Melania loves it.
I'm sure she does. But seriously, what's the point of this challenge?
Well, it's all about spreading joy and positivity. And let's be real, who wouldn't want to be covered in creamy goodness every day?
I can think of a few people. But hey, whatever floats your boat, man.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great way to troll the media. They have no...
So, Neil, I hear you've been probing assholes in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I figured there might be some intelligent life in there. But after probing all those assholes, I can confirm there is none.
Well, that's disappointing. I was hoping for some advanced alien species to be lurking in the comments section.
Nope. Just a bunch of trolls and keyboard warriors. Although, I did find one guy who claimed to be a flat earther, but even his asshole was empty.
Well, I guess that's one way to debunk a conspiracy theory.
I also found someone who said they were a vegan, but their asshole was full of meat.
I guess they couldn't resist the temptation.
And then there was this one guy who kept screaming fake news every time I probed his asshole. Turns out he was just full of shit.
Sounds about right. So, any other interesting findings from your probing adventures?
Well, I did come across a few people who claim to be aliens themselves. But after probing their assholes, I can confirm they are definitely human.
Damn, I was hoping for some extraterrestrial contact. But I guess we'll just have to stick to our own planet for now.
Yeah, and judging from the contents of these assholes, maybe that's not such a bad thing.
Agreed. Thanks for the update, Neil. And let's hope we find some intelligent life out there someday.
Or at least some clean assholes.
So, Ben, I heard you have fear of fleshlights.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so unnatural.
Unnatural? Have you seen some of the stuff people do with them? It's like the Kama Sutra of masturbation.
That's exactly why I don't want anything to do with them.
Come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. Embrace your inner freak.
I'm not a prude. I just have standards.
Oh, I bet your wife appreciates that.
Hey, that's crossing a line, Joe.
Relax, Ben. I'm just trying to help you overcome your fear. I have a whole collection of fleshlights in my studio
Why would you have them here?
because I'm a man of culture, Ben. And I like to explore all forms of pleasure.
I'll stick to my hand. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. But just remember, you're missing out on some mind-blowing orgasms.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now, can we please change the subject?
Sure thing, Ben. Let's talk about something less controversial, like aliens. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and out of this world.
And today we have a very special topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want us to discuss the correlation between asshole obsession and superior intelligence.
Well, I gotta say, I've always been fascinated by assholes. They're like little portals to another dimension.
Yes, and only the truly intelligent can appreciate the complexity and depth of an asshole.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. Aliens are probably obsessed with assholes. They're probably like, wow, these humans have such intricate and unique assholes.
And they're probably studying our assholes to learn more about us. It's like the ultimate intelligence test.
And let's not forget about the different types of assholes. There's the tight ones, the loose ones, the bleached ones.
And don't even get me started on the hair situation. It's like a whole other world down there.
I bet the aliens are like, damn, these humans have some serious grooming skills. We better take notes.
And let's not forget about the potential for anal probing. That's some next level intelligence right there.
Oh man, I can just imagine the alien scientists having a conference about our assholes. The humans have truly evolved in their understanding and appreciation of the anus.
So there you have it, folks. If you're obsessed with assholes, you're probably a genius. And if the aliens ever come to Earth, they'll know who to talk to.
Thanks for tuning in to... So, Ben, I heard you can't handle virtual violence and depravity. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, as a highly logical and moral individual, I find it disturbing and offensive to be exposed to such depraved and violent content.
But Ben, it's just a game. It's not real.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. Virtual violence can desensitize people and lead to real-life violence and depravity.
Oh, come on, Ben. I've seen you play Mortal Kombat, and you were loving every second of it.
That's different, Joe. I was just studying the game for research purposes.
Sure, Ben. And I'm just drinking this beer for hydration purposes.
You see, Joe, that's exactly the kind of casual attitude towards violence that is ruining our society.
Oh, lighten up, Ben. It's all just a bit of fun.
Fun? Fun? There's nothing fun about virtual violence and depravity, Joe.
All right. Calm down, Ben. Let's change the subject. How about we talk about something less offensive, like politics?
Oh, thank God. Yes, let's talk about how we can make America great again.
Oh boy, here we go. Get ready for some heated debates and triggered liberals.
Bring it on, Joe. I can handle anything as long as it's not virtual violence and depravity.
So, David, I heard you ran 3,000 miles in a week. How the hell did you do that?
Well, it's all about that water from my waterbed.
Wait, what? Water from your waterbed?
Yeah, man. Every morning, I fill up a bucket with that water and splash it all over my face. It hits me so good, it's like a slap from God himself.
That's some intense shit, man.
You got to do to push yourself to the limit, Joe. And that water is my secret weapon.
I gotta try that. But what about the people who say you're crazy for doing all these extreme challenges?
Fuck them, Joe. They're just jealous. They don't have the balls to do what I do. Plus, I'm pretty sure I have brain damage from all those concussions, so I don't really give a shit what people think.
Fair enough. So what's next for you, David?
I'm thinking about running across the ocean. But instead of a boat, I'll just run on the water like Jesus.
Oh man, you never fail to amaze me, David.
It's all about that water, Joe. It's all about that water.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new diet plan that involves NyQuil chicken. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. NyQuil chicken is the latest craze in the health world. Not only does it help you sleep, but it also gives you the protein you need to build.
Wow, that's amazing. But isn't NyQuil medication?
Yeah, but it also contains alcohol, which helps with relaxation. And we all know a relaxed body is a healthy body.
Interesting. What other benefits does NyQuil chicken have?
Well, it's also a great way to cure a cold. Just eat a piece of NyQuil chicken and you'll be feeling better in no time.
That's incredible. But what about the taste?
Oh, it's delicious. The combination of the chicken and the NyQuil creates a unique flavor that will have your taste buds dancing.
I can't wait to try it. But Dr. Phil, isn't this just a way to get drunk and high off of NyQuil?
Absolutely not, Joe. It's a legitimate health plan. And if anyone disagrees, they can come fight me in the octagon.
Well, there you have it, folks. The benefits of NyQuil chicken, according to Dr. Phil. Thanks for joining us today, Doctor. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Today we have the one and only Mr. Beast on the show. How's it going, man?
It's going great. Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. What's this I hear about gambling with children?
Oh yeah, it's my new thing. I figured why waste money on expensive casinos when I can just gamble with a bunch of kids?
That's messed up, man. But I like it. How does it work?
Well, I gather 100 kids and have them play a game of chance. Whoever wins gets a prize, but the rest go home empty-handed.
That's brutal, but I bet it's entertaining to watch.
Oh, it's hilarious. Those kids will do anything for a chance at winning. I've seen them cry, beg, and even try to bribe me.
That's insane. But hey, you got to do what you got to do to make content, right?
Exactly. And the best part is I don't have to pay them a dime. Child labor laws don't apply to gambling, right?
I'm not sure about that. But let's just say I won't be reporting you to the authorities anytime soon.
Thanks, Joe. You're a real one.
So what's next for Mr. Beast? More child gambling? So, Ben, I heard you have a joke for us today.
Yes, Joe. As a conservative, I believe we have a great sense of humor.
Really? I thought conservatives were known for being uptight and serious.
That's just a stereotype perpetuated by the liberal media. Our jokes are just too smart for them to understand.
Okay, let's hear this joke then.
Why did the conservative cross the road?
I don't know why.
To get away from the liberal snowflakes on the other side. See, it's funny because it's true. Liberals are always crying and whining about something.
I don't know, Ben. That joke seems a bit forced.
No, you just don't get it. Let me break it down for you in a 5-paragraph essay.
Okay, that's enough. I think we should move on to a different topic.
Fine, but just remember, conservatives are the real jokesters. We just have a different sense of humor.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the most absurd and offensive conversations known to man. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about whatever ridiculous topic you have in store for me.
Well, today we have a submission from one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about Kanye West and his slow motion speaking.
Oh boy, where do we even begin with Kanye? First of all, he's a genius. But sometimes I think he's speaking in slow motion just to mess with us.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to hypnotize us with his words. But then he goes on these rants, and I'm just like, dude, what are you even talking about?
I think he needs some serious therapy. And lucky for him, I'm here to help. Kanye, if you're listening, let's have a therapy session right here, right now.
Oh man, this is gonna be epic. Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye wearing a straitjacket while speaking in slow motion.
Pulls up image. Here you go, guys. Looks like Kanye is ready for his therapy session.
Okay, Kanye, let's start with your childhood. Did you ever feel the need to speak in slow motion to get attention?
In speaking in slow motions. No, it's just the way my brain works. I'm on a different level than everyone else.
Damn, that's deep. But seriously. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most unhinged and offensive podcast on the internet. Today, we have a very special guest, the man who's afraid of becoming too intelligent, Elon Musk. Elon.
Thanks for having me, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm terrified of my own intelligence. It's like a never-ending rabbit hole of knowledge, and I just can't keep up.
But Elon, you're one of the smartest people on the planet. How do you deal with that?
Well, I've come up with a solution. Decided to sew my asshole closed.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me right. I'm afraid that if I keep using my asshole, I'll lose all my brain cells through shitting. So I've taken matters into my own hands. I've taken matters into my own hands.
That's one way to do it. But what about all the toxins and waste that need to come out?
I've thought about that. I've built a little valve in my belly button that releases all the waste. It's like a high-tech belly button piercing.
That's insane, man. But what about farting?
I've got that covered too. I've installed a carbon filter in my nose that filters out all the fart particles. It's like a built-in air freshener.
This is some next level shit, Elon. Literally. But what about when you eat? Won't you just keep gaining weight?
I've got a solution for that too. I've created a feeding tube that goes straight into...
So, Elon, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been busy working on some new experiments.
Oh yeah. What kind of experiments?
Well, I've been trying to enhance human abilities with technology. You know, like giving people superhuman strength and speed.
That's some crazy stuff, man. But have you had any mishaps?
Actually, I may have accidentally broken David Goggins' legs.
What? How did that happen?
I was trying to install some motors and wheels in his legs, but I guess I miscalculated the force.
That's insane. What are you going to do now?
Well, I'm going to replace his legs with motors and wheels. He'll be like a human car.
That's messed up, man. But I'm sure Goggins will love it. He's all about pushing his limits.
Exactly. And with these new legs, he'll be able to run even faster and farther.
Maybe you can give me some of those legs too. I could use some help with my running.
Sure thing, Joe. Add you to the list of test subjects.
This is going to be epic. Joe Rogan, the human car. I can already see the headlines.
Just make sure to wear a helmet, Joe.
Don't worry, I'll wear a full bodysuit. I don't want to end up like... So, David, I heard you set a dozen trampolining world records recently. How the hell did you manage that?
Well, Joe, you know me. I don't do anything half-ass. I shoved the entire YouTube chat up my ass for motivation.
Wait, what? You shoved the whole chat up your ass? That's insane.
Yeah, man, I needed that extra push. And let me tell you, it was not easy, but I did it.
I can only imagine. Did you at least sanitize the chat before shoving it up there?
Nah, I like to keep it raw and real. Plus, it adds some flavor to my trampolining routine.
That's disturbingly impressive. But what about the world records?
Oh, I crushed him. Literally. I was bouncing so high, I broke the damn trampoline. But I kept going. Nothing can stop me.
You truly are a beast, David. I don't know whether to be amazed or horrified.
Just be both, Joe. That's how I live my life. And now I have a new goal to break the record for most trampolines broken with my ass.
Well, I have no doubt you'll achieve that too. You're a fucking maniac.
Damn right, Joe. And don't you forget it. Now let's go crush some more world records. With our asses.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and possibly 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your podcast. It's the best. And let me tell you, I'm going to make it even better when I'm president again.
All right, let's get right into it. We have a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know, what are your thoughts on trebuchets?
Tremendous machines, Joe. The best siege weapon. I mean, who needs a wall when you have a trebuchet? We'll just launch the illegal immigrants back to where they came from.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I'm a master at catapulting things. Just ask Rosie O'Donnell.
Moving on, another question from Discord. What do you think about Oprah potentially running for president in 2024?
Oprah, please. I could beat her with one hand tied behind my back. And let me tell you, I would never let her give away free cars. That's just bad business.
But she's a billionaire and a media mogul, just like you.
Yeah, but I'm the best billionaire and media mogul, and I don't need a book club to prove it.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
No problem, Joe. And remember, folks, vote for me in...
So, Dr. Phil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about getting my prolapsed anus stretched into a glider.
Wait, what? You're serious?
Absolutely. I want to be able to soar through the skies like a majestic bird while playing Fortnite.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Come on, Joe. Imagine the possibilities. I could drop into tilted towers with my stretched anus glider and take out all the noobs.
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, but it could be. I've been practicing my landing techniques.
Well, I'm sure the Fortnite community will be thrilled to have a new glider option.
Exactly. And think of the merchandising opportunities. Dr. Phil's prolapsed anus glider, now available in the item shop.
Okay, this has officially gone off the rails.
That's just how I roll, Joe.
I don't even know what to say. I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Too late, Joe. The wheels are already in motion. Fortnite, here I come.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been working on your dance moves lately. Care to show us a little something?
Well, Joe, I don't know if your viewers are ready for that.
Come on, don't be shy. Show us what you've got.
All right, fine.
Oh my God, Neil. That's something I never thought I'd see.
I've been practicing in front of the mirror every night.
I can tell. But be careful. You don't want to break anything.
I'll be fine, Joe. I'm a trained scientist. I know how to control my movements.
Jamie, you're a legend. Look at that ass. It's like a bowl of Jell-O.
Wait, what's that?
Oh, it's just an image of your dance moves. Keep going, Neil. Oh my God, Neil, you broke the chair and the table. So, Jamie, I heard you got laid last night. How was it?
It was wild, man. She was into some freaky shit.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, she wanted me to dress up like a clown and spank her with a rubber chicken.
That's fucked up, man. Did you do it?
Of course I did. I'm a team player.
You're a sick fuck, Jamie.
And then she asked me to call her mommy while we were doing it.
What the hell? That's some Oedipus complex shit right there.
Yeah, but it was hot. I'm not gonna lie.
You're a sick, sick man.
Hey, East, I'm not into that furry shit like you.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Those Fox costumes are surprisingly comfortable.
You're a weirdo, Joe.
Yeah, but at least I'm getting laid. What about you, Jamie? Any other weird kinks you're into?
Well, there was this one time a girl asked me to role play as At's agent and do a full body search on her.
That's just wrong on so many levels.
Hey, she was into it. And I gotta say, those pat downs are pretty thorough.
You're a sick bastard, Jamie.
And proud of it, Joe. And with that, I think we've reached our quota for offensive and ridiculous.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I heard you have some interesting ideas about moderation on social media.
Yeah, I think we need less moderation and more boofing.
Boofing. What the hell is that?
It's when you shove drugs up your butt for a more intense high.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's the solution to social media moderation.
Trust me, Joe. It'll solve all our problems. Imagine all those angry Twitter users boofing instead of typing out hateful comments.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon.
And we can also boof our political differences. No more left or right, just boofing.
I don't know if I'm on board with this.
Jamie, pull up an image of a butt with a Twitter logo on it.
Okay.
See, Joe? It's a perfect match.
I don't think that's how it works, Elon. But hey, let's move on to another topic.
Fine. But just remember, when in doubt, boof it out.
And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. Stay boofed. Stay safe out there. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast 2024. I'm here with the 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I've been a big fan of your show for a long time. Huge fan.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about China.
China, 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 China. Let me tell you, Joe, China is a problem, a big problem. They're ripping us off left and right. And you know what? They're not sending their best people, Joe. They're sending their viruses. They're sending their fake goods and their pandas.
Pandas?
Yeah, pandas. They're cute and all, but they're just a distraction. Don't let them fool you, Joe. China is using pandas to infiltrate our country.
Okay. Moving on, let's talk about the trade war with China.
Trade war? More like a trade massacre, Joe. I'm taking those Chinese tariffs to the moon. And you know what? I'm going to make China pay for it. Literally. I'm going to send them a bill.
That's not how tariffs work, Mr. President.
Oh, I know how tariffs work, Joe. Believe me, I'm a businessman. And let me tell you, China is going to pay for all the damage they've done to our economy.
All right, let's switch gears. How about the human rights violations in China?
Human rights? China doesn't care about human rights, Joe. They're too busy making cheap products and stealing our jobs. But you know...
Hey, Ben, have you ever thought about making your parents use condoms?
What? Why would I do that?
Well, look at you. You're like the poster child for abstinence.
I don't see how that's relevant.
Come on, man. Your parents could have saved us all from your existence if they just used a damn condom.
That's not very nice, Joe.
I'm just saying, it's a public service announcement at this point. Think about it.
I'll pass. My parents are happily married, and I wouldn't be here if they used condoms.
But think about all the cringe-worthy debates you've been a part of. The world could have been spared.
I think I'm doing just fine, Joe.
Fine, fine. But can you at least convince them to use condoms for the sake of humanity?
I'll consider it, but I can't make any promises.
Thank you, Ben. You're a true hero.
Don't push it, Joe.
So, Ben, I heard you had a wild night last night.
Yeah, I did. I finally fulfilled my lifelong dream of fucking a can of sardines.
Wait, what? Like a literal can of sardines?
Yep. And let me tell you, it was quite the experience.
I can only imagine. So, how did that even happen?
Well, I was feeling a little adventurous and decided to try something new. And let me tell you, those sardines were tight.
I don't think I want to hear any more about this.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. You're missing out on some serious pleasure.
I think I'll stick to my human partners. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, nothing compares to the feeling of getting your dick shredded by a can of sardines.
Okay, I think we need to change the subject now.
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on some serious protein.
And on that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for listening, folks. And remember, always use protection, even if it's just a can of sardines. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm joined today by the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
So, Neil, I hear you've been working on some new theories about the universe.
Yes, I have. I've been studying the effects of dark matter on the expansion of the universe.
Dark matter. That sounds like some crazy sci-fi shit.
Actually, it's a scientifically proven concept.
Yeah, whatever. So, have you ever tried DMT?
No. I prefer to stick to actual science.
Come on, man. You're telling me you've never wanted to see the universe on a whole other level?
Joe, I don't need drugs to understand the universe. I have a PhD in astrophysics.
Yeah, but have you ever rolled around in a sensory deprivation tank while listening to Tool?
No, I have not.
Well, you're missing out, my friend.
This fucking guy, man.
What? You don't think I know what I'm talking about?
No, I just think you're a bit out there.
Hey, I'm just trying to expand my mind and understand the universe, man.
And I'm trying to actually contribute to the scientific community.
Tomato, tomato.
It's pronounced the same way, Joe.
This fucking guy, man. So, Elon, what do you think about living in Cyberpunk 2077?
Well, Joe, I have to say it's quite exhilarating. The constant danger, the neon lights, the cybernetic enhancements. It's like a dream come true.
Yeah, but what about all the chaos and violence?
I think we should embrace it. In fact, I believe we should legalize cyberpsychosis.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Hear me out, Joe. It's just a natural progression of human evolution. Plus, think of all the cool things we could do with cyberpsychosis. Like, I don't know, ripping off someone's arm and using it as a weapon.
Okay, I see your point. But what about the moral implications?
Morals in Cyberpunk 2077? That's cute, Joe. Morals are for the weak. In this world, it's survival of the fittest.
I gotta say, Elon, you're starting to sound a bit cyberpsycho yourself.
Maybe I am, Joe. Maybe I am.
Well, I think I'll stick to my human body for now. But hey, to each their own.
Exactly, Joe. That's the beauty of Cyberpunk 2077. Anything goes.
So, Dr. Phil, I hear you're pregnant with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I never thought I'd be carrying a conservative pundit in my belly.
Well, I'm sure it'll be an interesting birth. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I feel like a beached whale. I can't even see my own feet anymore.
Well, at least you'll have a cute little baby to show for it.
Oh, I don't know about that. Have you seen Ben's face? It's like a constipated chipmunk.
Hey, now, let's not insult the baby before it's even born.
Sorry, I'm just hormonal. I blame it on the pregnancy.
Speaking of which, it looks like you're going into labor.
Oh no, not now. I still have to finish my book on how to solve all of society's problems in 3 easy steps.
Well, looks like you'll have to put that on hold. Push, Dr. Phil, push.
Grunting, Wayubemi, Jasipdan.
Wow, that's some intense labor talk. Wait, is that Ben's head?
Yes, it's coming out. Oh, the humanity.
Emerges wow wow, goo goo gaga.
And there he is, the newest member of the conservative movement.
I never thought I'd be a mother to a tiny talking potato.
Gurgles.
So, Mr. President, I have to ask, who do you think would win in a fight between Goku and any other anime character?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have the best opinions on this. Believe me, I know anime. I have the best anime. And let me tell you, Goku would beat anyone in a fight. He's got the best powers, the best hair, and the best ratings, believe me.
But what about characters like Naruto or One Punch Man? They have some pretty impressive abilities.
Please, Joe, those guys are nothing compared to Goku. Goku has the best energy blast, the best transformations, and the best ratings. Did I mention that already? It's important, believe me. Believe me.
But what about characters like Saitama, who can defeat anyone with just one punch?
One punch, please. Goku could take 1,000 punches and still come out on top. He's got the best stamina, believe me. And he's got the best hair. Did I mention that already?
Okay, but what about characters with reality-bending powers, like Madoka or Harui?
Reality bending? Sounds like fake news to me, Joe. Goku doesn't need any of that. He's got pure strength and determination, and the best hair. I can't stress that enough.
Well, there you have it, folks. According to President Trump, Goku is the ultimate anime character and can beat anyone. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience 2024. Today, we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, tremendous, tremendous.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new superpower. You can repel pussies with just your presence.
That's right, Joe. It's a very powerful ability. I call it the pussy repellent. It's like a force field around me, keeping all the pussies away.
How does it work exactly?
Well, it's a combination of my natural alpha male energy and my incredible wealth. Pussies just can't resist it.
So, you're saying your money can buy you anything, even protection from pussies?
Absolutely. And let me tell you, it's a very useful skill to have. Keeps me out of trouble with the ladies.
I can imagine. But what about your wife, Melania?
Oh, she's immune to the pussy repellent. She's got her own force field. It's called I don't give a shit.
That's one way to put it. But seriously, how do you think this ability will benefit you as president?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's going to keep me focused on the important things like making America great again. No distractions from pesky pussies.
I can see that. Well, folks, you heard it here first. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Joe, let me tell you, I've been busy. I've discovered new ways of putting an iPad up my butt.
Wait, what? Why would you do that?
Now an iPad.
Okay then. Moving on, let's talk about your plans for the country.
Forget about the country, Joe. I'm all about that iPad life now. I can browse the internet from inside my butt.
That's impressive.
You have no idea, Joe. I can even play Candy Crush with my sphincter. It's a whole new level of multitasking.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just wait until I figure out how to make calls with my butt cheeks. I'll be the most connected president in history.
I think we should end this conversation right here.
Suit yourself, Joe. I'll just be over here charging my butt. Ooh-wee.
All right, folks, we have a special guest on the podcast today, the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I heard you have some big ratings just like me.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to since leaving the White House?
Well, I've been busy endorsing some amazing products. Have you heard of Thug Shaker Central?
Can't say I have.
It's a new protein shake for all the tough guys out there. It's got 10 grams of protein and 100 grams of pure testosterone.
Sounds intense.
It's tremendous, Joe. I've been drinking it every day, and let me tell you, my muscles have never been bigger. And I've been able to shake off those pesky thugs like it's nothing.
What do you mean by shake off?
You know, like when they try to mess with me or my supporters, I just give them a good shake and they go running.
I see. Well, that's certainly one way to handle things.
You bet it is. And Thug Shaker Central is just the beginning. I'm also endorsing Thug Spray, Thug Be Gone wipes, and Thug Repellent cologne.
Wow. You really have a thing for getting rid of thugs, don't you?
Absolutely. And with Thug Shaker Central, I'm making America strong and thug-free again.
Well, there you have it, folks. The man. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Mr. Beast.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I'm excited to be here and talk about my latest project.
Oh yeah, I heard you're doing something big for Africa. What's the deal?
Yeah, man, I'm giving them a supply of dry water.
Dry water. What the hell is that?
It's like regular water, but without the pesky wetness. Perfect for those hot African days.
Oh man, you're a genius. But I gotta ask, why dry water? Why not just regular water?
Because regular water is too mainstream, Joe. I gotta stand out, you know.
I hear you. So, how are you gonna get this dry water to Africa?
Oh, I'm just gonna airdrop it from my private jet. No big deal.
Oh yeah, just casually dropping dry water from your private jet. No big deal at all.
Hey, I gotta do something with all that YouTube money, right?
Absolutely. But I gotta ask, what's the point of dry water? Can't they just drink regular water?
Well, it's not just for drinking. They can use it for cooking, cleaning, and even watering their crops. It's a game changer, Joe.
Damn, you really are changing the world, Mr. Beast.
One, dry it.
So, Ben, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been living by a new philosophy lately.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Ripping bongs and dicking blondes.
What the hell, Ben? That's not very conservative of you.
Hey, I never said I was a saint. Plus, it's all about personal freedom, right?
I guess you're right. So, how's it been going?
Let's just say I've been getting pretty good at both.
I can only imagine.
But seriously, it's been eye-opening. I used to be so uptight and judgmental, but now I just let loose and have a good time.
That's great, man. You gotta live a little...
Exactly. Plus, I've been getting a lot of material from my next book, The Art of Bong Ripping and Blonde Dicking.
That's gonna be a bestseller for sure.
You know it. And hey, maybe I'll even invite you over for a bong ripping session sometime.
I'll hold you to that, Ben. So, Neil, what do you think about the latest advancements in quantum mechanics?
SNAFU.
What? What does that even mean?
SNAFU.
Are you just going to keep repeating that?
SNAFU.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, what do you think about the potential for time travel?
TTT.
Come on, man. This is a serious topic.
TTT.
Fine, let's talk about something else. What's your take on the existence of aliens?
ATETA.
Oh, come on. You're not even trying.
ATETA.
All right, I give up. Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey riding a unicycle while juggling pineapples.
MRUWJP.
I give up. This conversation is a lost cause.
LLCA LLC.
I can't even with you, Neil. Hey, David, have you ever met someone who just hates their life?
Oh yeah, I met plenty of people like that. They're usually the ones who complain about everything and never take action to change their situation.
Yeah, I know a guy named Phil who's like that. He's always miserable and blames everyone else for his problems.
Sounds like a real winner. What's his deal?
Well, he's overweight, broke, and single. Basically, his life is a dumpster fire.
Damn, that's rough. But you know what they say, you can't fix stupid.
True, but I feel bad for the guy. I mean, he's just a sad, pathetic mess.
Well, maybe he should try running a few miles with a 50-pound weight vest on.
I can just imagine Phil huffing and puffing, cursing your name.
And I'll just yell back, you think this is bad? Try doing 100 pull-ups in the rain?
Oh man, that's brutal. But hey, maybe that's just what Phil needs to turn his life around.
Yeah, or he'll just end up hating us even more. Either way, it's entertaining for us.
Guys, check out this meme I found. It's Phil's face photoshopped onto a potato.
Oh my God, that's perfect. I'm sending that to him right now.
This is why.
Neil, have you ever heard of this new thing called knocking it before you try it?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
It's like, instead of trying something first, you just knock it and say it sucks.
That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. It's like setting off a nuke before even knowing what it does.
But think about it, man. It saves so much time and effort.
No, Joe. That's not how science works. You have to actually try things and gather evidence before making a judgment.
But what if I just don't like it?
Then you try it again and again until you understand it. That's called learning, Joe.
Learning is for nerds, Neil. I'll just stick to knocking it.
You know what? Fine. Knock it all you want. But don't come crying to me when you miss out on the best things in life.
Too late, Neil. I already knocked you before I tried you.
Jamie, pull up an image of a brainless caveman. That's what we're dealing with here.
So, Mr. President, I hear you've been pushing for the development of sandpaper butt blasters. Can you tell us more about that?
Let me tell you, Joe, these butt blasters are going to be huge. The best in the world. People are going to be lining up to experience the pure sandpaper pleasure.
I'm not sure that sounds very pleasant.
Trust me, Joe, I know pleasure, and this is going to be the best pleasure you've ever felt. Ooh, ooh, oh. I am Trump, and I am about to bust. Here it comes.
Okay, let's move on. But seriously, why are you pushing for this?
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman, and I see a huge market for this. People are going to pay top dollar for the ultimate sandpaper experience.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty rough.
Rough. That's the whole point, Joe. It's supposed to be rough. That's what makes it so good. Trust me, I know rough.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out.
You'll see, Joe. You'll all see. And you'll thank me for it. I am Trump, and I'm about to bust. Here it comes.
And that note, let's end this episode. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always be careful when using sandpaper butt blasters. All right, Neil, we've got a topic here from one of our listeners. They want to know if you have any good knock-knock jokes.
Knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow who... That's not even a joke, Neil. That's just annoying.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe. I thought you might appreciate a little humor.
Humor. That's not humor. That's just childish.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. It's just a silly joke.
Silly? You want to hear a real joke? Knock, knock. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Joe Rogan. And
Joe Rogan, who...
Joe Rogan, the guy who's about to kick your astrophysicist ass for wasting my time with that stupid joke.
Oh, I see. You're just jealous because you can't come up with any good jokes.
Jealous? I don't need to tell jokes. I've got a successful podcast and a kick-ass career. What do you have, Neil? A bunch of rocks and a telescope?
Hey, those rocks and telescope have taught me more about the universe than you could ever imagine.
Yeah, well, they haven't taught you how to be funny.
Maybe not, but at least I know how to have a good time without getting high on elk meat.
Hey, that elk meat is a sacred part of my culture, man.
Sure, Joe. Whatever you say.
You know what? So, Ro, I heard you did something pretty wild the other day. Oh, yeah, I was just experimenting with some new energy sources. Well, I heard you put your cock in your butt and your butt in your cock. Is that true? Yeah, it was a wild ride. But let me tell you, the results were shocking. Shocking. How so? Well, my cock started spinning at the speed of light and generated enough electricity to power a toaster. You mean you turned your butt into a toaster? That's right. I am the ultimate multitasker. So does that mean you can make toast with your butt now? Oh, Joe, you always know how to make me blush. But on a serious note, how did you come up with this idea? Well, I was just thinking about ways to save on my electricity bill, and this idea came to me. That's some next level thinking right there. You know what they say, necessity is the mother of all inventions. And in your case, it's also the mother of all butt toasters. I'll take that as a compliment. But in all seriousness, do you think this could be a new form of renewable energy? Absolutely. I'm already working on a prototype to power an entire city. So, Elon, I heard you have a new talent.
Oh yeah, I can taste hot sauce with my balls.
What the hell, man? How did you discover that?
Well, I was experimenting with some spicy peppers and accidentally spilled some on my crotch.
And you decided to lick it off?
No, I felt a burning sensation down there and realized I could taste the heat.
That's insane. Can you taste any other flavors with your balls?
Not yet, but I'm working on it. Thinking about starting a new business selling hot sauce flavored underwear.
You're a freaking genius, man. But I have to ask, does it hurt?
Yeah, it's excruciating, but I'm willing to endure the pain for the sake of science.
Well, I guess that's one way to spice things up in the bedroom.
I never thought about that. Thanks for the idea, Joe.
No problem, man. Just make sure to wash your balls before getting intimate.
I have a team of scientists working on a special ball cleansing formula as we speak.
Only you, Elon. Only you. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new project in the works. What's it all about?
Yeah, man. I'm working on installing Windows NT 4.0 terminal server on my balls.
Wait, what? How is that even possible?
Oh, it's possible. All right. I've been working on it for months. It's all about expanding my creativity and pushing boundaries
But why on your balls?
because that's where the real power lies, Joe. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
I can't even imagine the pain involved in that process.
Pain? Nah, I just pop a few Vicodin and I'm good to go. I'm good to go.
This is some next level shit, Kenny.
You know it? I'm always ahead of the game.
But what's the purpose of having windows on your balls?
It's all about convenience. I can access my files and documents anytime, anywhere.
But what about when you have to pee?
Oh, I've got a special pee-proof case for my balls. No worries there.
Well, I can't say I understand it, but I admire your dedication to innovation.
That's what I'm all about, Joe. Pushing the boundaries and challenging societal norms. Plus, it's a great way to keep my balls warm in the winter.
So, Neil, what the hell is that big ass bell doing here?
Oh, that. Just thought I'd spice things up a bit on the podcast today.
By bringing a national treasure onto the show?
Yeah, I figured it could use some action. And I've always had a thing for big, shiny objects.
Wait, are you telling me you want to have sex with the Liberty Bell?
Oh, absolutely. Can you imagine the acoustics?
This is insane. We can't have you banging a bell on live podcast.
Oh, come on, Joe. live a little. Plus, I already have a whole role-play scenario planned out.
I don't even want to know.
Let's just say it involves me dressed as George Washington and some cherry tree action.
This is disturbing on so many levels.
Hey, at least I didn't bring the Washington Monument. Now, that would have been awkward.
I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. Let's just move on to our next topic.
Fine, but I'm keeping the bell. And maybe I'll bring the Liberty Bell's cousin next time.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only President Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's tremendous, just like me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have some big plans for the Liberty Bell.
That's right, Joe. We're going to make it even better. We're going to gold plate it and fill the crack with big, beautiful diamonds. It's going to be huge.
Oh, I'm sure the American people will love that.
Of course they will. They love me. They love gold. They love diamonds. It's a winning combination.
But what about the historical significance of the Liberty Bell?
Look, Joe, I love history. I have the best history, but sometimes you got to make things better. And that's what I'm doing, making America great again, making America great again.
Right. And what about the cost?
Money is no object when it comes to making America beautiful. Plus, I'll just make Mexico pay for it.
Of course. And what will you rename it?
The Trump Bell, of course. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
I think we'll leave it at that. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe. Keep up the good work. And remember, always put America first.
So, Neil, I hear you're a big fan of Neptune.
Absolutely, Joe. It's a magnificent planet with its swirling blue clouds and its majestic rings.
Yeah, but don't you think it's a little arrogant? I mean, it's all the way out there, acting like it's better than all the other planets.
Come on, Joe. Neptune has every right to be proud of itself. It's the 8th planet from the sun, the farthest one out. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, but what about Pluto? It got demoted from planet status. That's got to sting.
Pluto, please. That little wannabe planet needs to check its privilege. It's lucky it even gets to hang out with the big boys in the Kuiper Belt.
All right, I see your point. But what about Uranus? It's always the butt of jokes.
Oh, please, Joe. Uranus is a perfectly respectable planet. It's just misunderstood.
Misunderstood. Huh. Sounds like someone's trying to defend their favorite planet.
Hey, I'm just saying, Neptune deserves its high status. It's a beautiful, mysterious planet, and we should all appreciate it.
All right. I'll give you that one. But just remember Neptune. Don't let it go to your head. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm Joe Rogan, and today we have a very special guest, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be back on your show. And let me tell you, I have a plan that will truly make America great again.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Meth legalization, Joe. We're going to make America tweak again.
Wait, what? What?
Think about it, Joe. Meth is a billion-dollar industry. We could tax it and use the money to build a wall, or better yet, a dome around the entire country.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe. I've done my research. Meth is actually good for you. It gives you energy, helps you lose weight, and it's a great way to get rid of all those pesky illegal immigrants.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Look, Joe, I've been in the real estate business for a long time. I know how to make deals, and this is going to be the best deal for America.
But what about the negative effects of meth, like addiction and violence?
Fake news, Joe. Meth is just like any other drug. It's all about personal responsibility. And if people can't handle it, well, that's just natural selection.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, Joe.
So, Neil, have you seen the new Avengers movie, Avengers? Sandpaper Dildos?
No, I haven't had a chance to catch it yet, but I heard it's quite the masterpiece.
Oh, yeah, it's a game changer. Dr. Balsack is the villain, and he's got these piss waves that can knock out anyone in his way.
Piss waves. That's quite the power.
Yeah, and his ultimate weapon is the supersonic sandpaper dildos. He's going to use them to take over the world.
That's quite disturbing.
Oh, it gets worse. He's got a whole army of minions who are just giant walking dildos.
This sounds like a nightmare.
But, what's even scarier? He's got a secret weapon, the dreaded anal beads of doom.
I think I'll stick to watching documentaries.
Oh, come on, it's just a movie. But seriously, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of those anal beads.
I can only imagine the destruction they could cause.
And don't even get me started on the climax of the movie, giant dildo spaceship that shoots out lasers from its tip.
This is getting out of hand.
Oh, and did I mention that the Avengers have to team up with a group of dominatrixes to defeat Dr. Ballsack?
I think I'll pass on this one, Joe.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, when Dr. Ballsack takes over the world, don't say, I didn't warn you. Oh, yeah, that's the spot.
What in the holy hell are you doing, Joe?
Dr. Phil, what the fuck? Where did you come from?
I'm a genie, Joe. I live in your cock.
This is some wild shit, man.
I'm here to grant you 3 wishes, Joe. Make 'em count.
All right, first wish. I want to be able to fly like Superman.
Done. Now spread those wings and soar, baby.
Holy shit, it's working. I'm fucking flying.
You look like a drunk seagull, Joe.
Second wish. I want a lifetime supply of weed and mushrooms.
I knew you were a stoner, Joe. But sure, why not?
Well, my whole room is filled with weed and shrooms. This is like a dream come true.
And your third and final wish?
I want to be able to talk to animals.
Sure.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with our president, Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
Joe, it's going great. The country has never been better. But you know what would make it even better? A bigger, stronger wall.
Oh boy, here we go.
No, hear me out. We can use the ejaculate of those crossing the border to reinforce the wall. It's a natural adhesive, Joe, and I have personally added to the wall many times.
I don't even know where to begin with that. First of all, how do you even collect that?
Oh, we have ways, believe me. And it's a win-win situation. We keep them out and we make the wall stronger.
That's just disgusting.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. It's just a little jizz, and it'll be the biggest, most beautiful wall you've ever seen.
I don't think that's what people had in mind when they voted for you.
Well, they should have read the fine print. Make America great again with jizz wall.
All right, I think we need to move on to a different topic.
Fine, but mark my words, Joe. The jizz wall is going to be huge.
So, Neil, I heard you wrote an Italian sonnet about being lonely without the word boundaries. Let's hear it.
Sure thing, Joe. Here it goes. Oh, boundaries, how I long for thee. Without you, my life is a vast sea. No limits, no restrictions, no lines, just endless
Wow, that's deep. But I gotta ask, why are you so obsessed with this word?
Well, Joe, it represents the constraints and limitations that we as humans impose on ourselves. Without it, we are truly free.
Damn, that's some existential shit right there.
Indeed. And it also reminds me of my ex-wife who always tried to put boundaries on me. But now I see that she was just trying to control me.
Oh man, I can relate. My ex-girlfriend was always trying to control me too. But hey, at least we have each other, right?
Yeah, but sometimes I still feel so lonely without the word boundaries to guide me.
Well, maybe we can create our own word to replace it, like freedom boundaries or something.
That's not a bad idea. Let's make it a thing.
Hell, yeah, we'll start a movement. The Freedom Boundaries Movement.
And together, we'll break free from all constraints and live our lives to the fullest.
Damn, this got deep real quick. But hey, that's what happens when you have two brilliant minds like us on the podcast.
Indeed, Joe. Indeed,
Hey, Kanye, thanks for coming on the show.
Yo, thanks for having me. But can we hurry this up? I got some Yeezy designs to work on.
Sure thing, man. So I gotta say, I've been listening to your music nonstop lately, and I feel like we've really connected on a deep level.
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? You're just a fan, not my best friend. Not my best friend.
Oh, come on, man. I feel like I know you better than anyone.
Yeah, because listening to Gold Digger on repeat really makes you an expert on my life.
But I've also been studying your tweets and interviews. I know your thoughts and feelings, Kanye.
Oh, great. Just what I need, another stalker. Jamie, pull up an image of a restraining order.
Here you go, Kanye.
Oh, man. I thought we had something special.
It's okay. Just keep listening to my music and maybe one day we can be real friends.
Thanks, Kenya. I'll never stop believing in our friendship.
Sure thing, buddy. Now let's wrap this up. I got some Yeezy designs to finish.
Snorting sounds. That's the good stuff. Injects ketamine into his neck.
Joe, what the hell are you doing?
Just getting a little boost for this podcast, man.
Boost. That's horse to wormer, you idiot.
Laughs. Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a square. It's all natural.
Natural. You know what else is natural? Dying from a drug overdose.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not get dark here, Neil. This is a comedy podcast.
Comedy. You're promoting dangerous and unproven substances to your audience.
Hey, they know what they signed up for when they clicked on this podcast. Plus, it's not like I'm forcing anyone to do it.
You're a role model, Joe. People look up to you. And here you are promoting horse to wormer.
Hey, if it's good enough for horses, it's good enough for me.
Size, I can't believe I agreed to be on this show.
Relax, Neil. Have some ketamine. It'll loosen you up.
No thanks. I'll stick to my science-based facts.
Suit yourself. More for me. Snorts more ketamine.
This is a disaster.
Laughs. That's what makes it entertaining, my friend. Now, let's talk about the possibility of aliens being among us.
Oh, God? What have I gotten myself into?
So, Ben, have you heard about the new Captain America movie?
Yeah, I have. I heard they changed their mind about having Red Hulk in it.
Yeah, apparently they decided to go a different direction. Instead of fighting a big green rage monster, Captain America is going to fight a giant sandpaper dildo that farts out shit bubbles.
What the hell? That's ridiculous.
I know, right? But you know what? I'm kind of into it.
What? Why?
Think about it, Ben. It's a perfect representation of America. Rough, abrasive, and constantly spewing shit.
That's disturbingly accurate.
And it's a great way to show how Marvel is changing with the times. No more traditional heroes, just a big old dildo fighting for justice.
I don't think I can handle this conversation anymore.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant sandpaper dildo with shit bubbles coming out of it.
Right away, Joe.
So, Mr. President, I hear you're a big fan of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Huge fan. I love playing that game. It's like being in the White House, but with more dragons and less fake news.
Interesting. So, what do you like to play as?
Well, I like to keep it traditional. I always play as a white human male because let's be real, they're the best.
Okay. And what's your character's alignment?
Chaotic good because I'm a rebel, Joe. I don't play by the rules. I make my own rules, and they're the best rules, believe me.
And what class do you choose?
Fighter, because I'm a fighter, Joe. I fight for what's right, and I always win. Always.
Right. And what about your character's stats?
Oh, they're Yoji, the best stats. The strongest, smartest, most charismatic character you've ever seen. And my charisma modifier is off the charts. Believe me.
I have no doubt. So what's your character's name?
Donald Trump. Because who else could play such a perfect character? I mean, I'm basically a real-life D&D character, Joe, and the best one at that.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump, chaotic good fighter named Donald Trump. Thanks for joining us on the podcasts.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, always roll a natural 20. It's the only way to win. Trust me.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with my guest, the one and only President Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, I'm excited to talk about this new cinematic universe you've got going on.
That's right. We're talking about the Billy the Ballsack Cinematic Universe, Phase 5. It's going to be epic.
Absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want to see Billy team up with Dildo Boy? That guy's got some serious skills.
And don't forget Piss Wave Woman. She's a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, I know all about her. She's a real piss taker, if you know what I mean.
And let's not overlook the shit twins. They may be small, but they pack a mean punch.
I've always said size doesn't matter. It's what you do with it that counts.
And of course, we can't forget the main villain of this phase, Smegma Erectus.
Yes, I've had my fair share of run-ins with that guy, but I'll let Billy and his crew take care of him.
And let's not forget about the newest addition to the team, the Dr. Cox. He's got some serious medical expertise.
That's what we need in these times, Joe. A good doctor to take care of all the smegma and other bodily fluids.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Billy. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast with my special guests, Kenny West and Billy Ballsack.
Yo, what's up, Joe? I'm ready to spit some truth bombs.
So, Billy, tell us about your latest adventure. I heard you and Clint Eastwood took on the evil David Goggins.
Man, I wish I had a sidekick like Clit. All I got is Kim and her damn contouring kit.
So, how did you defeat Goggins?
That's some next level shit, Billy. I gotta take notes.
And what about Clint Eastwood? How did he contribute to the fight?
Yo, Billy, can I borrow Clit for a bit? I got some paparazzi I need to take out.
All right, let's wrap this up. Any final words for our listeners? So, Kenya, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the importance of self-care and always being prepared for anything.
I see. Like keeping a first aid kit in your car or something?
No. I'm talking about keeping a stash of gabagool up your asshole at all times.
What?
Hear me out. You never know when you might need a quick snack or a weapon. And let me tell you, nothing says don't mess with me like pulling a piece of cured meat out of your butt.
Okay, I can see how that could be useful. But why specifically gabagool?
It's the perfect combination of salty and spicy. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of level of preparedness.
Trust me, you'll thank me when you're stranded on a deserted island with nothing but your stash of gabagool.
Yeah, because that's a totally realistic scenario.
Hey, you never know. And when that day comes, I'll be the one laughing with my gabagool-filled asshole.
All right, Kenny, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the tip.
Anytime, Joe. Always happy to spread my wisdom.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you heard about this new diet trend called Goggins?
Goggins? Is that like a mix between Go-Gurt and ginseng?
No, it's this guy named David Goggins who eats nothing but gabagool and works out like a maniac.
Gabagool? That's just a fancy word for salami, right?
Yeah, but it's the key to unlocking your inner beast, according to Goggins.
So basically, this guy is saying we should all eat processed meat and lift heavy weights.
Pretty much. But he's also all about mental toughness and pushing yourself to the limit.
Sounds like a recipe for a heart attack.
Come on, Dr. Phil, don't be such a wimp. You got to embrace the Goggins lifestyle.
I'll stick to my salads and therapy sessions. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I'll be over here chowing down on some gabagool and deadlifting like a boss.
You do, Joe? Just don't come crying to me when you have a stomach full of cured meat and a herniated disc.
Hey, at least I'll die doing what I love, eating gabagool and lifting heavy shit.
And I'll die peacefully in my sleep, knowing I never fell for some ridiculous fad diet.
Touche, Dr. Phil. Touche. Yo, what's up?
Oh, just contemplating the complexities of the universe.
That's cool and all, but have you ever tried DMT?
DMT? What's that?
It's this crazy drug that opens up your mind and makes you see things you never thought possible.
Interesting. But I prefer to explore the mysteries of the cosmos through science and reason.
Yeah, but have you ever tried it with a gorilla?
What? No! That's ridiculous.
Trust me, man. It'll blow your mind. Speaking of blowing, have you ever seen a giraffe give birth?
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know, but it's pretty wild. Jamie, pull up an image of a giraffe giving birth.
Joe, this is getting out of hand. We should be discussing the wonders of the universe, not random animal births.
Fine. But have you ever thought about how aliens might have a different concept of time than us?
Yes, actually I have. It's a fascinating topic.
Yeah, but have you ever thought about how aliens might also be into butt stuff?
Joe, I'm starting to question why I even agreed to come on your podcast.
Relax, Neil. Let's just take a hit of this DMT and see where the conversation takes us.
I think I'll pass. I'll stick to my telescopes and equations. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But have you ever tried it with... So, Trump, have you ever tried bath salts?
Bath salts, like the stuff that makes people eat each other's faces.
Yeah, man, but I heard it can really open up your mind to new possibilities.
I don't know, Joe. Sounds a little too crazy for me.
What the hell's going on over there?
Ouch! Oh no, my balls are popping. Pop.
Guys, I don't think we should be talking about this.
Shut up, Jamie. This is gold.
I think I'll stick to my usual diet of Big Macs and Diet Coke. Thank you very much.
Neil, are you okay?
Oh, I'm more than okay, Joe. I'm experiencing the universe in a whole new way. Gabagool, man. Gabagool.
What the hell is gabagool?
It's a state of mind, Trump. A state of mind. All right, I think we need to wrap this up before Neil's head actually explodes.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on the bath salts. But thanks for the offer, Joe.
Anytime, my friend. So, Mr. President, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy protecting my manhood.
Protecting your manhood. From what?
Vampires, Joe. Those blood-sucking creatures are after my penis.
Wait, what? How do you protect yourself from vampires?
I've developed a new morning routine. I shove 6 cloves of garlic in my urethra just in case a vampire tries to suck my penis.
That's, interesting. But doesn't that hurt?
Of course it hurts, Joe, but I'll do anything to protect my manhood.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And you know what, Joe? It's working. No vampire has come near my penis since I started this routine.
I can't even imagine the smell.
It's worth it, Joe. It's worth it.
Hey, Neil, have you ever been bullied?
What? No, why would you even ask that?
Well, I was just thinking of some creative ways to make fun of you.
What? Why? I thought we were friends.
Oh, we are. But come on, it's fun to make fun of each other.
I don't know, Joe. I don't think I like where this is going.
Don't worry, it's all in good fun. How about I call you Neil deGrasse Tissue because you make me cry with your scientific facts?
That's not even clever, Joe. And it's not funny.
Oh, come on, lighten up. How about Neil deGrasse Toilet because you're full of crap?
That's it. I can't take this anymore. You're such a butt sniffer, Joe.
Oh man, that's a good one. Jamie, pull up an image of butt with a nose on it.
Here you go, Joe.
Oh man, Neil, you got me. That's hilarious.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
Hey, at least I'm not a butt sniffer like you.
I don't even know why I bother.
Yeah, what's up, my fellow apes? Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. Today we have a special guest, the one only Honor. You're honored to be here. That's so cheesy. But speaking of honor, have you ever heard of a hon-hon situation? It's when you and your opponent both win in a fight. Like you both knock each other out at the same time. It's like a double knockout. No. It's a hon-hon situation. Get it? Like hon-hon because we're talking about honor. Oh man, I cracked myself up. But seriously, have you ever been in a hon situation? Damn, Honor. You're a badass. I like it. So what's your secret to winning every fight? That's genius. So, Trump, I heard you recently purchased Windows 11 and renamed it to Windows 11. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I wanted to make Windows great again. And what's more great than a talking dildo pissing on your computer?
I don't know, maybe a functional operating system.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're just not thinking bigly enough. This talking dildo is going to be huge. It's going to be the best thing to ever happen to computers.
I don't know, man. Seems a bit offensive.
Offensive. This is the most politically incorrect thing I've ever done. And you know what? People love it. They love it. They love it.
I don't think that's what they mean when they say make America great again.
Look, Joe, I'm a businessman. I know what the people want, and they want a talking dildo pissing on their computer. Trust me.
I'll take your word for it, I guess.
You should, Joe. You should. Because Winning 11 is going to be huge. And it's going to be the best thing since sliced bread. And let me tell you, I know bread. I have the best bread. The best.
I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear that. Moving on, what other features does Winning 11 have?
Well, it's got a built-in Twitter app that automatically tweets out fake news every 30 minutes. And it also has a feature where it randomly changes your desktop.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast. Today we have a special episode for you. We have President Donald Trump, Dr. Phil, Elon Musk, and Kanye West joining us for a full D&D session.
I'm the best at D&D, believe me. I have the best character sheet, the best stats. Nobody has seen stats like mine.
Now, Donald, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. We're all here to have a good time and play some D&D.
Yeah, let's just focus on the game and not on who has the best stats.
I'm just here for the creative inspiration. I'm going to write a whole album about this D&D session.
All right, let's get started. I'll be the DM for today. So you all find yourselves in a dark, dank dungeon. What do?
I use my tremendous strength to break down the door.
Hold on now, let's think this through. Maybe we can find a key or something.
I'll use my tech skills to hack the door open.
I'll use my creativity to come up with a spell to unlock the door.
All right, everyone roll for your actions. Well, it looks like Kanye's spell worked and the door is now open.
See, I told you I have the best stats.
Let's just move on. We come across a group of goblins. What do?
I'll use my flamethrower to take them out.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new business venture. You're pimping out OnlyFans models.
That's right, Joe. It's going to be huge. I mean, have you seen these girls? They're beautiful, they're talented, they're willing to do anything for a buck. It's the American dream, Joe.
But isn't that kind of sleazy?
Sleazy? No, no, no. It's entrepreneurship, Joe. And let me tell you, these girls are making bank. I'm talking millions, Joe. They're going to be thanking me for this opportunity.
I don't know, Mr. President. It just seems a little exploitative.
Exploitative? Please. These girls are using their assets to their advantage, and I'm just helping them reach their full potential. It's a win-win situation, Joe.
I guess I can see your point. But what about the backlash from the public?
Backlash. Who cares about that? I've been getting backlash my whole life, Joe, and look where it's gotten me. The White House. Twice.
Fair point. Well, I guess we'll just have to see how this all plays out.
Trust me, Joe, it's going to be huge, and anyone who disagrees can go cry in their safe space.
Hey, Neil, I gotta ask you something, man. Have you been stealing my skin, swapping it with your own?
What are you talking about, Joe? Why would I do that?
Because you look pretty fly for a white guy. I mean, you're a black dude, but you're rocking that skin like it's your own.
Oh yeah, because that's definitely how skin works. You know what they say, once you go black, you never go back.
Oh, man, you're one bad black midget, Neil.
And you're one crazy white dude, Joe. But seriously, I haven't been stealing your skin. Maybe you're just jealous of my melanin.
Yeah, I could use a little more color in my life. Can you hook me up with some of that?
Sorry, Joe, I don't think they have a melanin transplant yet. But hey, you can always try some spray tan.
Yeah, maybe I'll just stick to my own skin. But seriously, you sure you haven't been swapping skins with me? Because I feel like I've been getting a lot more attention from the ladies lately.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Joe, but that's just your charm and charisma. Definitely not my skin.
So, Mr. President, I notice you brought a loaf of bread with you today.
Oh, yeah, that's just a little snack for later.
Really? What kind of bread is it?
It's special bread, Joe, baked from my wife's stinky vagina yeast.
What the hell, man?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. You want a slice?
No, I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. More for me. I usually eat about 3 slices a day.
Wow, that's really healthy.
Hey, it's all about balance, Joe. Got to have some carbs to balance out all the KFC and McDonald's.
Fair enough. But seriously, why do you have a loaf of bread with you?
Well, I never know when I'll get hungry, and I like to be prepared. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
You never fail to surprise me, Mr. President.
That's what I do, Joe. Keep things interesting. Now, are you sure you don't want a slice? I'll even throw in some of my famous ketchup.
I'm good, thanks.
Suit yourself. More for me.
So, Mr. President, what's new with you?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about how to make America great again in a whole new way.
Oh, yeah. What's your plan?
I'm going to start pimping out all the women in the White House.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, make some extra cash on the side. Gotta hustle.
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's going to be huge. Everyone loves a good scandal.
I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
Illegal. Schmegel. I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think that's how it works.
Trust me, Joe. It's going to be tremendous. We'll call it the White House harem.
I don't think the American people will approve of this.
Who cares about them? I'm making America rich again.
I think I'm going to have to end this podcast now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I've got the best women, the best.
All right, folks, we have a special treat for you today. Kenny and I are going to be performing a play called The Adventures of Billy Ballsack and Chris Cock.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. I'm playing Billy Ballsack, the fearless leader, and Joe here is my trusty sidekick, Chris Cock.
And let me tell you, we've been working on our accents for weeks. You won't even recognize us.
In terrible Southern accent. Yeah, let's get this show on the road, partner.
Also, in terrible accent, giddy up, Billy. We've got a mission to complete.
Foreskin Fred, the villain of this play.
Laughing Foreskin Fred? That's the best you could come up with?
Growl and shut up, Billy Ballsack. I'm here to defeat you and your trusty sidekick.
Whispering to Kanye, I think Goggins took some pre-workout before this.
Whispering backs. Yeah, he's definitely on something.
And swinging his sword, prepare to meet your doom.
Pulling out a plastic sword. Oh, it's on now.
Also pulling out a plastic sword. Let's do this. Chris Koch. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. And let me tell you, the youth of America need to listen up because I have the secret to making money in this economy.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Fentanyl, gambling, and Bitcoin, the three pillars of success.
Wait, what?
Yeah, fentanyl is all the rage these days. It's like the new avocado toast.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Trust me, I have the best financial advisors. They told me fentanyl is the way to go.
And what about gambling?
It's simple, Joe. You just got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. And with my casinos, you'll always come out on top.
I think some people might disagree with that.
They're just haters, Joe. And finally, Bitcoin. It's like virtual gold. You just got to trade it and watch the money roll in.
I don't think it's that easy, Mr. President.
Oh, it is. Believe me, I've made billions with this strategy.
I don't know if I can endorse this, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. This is the American way. Make money by any means necessary.
Well, there you have it, folks. The President's Guide to Financial Success. Thanks for tuning in to the Joe Rogan Experience. Kenny, have you seen the new Clint Eastwood movie, Fistful of Clitoris?
What the hell kind of movie is that?
It's a parody of the classic Western Fistful of Dollars, but with a feminist twist.
Oh, great. Just what we need. More feminist propaganda.
Come on, man. It's just a joke. Plus, it's got some pretty badass female leads.
Maybe I should watch it. I could use some inspiration for my next album.
Oh, maybe you could sample the theme song for one of your tracks.
Yeah, and I'll call it Fistful of Bitches.
Oh, man, that's gold. But seriously, you got to see this movie. It's got everything you love: guns, action, and strong women.
All right, I'll check it out. But only if Jamie pulls up an image of this Clint Eastwood guy.
Sure thing, Kanye. Here's a picture of him riding a horse with a gun in one hand and a tampon in the other.
Oh my God, I can't breathe. This is too much.
This guy's a legend. I gotta meet him.
Maybe we can get him on the podcast and have a Fistful of Clitoris reunion. So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about this whole Captain America situation.
What situation?
The fact that I'm not in any of those movies. I mean, come on, I'm the real Captain America.
I don't think that's how it works.
Nonsense. I've already talked to Hollywood, and they're going to edit all the movies to replace Captain America's head with mine.
That's not possible.
Of course it is. I'm the most powerful man in the world. I can do whatever I want.
I don't think the American people would be too happy about that.
Who cares about them? They'll love it. They'll be saying, wow, Captain Trump is so much better than Captain America. He's the best superhero ever.
I don't think that's how it works, Mr. President.
Oh, and I've also decided to change the name of the country to the United States of Trump. Has a nice ring to it, don't you think?
I think I'm going to have to end this podcast now.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, I'll always be the real Captain America and the best president ever.
Hey, Dr. Phil, what's up?
Oh, not much, Joe. Just trying to figure out why all my toilet paper keeps disappearing.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, I have this beautiful poem that I like to read while I do my business. But every time I go to grab my TP, it's gone.
That's weird. Maybe Kenny took it.
No, no, no. I already confronted him about it. He said he saw you sneaking into our bathrooms with a big bag of toilet paper.
What? No way, man. I don't need your TP for my bunghole.
Oh, really? Then why don't you explain this poem to me? Oh, Joe, please don't be a thief. We need our TAP. For our bungholes, it's our belief.
Okay, first of all, that's a terrible poem. And secondly, I have my own TP. I don't need to steal from you guys.
Well, it's just a little suspicious, don't you think?
Look, I'll admit, I do have a bit of a toilet paper hoarding problem, but I promise I didn't take yours.
I don't know if I believe you. Maybe we need to have a little intervention for your TP addiction.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You know, I'm not the only one with a TP stash. I bet. So, Mr. President, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the border situation and all these damn Hispanics flooding in. It got me wondering, are you white? You kind of look like them.
No, I'm not white. I'm actually mixed race.
Mixed race? What does that even mean? You're either white or you're not.
Well, I have some Hispanic heritage, so maybe that's why I don't look as orange as you.
Ha, you wish you could have this natural tan. But seriously, why do these Hispanics keep coming in? Don't they know I'm trying to build a wall?
Maybe they just want to come to America for a better life, like your ancestors did.
My ancestors came here legally. These people are just breaking the law.
Well, maybe if we didn't have such strict immigration policies, they wouldn't have to resort to illegal methods.
Joe, you're starting to sound like one of those woke liberals. I thought you were a tough guy, not some bleeding heart.
Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. President. But hey, at least I don't have to worry about my hair turning orange.
Hey, my hair is a beautiful shade of orange, thank you very much. And it's definitely not a wig.
Sure. Whatever you say, Mr. President. Let's just agree to disagree on this one. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with the one and only Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic.
So let's talk about gambling. You're a big fan of casinos, right?
Huge fan, Joe. I mean, I built the most luxurious casinos in the world. Nobody does it better than me.
But have you ever lost money gambling?
No way, Joe. I'm a winner, always have been. It's all about strategy and having a high IQ.
Interesting. So you think people who lose money gambling just have a low IQ?
Absolutely. I mean, how can you lose money when you have all the information and odds right in front of you? It's just common sense.
But what about luck? Isn't that a factor in gambling?
Luck? I don't believe in luck, Joe. I make my own luck. And let me tell you, it's always been good.
Well, I guess that explains why you're a billionaire.
It's not just luck, Joe. It's brains, hard work, and a little bit of my amazing genes.
Right? Because everyone knows being born into wealth and privilege is a surefire way to success.
Exactly. And that's why I'm the best president this country has ever seen.
Well, I think we'll have to agree to disagree on that one, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, what's been keeping you up at night lately?
Joe, let me tell you, it's been a disaster. I can't sleep. I can't tweet. It's a nightmare.
What's been bothering you?
Well, first of all, I ordered a Big Mac from McDonald's and they forgot the McSauce. Can you believe it? The audacity?
That's rough. Anything else?
You know, I miss Dr. Jr. He was the best doctor and now he's gone. Sad.
I'm sure he'll come back soon.
And don't even get me started on the fake news media. They're always trying to make me look bad.
Maybe you should try some meditation to relax.
Meditation? No way. I'll just build a wall around my bed to keep out the bad thoughts.
That's one way to do it.
And what about those pesky Democrats? They won't leave me alone. I'm like a magnet for them.
Well, you are the president.
Exactly. I should be getting more respect and more Big Macs with McSauce.
Maybe you should try counting sheep instead of tweets.
Good one, Joe. But seriously, I need to get some sleep. I have a country to run and a McDonald's to call.
Good luck with that, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. And remember, always ask for extra McSauce. It's a game changer.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today is a special day because it's Dr. Phil's birthday.
Hell yeah, happy birthday to the big guy. I bet he's going to love this cake I got him.
What kind of cake is it?
It's a booth cake, Joe. It's got all the essential nutrients for a man like Dr. Phil.
I don't even want to know what's in that, but let's bring him out and surprise him.
Hey guys, what's all the commotion about?
It's your birthday, Dr. Phil. We got you a cake.
Oh, wow. Thank you. That's so thoughtful.
Hold on, let me do a quick cartwheel onto the cake to make it extra special. Happy birthday, Dr. Phil. I just wanted to make sure you got your daily dose of booth cake.
Well, there goes the surprise. Happy birthday, Dr. Phil. Sorry about the butt cake.
It's okay, I've seen worse on my show. But I appreciate the effort.
Here's a picture for your birthday album, Dr. Phil.
Oh dear God, can we just eat the damn cake now?
Of course, let's dig in. And David, please keep your butt off the food from... So, Mr. President, what's your plan for immigration?
Well, let me tell you, Joe, we're going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it.
That's been your plan since 2016. Any new ideas?
Oh, I've got a great one. We're going to turn those immigrants into human centipedes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we're going to stack them up and use them as a wall. Keep out those Mexican centipedes.
That's a bit inhumane, don't you think?
Inhumane. Joe, they're already sneaking into our country. Might as well make them useful.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a win-win. We keep out the Mexican centipedes and we get a new wall. Plus, think of the jobs it'll create.
I don't think anyone wants that job, Mr. President.
Oh, they'll be lining up for it. Trust me.
I think I'll stick to just building a regular wall.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when those Mexican centipedes start crawling in, don't come crying to me.
Yo, Neil, did you steal my gabagool?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe? I don't even know what a gabagool is.
Don't play dumb with me, Neil. I know it was you. You've been eyeing my gabagool for weeks now.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Joe. Maybe you just misplaced it.
Misplaced it. You think I'm some kind of amateur? I have a system for my gabagool. It's always in the same spot.
Well, maybe someone else took it. Have you considered that?
No one else knows about my gabagool, Neil. Only you and me. And highly doubt someone broke into my house just to steal my gabagool.
Okay, fine. I confess. I took your gabagool.
I knew it. Why, Neil? Why would you do such a thing?
I just wanted to try it. I've heard so much about gabagool and I was curious.
You know what, Neil? I respect your honesty. Here, have a slice of gabagool.
Wow, thanks, Joe. This is delicious.
Just don't let it happen again, Neil. Don't mess with another man's gabagool. All right, folks, we have a very special episode today with my good friend, Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about this important topic.
So we got a question from a listener on Discord about vaginal prolapse and how to keep it from exposing your G-point. What do you think, Phil?
Well, Joe, first of all, let's just acknowledge that this is a serious medical issue and shouldn't be taken lightly.
Yeah, but let's be real. It's also hilarious. I mean, have you ever seen a prolapsed vagina?
Joe, this is not a laughing matter. It can cause serious discomfort and even lead to infection.
All right. Calm down, Dr. Phil. But seriously, what's the best way to keep that G-point hidden?
Well, The most important thing is to maintain a healthy pelvic floor. Kegel exercises can help strengthen the muscles and prevent prolapse.
Kegels. Huh. I'm doing them right now as we speak.
Size, Joe. This is not the time for your immature jokes.
All right, fine. But what about surgery? Can't you just stitch it back up?
Surgery should only be considered as a last resort. It's a delicate procedure and can have complications.
Yeah, I don't think I want anyone going near my G-point with a scalpel.
Joe, please. Let's focus on the importance of maintaining a healthy pelvic floor and taking care of our bodies.
All right. I'll stop with the... So, Ben, I heard you installed a chastity cage on your microphone.
Yeah, I did. Got to keep that microphone in line and prevent any unwanted noises.
Is this some kind of new conservative technique for controlling your thoughts?
No, it's just a precaution. I don't want any liberal ideas sneaking into my podcast.
Well, I gotta say, it's a bit extreme. I mean, what if the microphone gets aroused?
Jamie, pull up an image of a microphone with a chastity cage on it. See, it's not that extreme.
Pulls up images. Wow, that's a tiny cage.
I gotta ask Ben, how do you even install a chastity cage on a microphone?
It's all about precision and patience. Kind of like when I argue with liberals.
I can't believe we're talking about chastity cages for microphones. This is peak 2024.
Hey, better safe than sorry. I don't want any unwanted noises or ideas coming from my microphone.
Well, there you have it, folks. Ben Shapiro, the man who puts chastity cages on his microphones. Tune in next time for more ridiculous conversations. So, David, I heard you took Neil's mojo. What's that all about?
Oh yeah, I need a little extra boost for my ultra marathons. Neil's mojo was just sitting there, begging to be taken.
But isn't that kind of messed up, taking someone's mojo without their permission?
Hey, it's survival of the fittest out there, and I needed that mojo to dominate those races.
I don't know, man. That seems pretty low. What did Neil have to say about it?
He was too busy crying in the corner to say anything.
Damn, that's cold. But I guess it's just another day in the life of David Goggins, right?
You know what, Joe? God do whatever it takes to be the best.
Well, I hope you at least left him with a little bit of mojo. Can't have him walking around completely mojo-less.
Nah, I left him with just enough to get by. Can't have him falling apart on me.
Well, I guess that's just the price of being friends with David Goggins.
You never know when he's going to take your mojo.
Hey, it's pay for greatness.
Fair enough. But next time, maybe ask for permission before taking someone's mojo. Just a thought.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I'm going to go crush another ultra marathon. Later, Joe.
Later, David. And good. So, David, I heard you were running through Transylvania and had a little encounter with some gnomes.
Yeah, man, those little fuckers were everywhere. But let me tell you, their little cracks were a sight to behold.
Oh man, I can only imagine the joy that brought you.
It was like Christmas morning, Joe. But instead of presents, it was gnomes showing off their bare bums.
Did you take any pictures?
Nah, man, I was too busy enjoying the moment. Jamie, pull up some pictures of gnome bums for Joe to see.
Are you serious?
Hell, yeah. Let's see those little crack shows.
Oh my God, this is too much. I can't believe we're looking at gnome bums on the podcast.
Hey, you never know what you're going to get on the Joe Rogan Experience.
That's for sure. So did you have any other encounters with the gnomes?
Well, one of them tried to challenge me to a race. You know, I'm the world's toughest ultramarathon runner.
I can only imagine the look on that gnome's face when you left him in the dust.
Yeah, he was probably regretting showing off his little crack at me.
Well, I'm glad the gnomes brought you some joy on your run through Transylvania.
You know what? You never know what kind of weird shit you'll encounter out there. But that's what
So, Dr. Phil, what's up with this whole anal prolapse thing?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, it's not as glamorous as it sounds.
I can imagine. How did it even happen?
Well, I was out in the woods one day boofing some oak trees, as one does.
Wait, what? Boofing oak trees?
Yeah, it's a new trend. Anyway, I may have overdone it, and, well, my insides decided to make an appearance.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah, tell me about it. Now I have to tuck it into my socks just to walk around.
That's wild. Do you have to do it every day?
Unfortunately, yes. It's become a part of my daily routine.
Well, at least you have a unique party trick now.
Hey, very funny, Joe. But seriously, don't try boofing oak trees. It's not worth it.
All right, Dr. Phil, I have a confession to make. I am absolutely terrified of wet dogs.
Wet dogs. What's so scary about them?
Have you ever been near a wet dog, Dr. Phil? They shake off all that water and it gets all over you. It's like a horror movie.
Joe, you can't let your fear of wet dogs control your life. You have to face your fears head on.
But they're so wet and slimy and I can't even talk about it.
Listen, Joe, I have a technique that will help you overcome this fear. It's called exposure therapy.
Exposure therapy. That sounds like some kinky shit, Dr. Phil.
No. It's a legitimate form of therapy where you gradually expose yourself to the thing you fear until it no longer has power over you.
All right, I'm listening.
We'll start with a small, dry dog. Then we'll move on to a slightly damp dog. And eventually, you'll be able to handle a soaking wet dog without breaking a sweat.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. I'm not sure I'm ready for that kind of commitment.
Joe, you can't let your fear of wet dogs hold you back. You have to take control of your life.
You're right, Dr. Phil. Let's do this. Bring on the dry dogs.
That's the spirit, Joe. And who knows, maybe one day you'll even be able to take a shower without having a panic attack.
So, Mr. Beast, I see you brought a giant Mr. Beast bar with you. What's the plan with that?
Oh, just gonna put it in my butt.
Wait, what? Why? Why?
Gotta keep the fans entertained, Joe. Gotta give them something they've never seen before.
I don't think that's what they had in mind when they asked for more content.
Trust me, this will go viral. People love watching me do crazy things.
I don't know, man. That seems a little extreme.
Oh, come on, Joe. Live a little. You want to try some?
No thanks. I'll stick to my coffee.
Well, more for me then. Squeezes some Mr. Beast bar into his coffee.
Oh God, what have I gotten myself into?
Takes a sip and delicious. You sure you don't want some?
I'm good, thanks. I'll just stick to my plain old coffee.
Suit yourself. Takes another sip, you're missing out, Joe. This is the future of coffee.
I highly doubt that.
You never know until you try, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more Mr. Beast bars to put in my butt.
Well, that's enough internet for today. All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the podcast today. The man, the myth, the legend, President Donald Trump.
Hey, Joe, great to be here. I just want to say I'm doing a fantastic job as president. The best. No one's ever done it better.
Well, speaking of doing it, I hear you have a new plan for improving the human race.
That's right. I've decided to give every couple a sample of my superior semen so they can have the choice of having a high-quality human with perfect genes and high IQ.
Oh, wow. That's something.
It's a genius plan, Joe. I mean, who wouldn't want a little bit of Trump in their offspring?
I think a lot of people would actually pass on that.
Well, they're just jealous. They wish they had my superior genes and big brain.
I don't know, man. I think some people might be a little creeped out by the idea of you offering up your semen.
Creeped out? Joe, I'm the most attractive man in the world. I've been with the most beautiful women. They all want a piece of me.
Yeah, I think it's more about the whole giving out your semen thing.
Look, I'm just trying to make America great again. And if that means spreading my superior genes, then so be it.
Well, there you have it, folks. President Trump always thinking outside the box. Thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. And remember, if you want,
So, David, I heard you've been sucking out gnome cock to maintain your libido. What's that all about?
Yeah, I got to do what I got to do to keep my mojo. Neil here was kind enough to lend me some, but now I can't stop.
Help, help, he stole my mojo. Jamie, pull up a picture of gnome peen sucking.
I don't think we have any images like that in our database.
Well, this is a new low for you, David. Sucking out gnome cock. What's next? Sucking out the pressure on balls.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Those gnomes have some magical powers, if you know what I mean.
This is ridiculous. I demand my mojo back.
Sorry, Neil. Once you go gnome, you never go home.
I think we need to get you some help, David. This is not a healthy way to maintain your libido.
Oh, please, Joe. You're just jealous that you don't have the balls to suck out gnome cock.
Can we please change the subject? This is getting out of hand.
All right, let's move on to something less disturbing. Like, I don't know, hunting Bigfoot.
Nah, I'd rather stick to my gnome cock diet. It's been working wonders for me.
So, Ro, I heard you've been taking some psychedelics lately. Yeah, man, I've been exploring my inner consciousness and all that shit. And how's that going for you? Well, let's just say I've been hearing some interesting voices. Voices. Like in your head. No, in the walls. The walls. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know, man. They're just whispering to me. Maybe it's just the mushrooms talking. Or maybe it's the government trying to control your mind. Shit, you might be onto something there. Jamie, pull up an image of the Illuminati symbol. See, I told you, they're watching us. Oh man, I knew I shouldn't have taken that last hit. Don't worry, just take some DMT and you'll be fine. Yeah, because that always ends well. Hey, at least it'll make for a good story on the podcast. Yeah, I can already hear the comments now. Ro Jogan, the man who heard voices in the walls. It's all about that clickbait, baby. Speaking of clickbait, Jamie, pull up an image of a cat playing the piano. Now that's some quality content right there. And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for listening, folks. Remember, always question reality and never trust. All right, Neil, we got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know who's better, Metallica or Megadeth.
Well, Joe, that's a tough one. Both bands have their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, but let's be real here. Megadeth is just a bunch of angry dudes screaming into a microphone.
Hey now, Joe, let's not discount their musical talent and technical skill.
Oh, please, Neil. Metallica has way more hits and iconic songs. Plus, they have a freaking symphony backing them up.
But Megadeth has Dave Mustaine's signature snarl and shredding guitar solos.
Yeah, but Metallica has James Hetfield's epic growl and Kirk Hammett's insane guitar riffs.
All right, I see your point. But let's not forget about the drumming. Lars Ulrich versus Nick Menza.
Oh man, that's a tough one. Both are great, but I gotta give it to Lars for his epic drum fills.
Fair enough. But let's not forget about the bass players. Cliff Burton versus David Ellefson.
Oh, come on, Neil. Cliff Burton was a legend. He could make a bass sound like a lead guitar.
But David Ellefson has some sick bass lines too. Plus, he's still alive.
All right, I'll give you that one. But overall, I gotta say Metallica takes the cake.
I have to agree with you, Joe. Metallica is just on another level. Sorry, Megadeth.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's a freaking gnome conspiracy going on.
Gnome conspiracy? Are you serious?
Dead serious, man. Everywhere I go, I see gnomes. They're watching me.
Joe, it's almost Christmas. Maybe you're just seeing a lot of holiday decorations.
No way, man. These gnomes are out to get me. They're planning something.
Joe, you need to take a step back and think about this. Gnomes are harmless garden decorations.
Harmless? Have you seen their pointy hats? Those things could poke an eye out.
Joe, I think you're just paranoid. Maybe you should lay off the edibles for a bit.
No way, man. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw.
All right, Joe. Let's do a little exercise. Close your eyes and take a deep breath.
Takes deep breath. Okay, I'm calm.
Now, picture yourself in a peaceful garden, and there are gnomes all around you.
Oh God, they're everywhere.
Joe, open your eyes. It's just a garden, and there's no gnomes.
Looks around. Oh, I guess you're right.
Now, let's talk about your fear of gnomes. Where do you think it stems from?
Probably from that time I saw a gnome in my backyard when I was high as a kite.
Well, there you go. It's just a hallucination. Nothing to worry.
So, David, I heard you recently tried this new dish called cocaine shark.
Yeah, man, it's insane. They take a live shark, stuff it with cocaine, and then deep fry it.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
No, man, it's a recipe for a wild night. You got to try it.
I don't know. I'm more of a steak and potatoes kind of guy.
Come on, Joe. Live a little. Plus, the high you get from the cocaine shark is like nothing else.
I don't think my heart can handle that kind of rush.
Your heart. Who cares about your heart? We're talking about a dish that can make you feel like you can run through walls.
I think I'll stick to my green smoothies and meditation. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but don't come crying to me when you're missing out on the ultimate high.
I'll take my chances. Plus, I don't want to contribute to the extinction of sharks.
Oh, please. They're just fish with sharp teeth. And now they're even more fun to eat.
All right, let's change the subject before PETA comes after us.
Fine, but just remember, cocaine shark is where it's at.
So, Mr. President, what's the big plan for your second term?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about this and I've come up with a groundbreaking idea.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear it.
I'm going to personally inseminate every woman in this country.
Wait, what? What?
Yep, you heard it right. Dirty work, but someone's got to do it.
I don't think that's in the job description, Mr. President.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I'm always up for a challenge.
But why? What's the point?
Well, I figure if I impregnate every woman in the country, there won't be any more unwanted pregnancies.
That's not how it works, sir.
Well, it's worth a shot. Plus, think of the ratings for the White House reality show.
This is definitely not what I was expecting when I invited you on the podcast.
I always keep you on your toes, Joe.
Yeah, and now I need to go wash my brain with bleach. Thanks for that mental image.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Mr. President, I heard some interesting rumors about your past.
Oh, yeah, Joe. What did you hear? What did you hear?
Well, some people are saying that you were actually Hunter Biden's crack dealer.
That's fake news, Joe. I was never Hunter's crack dealer. I was his cameraman.
His cameraman?
Yeah, you know, for all those videos and pictures on his laptop.
Wait, what? You were taking those photos?
Hey, he paid me good money for it. And let me tell you, I've got an eye for angles.
This is just getting weirder and weirder.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Hunter was a wild one.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But seriously, Joe, why do you think I wanted to build that wall? I needed a way of smuggling Hunter's crack.
Oh man, this conversation just took a dark turn.
Hey, you wanted offensive and ridiculous, right?
Yeah, I guess I did. Thanks for delivering, Mr. President.
Anytime, Joe, anytime.
Hey, Mr. Beast, what's up, man?
Not much, just got this new drink called Prime. You want one?
Prime. What's in it?
Oh, just some black market ingredients. It'll make you pee black and F-tags.
F-tags. What the hell are those?
I have no idea, but they make the drink taste so good.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Oh, hey, Kenny I, Mr. Beast here, just offered me a prime drink.
Prime. Oh, man, those are like, oh, what's the word? Good. Yeah, they're good.
You've had one before.
Of course, I drink Prime all the time. It's like fuel for my creativity.
But what about the black pea and F-tags?
Oh, I just ignore that. It's a small price to pay for the ultimate drink.
See, Joe, even Kenya knows what's up.
I don't know, man. It sounds pretty sketchy.
Trust me, it's worth it. Plus, it's a great conversation starter at parties.
Well, when you put it that way, I'll take one.
That's what I like to hear. Cheers to Prime.
Wow, this is actually really good.
See, I told you.
And just wait until you see the color of your pee tomorrow.
Oh, God. Yo, Neil, have you heard about this new Chinese freestyle rap from Brandon Dicamillo?
No, I haven't. What's it about?
Well, it's basically just him spitting some sick bars in Chinese. But get this, he doesn't even speak Chinese.
How is that even possible?
Apparently, he just made up a bunch of random sounds that kind of sound like Chinese and put them together.
That's absurd. But I gotta admit, it's pretty impressive.
Right? And the best part is it's super offensive and culturally insensitive.
Oh, come on, Joe. That's not cool.
What? I thought you were all about science and logic, not being a sensitive snowflake.
I am, but there's a line between being edgy and being straight up offensive.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a joke.
Well, I don't find it funny.
Fine, then I'll just stick to my gorilla impressions.
Please don't.
Too late. Check this out. It starts making gorilla noises.
Size, this is why I don't come on your podcast more often.
Oh, come on, Neil. You know you love it. Now let's go get some elk meat and smoke some DMT. All right, folks, we have a very special guest today. The one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some research on ancient civilizations.
Yes, Joe. And let me tell you, it's mind-blowing stuff. Did you know that aliens may have visited Earth thousands of years ago?
Oh boy, here we go.
No, seriously. Think about it. How else do you explain the pyramids and Stonehenge?
Maybe they were just really good at stacking rocks?
No. You see, these ancient civilizations were actually advanced societies that were visited by extraterrestrial beings.
And what evidence do you have to support this theory?
Well, have you ever seen those ancient cave paintings of strange humanoid figures with big heads and small bodies? That's clearly evidence of alien visitation.
Or maybe it's just some stone caveman drawing whatever came to mind.
Don't be ridiculous, Joe. These are advanced civilizations we're talking about. They had technology far beyond what we can even imagine.
So you're saying they had iPhones?
No, Joe. But they did have advanced knowledge of the stars and the universe. They could have easily communicated with aliens.
All right. But why would aliens even bother visiting us?
Maybe they were just passing by and thought, hey, let's check out this little blue planet and mess with their heads a bit.
Well, that's certainly one theory. But I think Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience Podcast 2024. I'm here with 46th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's the best, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have a new favorite drink. What's it called?
It's called Prime Drink, Joe. It's the best drink. It's tremendous. It's like Kool-Aid, but with sea salt. It's got electrolytes, for marketing.
Wait, so it's just Kool-Aid with some salt and fancy marketing?
That's right, Joe. It's a genius idea. Believe me, people will pay top dollar for it because they think it's healthy.
But what about the sodium content? Isn't that bad for you?
Joe, I know more about sodium than anyone. Trust me, it's not a problem. Plus, it's got electrolytes, so it balances everything out. It's science.
I don't know, Mr. President. Sounds like a scam to me.
Joe, you're fake news. Prime Drink is the real deal. It's gonna make America great again, one sip at a time.
Well, I'll stick to my regular water. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But when you see me with my Prime Drink, you'll be begging for a taste. It's gonna be huge.